float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
You heard it here.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barrett.
Bye-bye.
Everyday blessing.
Our next legendary champion was the first person I heard say, a setback is a setup for the biggest comeback. Help me welcome this phenomenal speaker, trainer, and author. He's going to give you the secrets of being a champion.
Need money. Talking about money.
If you need that,
Need some money.
then help me welcome to the stage, Dr. Willie Jolly.
Got to get money.
Financial literacy.
Hey, this is Dr. Willie Jolly, and I want to say greetings to everyone who is watching this, wherever you may be in the world, on this 24 hours of entrepreneur concept. It's getting launched, and I'm so excited about being a part of it with my friends Shay Brown and Trevor Otts and all they're doing. I'm excited about it. So I want to thank you for coming, and thank you for being a part of this broadcast. For those who know me, know I always start the same way. I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account. If I abuse it, just a tiny little minute, but our eternities are wrapped up in it. And so I'm grateful and I'm excited about this minute, this moment, this opportunity, ideas with you that hopefully will help you as you're on your path to wealth building. Even in these challenging times, you can still have a path to wealth building. And I want to share some ideas with you on how to do it. Now, let's talk about the element here, which is the fact that we've been in a time of disruption. We've been in a time of change, of challenge, of crisis. But the word crisis is an interesting word. In 1959, John F. Kennedy gave a speech that has gone on to become a historic speech because he talked about the fact that the word crisis from the Chinese version of the word and definition has a distinct and dual implication, that it means two almost different things at the same time. It means, the word crisis in the Chinese language when it's written means great danger, but at the same time, great hidden opportunity. So while we're in the midst of danger, change, challenge, we're also in the midst of great hidden opportunity. The key is, are you willing to look for it, work for it? And I love the story in my book. Let's see, which one of the books is this in? I think it's in my book. It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life. In that was a story about the hidden diamonds. And it's a story about a farmer on a farm in Africa who kept hearing about the diamond trade. And he decided he wanted to get in the wealth that was being generated via the diamond trade. So he put an ad in his local newspaper, farm for sale, first offer, best offer. A guy who was just reading the newspaper that day said, let me go out here and check out this farm. Not that I need to buy a farm, but I got nothing else to do. He went out just to look at the farm and said, oh, what a beautiful farm, lush ground. And the farmer said, well, I wasn't planning about what you got. I'll take it. I got to get out of here. I got to go. I got to go. He said, well, I only have X amount of dollars. He said, I'll take it. And he bought it for pennies on a dollar. And the farmer said, I'm out. And the farmer left to go look for diamonds. He searched and searched and searched and searched and searched for many years for diamonds and never found one diamond. After many years of searching in complete despair, frustration, and disgust, he went to the top of the highest cliff and threw himself over, ended his life. Back at the farm, the guy who had bought it for 10 pennies on a dollar was walking across a little waterbed, and he stumped his toe in the water, and a little glistened water. And he went down, and there was a rock. It was covered with mud, but there was a glisten that came out. He took a handkerchief and he scrubbed and he took a brush and he brushed the hardened mud and dirt off of it. And it was a beautiful crystal rock. He put it on his mantle. And a couple of days later, one of his friends from the city came to visit and said, oh, where did you get those? Where did you get those? There was a couple of them on there. He said, oh, they're all over the place. That big one is called, is my newest one. That guy learned soon thereafter that was called the Hope Diamond the world has ever seen. And that land became known as acres of diamonds. There were diamonds all over the place. And the moral of the story is that you don't have to go looking for wealth, your diamonds. They're already within you. You've got to be willing to do is to do the work. Wash them off, clean them off, find it, hidden wealth, hidden opportunity in the midst of crisis. There's some hidden opportunities right here, right now in these crisis times if you're going to be on a program and a process of creating wealth. And that's what I want to instill and inspire and encourage you to be doing. That if you're serious about wealth building, then I'm glad you joined us here in this program online, because that's where the world is going. Someone once said years ago that there was a CEO of a company who said, as he looked at his big mainframe computers, well, I guess this is the fullness of what computers will be able to do. Big old mainframes. He thought that was it. Well, he soon got fired from his board of directors because they realized that he didn't know what he was talking about, and the fact that this was a opportunity time. So here's what I want to say to everybody who's watching, that this is an opportunity time, one, and two, that the internet, what we know as the internet, we are only still in the infancy stage. It's still baby. And you say, well, so much has happened. I remember when AOL was launched. See, some of y'all too young to even remember that. I remember a time when there was no internet. I remember a time when there was no email. So when the internet was released, I remember that. And I got online. And I remember when I got my first email account with AOL. Look, and people were struggling to get online. But here's the lesson. Is that I learned about email, and I learned about the internet, and I'm continuing to learn. And I want to thank Shay and Trevor, because they are two of my best resources for getting new ideas, new insights. So when they invited me to be a part of this, I said it'd be my pleasure, because they're always going to next level. And then we'll continue our next level if you're willing to do the work and search for the opportunities. So the word crisis, we're in a time of crisis, but this is a great time of opportunity. In my books, two of my books, many people know, a setback is a setup for a comeback. In this book, I talk about the fact that wherever there is a setback, there is always an opportunity. And you just got to be willing to watch for it, look for it, and develop it. Develop that opportunity. That book was written because of my story of being a nightclub singer who was singing jingles for Pizza Hut, making it great, and BET, Black Entertainment TV, doing that during the day. But the majority of my being made by my nightclub act that I did Thursday and Saturday nights, 2 shows a night, standing room only audiences. It was packed out. I was making money. And one night the club owner said, "We love your band. You're great, but we decided to try something different. We bought a karaoke machine because it's a lot cheaper." I said, "Well, what about my bills?" And I learned that night, nobody really cares about your bills but you and the people you owe. And I was devastated. I didn't know what to do with me. A cassette motivational tape. Some of y'all don't even know what a cassette looks like. Let's see. I got a couple of cassettes right here. This is a cassette. This is one of my early cassettes, The Real Deal About the Three Little Pigs. This is a cassette in Les Brown on the Les Brown Dream Team tour. I still keep some of the cassettes around. Remind me of from whence I've come. And then from the cassettes, we went to the CDs, and then from there to the DVDs. And I mean, I got stuff. Anyway, I'm back to that. I like all of this stuff I got. Anyway, so from that cassette was a motivational tape, and a guy on that tape, Charlie Tremendous Jones, said, "You'll be the same person you are today in 5 years, except for 2 things: the people you meet who inspire you, and the books you read that empower you." Really? Yep. And then that same friend who gave me that motivational tape gave me a book called Think and Grow Rich. I never read a motivational book. In fact, I barely read any books. I was the half of the class in high school that made the top half possible. So I wasn't into reading and working on myself. No, I skated through college. But it was then when I listened to that tape, and I listened to it over and over and over again. And I started reading that book, Think and Grow Rich, that my thinking changed. And I realized that this setback of getting fired was an opportunity. And that wherever, as in Think and Grow Rich it says, wherever there is an adversity, there's an equal or greater opportunity. That I just had to look. And that's when my thinking shifted. I took a job with the Washington, D.C. public school system as a drug prevention coordinator, talking to little kids about staying away from drugs. And it was during that year I discovered an ability I didn't know I had, to use words to communicate. From the little kids, the teachers would say, "Can you teachers group?" And someone from the teachers group would say, "Can you come to my church?" And someone at the church would say, "Can you come to my company?" And continue to grow. And one day I'm speaking to a small group in a small hotel room, but down the hallway that night in the big ballroom was going to be a motivational rally. And while I'm speaking to that small group, about 20 people, the door was open. One of the speakers from that night's rally was walking by that room to go to the ballroom to check it out. His name was Les Brown. He stood outside and heard my message and came in and said, "I love your message. I love the way you speak. I love the fact that you speak and sing and you put it all together. I'm putting together a tour called the Music Motivation Dream Team Tour. You'd be the perfect opening act. Are you interested?" I said, "Yes, I am." And a few months later, we kicked off the Les Brown Music Motivation Dream Team, which featured Les Brown, Billy Preston, Gladys Knight, and a little guy from Washington, D.C., me. Because of Les and Gladys, they introduced me to some radio people. And I got a little radio show. And the radio show got popular and then got syndicated. You can now hear me every week on Sirius XM Radio with the #1 self-help show in America on channel 141 with the Willie Jolly Wealthy Way show, which is also now a popular podcast on iHeartRadio and C-Suite and Spotify and TuneIn. And then you can also hear me on my daily radio show on the Get Up Mornings with Erica Campbell morning show on the Praise Network every morning at 8:20 Eastern Time and 7:20 Central Time with the Wake Up and Win with Dr. Willie Jolly show. And if you get a daily newsletter video from me to empower you and encourage you and inspire you. Well, all the media stuff started happening. And then a book publisher heard me on the radio and called my office and said, "Have you ever thought about writing a book?" I said, "No, I never thought about writing a book. I barely was reading books before I started reading Think and Grow Rich and the Power Positive Thinking and The Richest Man in Babylon and all of these other books. He said, well, I love your thinking on the radio. I'd love to know if you'd be interested in writing a book. And he made me an offer. I said, I just thought about it. So my first book came out. It called It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life, became a national bestseller. Then my second book came out, Setback is a Set of Comeback. And then my third book turned setbacks into greenbacks. Then my fourth book, An Attitude of. Then my fifth book, Make Love, Make Money, Make It Last. Then my music CDs and DVDs and audios and videos and PBS specials. And all of that started happening because I changed my thinking in the midst of a setback. I hope today that you will look at these challenging time opportunity. There's some incredible opportunity going to come out of this. In my book, Turn Setbacks into Greenbacks, I talk about in the 1930s, during the Great Depression, many people were starving on soup lines, unable to feed their families. Unemployment was at an all-time high. But there were some people in that midst of that time who millionaires. And one of those stories I really love out of the book that is Charles Darrow. You might not know Charles Darrow's name, but you certainly know his invention. During the Great Depression, when other people were losing all they had, Mr. Darrow thought about new ideas. And he created a board game called Monopoly that we still play today. He worked on his idea for the board game to help people feel that they were empowered and rich, even in tough times. Within a year of the game being released, it sold more than 20,000 units and went on to sell thousands and thousands more over the next few years, and he became a multi-millionaire. I'm saying to you, this is a time of opportunity. So if you're going to win in this time, you got to look at this setback. To create wealth, you got to turn it into a comeback. What does it start with? Your thinking, mindset. Your thinking determines everything else. And then what are you trying to achieve during these times? Now, in that same book, Turn Setbacks into Greenbacks, I give 7 principles that help you go from financial disaster to financial freedom. And in this are the people, or some of the people I interviewed in my XM show, who went from being broke, busted, and disgusted to multimillionaires and even billionaires. And they tell the same principles, just in different stories. They use different methods to get to their wealth, but they relied on the principles because principles work over and over again. If I throw a rock in the air, the principle of gravity is bring it back down. You have to know that there are principles for wealth building. I love this little quote. Methods are many. Principles are few. Methods may change, but principles never do. Some people will make their money via the internet. Some will make it with methods, different methods. But all the principles will be the same. A couple of the principles that will help you to create wealth in your life. One is that you must always have a vision for where you're going, even in tough times. Now, in the Turn Setbacks into Greenbacks, I talk about when you're in tough moments, you must keep one eye on the situation you're in and one eye on the bigger vision. Case in point, if you take a look at a great golfer in a golf tournament, let's say Tiger Woods in the Masters, and let's say he's at the tee box and he's the golf ball and he hits a bad shot and it ends up over in the woods, gets all the way over in the woods. Now he's still got to play that shot or lose strokes. So let's say he finds the ball. Now what does he do now? Does he panic and go crazy and start whacking at the ball just crazily? No, no, no. The wise golfers handle this problem while I'm here so I can get back to his first plan must be one eye on the problem. I got to get out of here. Or he might be in a sand trap. I got to get out of here so I can get back on the winning track. So he'll hit it back in the fairway, because that's the goal, is get it one eye on the problem, but one eye always on winning the tournament. I got to win the tournament. Now I've got that out of that problem. Let's attack the tournament. So what are your goals? What are your goals? See, get through the crisis moments, the challenging times, the difficult moments. But I want to say that's short-sighted. That is not enough. I'm thinking about one eye on my problems, the challenges, but one eye on the big goals. I got, if you could see my wall over here, goal that I have on a wall. But here's the thing. It's not a one-day goal, not a one-month goal. It's not a one-year goal. I've got a decade goal right here. Why? Because at the beginning of this year, I'd never done before. And Shay was actually there to be a part of it. I had my goal setting seminar that I do every year. And during that seminar every year, I've done it for almost 30 years. I will help people with their goal setting so that they can improve their lot in that year. This year, though, my thinking expanded, my thinking grew, my thinking developed. And I said, you know what, folks? First of all, you got to understand about what the real deal is about wealth and how we've got to think differently and set goals differently if we want to really talk about real deal, generational wealth. See, we often talk about people being wealthy when they're not really wealthy. And I realized there were 5 levels about money. So you better get with me on this one, because I'm about to throw it down. You're going to want this. This is my next book. The book will be ready. It's called The Real Deal About Generational Wealth. It's coming out real soon. You got to stay connected to me. In fact, I want to give it away to everybody. Before I do this, tell you about this, so you stay connected to me and I can give you a little gift. I told you that book, Think and Grow Rich, and audios changed my life. It's people you meet who inspire you, the books you read that empower you. I want to give everybody a copy of the book, Think and Grow Rich, a digital copy, who's watching right now. My gift to you, because someone gave it to me. And someone gave me audios that changed my life. I want to give them to you like somebody blessed me. So if you'll go to WJSpeaks.com/gift, either williejolly.com/gift or WJSpeaks.com/gift. Either one will get you there. You'll get a digital download of Think and Grow Rich, as well as some audios. You'll get access to some of my favorite XM interviews that changed my life. Wally Famous Amos, Bob Johnson, founder of BET, Damon John from Shark Tank. Some of my favorite interviews are going to be my gift to you. The people you meet who inspire you, you don't have to meet them in person, and the books you read that empower you. I'm going to give you the book to change my life, Think and Grow Rich, my gift to you. And how did I give it away? Because I was one of the 53 thought leaders from the Napoleon Hill Foundation some years ago when we celebrated his impact on the world. And as a result of that, I was able to give that to my friends. You are now my friends. So go to WJSpeaks.com/gift or williejolly.com/gift to get that. Now, this whole process is going to be part of my new book, and the new book will be promoted on my newsletter. And then once you sign up for the newsletter, you also get my daily positive messaging to help your thinking grow. Here are the 5 wealth ways of thinking that are going to impact your life. 5 ways of thinking about wealth. Number 1, the first level of thinking about wealth is the indigent. The indigent think day to day. They stand on a corner with a sign saying, can you give me enough money to get some food today? And the next day, they do the exact same thing. They're thinking day to day. The poor think month to month. Did I get my welfare check? Did I get my SNAP payment? And every month, that is their thinking, 1 month to 1 month to 1 month. Then the middle class think year to year. Did I get a raise this year? Did I get a cost of living increase this year? And every year they're thinking, did I make a little more this year than I made last year? The rich think decade to decade. We see that most presently in athletes who might get a 10-year contract, $100 million. And they play that 10 years and then their career might be over. But they got that $100 million. That's great. But then there's another that I want us to think about. That's where my thinking changed. It's the wealthy. The wealthy think generation to generation to generation. The wealthy are thinking about their children's 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 grandchildren. I love this quote T.D. Jakes said, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach him the fish, he eats for a lifetime. But if you can teach him to buy the pond, his great children will be able to eat. That's when my thinking has expanded over the last couple of years. And so someone asked me in an interview, Willie Jolly, what's your biggest goal? It didn't take me but a minute to give it to him. My biggest goal is that 100 years from now, some child will walk into a room and see a picture of me and my wife and run up to her and say, thank you, great, 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 great granddaddy and grandmama for what y'all did to allow us to have a business, to allow us to have a college education, a home, to allow us what you established 100 years ago. That's the thinking that real wealth building is going to take. And that real wealth building is going to be necessitated by not by what you do. Come on now. Come on, watch with me now. It's not about what you do. It's what you own. If you're going to be a real wealthy person, not about what you do. It's about what you own. See, let's say you're a great singer. Pavarotti. But if your children, what happens to the wealth? When you die, when the gift ends, when the talent ceases, the money's. But if you owned the record company, then it changes. See, LeBron James, one thing I like about LeBron, he's not settling for just being a great basketball player. He's creating production companies and film companies and creating business units that can be passed on. Because he knew that one day his basketball was going to end. We know so many athletes who sign $100 million contracts, who make millions of dollars over that decade, and sometimes a little more than a decade. But when that playing day is over, the income generation ends. And we know that over 70% of professional athletes are broke 5 years after retirement because they did not have a way to continue that income after it was over. So I'm saying to you, it's time to think next generational wealth. And it's not what you do, it's what you own. The shift in our programming of our goal setting. So this year, I didn't do what I'd done in the past, but teach people to have a better year, because my thinking expanded. I'm now on my roll, have set my goal for this decade. I want to be at by December 31st, 2029. I'll have under that my legacy goal. So I know what I want to do for my children's 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 great-grandchildren. If you want to get access, by the way, to that goal-setting seminar, I want to encourage you to go get that, particularly when you got time, when you're not busy, you and your family, sit down, watch, go through that seminar, you can get it at williejolly.com/win, W-I-N, williejolly.com/win. Go get that seminar. I think it's the most profound seminar I've ever done. So wealth building. is about starting with your thinking. If you change your thinking, you'll change your actions. And you change your actions, you'll change your results. Let's go back to where we started. Crisis. Great danger, but great opportunity. You'll also find a great or greater opportunity. The key is how you're looking at the world. I look at the world with an attitude of gratitude. I look at the world with an excitement and expectancy that my best is yet to come. So I'll close with two things. One, if you want to get some of my resources, which I highly recommend you get, go to wjspeaks.com/success. wjspeaks.com/success. You'll have an option there to get a digital package of my book, so you can download it. I mean, really reasonable price. Or you can get a physical of all my books. And if you buy 5, you get one thrown in free, a 6th product. Or you can get what my friend Shay Brown likes, my box. My Willie Jolly wow box. Wealthy ways to help you win. Powerful products that help you grow your faith, your future, and your finances. Woo! Go there and you get it at a discounted price. So go to wjspeaks.com/success or williejolly.com/success. So let's say if I've given you 3 things I want you to do. Go get the Think and Grow Rich and the audios from my XM show that changed my life at wjspeaks.com/gift or williejolly.com/gift. Go get the goal setting seminar at williejolly.com/win, because I want you to win. How many want to win this year, in this decade, and in this lifetime? You got to have goals that help you win. I'm going to help you get there. So williejolly.com/win. And then if you want some of my resources, which I highly recommend you get, and you share them with people in your network, make sure that the people you hang around are growing. Then you will grow. And so you go to, williejolly.com/success or wjspeaks.com/success. Close with my favorite story, Shay Brown's favorite story. I was a news speaker. I had no books, no tapes, no radio, no television, no credentials to be a speaker. Struggling to keep the lights on, the phones on, struggling to keep things moving. It was tough. I'd make sales calls. People say, I don't know who you are, and hang up in my face. I had to get discouraged, wouldn't make any more calls that day. Usually it take me a day or 2 to get my dander back up after being discouraged and getting rejected. Anybody ever been rejected and feel that kick in the gut? I make my first call, and a guy says, I like the way you're talking. I'm meeting. I actually need a speaker. It's going to be in Orlando, Florida. I'll fly you down. I'll pay you. He told me the budget. I said, whoa, yes, I can do that. I flew down to Orlando. I gave the speech. They gave me a standing ovation. I had it. Finished meeting and greeting people and went on back to the airport to fly home, feeling good. Got in my seat. Plane took off, feeling good. I took out that check a second time, but when I looked at the check the second time, I got depressed because that money was already allocated. I owed the water company, the electric company, the gas company. It was already allocated. Anybody ever get your check before you get home, you know it's gone? I started having a pity party with myself right there in B22. An older gentleman across the aisle must have sensed I was struggling. He struck up a conversation with me. He told me he was a minister. He lectured every day in a different city about health and wealth. I said, you fly every day? He said, yes. I said, you speak every day? He said, yes. We spoke for a few more minutes. Then he asked me a question that changed the trajectory of my future. He said, young man, how old do you think I am? I looked him up and down. I said, sir, I think you're about 60. He smiled. He took off his glasses. He looked me dead in the eye. He said, young man, I'm 88 years old. I'm 8, and my best is yet to come. Woo-hoo-hoo. In that moment, everything shifted in my head. If an 88-year-old man could have the optimism to believe that his best days were in front of him and not behind him, what did I have to whine and cry and complain about? And I went home with a new attitude, and I got on that phone and started making sales calls. And if people say no, I'd say next. And they say, I'm not interested in what you got. I said, thank you, you're not the right one. Well, 25 years, well, actually, 30 years have gone by. I've been inducted in the Speaker Hall of Fame. I've been named one of the top 5 speakers in the world. I've been named a speaker of the year by the 175,000 members of Toastmasters International. I've been named a legend of the speaking industry. I've been named one of the top 5 leadership speakers in the world. And all of that is just the tip of the iceberg, because I got something to tell you that I say to myself, for sure, your best is still yet to come. Your best is yet to come. Your best is yet to come. Go out of here now and go from this place with a new spirit of entrepreneurism. Go out of this place with a new spirit of activity and excellence. Be outstanding. Stand out from the crowd and be all you can be. Give all that you got on a daily basis. And that your best is still yet to come. You have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon you. You can't refuse it. You didn't seek it. You didn't choose it, but it's up to you to use it. You must suffer if you lose it. Give account if you abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but your eternities are wrapped up in it. Take this crisis moment, deal with the danger, but know that there's great opportunity if you're willing to work and develop it. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Please visit me at my website. Please get some of the free resources, some of the other resources. And please stay connected to me, because I want to hear your stories about how you created greatness out of crisis situations. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Have a great day. Stay blessed and highly favored. And remember, your best is yet to come. God bless you.
Our next champion coming to the stage is a wealth activist focusing on financial literacy, because we all know that founder, president of the Board of Literacy. Please help me welcome Dr. O, otherwise known as Dr. Omar Kofi.
All right. Welcome to 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. I'm your host for tonight for Wealth Hackathon. My name is Dr. Omai Coffee. I'm the founder and president of the Board of Literacy. We are a foundation based in Dallas, Texas, and our entire mission is to advance the financial quotient of our youth. We do that through financial literacy, wealth information, education, and opportunities, as well as partnering up with many organizations. I'm glad to be presenting Wealth Hackathon to you tonight. You are tuned in to 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. Shout out to Black CEO and wonderful people that had something to do with this great mission that we're on right now. I know you guys are ready to be champions, get the secrets of the champions. Most of us are going to be in that book, so information as well. I'm so excited tonight to be talking about Wealth Hackathon, so I don't want to take up too much more time. Please note that I'm going to be toggling because I want to be able to do the presentation. If something rings or goes off, we are at home. So bear with me, please. But we're going to get you through this information, and I'm going to be monitoring things. So I'll be computers and phones, okay? All right, so I'm going to share my screen with you all because I want to get into a presentation that's going to help you with the information that we have tonight. So I'm going to get you into a wealth hackathon. You are going to be able to know, grow, and connect to many things here. So let's get you going. All right. So I'm going to do a version so we can get through the presentation. I want you to get your pens, papers, pads, voice recorders, people, friends, family, whatever you got to do, get it going so we can get this started. All right. So again, you're at a wealth hackathon with Dr. O, your favorite wealth hacker. I am, again, based in Dallas, Texas. I'm a FinLit person. Okay. My mission, I am a wealth activist. I want to make sure that we activate your wealth and that we can give you some hacks to do that. Some people have a hard time getting to that first million, so we want to get you there. Just in case you're not really interested in being a first generation millionaire, or you're not a first generation millionaire like we have in our group, then I definitely want you to know how to make six figures, how to take $1 and expand it, $10 and expand it. Hey, listen, we're going to get it either way. Wherever you are, that's where I want to be. Okay. All right. So we are here 4 hours of entrepreneurship. And what I want to talk to you about today is, what is your money number? Think about your money number and truly know what your wealth number is. Wealth number, what's your money number? What is your do what I want to do when I want to do it number? Okay, think about this, okay? So I can ask you your birthday, ask you graduation day, anniversary dates, even some death dates, any important dates that people have in their brain. I can ask them that. But I've seen it to where it's been 50 when I'm on, what is your wealth number? What's that number to where if you do not work again, if you do not do anything else for the rest of your life, what's that number? And you should have that at the top of your head, no different than your birthday. If you know your social security number or your phone number, you should have it in your head, just like those numbers, because this number is also very important, right? So what is your money number? You're going to have that before tonight is over. You may already know it. Congratulations to you. You're in the advanced class of wealth. What is your wealth number? Money and wealth don't necessarily mean the same things. What is your do what I want to do number? Now, these may be the same, they may be different, but the goal is to make sure that you write those down and you take a serious look about where you are in your wealth, okay? All right, we're going to get some action going. So one of my favorite scriptures is Deuteronomy 8:18. Remember the Lord your God, for it is God who gives you the power to create wealth. Create your wealth. You can do this, right? And we're going to go over some ways for you to be able to do that tonight. So my favorite thing in the world is checks. Receive them, write them, get them, distribute them, however you look at it. I love checks. Okay, checks in the mail, checks in the mail. All right, so we're going to do a check-in that I do in my program with our Finley organization when we go to places, because I don't know them, they don't know me. I love to do a check-in to explain who I am, and then for them to introduce who they are, so I'll know their wealth journey. So we're going to do the same thing with you all tonight. I have my check up here, for example, and I'd love for you to get out a pen, paper, notepad, napkin. I don't care what you do. Get out a scribbled up piece of paper and write down your check-in. And just a little backstory, one thing that I like to say, I was watching the Oprah Winfrey Show one day, and I did this before, but I also saw this on the Oprah Winfrey Show. And I watched the Oprah Winfrey Show one day, and she was interviewing Jim Carrey. And he had a check in his pocket, and he had written out his number. I have my check too. Hold on. All right, so I have my check as well. All right, so he kept this check with him. He wrote it out to himself and put it in his wallet. And his check said $10 million. He wrote himself a check for $10 million. What? His acting career and his skill set that he had in his acting career, right? And so by the time he got on the Oprah show, sure enough, that check that he wrote had already come to pass. Thank God, brothers, for getting him in on their show through their channels and through their relationships to help him get to that first movie, Dumb and Dumber. After that movie, they write him a check for $10 million, but he had been carrying that check way before that happened. So that's just one example of what has happened. My own personal example is I always really liked The Secret, and I took things that I could use for a long period of time. Many, many things worked on that particular series, but I really, really love the fact of go to the bank, not the bank, but go to your mailbox expecting checks. Instead of expecting bills and sorrow or news or something that you cannot handle, go there expecting checks. And right thereafter, months after I watched that documentary, receiving $3,500 checks, whether it was for student loan reimbursement or someone owed me money and that was the people giving it back to me. I had a legal lawsuit and the guy took $35, gave that back to me. And then I also did a commercial where I got royalties every single year through Intelligence Media, and I was in a national commercial, and I started getting those checks very concise. And so then I started to see the power of this thing. All right, so on our check-in, you are going to write, of course, your name, your address, where you want to live. If you want to live somewhere different, live now. You're going to pay it to the order of who, for what. You're going to put the date, the amount, and you're going to also put generational wealth distribution, of course, my favorite scripture there. And then my name. Your check is nothing without your signature. Matter of fact, let's be clear. Your life is nothing without your signature. We all know that an unsigned check, okay, is not legit. It's actually void. But we don't want to have a void in our life. We want to be able to know the power of our own identity and the power of our signature and check-in represents. So I will talk about mine. My name is Dr. Oh My Coffee again. I'm representing the Board of Literacy. I'm a global citizen, so I didn't put an address because I feel like I'm a global citizen. And I want to pay this into the order First Generation Millionaire Foundation, our foundation that basically helps out people get to what we said, first generation millionaire. And so my $1,300,000,000,000. And what is that for? That's for generational wealth distribution. A lot of people talk about generational wealth. I'm a distributor. I like to things. I'm a bank. I like to bank. I like to do stuff, right? Make things move. And then, of course, my signature, Oh My Carrot Coffee, full signature, full name. So I want you all to please email me your checks to president@theboardofliteracy.org. So it's spelled right there for you, theboardofliteracy.org. I'm the president, so put president@theboardofliteracy.org. I want to see everybody's check. If you want to send it to me on Messenger or Instagram or whatever, you'll get all that information as well. Make sure that you please send those. I really want you to be serious about this. All right. We want to talk about a wealth hackathon. So wealth hacks are personal challenges that you've completed. There's a word, complete. We compete, we complete. If I see somebody trying to compete with me, I'm going to get rid of them because I want to complete my journey. And I can't do that with you competing with me when we're supposed to be doing this as a team. So if I see too much competition within my own ranks, I just finish that run and I'll do it alone. Thank you. All right. So this wealth hack that we're going to do, one that I want to say to you is the setting up your business. If you don't have a business, most of you probably do because we're in 24 hours of entrepreneurship. But if you don't have a business, you want to set one up for your children. You know, the business of you is no joke, right? And so if you don't have a company, you will after tonight. If you're still waiting, tottering, or whatever you're doing, you're going to have a business tonight. And you're not going to be able to focus on the name, right? I want you to focus on the business. So if you've got to name it after, if you're thinking for 60 seconds and something doesn't just immediately come to you, name it after yourself, comma, Inc. or comma, LLC. Okay. That's the most simple thing that you could do to replicate yourself and do yourself and multiply, be fruitful and multiply, right? All right. So another thing that I want you to consider and think of is how much it costs. In the state of Texas, it's $300 to get rules of incorporation. If you want to set up a DBA, it's $25. Business checking is typically free. There's no extra charge. You typically have to open that up with $25, maybe in some cases, and $0 for your EIN. You can go to, I'm so sorry. I'm such a stickler for these kinds of things. I just have to have up there and I don't know why it doesn't stay. All right, so this is not a big deal. It's just me being a stickler, okay? All right, so what we're going to go and you're going to set this up. If you already have this set up, we're about to get you into the next level of what you're going to do in your business. Some of you came here because you want to grow your business. You want to scale. You want to have you want a next level. You know, you want to get some celebrities on your brand, or you want to do something great for the community or the world. So we're going to go ahead and get into our hackathon. This is an event that we already had. I want to be able to talk to you about some of the things that we touched on. And the major proponents of this is just the 4 basics, right? Credit, savings, investments, and definitely your stream income. You definitely are going to have, after tonight, you're going to have streams of income, right? And I'm going to show you how you already have that. Most of the stuff you already have credit, good or bad. We don't get excited when it's bad. We don't get happy when it's good. We have no emotional ties to our credit. It is a system that we use to leverage. Streams of income, you can always be creating streams of income. And your savings, we definitely want to talk about how and what we do with that. And of course, if you're not investing, we know we're going to get into some investments. So I'm going to take you through Money School. I have a few programs that I have. Me is my favorite program. I walked off my corporate job. I was making 6 figures, but I looked up and I was making them $7.1 million a year. Is this on? I was making them $7.1 million a year and they were paying me 6 figures. So I was a millionaire, right? But I wasn't getting paid my worth. So I created a platform called Just pay me. 2005, I walked off my corporate job. I put in my 2 weeks notice. After that, such is life. All right. That's a very specific date. We won't get into that, but that is just my story. That's how I came up with the 5-day course, talking about your, raising your worth and your value and your net worth, right? Knowing what you are. You're not going to pay me 6 figures and you're making 7. Okay. Not doing that. I want a percentage of my stuff. Okay. I want 100% of my stuff. I'll pay you a percent. Okay. All right. And then we have mixed signals. How many times have we had mixed from people and relationships, whether they be intimate relationships or business relationships, where we see that we have to, I have to chase you down. I have to chase you. I don't think so. Right. And then I want to talk about, that's just a 48-hour opportunity where we're just building a proper team, proper partnerships, and building proper networks. You know how we go to these networking events, which we don't anymore. We net worth, but we used to go to networking events and you'll get all excited and then you won't hear from the person. Somehow something doesn't get set up. And we want to show you some tricks to get away from that type of mentality and duality in some cases. Billionaire Brunch is an opportunity for us to meet. It's a 1-day intensive that we do where we connect you with billionaires. It's really that simple. Whether they're going to be there in person or online, hear from them, hear what to do. Sometimes it's always the same one because everybody's schedules are booked. But those are just some of the opportunities that I have when we talk about money school. But then we want to apply it. What's the point in having it and talking and learning and writing notes? We don't want you to be writing notes and taking notes and having all this stuff inside of you that you can't get outside of you. So we want you to be able to apply this. So we want to take cash as an asset and invest it. And so you're going to study the money, right? I want you to do a 10-minute daily challenge from now on. And I want you to do that, yes, on the week. I want you to be serious about your wealth 365 days, 7 days a week for now until you get to a level of where you're comfortable. If you're comfortable and you're just tuning in to see what we have going on, no problem. But if you're hungry, the key for me, I never get greedy, but I stay hungry. And if you're that person that stays hungry like me, then you're going to set up a cadence for yourself and you're going to be about your business. So a 10-minute daily challenge where you're studying money, right? I want you to start setting up your accounts and separate accounts to save money for your needs. So you'll have a separate savings account for your investment, a separate saving account for your life insurance, a separate saving account for your emergency. One thing that I've learned with dealing with wealthy clients is that they have wallets. They're real wallets, not all. So don't say Dr. O said. I'm just telling you the ones that I'm very close to. And I really like the idea of having wallets. This is how you create streams of income. And you can see the growth, the ebb and flow of your accounts and see what it is. Currency, right? Currency has to flow. So when you set your accounts up separately, if you want to have a dating account, we put money in our dating account, trade it on the stock market, and from the profits, that's what we use to go on the date. We don't use and pay bills in our household, right? Our assets do that for us. Now you have to grow. I'm not saying do that right tonight. I'm just telling you tonight to start setting the stuff up. And then of course you want to invest money. You are an investor. You're a creator. You're an investor. You're an expert. All right. The way to increase your value of cash. So we definitely want you to do that. Basically, the difference between most of the rich versus broke is education and opportunity access, right? So that's what I want to talk to you about. Access. Where's my money going? Dr. O, where's my money going? All right. Your money is going towards interest if you have loans and you have done with lending and funding, unnecessary bills. What I mean by that is cable and all this other stuff where you've got something monthly coming out of you. Check those, look at those. Take 24 hours to do that for yourself. You're doing 24 hours of entrepreneurship. Take 24 hours to really consider, where is the money going, right? Here, check to check. I want to hear budget to budget. Excel sheet to platform. I want to hear presentation, right? So unnecessary bills, fast food. Oh my God. And I know sometimes things get tough. You're, on the road and you got to eat. You have to eat. But a lot of our money goes fast food. Debt. Tons and tons of our money go to debt. I remember one year I looked up, I had $393,000 worth of debt. Oh my goodness. Right. And it's like, how am I this off? I'm down to $76,000 now because that's what I owe on one of my homes, right? So debt is a big way or major way that our money is leaving us. Deception. a lot of people their money is going on deception. They're being fooled into relationships, fooled on jobs that aren't offering promotions, deception of who you really are, really have to offer, deception on your pricing as entrepreneurs, deception on, I don't want to pay that price. Yes, you do. If it costs $24.99, I'd appreciate $24.99. Matter of fact, you can bump it up to $25 if it makes you feel better. But leave me alone on my pricing. Thank you. All right. And the major area where we're seeing tons and tons and tons of our money is taxes. So there's a book called The Loopholes of the Rich. I advise you to get a copy of that book. It is online, it is on audio, and you listen to that and list loopholes of what the rich do. I love studying Tom McPhee. He has a thing called the Wealth Code, him and his family have. He is the money manager of Jeff Bezos and Warren Buffett. And what they do is those billionaires, instead of paying taxes, they pay the penalties. It's cheaper for them to pay the penalties than to pay the taxes. So that is a loop you have right here, right now that you can learn. But you definitely want to learn about taxes, and you definitely want to have someone who's a CPA, a bookkeeper, an accountant on your team and or your circle of your sphere of influence. Another thing that I want to talk to you about that you can do is our take-home money, right? That discretionary income, because we go back to what savings, investment, original money. And so no longer will you pay your bills first. That is not the first thing you're going to do when you get money in your hands. You are not going to pay your bills. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to invest, okay? You're going to invest. That's just something that you're just going to have to do. I don't mean to be rude. I'm not trying to hurt you. But again, remember, we're talking about challenging ourselves to get to that next level. So we're going to treat that first payout to ourselves. And this is gold mining. You want to gold mine. And I want you to that your investments, the most stable, if you're worried about the stock market or you're worried about something, here's some billion-dollar information for you right here. Dr. O's giving it to you tonight on 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. The most stable investment you'll ever make are bills, bonds, and notes. The most stable is bills, bonds, and notes. And of course, we know real estate comes behind that or is a part of that system, as life insurance. I'm a whole life insurance person because I love being my own bank. I love borrowing against my insurance policy and borrowing the money that I put in there because it's compounding interest. Some people buy whole life insurance, no problem. We're not going to war it out. Love you still. And IUL. I love being able to make money off my money while I'm living, okay? And so that's what I'm a major proponent of my wealth. That's how I became a first-generation millionaire, to be quite honest with you. And I'm creating that pattern for my children to be second-generation millionaires. Everything is marginal money, right? So this is your disposable income after all is said and done, and that's your gross income minus your taxes. So again, remember, you're going to learn some loopholes of the rich so you can get away from those taxes, run from them taxes, okay? We're not running away from our obligations. We're just going to create some new ones. Right. So the other thing is incremental wealth. I want to give you 4 strategies in order: $1 a day, $10 a day, $100 a day, and $1,000 a day. Okay. This is going to go pretty fast. So take notes, do a screenshot. Please share the information as well. It is free for you to share. I do not have my logos on there or whatever. If you want to put your own, change the color, take the program. This is free information through the Board of Literacy. You can give us a donation if you want to. You can give us a $1 donation, a $10 donation, a $100 donation, or a $1,000 donation. All right, so how are you going to make $1 a day? We just had a wonderful conference, and we is the Power Circle. The Power Circle just put on a wonderful conference called the Ground Zero Summit. The Ground Zero Summit had 28 experts that were extremely amazing, and these people gave us the business. You're talking about $100 million plus in generated revenue as a collective. Those people on one platform for 3 days. It was May 1st through May 3rd, right? And so this was just recent last month. And what happened was we charged $1 per speaker, because we knew about the pandemic, right? We knew about what was going on in people's mindsets. We didn't want to break the bank. We wanted to offer value and add and increase people's mental aptitude, right? In that, the price point was $1 per speaker. That's $28 that people paid. And now the views, the testimony going through the roof, because they're like, yo, I paid $1 for this multi-million-dollar information. In that, create something of value and charge $1. Charge $1. You know what people are suffering. You know people are coming out or going in of suffering. You already know what it's like. So charge something for $1. Create an ebook or a one-pager or a spreadsheet or a presentation for $1 and sell it to people for $1. Create a webinar and charge $1. You can get on Eventbrite and set your ticket price for a donation only like these do. Or you can set it up for $1 and have people pay $1 for whatever it is that you're distributing. That's one way that you're going to make $1 today. Moving on, $10. The $10 is a little different because you're going to take this $10 and you're going to invest in yourself. You're going to invest in an advertisement on Facebook, Instagram, Google Ads, or some other platform that you have access to where they'll allow you to use dollars as an advertising. You are a big deal. Hold on. You're a big deal. And you matter. Whatever your post, if it's a program, if it's a product or a service, something new you're trying out, if it's a test, you need to be promoting and paying for your advertising. You can set up $10 campaigns per day, period. I don't care what you do, you're going to put, that's $11, right? The next thing is we're going to make $100 today. I don't know what time it is where we are, but $100. And how we're going to do that with $100 is we're going to create something that of value because we're going to sell something for $100. Listen, you're an entrepreneur or you're not. You can sell something in your home, something in your house is worth $100. I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but if you have a television, well, you can get $100 for that TV, right? I'm talking about the transaction and getting used to that transaction, getting used to transacting is what it is. The reason why the wealthy are because they create wealthy and they operate out of wealthy habits. They create wealthy habits. The reason why some people stay in poverty is because they stay in cycles of poverty through impoverished habits. So I just want you to get in the habit of that exchange of $100 per day. All right, $1,000 a day. Wealth is a team sport, right? Everybody knows wealth is a team sport. Do that with a team of people. One of my testimonies of teams is when I wanted to get into Forex. I didn't know anything about it. I was a little skeptical. I was a little afraid, to be honest with you. I didn't really know what to do. And of course, I'm too scared to be scared, so I had to do something. So what I did was I contacted my blood sister, my god sister, and her blood sister, and I said, hey, would you guys be willing to go into Forex with me? $1,000 minimum to start the account. And we got on FX Choice. We started our account on fxchoice.com. It is our account. And then we also gave the power of attorney to one of our traders who was an 8-figure, and we gave power of attorney to him to trade on our behalf on our account. So we put in the money and we've been reaping returns. We've been seeing anywhere between 5 and 15% increase on that account since in February, March, April. It was horrible, but it's back up now. And we're extremely excited that we got to do this together. And the leverage in there was we put $1,000 each. So wealth is a team sport. You may find 10 people to do 100. You may find 2 people to do 500, whatever it is, team up with someone and get the money, right? So that's $111 that you just made tonight because you're going to go put that into action. 5 investments that you must make. I just spoke on Forex. I spoke on life insurance. You know, to your credit, constantly be working on your credit, whether you're in restoration process, building process, maintaining process, whichever process you are, you're always working on your credit. The other thing you're going to have to now is artificial intelligence. A few years ago, met with Mark Cuban at an event, and he was telling the audience that we need to get into AI, machine, technology, robotics, things of that nature. All right. Another one is gold. Gold backs the dollar. Gold backs money. It's real money, right? Cash is not real money. Gold, precious metals is real money. All right. And so get you a wealth strategist. I have one. His name is Douglas Zay. I love him and I'm willing to share him with you. He is the founder of the Douglas Zay Foundation. He also owns a company called Largo Financial, and he does tons of financial services. He is my wealth strategist. I owe my generational wealth distribution of it to Douglas Zay for teaching and educating me. Get you an investment manager. You can find those people, just ask, look around, bet, whatever you got to do. And then a business, right? And those are some things that you need. Douglas Zay is here on the image, and he said you're either spending money or you're making money. And we know we want to spend money when we have it to make, right? When we've already made it. That's the only time I really don't spend money anymore, though. I invest it now. And so I know I keep honing in on credit, but I really want to say this in your ears. I want you to consider it though, right? Run your credit profile like a $1 billion company. Run your credit profile like a $1 billion company. That means you're constantly and maneuvering and partnering and working and buying and trading and doing all of that stuff in that company. Study $1 billion companies and see what they do. There's another challenge for you. Again, we said wealth is a team sport. A lot of this is repetitive because I want you to get it in your system. You are a creator. You are an expert and you're a master. You are a master. And dealing with what? Mastermind groups. That's who you should be connected to. Who's on your team? Wealth is a team sport. Mastermind groups, investment clubs. You have an accountability partner. You've got to have somebody go, back and forth with. We don't complain, right? We get into a habit of creating. I want you to be a creator, not a complainer, right? Because you have an accountability part. You have a CEO circle. Welcome to Black CEO. That group is amazing. But other CEO circles, build your own, start your own, and connect with others and start to grow that platform, right? And then you have mentorship. I have, Robert Kiyosaki says, rich dad, poor dad. I have that same dichotomy in my life, and it works like wonders. And then also divine partnerships. I don't want partnerships, okay? I want them to be divine, right? I want them to work. The last things I want to talk to you about is something a little bit more specific for those who are entrepreneurs already. Specifics will make you rich, right? You have to be very specific, right? My name is Dr. Oh My Coffee. I stand 6'4" in heels. I weigh 152 pounds. I am of 2 children, so on and so forth. So I'm able to say that out. But that's, some overlaying things. But how about specifics on my needs and what I want? My purpose is a purpose of wealth. I have wealth. That's very specific. What that means is with that purpose of wealth, my job is to be a what? Distributor of wealth. I'm not here to get, have. I'm not a part of the haves and the have-nots. No, I'm a distributor of wealth. That means it comes through me and it goes around, right? And so you've got to get specific and start identifying. And the ways that I identify is I take a lot of self-assessments. I don't mind looking and checking through self-assessments, connecting through what we call mediation, mentors, and advice and therapy and things of like, talk to other people about stuff. There's experts out here who need to talk to you, right? And so you iron sharpening iron. So I did a platform for my audience and I wanted to help people with their target market, right? And so when you go for an interview, they're looking for someone who can fill specifications, and they're looking for someone within the scope of the role of that company because that regulate their profit margins. That's how you get hired, because you fit the role specifically, or there was something specifically about you that they chose to choose you, whether in a romantic relationship. So I always tell people my target market is going to get my business for me. So I'm going to focus on my target market, and they're going to promote me to other markets outside looking around. My market is millionaires and billionaires, and I stay focused on millionaires and billionaires. They promote me to other places, promote me here and there. Focus is on millionaires and billionaires. I've been bringing African-American millionaires and billionaires into the city of Dallas since 2013. Technically, 2011 is when we got started with our platform. But 2013, we really took off, and I was bringing those millionaires and billionaires out, utilizing Mark Cuban's movie theater, watching documentaries about wealth, especially in the African-American community, and then have investors talk about it. Having multimillionaires and billionaires of African skin tone to talk to other African-Americans and minorities, and of course Caucasians came out as well, but we wanted people that looked like me to talk about this thing so we could break some barriers there, right? So I stay focused on my target market, and they'll promote me into others. And again, we said our tip is right to stay hungry, not greedy, right? And so you're not here to save the world. You're here to participate with others and join forces to keep this place safe. So the other thing is when you get specific with someone, you've got to really kind of define your line and do your elevator speech. So I want to say to this woman right here, we all know it's me, but still. So what does this woman's look say to you? How do you identify with that? Speaking of target markets and demographics and things of that nature, all right? Her name is Dr. Oh My Coffee, the founder of the Board of Literacy. She's a political aspirer, a millionaire, happy African-American, 41-year-old wife and mother in Dallas, Texas, business owner, investor, and media executive. Does she look like she fits those roles? So think about yourself. Do you fit the role? Do you look like what you feel like? Do you look like what you sound like? Do you look like how you act? Is everything, are you getting specific and fine tuning and tapering and tailor making yourself properly? All right, we only have a few more slides. I know it's about to end. I'm gonna miss you, but I'm so excited to end this with you. We have a crowdfunding initiative that we do through a company that we started called as a platform, a crowdfunding platform called I Got Funded, because we want you to say, hey, I got funded. And so what we've done is we raised $5,200. We don't do this like on a big, large scale. We just do it to show others how to do it. It's a cut, copy, and paste method. You can own community crowdfunding initiative. And so what we've done is we have people send us money into Cash App. We have them send it in so it can be publicly displayed. And then once we reach our goal, then we're able to distribute that right back out, because we love distributing wealth and finances, right? So in April, we paid out over $1,200. In May, raised over 2,000, and we paid out 2,500 to 4 people. And then, of course, June, now we're going to raise $5,000, and so we're going to increase by thousands or 1,500 or whatever our goal setting is, because we want to be able to show people how to do it. We want to also bless other people in the process and help other people with whatever position is. We typically do this for businesses and families, but we have different ways that we give out the money. So it's just a way to invest in yourself. But this is something you can do yourself to raise money today for you or your projects that you could be doing. So let's just say you want to give it out to the community. Then you take 10%, 5%. It's okay for you to do that, because you use that towards admin fees. Ads, you use that towards building the platform, the website, promoting it, the flyers and the logos and all that fun stuff. So it's okay to keep some for yourself. The other opportunity that I have, I'm so excited that I have become an authorized dealer of Selling Faith Digital, which is our new cell phone company. And we've been contracted through AT&T and T-Mobile to sell, just like Cricket Wireless, just like Boost Mobile, but now we have our own, right? So I'm now a part of that opportunity through my partner, Dwight Carroll, and his team. However, I'm also an dealer, and I bring on authorized agents. So if you want to participate in that, we're selling cell phones and cell phone service, just like Cricket Wireless and just like Boost Mobile. And now we have so many and other things. And so I definitely put that on there because I want to show you how to raise money. Am I a telecommunications person? Absolutely not. I'm a media person. I'm a cap person, but I'm not really in that. But I saw the opportunity and I invested in that opportunity through my skills and my talents and relationships. And I really do like the program, to where you pay $89 for no contract. You have unlimited talk, text, and data, unlimited hotspot, no credit checks, no hidden fees, no worries, and we have our own cell phone. So I'm not saying we're going to get super duper rich, but we're about to make some money, right? And not only that, AT&T is putting our website up. T-Mobile is putting our website up. They're the ones who are pushing our platform. So to have American business owners be able to have an opportunity like this, we have our own buy-in, even though we're sharing towers and we're sharing the opportunity with bigger name. I'm a part of that, and you can be too. All right. And again, thank you for joining 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. I am so excited about this Wealth Hackathon. I've taught you something, you've learned something, captured something, grabbed something. And guess what? You still have more to go, because you can always still connect with me. And I want you to do that by emailing me, president@boardofliteracy.org. You can text me at 209-441-OMAI. You can connect with me through Wealth Hackathon on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Just Google that or put that in your search when you're in those social media platforms. And please connect with me. We have so much more. And also, I want to give you, for participating, I want to give you a free recording of our Wealth Hackathon just for you participating. It's an informational. We do have courses. We have a 45-day Excel. We have a 90-day intensive, to where we definitely take you through the process as well. But the webinar that we did is free to you, and it goes over some more information that you need tonight. Thank you so much. Mwah! You have been a part of 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. I'm so excited, and we will see you again.
Surviving in the midst of a crisis has stretched my emotional muscles, strengthened my level of creativity, and sterilized my thoughts of uncertainty. That I, Charlisa Harriet, Coach C, the crushing chemo chick, now sit before you, not only as a survivor who crushed it in life, but even more proudly as a champion. I've learned that the train of life stops for no one. So why should you stop? Why should you retreat? Why should you surrender? Why should you not rise as a champion? To learn my winning life strategy, go to www.crushingchemochick.com. I, Charlisa Harriet, the Crushing Chemo Chick, approves of this message. Enjoy.
Our next champion to the stage. She's the star of the Lynette Brown Show.
Hello, everybody. I am Lady V. Yes, I am the co-owner. I'm actually the CEO right now of ENP. And today we are talking about release, rebuild, rebrand. Because it's time to release your past so that you can rebuild your present and that you can rebrand your future. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Release, rebuild, rebrand. I want everybody to say it. Release, rebuild, rebrand. Because it's time for you to release, rebuild, and rebrand who you are. And I know that you want to, and I know that this is the time for you to do as such. Okay, so Lady V gonna show you how to do that. Okay, so when we are releasing means that we're letting it go. There's no reason for you to continue to hold on to the things that is hurting you. So it's time to release. Let's release it, okay? So in releasing, what we gotta do, we gotta make the list. We gotta evaluate the list. We gotta face your reality. We have to release the pain, and we have to move past the pain. Well, you say, well, dang, why? How do I do that? Well, let me tell you how to do that. In order for you to get your peace, you got to do this one step first. You got to do this first. Because you can't get no peace until you release. Oh, that rhyme. You can't get no peace until you release. And now it's time for you to release, okay? So when you are making the list, you got to dig deep and you got to write everything that you are holding on to, whatever that may be. You got to let it go. You got to write it out, put it down, because it's holding you back. It's holding you back from your greatness. And, well, you don't need to be held back from your greatness because you are great. Even when you think you're not great, you are great because God made you great. So be great because you want to be great, okay? Make that list. Make the list. It might be hard because you're going to start realizing as you are writing this list that you are probably holding on to more than you thought you was, okay? So make the list. Then once you get through making the list, you want to evaluate that list. This means that you're going to look your list over and you're going to start to prioritize your list. You're going to prioritize and tell yourself what is important to you and what's least important to you. Now, the things that is more important to you, you want to make sure that you put them on top of the list. Yes, they might be hard, but you don't have to do that because it's time for you to start in your reality, okay? And yes, that's the hardest thing for us to do as humans, is faith. But in order for us to grow, we have to be honest with ourselves, which means that we have to face our reality, okay? So that means that you need to take some accountability for your own actions. And if you have trouble with doing that, guess what? This is your time to actually sit down, find you an accountability. That don't mean just pick anybody accountable for your actions. shoo you. Some people like to say, oh, okay, yeah, you did. But you need to have somebody that say, hey, did you really do this? Did you do that? And yes, it might hurt. It might get on your nerve. I got a bunch of accountability partners, and I ain't asked for none of them. But I got them, and I love them. Okay? I got them, and I love them. Because they hold me accountable when sometimes I forget. Because they make me remember that I'm important as well. Because sometimes I forget about me. And a lot of times, I know some of y'all forget about y'all too. Because you forgot that self-care is, yep, I said it. Self-care is important. So we got that. So it's time for you to start holding yourself accountable for your actions. That means face your reality. If that's who you are, face it. Those are your flaws, face them. Stop telling yourself and lying to yourself and all this doubt, or it's not happening, because it is. Okay, it really is, and this is destroying your life. This is keeping you in bondage, which means that it's keeping you in depression, because that's what we get a lot of times. We start getting depressed. We start facing our reality. So when you start facing your reality, then you can start releasing the pain. Yeah. That means that you can say, you know what? I'm gonna let it go. But you gotta let it go. You cannot keep picking it up. So that does not mean let it go today and pick it up tomorrow. It's not gonna work. Because if you're letting it go, let it go. Leave it along the way. Bye-bye. That's what you have to do. You cannot continue to hold that, or you didn't release that. So if you're gonna let it go today, don't pick it up tomorrow, because you can't grow. It's just keeping you in bondage. It's just holding you down like an anchor, like a weight when you do that, okay? So let it go. You don't need it. Bye-bye. Let it go, okay? And then once you release the pain, you can move past the pain, okay? That means that you actually can tell yourself or give yourself permission to actually move on and just live your life. See, we can live abundantly right here on this earth. We don't have to wait till we're dead and gone. We can live abundantly right here, but it's up to you to be able to do that, because remember, we did. We didn't keep it like it never stays like that. But a lot of times, remember that we have choices in our lives and we give up our peace. But now it's time for you to claim it. Take it back. In order for you to take your peace back, you have to release the pain, let it go. If I held on to all the things that hurt me, man, I could not be happy. I couldn't be smiling. I couldn't be joyful. I couldn't be feeling like I do. There's no way in the world, because I'm holding on to something that is killing me on the inside. And a lot of times we walk around this world, we walk around here on earth, holding on to the things that is killing us on the inside, while we smile on the outside. And we pray and we hope that nobody can see us. Oh no. But guess what? When you come in and you close your doors at night, you cry, you hurt, you beg for something. Well, this is your time. Release it. Release it and let it go. So when you release it, it's your past. Now you can start rebuilding your present. That means right now, the here, the right now. We can start rebuilding it and making it look better And then as we're rebuilding it, these are the things that you're going to have to do to rebuild. I need you to make a list. This list is going to be a little different, but you want to know what's your purpose. You got to ask your things in this section as you're rebuilding. You have to know, what is my purpose? Am I learning how to love me? Am I setting goals for myself? Am I prioritizing my goals? Am I making an execution plan? What are these things that I'm doing? And is it working? If it's not working for you, that's because you're doing it all wrong. But I'm supposed to tell you how to do it right. Yes, I am. Because it's time to rebuild in the right way for you. This does not have to do with anybody else. Nothing. Or what else have to say. This has everything to do with you. Okay? So we're going to make a list. I know y'all say, oh my gosh, Lady V, how many lists do I gotta make? Well, many a list that will help you to get where you need to be. Okay? But this list is gonna be a little bit different than the last list. Okay? Because this is about you. It's about your goals, not your pain, but about your goals. It's gonna help you to remember what you are striving for. It's almost like making a vision board. Some of us have vision boards. Some of us need to make a vision board. Some of us don't know how, but I tell you, Google is your friend. So if you don't know how to make one, please find out how to make one. If I had time, I would tell you how to do it, but I don't, okay? But I want you to make sure that you figure out how to make these ways to work for you, okay? Make a vision board, which means that this vision board is going to have your purpose on it, which means that what's your ultimate goal? Does that mean that you're going to start a business? Are you going to buy a house? Are you going to start a new budget? Are you going to buy a car? Are you going to fix your credit? I mean, what do you want to do for you? What is your ultimate goal? And please, don't make it for the right now. Make it for the next, you know what I'm saying, for the remainder of the year. Do not go and say, oh, for the next 5 years, I want to do X, Y, and Z. I need to throw 100,000 goals on this list because I need to get off. No, right now. So do from, this is what, from May to the remainder of the year, okay? So May to December. That's easy. Pick a few things that you know that are achievable. Because understand something. Some of y'all go over and beyond, and y'all know y'all can't achieve them goals. Stop doing yourself like that. You're hurting you more doing it that way than if you just make these simple goals that you know that you can achieve for you. Okay? So do that. Know what your purpose is. Also, in this, you want to know how to love you more. So sometimes you have to start telling yourself that you deserve the best. Hey, I deserve the best. I deserve that. Hey, I'm worthy. Hey, I'm beautiful. Hey, I'm great. Why wait for somebody else to tell you these things that God already made you? Why wait for something that you already know? You should be these things because you are these things. So tell yourself that. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you you're great. Start doing that for you. Every day I wake up and I say, thank you, God. Thank you for making me great. Thank you for making me the best. Because I deserve the best. I am worthy of having the best. And you are too. So start telling yourself that. Start speaking greatness over your life and see how that works for you. Because I realized that once I started speaking greatness, I started receiving greatness. Yes, I did. Oh my gosh, it was a beautiful thing. And it's still beautiful. And I'm still in shock over a lot of things that happens in my life every day. But I'm grateful. So you too can be grateful, okay? Tell yourself that you deserve it every day. Now, Setting these goals for you may not be easy, but you have to decide, like I said, what you want to do, how you want to do these things, what you want to see for yourself this year. Not 20 years, 5 years, 10 years. That's too long. You might not make it then. We don't know. But you have today. You might have tomorrow. We don't know. But don't make outlandish goals. Just make it simple. Keep it simple. You know, remember that it's okay to dream big, but you have to start somewhere. And this right here is your starting point. Okay? Remember, goals are not resolutions or off the wall goals that you cannot accomplish. Okay? Some of y'all say, oh, I'm going to make these New Year's resolutions. How many of you really stick to them? Yeah, not so many of y'all. So stop making those, but make realistic goals, not resolutions. Okay? Make goals, serious goals. Okay? And stick to them. Stick to them. Remember, consistency is everything. If you're not consistent and you're not going to stick to it, you are wasting your time. Be consistent. It may not happen tomorrow. It may not happen overnight, but you got to stay consistent because building a business, well, that's hard. And a lot of times we get to that point where we're building our businesses and we want to stop because it got a little hard. Well, guess what? We got to keep going. We got to keep fighting. And we got to keep pushing, no matter how hard it gets. So stay there as you are setting your goals, okay? Consistency. Make sure that you prioritize your goals. That means place your goals in order, most important to you. Because this will help you to work in order and it'll make sure that you don't miss anything. Because a lot of times we try to build these we try to build these houses on cracked foundations, okay? You can't do it. It's not gonna work. No matter how hard you try, you cannot build a house on a cracked foundation and think you're not gonna have to down or rebuild, because you will, okay? That's what happens a lot in our lives and a lot of our relationships and things like that, because what we do, we forgot to release our baggage. Our foundation was cracked, and now we're trying to rebuild on a cracked foundation. It's not going to happen. Release that baggage first, and then you can rebuild. Okay? As you're rebuilding, the last thing I want you to make an execution plan. That means that this will take a lot of time and a lot of research, okay? Because to execute the plan, whatever it is that you want to do, it's not going to be easy. Oh, I can just do this and fly like a bird. No. Sometimes you got to dig deep, stand 10 toes down. And in the trenches. That means you have to do your research. You might have to do a little traveling. Remember, Google is your friend. You know, ask around people. You never know what you may find out. But do that. You know, do your research. Take your time up. Don't rush it. Okay? So, yes, you can't rush it. There are no shortcuts. I'm going to say it again. There are no shortcuts when you are rebuilding your life or your brand. Okay? There's no shortcuts. There's just not. So please remember that you can't shortcut it, okay? You can't think that you're gonna make these plans and you're gonna take these shortcuts and you're not gonna have to start over from point A. Because when you miss things, you have to start over. You can't just backtrack because you don't know where you messed up. So you really gotta start over. And every time we have to start over in our lives, we just push things back. We push things back. We push things back. Remember, stop taking shortcuts because there's not any. And now it's time to rebrand the future. Yes, it is. That means that as you are rebranding your future, because now you've released all that baggage that you was holding on to, you rebuild, which means that you finally found how to love you. You finally figured it out. And now it's time to rebrand, which means that now you are rebuilding your confidence. You know, you don't have to figure it out. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to, you know what you want in your life, whether that's relationship, that's your career, whatever it is, you know what you want now because you realize how to love you. And remember, this is a process. This isn't just going to be something that happens overnight. You got to go through the process of this, okay? And in rebranding, you're going to execute your plan because now you know what it is. See, because you did your research while you were rebuilding. Now you know how to execute. And always, 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 always remember to never give up. Again, we stop too soon, and then we wonder why we don't get our blessings. Well, you're not going to get them if you quit. You're never going to make it that way, okay? So stop doing that. So you're going to build your confidence. That means you're going to stop allowing other people to remember you can do all things through Christ which strengthens you. It's time to say yes to you. It's time. Look, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I say yes. Do I want to do that? Yes, I do. My yeses mean yes, and my no's will they mean no's, not me. Not let me see what I can do. No. My yes mean yes, and my no's mean no. Stick to your guns, because that's what that is, okay? Stick to who you are. Rebuild your confidence. Because guess what? It's all about you. It's all about you. Some people may hate you. Some people might not like you so well because you finally put your boundaries up and found you for you. And that's okay. That's okay. Don't allow them to destroy or to tear you down. Don't do that. Because understanding something, knowing what you want, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And you need to know what you want, you know? So I want you to look at your list of goals. Everything that, all the lists that you have made, I want you to look at. And then I want you to ask yourself, are you really truly ready to just stand on your fear and step out on your faith? That means that it's time for you to start making a decision. So you can stand in your fear all you want. You're going nowhere. Or you can get up, step into your faith. Just stand on it. Because I love to stand on my faith. And I just watch it just pour. Just trickle out. I love it. He's awesome. I could not stand on my fear. I couldn't step in it. I just could not be in fear anymore. It was holding me back. It was holding me from my greatness. And when you are afraid to be great, well, that's what you're gonna get. Don't be afraid to be great. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Don't be afraid to be great. Now it's time for you to execute your plans. All of them. Start executing. That means that it's put it in motion. Put your plan in motion and do what it is that you love to do. That means you're not going to look back. You're not going to be indecisive. You're not going to try to figure out, well, is this really what I'm supposed to do? No, this is what you're supposed to do. And you don't have to you don't have to figure it out. You know that this is what you're supposed to do. So do it. Get it done. Put it in motion. You already did your work, research. You already did that. So put it in motion. It's time to go. It's go time, go. Because this is your life. Okay? And then, of course, the one thing that I always have to tell everybody is don't give up. Never give up on you. Don't give up on your hopes and your dreams. Don't give up on the things that you want to do for you, no matter what people tell you. Because trust me, people told me a lot, oh, you're not going to be a good life coach, but here I am. People say, oh, people not going to want to listen to your message, but here I am. People say, oh, Lady B, nobody going to listen to your radio network, but here I am. Doing what I love to do, and I did not stop. And I did not allow anybody to tell me what I can or cannot do. And here I am, right here at this event with you. Man, blessed. The old me didn't think I could because I had so many people. I was carrying this baggage. Oh, I was holding on to it. I was carrying it. It was heavy. But once I released it and shook it off, man, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Beautiful. And I wouldn't change it for nothing in the world. So I'm telling you right now to don't give up. Don't give up on you. No matter what comes at you, no matter what comes your way, never give up. It's going to be some doors that's going to close in your face. It's going to be some drama that may come your way. But never give up on dreams. Never do it. Okay? It's time to release your past so that you can rebuild your present, so that you can walk in your greatness when you are rebranding who you are. That's what I want. I want you to be great. I want you to be so great that when you walk down the street, they can say, she great. Oh, that brother right there, he great. That's what you want to do. Be great today. Release, rebuild, and rebrand. Release, rebuild, and rebrand. This is your time. This is your time. And I know that you are ready. I know that you are ready to be a better you. I know that you are ready to be greater than you've ever been. And this is your time for you. And I want you to do that. Hey, I'm Lady V. If you ever want to release, rebuild, and rebrand, and you can always find me at www.allyournightprofessionals.com because we want you to do what? We want you to be great. Release, rebuild, rebrand. Hey, that's my time. I love you, y'all. And hey, stay empowered, enriched, and encouraged to do great things. And this year, get your 2020 vision on because it's time to release, rebuild, and rebrand the new year. I'll see you on the other side while we smiling and walking in our greatness. Thank you. Have a blessed time.
All right, this next champion coming to the stage, master speaker, author, coach. He said there's no conflict, there's no story. Are your stories memorable? Are your stories bringing in revenue? Well, help me welcome Andy Henriquez.
Hey, what's going on, family? This is Andy Enriquez. Let me just tell you, I am so excited, and I have been looking forward to our time together, like me and you right now. Like, I'm so you decided to be here. And first of all, I just think you're wise, you're bright, you're brilliant. Why? Because you know that, this is the opportunity now to start skilling up, right? It's not enough that whatever skill sets you've had, whatever things that you've done, they've allowed you to produce the results that you've produced up until this time. And so now is the time for you to skill up, which is why you are so smart to decide to have been part of this 24 hours of entrepreneurship. And one of the things is, I know you've been seeing some other extraordinary speakers, and I'm hoping you have gotten tremendous value. But one thing I can assure you is that you are in the right spot. Like you and me, like this is going to be something special. You are in the right spot. And you say, well, Andy, why? Well, the reason why is because I'm going to show you during our time exactly how you cash in on your story. That's right. Look, I know you have a lot of stories. You got a whole lot of stories, but the question is, are you cashing in on those stories? Are you using those stories so that you can attract your ideal customer, and using stories so that you can actually increase your level of conversion? Are you using those stories so that you can increase your level of conversion? But not just that, but ultimately so that you can get more people to take action. We're talking about increasing your level of influence. And so I'm going to be sharing with you just a couple things during our time together. Number one, I'm going to be sharing with you stories that I believe that every entrepreneur needs to build out so that ultimately be able to bring in an additional 6 figures in their business. So if you're against generating more revenue in your business, or if you're against getting to 6 figures, or if you already are at multiple 6 figures and 7 figures, if you're against making another 6 figures, this may not be for you. But if you're open to skilling up, if you're open to generating more revenue, let me tell you, you're in the right spot. And so I am so grateful that you decided to spend this time with me. I'm going to be sharing with you, like I said, my 6-figure storytelling formula, which are the 5 stories that I believe everybody needs to build out. I'm also, if we have enough time, I'm going to be sharing with you the 5 steps to developing a signature story. Now, why would you even want to develop a signature story? A signature story is the story that you develop so that when you're out in the marketplace, you can have a whole lot of clarity, a lot of confidence, so that you can attract more people to your products and your services. Why? Because of the mere fact that they would know more about you, they would have a better understanding of the value of your products and your services. And the old adage goes that people love to do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And so this would position you so that they feel like they know you, they feel like they trust you, they feel like they like you, which would all set you up so that you can generate more leads and then ultimately be able to get more clients. And so that's what we're going to be spending our time together doing. Now, before we go ahead and kick off, I know that for some of you, this is your first time with me. So I just want to go a little bit into my own personal story so that you and I could connect, since we're going to be spending some time together. My name's Andy Enriquez. I'm a business storytelling coach, speaker, author, and trainer. And most importantly, I help people to really be able to leverage their stories so that they can make more impact and make more income. Now, I wish I could tell you that that was always my path. That's always what I was doing, but it wasn't. You see, I grew up in a Caribbean household. My parents are originally from the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. My parents came to the United States from Haiti. And one of the things that my parents told me, they said, Andy, if you want to have success in this country, the key to success is this. You got to go to school, you got to get a good education, and you also got to get a good job. And so let me tell you something. I followed the script. I went to school at Florida State University. I got my undergraduate degree in accounting. I got my master's degree in corporate accounting. And then I ended up landing a job as a result of studying hard and putting in the hours. I ended up landing a job in one of the big 4 public firms, a company by the name of PricewaterhouseCoopers. And so here I am. I'm working with this amazing company with some of the brightest minds in the world. I got every reason to do well, but yet and still there's a part of me that's saying, you know what? There's got to be more than this. And, maybe you could relate to that. Like getting a job, a set of circumstances, or even a relationship, and saying to yourself, you know what? There has got to be more than this. And let me tell you something. That's where I was for a year and a half. For a year and a half, I was waking up every day to the sound of an alarm clock, getting in my bed, fighting traffic, and showing up to a place in which I knew that something inside of me was saying, Andy, there has got to be more than this. But let me be honest with you. For a year and a half, I thought about taking a chance on myself. For a year and a half, I thought about becoming an entrepreneur, a speaker, a coach. And here's what I would do. I would talk myself into it and then talk myself right back out of it. I don't know if you ever had something you wanted to do and you talked yourself into it and then you talked yourself right back out of it. Like, if you've ever done that, do me a favor in the comment section, anywhere where you're watching this right now, just go ahead and put me too, me too, me too. Like, if you've done that before, just put me too, right? So that way I know I'm not in this thing by myself. And so for a year and a half, I thought about taking this chance. And then here's what I would do. This is what it looked like. I would talk myself into it. I'd be like, come on, Andy, you could do it. You could become an entrepreneur. You could become a speaker. You could become a coach. And then just when I start talking myself into it, the other voice will pop up and be like, yeah, but you did spend a lot of time getting your undergraduate degree in accounting. You got your master's degree in corporate accounting. You studied for the CPA exam. You're working this good job. You got good benefits. And so I did that for a year and a half. I would talk myself into it and then talk myself right back out of it. Look, if you've ever had something that you wanted to do, you talked yourself into it and then you talked yourself right back out of it. Do me a favor right now and just put me too, put in the comment section, me too, right? If you've ever done anything like that, absolutely. And I did for a year and a half. And then, but for me, things finally shifted in December of 2004. You see, December of 2004 became what I like to refer to as my defining moment. Kevin Costner, y'all know Kevin Costner from the movie Bodyguard and so on, where he has another movie named Tin Cup. And in that movie, he drops a line, and I love it. This is what he says. He said, when the defining moment comes, either you define the moment or the moment defines you. Either you define the moment, you decide that you're going to play it big this year, that you're going to level up, that you're going to start getting the skills, that you're going to get outside of your comfort zone, that you're going to do the things that are necessary so that you can take your business, your life, everything to the next level. The whole reason why you joined and decided to be part of what we're putting on right now, or the moment defines you. And you decide to play it small, you don't do those things that you were intended to do, and you don't realize your goals and your dreams like you wanted to. And then so for me, that became a defining moment because I finally built up the courage to go and talk to a lady. Her name is Tammy Klein. And I finally went and talked to Tammy Klein, and I turned in my letter of resignation to Tammy Klein. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I wish I could tell you I knew exactly workshop now. And there was this gentleman at the front of the room, high energy, a lot of conviction, and he shared something I'd never heard before. He said, I want you to imagine for a moment that you had all the money that you wanted in your bank account. You had all of it, whatever that is for you, 1 million, 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, whatever that is for you. And then he said, I want you to imagine whatever fear you have, the fear of failure, the fear of disappointment, the fear of rejection, all of that was taken away, but you still had to provide a service. There was one caveat you had to give. He said, what is it that you love so much that you would get up and do it for free, even if you weren't getting paid to do it? And when he said that, I started thinking for a moment, trying to answer that question. And I realized that I wanted to be the guy in the front of the room. And that gentleman who was at the front of the room was one of the top 5 speakers in the world, a gentleman by the name of Les Brown. And at that moment, he had a program called the Platinum Speaker Program. That was over 10 years ago. And I signed up for that Platinum Speaker Program, and I started to learn how to develop my voice and how to be able to share and craft stories. And I started really learning how to leverage stories to be able to build connection, how to be able to enroll people. And now today, I can tell you that I'm so blessed and fortunate that I have companies that are my clients like Office Depot, Pratt & Whitney, Accenture, Bacardi. I've even had the privilege of being able to train some of the best minds in the world over at NASA. You know, I've been able to be in Black Enterprise, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur Magazine. I've been on national television. And I share all of that to not impress you, as one of my mentors would say, but to just simply remind you that the person who's talking to you right now is a retired accountant, a CPA. And let's face it, CPAs are not known for being great storytellers or for being good communicators. And so I share that with you as a bit of silver lining to tell you that regardless of where you are on a scale from 1 to 10 in your level of communication, the beautiful thing that I want you to realize is that this is a skill level that anybody can learn to enhance. This is a skill set that you can build up. This is a skill set that you can get better at, okay? Now, here's what's really, really critical, and I want you to understand is this, is that there are, however, some key problems that many entrepreneurs face, and I personally believe that if you can address these problems, that it is going to become a game changer for you. And so before I start getting into the teaching, I want you to identify which of these problems applies to you. I believe that there's 4 main problems that most entrepreneurs are facing when it comes to them getting their message out and using that message to be able to get customers and clients and convert them into paying clients. So one of the first things that I believe is a major challenge, and if this is a challenge for you, I want you to write down number 1 or put it in the chat. One of the first challenges is this is product and a service that you love, that you're excited about. And although you have this great product or service, when you get out there and you start talking about the product and service, there's not enough clarity and you're not gaining traction. Like, in other words, people are not, banging down your door to buy your products and your services. You're not attracting them like you'd want to. And so even though you're excited about your products and services, something's getting lost in translation. And for some reason, maybe perhaps they're not as excited as you are. And so you're losing traction as a result of that. Like, if you think that you can get better clarity when you're talking about your products or your services or talking about what it is that you provide, I want you to go ahead and jot down number 1. I believe that that's one of the first challenges that I believe so many of us have to be able to overcome. And story, I believe, is one of the best ways to be able to help you to get more clarity and deliver more clarity in that message. So do me a favor, jot down number 1. If you think you could have more clarity when delivering your message, delivering your content, go ahead and write down number 1. Now, here's the second thing. You say, well, Andy, what is the second challenge that many people are facing? The second challenge is this. Let's say you actually do get in front of your ideal customer and client. So you're like, wait a second, I actually have gotten in front of my ideal customer and client, but for some reason, Andy, they don't buy. They don't buy. In other words, you feel like you could do a better job at increasing your conversion rate. If you think that you could get better at increasing your conversion rate, like that's an area that you think you could stretch and you grow, I want you to jot down number 2, or if you can, right there in the chat section, go ahead and put number 2, right? If you think that you could benefit by increasing your level of conversion. In other words, you are getting in front of some of your customers and clients, but you just are not getting them to buy. You're not converting. So if you think you can improve, jot down number 2, right? And now here's the third thing. If I were to ask you right now, what is your most precious, most valuable resource? What do you think that is? Go ahead and put that down right now in the chat. What do you think is your most precious resource? Your most valuable and your most precious resource. You're right. That's what it is. Your most precious resource is what? It is your time. You can never get that back. And so for us as entrepreneurs, that if we want to grow and scale our business, one of the things that we have to learn how to do is to be able to leverage our time, right? And so part of how you leverage your time is to go from having one-on-one conversations, in other words, speaking to one person at a time, to having one-to-many conversations. You see, in addition to me talking to you right now, I am also talking to hundreds, even thousands of additional people as a result of this particular broadcast. I want you to get that, right? And so this conversation, I could have one conversation with one person at a time, have a conversation one to many. Most entrepreneurs know that significantly grow their business if they got better at speaking to one to many as opposed to one to one. Now, here's the question. Why don't more entrepreneurs then speak one to many as opposed to one to one? Well, the reason why, yeah, you're absolutely right, because they're afraid, right? So they got the fear of speaking in front of groups of people, right? Or they lack confidence, or they lack clarity. And so that, unfortunately, is keeping them from being able to grow their business. So if you're an entrepreneur and you are, right, or you're an aspiring entrepreneur, understand this, that one of the problems is that, number one, you want to make sure when you're putting your message out there that you got enough clarity, right? So a lot of us, we don't have enough clarity and something's getting lost in translation. That's why we're not necessarily attracting the people that we want. Number two, if you are finally getting in front of the people that you want to make sure you're able to convert. If for some reason you're not converting, you want to increase your conversion rate. Number 3 is this. You don't want to just have one-on-one conversations, but rather you want to have one-to-many conversations. Now, here's the fourth and final thing. The fourth and final thing, I believe, is that most of us are not making enough impact. And I believe that one of the best ways to be able to build traction and to build impact is to leverage your story. And the reason why I share that with you is because one of my mentors told me a long time ago, he said, Andy, don't chase the income. He said, chase the impact, my friend. And I'm going to say that to you right now. Don't chase the income, but rather chase the impact. Because if you can make more impact, by default, you are going to make more money. So that's something I want you to get. If you can make more impact, by default, you will make more money. So I'm talking to the individual right now who's saying to themselves that, yes, I'm an entrepreneur, but I believe as an entrepreneur, I can get to the next level. I want to get to the next level. Andy, that's the whole reason why I'm tuning in right now. It's the whole reason why I listen to some of the other speakers. It's the whole reason why I'm listening to you. And so I'm glad that you are. But before I could give you the solution, I need you to be able to see what the problem is. And so that is part of the problem. The problem is that as entrepreneurs, as speakers, as coaches, we're excited about what we have. But when we put our message out, we don't have clarity. And so something's getting lost in translation that we're not necessarily keeping and holding the people that we want to hold, okay? The second thing is you got to understand, this is super, super, super important is that we are not properly converting. The reason why we're not converting is because unfortunately, we're not getting people to see the value of our services. We're not helping to create a sense of urgency, and we're not putting people in a position where they can make a decision, okay? The other thing is this. We're not properly leveraging our time. You get that? So we're having one-on-one conversations. That is going to allow you to only scale your business so much. You've got to grow your business. And part of how you do it is by leveraging your time, one-to-many conversations. So the beautiful thing you have to understand is speaking is a modality. Every entrepreneur, I don't care what kind of business you have, you don't need to become a professional speaker per se, but you do need to know how to leverage speaking so that you can grow your business, get more leads, and also be able to leverage your time. Super critical. And of course, you want to ultimately be able to make more impact, and ultimately making more impact is going to allow you to make. I want you to jot down 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, whichever one of those areas you believe that you can grow in, okay? Now, here's what I want. If you believe that you want those areas, having more clarity, level of conversion, or making sure that you can get more people to actually purchase your products, right, through your conversions that we were talking about, making sure you can have more one-to-many conversations as to one-on-one, or making more impact. I want you to understand, if you're trying to figure out, well, Andy, how do I do that? I'm going to give you a simple solution. And you say, well, Andy, what is it? What is it, right? So the simple solution is this. Understand this, that one of the best ways for you to have more clarity, for you to get people to take action is what? You're saying, Andy, what is it? What is it? Guess what? It's by you knowing how to be able to share and tell very powerful, strategic, enrolling stories. Do you get that? And now you say, well, Andy, I tell stories all the time. No. Listen, I'm not talking about you telling stories the way that you tell, right? I know how you tell stories to your friends and family members. You go in like chronological sequence when you tell them the story. You're like, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. Now, here's the thing I want you to understand. Your friends, your family members, so they're going to give you something called grace. When you're speaking and you're telling your stories, they're going to give you grace. They listen to you. You've done it. You know you've done it. You've been on the phone with a friend. You're busy trying to clean up, washing the dishes, straightening stuff out. You got the phone on speakerphone. They're talking to you. They're like, you listening? You listening? You like, yeah, I'm listening. They go, you listening? Yeah, Meanwhile, you clean the dishes. You're scrolling through social media. You're doing something else, right? Why do you do that for your friends and family members? Why? You extend grace. But can I explain something to you? Your prospects, those people who don't know you yet, they're not going to give you that kind of grace. And so they're going to simply pop on your Facebook Live. They're going to pop on your IG Live. They're going to pop into your email real quick, if they even open the email, or they're going to listen to you for just a few seconds. And if you can't get their attention, hold their attention, keep their attention, then guess what happens? They're just going to move on. And when they move on, they take their wallet with them, and they're not able to take any action. Do you get that? And so what I want you to understand is that we're not talking about telling stories the way that you've always told stories. We're talking about you telling powerful strategic stories. So before I go ahead and break something down for you, I want you to understand this, that this is something one of my mentors broke down for me many, many years ago. And this is a simple 3-part framework. Understand this, that before you're going to have any level of influence, right? Because we said we got to have more impact. Impact drives income. If you want to have more impact, you got to have more influence. You're not going to be able to influence anybody until you first answer these 3 questions. Now, one of my mentors years ago taught me this framework, okay? I want to go ahead and position it in a different way for you so that you can really, really get this, all right? And it's the only way that you're going to be prepared for the rest of what I'm going to share with you. But understand this, that if you want to create a lot of impact, of influence, you have to understand that whenever you're stepping into a room, getting in front of your prospects, that they're asking 3 questions. They may not ever ask you these questions directly, but they're thanking them. Trust me, they're thanking them. They may never say it to you directly, but they're thanking them. The first question they're asking is this. They just want to know, who are you, right? Now, here's what I want you to get. Who you are is not your website, all right? Website is a great tool. That's not who you are. Who you are, listen carefully, who you are is not your bio. I tell folks all the time, I got a video out that says nobody cares about your bio. Because the reality of it is, nobody cares about it. They don't care about your bio. And so your bio is not really who you are. Your website's not who you are. Profile is not who you are. It lists some of your accolades, where you've been and so forth. Listen, if you want someone to really feel a connection with you, if you want them to get an idea of who you are, you start by sharing a part of your story. It's the reason why you could talk to a complete stranger. You start telling stories to each other, and now all of a sudden you start feeling a connection. To be able to leverage the story first, be able to get people to feel a connection to us. Now, the question they're asking is, well, now that I have an idea, what is it that you have, right? They're asking, well, what do you have? What exactly do you have? What do you have, right? Now, here's the thing. Most of us, we're excited for what we have. We're like, are you kidding me? This is what I have. And you want to start products. You want to start talking about your services. Now, it's great that you're excited. The issue is when you start talking about what you have before you build any connection. And so I don't know where you're sitting right now, but I want you to do this with me. I want you to flip the order. Do it with me. I want you to flip. I know it's silly. Do it with me. You ready? Put your hand like this. Flip. I want you to flip the order. And what do I mean by that? I want you to flip the order in the sense of before you try to tell people what it is that you have, I want you first to make sure. And I want you to write this down. If you're a note taker, you need to connect before you sell. I'm going to say it again. You need to connect before you sell, right? Because listen, everybody else is just trying to sell, right? But we already know people love to do business with people that they know, like, and trust. How they get to know you, how they get to like you, how they get to trust you. They get to know, like, and trust you through your story. So you leverage the story first to be able to build connection with them. And now that you built connection, now they actually are interested in learning about what you have to offer. Now you can go ahead and talking about the amazing products and services that you have. But even when you do that, you got to be careful that you are the plane as opposed to the destination. It's another huge mistake that entrepreneurs make. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Most entrepreneurs, when they are selling a product or a service, they try to describe the product or service. So if they offer coaching, they're like, oh, we have a coaching program. We're going to meet up, 12 times. We are going to be using Zoom as the platform for our meetings. You're going to get these video downloads. You're going to get this workbook. And so they're describing the things that the people are going to get. That is basically describing the plane, as we call it, okay? What people want to know is what is going to be the outcome, right? They want to know the destination. So what you really need to be doing is describing the destination, describing the outcome, describing the benefit that they're going to receive as a result of getting your coaching, as a result of buying your services. And so what's one of the best ways for you to do that? Once again, what do you think the answer is? Stories. Bingo. So instead of you describing what you're going to sell, you use stories so that you can get them to really understand what it is that you have and how they're going to benefit from it. And the last question they're asking is, well, why should I care, right? That's what they ask. They want to know, why should I care? Like, why should I care about your products and your service? You could just try to tell them why they should care, right? And you still may not really do a good job. However, if a story that gets them to understand understand how another client, you help them to lose the weight. The other client, you help them to raise their income. The other client, or whoever it is, your past client, you get them to see how you created value for somebody else and how it can also create value for them. Everything begins to change. Do you get that? And so we've got to answer those three questions. But here's what the good news is. You answered those three questions by leveraging very strategic stories. And so you might be saying, well, Andy, I know I've told stories in the past. You're telling me I got to develop stories. Well, what are the stories that I need to develop? Well, guess what? I'm glad that you asked, okay? So I want to share with you the 5 stories that you need to develop, the 5 stories you need to develop so that ultimately, listen carefully, so that you can attract your ideal customer client, so that you can increase your conversion rate, so that you can position yourself as an expert in the marketplace, and so that ultimately you can generate more income. Now, before I do that, I don't want to forget, I've also got something for you. I want to make sure that I give you this really quick, cool, free video training. In this training, I share with you how you could use stories to be able to get people's attention, overcome their objections, and then get them to take action. And so if you're the kind of person like you like to get quick, bite-sized information that you can grab, apply it right away, this is for you. So here's what you're going to do right now. If you want to take advantage of this really quick video training that I have, all you're going to do me a favor right now, pull out your cell phone and go ahead and text this. You're going to text the word story to 954-23701. Once again, you're going to text the word story to 954-278-3701. I'm going to say it one more time. You're going to text the word story to 954-278-3701. Now, after you do that, you're going to be prompted to go ahead and put in your name and your email. What that's going to allow us to do is to send you this video training via email, and I'm also going to send it to you via text message. And so that's my gift to you. And that is at least something fast, something really awesome, practical that you can use right away. So you want to make sure that you do that, like not later, like 954-278-3701. Now, here, if you're a note taker, he's 5 stories with you. I'm going to share them really, really fast. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to get a piece of paper, and I want you to write the word solve going down a piece of paper. S-O-L-V-E. The word solve going down vertical on a piece of paper. Just so you know, this is vertical. This is horizontal. This is vertical. So you're going to write it vertical, right? Going down on a piece of paper. Story going down vertical on a piece of paper. Solve, right? We're going to spell the word solve. Now, here's what's really, really important for you, okay? I want you to understand. Why did I choose the word solve? Well, the reason why is because I believe that these stories solve most of the challenges that entrepreneurs, right? So you might be saying, all right, Andy, I'm ready. If you're ready. Matter of fact, do me a favor right now in the chat. Go ahead and put, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. All right, now that you're ready, let's get into the first letter. The first letter is S. So what is the S in the word solve? It is what we refer to as your signature story. So a lot of times when I am dealing with one of my ideal customers and clients, one of the first things is they're like, Andy, I'm convinced. You have convinced me, my man. I need to get better at being able to share and tell stories. I want to work with you, but what story should I start off with? And I'm telling you, out of the 5 stories that I'm about to share with you, the one that you're going to start off with is the signature story. That's what the S is, the signature story. And I'm going to make you understand why you want to start off with that story. The reason why you want to start off with the signature story is because let's think about this. As an entrepreneur, you have a product, you have a service. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get the attention of your customers, your prospects, and you're trying to get them to feel some type of a connection with you, and also to realize that maybe perhaps you have an answer, a solution to one of their problems. The signature story, the whole purpose of the signature story is to help you to be able to build some level of connection and rapport with your ideal customer and client, and position you as potentially being the person that has the answer to one of their problems, right? So that is what a signature story is. All major influencers have a signature story, right? And so if you go and you list any major influencer, you think about anybody, they have a story. When people are about to launch a book campaign, one of the first things that their campaign party has to do is help them to create a story. Steve Jobs, when he was alive, he leveraged stories during his things, and he had his own personal story. Oprah Wins her story. Les Brown shares his story. Lisa Nichols shares her story. Richard Branson shares his story. So I want you to understand that all of those individuals have what we refer to as a signature story. It's like the story that they share over and over and over again so that they can build connection and rapport with. That signature story is critical because it is the one that allows you to gain traction. It is the one that allows you to attract people. It is the one that allows you to build and grow your tribe. So you must develop a signature story, right? A signature story. This is super, super critical. I can tell you years ago when I started getting coaching and mentorship, I started off with one story, nothing more than one story. And I'm telling you that as a result of sticking to that story and leveraging that story, I've been able to leverage that one story. That one story has allowed me to be able to develop my first product. That one story, I leveraged it to develop a book. That one story, I leveraged it to build out keynotes. That one story, right? That one story also ended up going viral and being featured on Goldcast and now has close to 4 million views. The one story that I share about my mom, that one signature story that I took the time to build out, that story has allowed me to be able to get return after return after return. So never underestimate the value of developing and crafting one really powerful story. That is what we refer to as a signature story. Do me a favor right now in the chat, put, I need a signature story, or write that down. I need a signature story. Right? So the second type of story that you need is the O, right? Make sure that O, we refer to that as an offer story. We call that an offer story. Well, why in God's green earth would you want to have an offer story? Well, check this out. If you're an entrepreneur, you had better be making offers. You get that? You need to be offering your products. You need to be offering your services. You get that? If you're not making offers, you will go out of business. So you better be selling something. Everybody got me on that? Now, what is an offer story? The purpose of the offer story is to make sure that this thing that you are selling, what we want to do is we want to get your prospect to really see the value so that they don't hit you back with, oh, well, let me think about it. Let me see what I could do. Let me get back to you and so forth. All of which translates to they didn't see enough value for them to go ahead and make a buying decision, right? We don't want that to happen. That's, as they would say in Spanish, no bueno, right? That's no good. You get that? So we want them to be able to see the value in our products and our services. And we also want to create a sense of urgency so that they're going to make the decision now rather than later, right? So what is an offer story? An offer story is a story that you share that either gets them to see the value, the real value of your product or your service, or it is a story that you leverage to get them to have a sense of urgency so that they're going to make a decision right there in that moment. Like, we don't want to get blown off. We don't want them to say, we're going to get back to you. Like, we want them to make a decision right there in that moment. That is the whole purpose of the offer story. So it's simply a story that you leverage when you are presenting your products and your services so that you can get your prospect to see the value or increase their sense of urgency so that you'll get more yeses and that you'll increase conversion, all right? So first we talked about the signature story. Now we talked about the offer story. The next type of story is what we refer to as a landing story. Well, check this out. You know, for most of us, whether we're speakers, coaches, entrepreneurs, you probably have, you know, some content, right? Some content that you share with your customers, your clients, content that you share with your audience, content that you share with your coaching clients, right? So we have content. Now, here's the thing. There used to be a time back in the day where they used to say content is king. The reason why is because the differentiator was that you spent countless in the library and doing all this research to get information that the average person did not have access to. So that's why content was king. That's what made you unique. You had done the research, you studied, you had access to the information that other people didn't have access to. So that's what made content king. Well, there's a company by the name of Google that completely screwed that up, okay? So here's what I was telling people. If content is king, then Google killed the king, right? Content is king. Google killed the king. Why? Because now it's no longer the case where your content is just so amazing and so unique. The average person could go on Google, Google topic, Google your topic, Google your area of expertise, my area of expertise, and be able to get enough information that would have taken like years of research to do back in the day, right? Just at their fingertips as a result of Google, right? So what it means is that content alone is not the great differentiator. So what is it that really makes your content different? What makes your content different is the stories that you put in. You see, your content may not be only you, but your stories are unique to you. So when you take your content and then you put them in these unique stories, what it does makes your content more engaging, makes it more compelling, makes it more memorable, and then it also starts making it stand out, makes it different, right? And so that's what we refer to as a landing story. It's stories that helps your content to land better and makes it more engaging. Now, the other type of story that you need is what we refer to as a value proposition story. That's the V, the value proposition story. A value proposition story is a story that you share where you get your audience, your prospects, your clients to buy into your big idea, right? So my big idea is that stories are important. Stories separate you from the competition, right? Stories can help you to have more engagement. And so let's say a keynote per se, and I'm looking to enroll my audience, I start off with a value proposition story because the last thing I want to do is be talking to them about storytelling and they still not really believe that storytelling is that important. So I start off first by telling them a story. The story is to get them to say, wow, stories are important. So one of the stories that I share whenever I'm delivering a keynote is I talk about, when I was about to turn 16 and I turned 16, I was begging my mom. I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. I was begging my mom to buy me a car. And so I remember just always looking at the car. Could you buy me a car? Could you buy me a car? And unfortunately, my mom just didn't have the money. But then one particular day I came home from school, I caught a big break. My mom sat me down on the couch. She said, NZ, I got to tell you something, right? My mom has a strong Haitian accent. She's like, NZ, I got a $5,000 pre-approval check in the mail. And I'm thinking to myself, like, am I $1,000 pre-approval check in the mail for a loan from the bank? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, since you've been such a good student, I'm going to buy you a car. I didn't even let my mom get the words out of her mouth. I ran into the bedroom. I grabbed the Auto Trader magazine. I showed my mom this black Ford Bronco 2 Eddie Bauer edition, black on the outside, beige trim, beige interior. I said, Mom, this is the truck. You have to, listen, Mom, you have to buy me this truck. And we went out that weekend, and sure enough, I came home with the truck. I was so excited. This was before Facebook, before IG, before cell phones. And I called up my friends on the house phone and told them, man, I just got a Ford Bronco 2. Meet me at school Monday morning by the bus stop. Now, why do you think I want my friends to meet me by the bus stop? Yeah, of course. I wanted my friends riding the bus to see me getting out of my new car, right? So I couldn't wait. That Monday morning, I jumped up, I got ready to go, and I walked out to the kitchen, my car keys. I'm like, where are my car keys? And so I ended up going and thinking to myself, like, okay, perhaps my mom picked up the car keys. So I walk over to her bedroom, like, hey, Mom, did you grab my car keys? My mom walks over to the door, and she goes, NZ, baby, listen, Mommy worked very hard to be able to buy you the car, baby. And Mommy does not have the money to be able to pay for the insurance. So until you get a job and you can pay for the insurance, the car, baby, is going to sit right there. Now, if you know Caribbean moms, they use their hands. My mom was like, the car, baby, is going to sit right there. And I was like, Mom, wait a second. No, come on, man. I told my friend. She's like, no, you are not driving that car until you get a job and you can pay for the insurance. And I had to do the walk of shame. I had to get on that bus. All my friends were waiting for me right over there by the bus stop. And all day long, all I'm thinking about is like, where am I going to get a job so I can be able to pay for this car insurance? And at the time, there was a grocery store close to my house, Public Supermarket. We have them down in South Florida. And I remember filling out an application at that Public Supermarket. And I kept going back in to check on my application with the store manager. I'll never forget his name. His name was Mr. Olson. An application, I was going in and checking in periodically with Mr. Olson to see if I had a job. And every single time I went to go see Mr. Olson, he'd always tell me, come back in a couple of days. I go back in a couple of days and say, come back in a couple of days. Finally, frustrated because Mr. Olson is not giving me the job. My car in the meantime has been sitting in front of my house now for about 2.5 weeks. my 16-year-old reputation's on the line, right? They're looking at me like I'm crazy. And then so finally, one Friday, I get on my bike, I ride back over there, I see Mr. Olson. The man sees me coming in the store. He starts walking the opposite direction. Clearly, he's trying to avoid me. I don't know what got into me at the moment. I run up to Mr. Olson. I say, Mr. Olson, sir, could you just listen to me for a moment, sir? Mr. Olson, my name's Andy Enriquez. I attend school at Plantation High School, sir. I turned 16 a couple months ago. I've been begging my mom to buy me a car, but she didn't have the money, sir. But she got a $5,000 pre-approval loan from the bank, sir. She bought me a black Ford Bronco 2 Eddie Bauer edition, sir. It's black. It's got beige side trim, beige interior, sir. And my mom won't let me drive the car until I get a job and I can pay for the insurance. Mr. Olson, sir, I turned in my application. I haven't heard anything back. I've been coming in. Mr. Olson, sir, don't you remember your first car? Yes. I got him. Mr. Olson's entire demeanor changed. Let me tell you something. Mr. Olson walked me over to the counter. There was a stack of applications. Mr. Olson starts flipping through. The application was at the bottom of the stack. But I watched Mr. Olson take my application from the bottom of the stack, and then he put it at the top of the stack, baby. Do you hear me? He put it at the top of the stack. And then he said, listen, man, before you can start working here, you got to go ahead and come in tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I was like, wait a second, Mr. Olson. Wait, don't play, Mr. Olson. Wait a second, sir. Are you saying I have the job? Mr. Olson was like, yes, I'm saying you have the job. You're finally going to be able to buy a truck. I'm thinking to myself, yes, but I want you to think. And so Mr. Olson walks me over to the counter, and then he picks up this big, large stack of applications. He goes through the stack, and I'm at the bottom of the stack. And then he took my application from the bottom of the stack, and then he placed it to the top of the stack. And he said, listen, young man, before you're going to start working here, you got to come into orientation tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, Mr. Olson, like, don't play, Mr. Olson. Wait a second. Are you saying I have the job? And he's saying, yes, man, I'm saying you have the job, and you're finally going to be able to drive this truck of yours. And so I want you to think about for a second, what is it that caused Mr. Olson to go ahead and finally make the decision to give me the job after all the previous times where he pretty much dismissed me? I'm going to tell you what it was. It was the story. And so what I want you to realize is that the story allowed me to go from being at the bottom of the stack to the top of the stack. The story allowed me at the age of 16 years old to be able to influence Mr. Olson, probably in his early 50s, and to get him to say yes. And here's what I want you to realize. A powerful story allows you to separate yourself from the competition. You see, until I told the story, I was just in a stack of applications competing on all the same parameters as everybody else. A great story allows you to go from being at the bottom of the stack to the top of the stack. And a story can allow you to ultimately be able to influence people to be able to say yes. I was able to influence Mr. Olson to finally say yes and to give me the job. And so how many of you realize this, that stories are powerful tools? Now, I share that with you because when I'm doing my keynotes, I share that story for the mere fact that all I'm looking to do is to get the audience to agree with me that stories can help you separate yourself from the competition. Stories are a great tool that you can leverage to be able to influence people, and stories ultimately can help you to get to yes, all right? That is what we refer to as a value proposition story. It is nothing more than a story that you craft and you share to get your prospects, your audience, to buy into your big idea. What is your big idea? Whatever the thing is that you're selling, whatever the problem that you address as the entrepreneur. Now, the next story, remember we did the signature story, we did the offer story, we did the landing story, we did the value proposition story, and then the final story is what we refer to as an expert story. Now, what is an expert story? Listen, first of all, I want you to understand this. As an entrepreneur, you want to position yourself in the market. Do you get that? You want to be the expert. Why? People pay top dollar for the expert, right? Nobody wants to pay top dollar for generalities. Nobody wants to pay top dollar for somebody who's just on the surface. So we want to position ourselves, right? Because experts are going to demand the most amount of money. So you want to position yourself as the expert, right? And so the expert make the most amount of impact. You get that, right? So now let me tell you where we go wrong. This is where we go wrong oftentimes. Most of us, when we're trying to position ourselves as expert, here's what we tend to do. When we're expert, we go listing our accolades, and we're pretty much like listing everything that's on our bio. And the reality of it is that does not enroll people into necessarily believe you are the expert. It is not the most effective way either. If you want to enroll someone and get them to really believe that you're an expert, what you want to create is what we refer to as an expert story. Well, you say, well, Andy, what is an expert story? An expert story is simply a story that you put together and that you craft so that the person who's listening to the story comes to the conclusion themselves that you are the expert. So as opposed to you telling them that you are the expert, it is a story that you share and you craft that makes them come to the conclusion that, wow, he must be an expert. Wow, she must be an expert. So oftentimes that story is displaying your expertise. It might have been how you were trying to do something and you made a lot of mistakes and you fixed those mistakes. And as a result of you fixing those mistakes, now you produce amazing results. Like one of my past clients, when we were creating and drafting and putting together his expert story, he was always trying to learn how to be able to sell products on eBay. He was terrible at it. eBay shut down his account several times. He didn't know what he was doing, but then he decided to go get coaching and mentorship. He joined some masterminds. And then in a period of 8 months, he went from getting his eBay account shut down to becoming one of the top 15 percentile of eBay sellers and being recognized in eBay for the volume of sales that he was doing. Now, when we shared that story about how horrible he was doing before, right? And then all the investments that he made in himself, and then how he's become really great and how he's in a certain percentile, someone who hears that, he doesn't have to tell them I'm the expert. They'll hear the story themselves, and they're going to come to the conclusion that, wow, this guy must be an expert, okay? So that's what we refer to as an expert story. So listen carefully. We said that there are 5 stories that you want to develop as an entrepreneur to help you to be able to generate an additional 6 figures in your business. That is what we refer to as your signature story, your offer story, your landing story, your value proposition story, and then your expert story. Now, here's a question I get asked all the time. They say, Andy, out of all of those stories, which one do I want to start with? The story that you absolutely want to start with is what we refer to as your signature story. Your signature story. Listen, I help people to build out all of those stories, but help them to build expert. First, had an opportunity to start working on and crafting what we refer to as their signature story. I mean, I literally spend 3 days with people to help them to be able to craft their signature story. I have something called my Master Storyteller Academy. So I have a Master Storyteller Academy virtual intensive, and I spend 3 full people who are entrepreneurs, speakers, and coaches, and I take them through my 3 work. The first D is helping them to discover exactly what their signature story is. I'm gonna tell you right now, the difference between you developing the right story and you choosing the wrong story is literally like thousands and thousands of dollars. I have people that when they first come to our training, they were working on one story and the story that they were developing was not the right story to position them in the marketplace. And we had to help them to choose and pick the proper story because they got to find the story that they're going to get the highest rate of return on. So the whole 3 days, the first thing we do is we help people to figure out, number one, like what is the story that they should be working on? In other words, we help them to discover the right story. The second part is we help them to develop the right story, right? Because it's not just about having a story, but it's about being strategic. So we go through the story, we figure out what are the parts of the story that really add value, that help you to connect, that are engaging, right? That, because let's face it, some people tell stories and there are parts of the story that add no to the story. There are parts of the story that makes them lose the attention of their prospects and their clients and their audience. It's not serving them and they keep them in the story because that's just the way they've been telling it. They've been telling it all wrong. So we help them to figure out what are the parts of the story that add value and what are the parts of the story that they need to take out. Super, super important. And the other thing is we show people how to be able to bring the emotion into, because I want you to get this. Most of the people who are buying your products and services, they are buying it based off of the way that they feel. That's me. The way that they feel. Yeah, let's do it one more time. I know it's silly. The way that they feel. Yeah, baby, it's the way that they feel, right? So most people buy an emotion and then they go back after the fact and then they try to rationalize it. You get that? So I want to this is that you have to be very intentional, very intentional, that when you are positioning your products and your services, that you are tapping into people's feelings and tapping into their emotion, which is why we spend a lot of time when we're developing the signature story, helping people to incorporate thing that they want to transfer to people so that they can increase their conversion. The other thing is, part of us developing their story is that we want to make sure that they have the proper structure. Like I told you, most people tell stories completely wrong, right? They're going through what we like to refer to as chronological sequence. And then this happened, and then this happened, this happened. That works when you're talking to your friends and family. Sorry, does not work when you're talking to prospects, people you don't know. So there's a 5-part structure. When you follow that 5-part structure, let me tell you something right now. When you follow that 5-part structure, you will keep people's attention, you will enroll them, and you them to take action. You violate that structure, and unfortunately, you will not produce the results. So that 3-part framework is we help them to discover the story, develop it, and then the last part is delivery. Let's face it, as entrepreneurs, the thing that keeps us back a lot of times from realize accomplish is number one, a lack of clarity. We're just not clear on what we want, and we're not clearly putting it out there. So we're not producing the results that we want. And then number 2, a lack of confidence, right? We do know, but we're not doing it because we don't feel confident about doing it. That's why when we're helping people to craft their signature story, we spend a whole lot of time with them really practicing that story as we're crafting it so that they can have more confidence and more clarity and leave their signature story. So that's super, super important. So here's the thing. The reality of it is, though, even though I'm sharing all this with you, I do understand that not everybody is really adamant about skilling up. Not everybody is adamant about leveling up. Not everybody is really serious about positioning themselves so that they can attract more of their ideal customer and client so that they can enroll people. If you're one of those people who's not really serious, then what I'm going to say to you is that learning how to be a strategic storyteller doesn't matter, right? But if you are one of those people that you're trying to grow your business, you want to attract more of your ideal customer and client, you want to increase your conversion, you want to make more impact and make more income, then I'm telling you right now, this is by far one of the number one skills that you want to develop, okay? So if you happen to want to at least find out more about the Master Storyteller Academy, we don't allow anybody to just sort of sign up for our academy. We have an application process. And during the application process, we have a conversation with you because we just want to make sure that you would be a good fit for the Master Storyteller Academy Virtual Intensive. And so, like I said, this is not for everybody, but if you're one of those people that you are like, man, Andy, I really do want to improve my skill. I do want to get better at attracting customers. I do want to increase my conversion rate. If you're that person and you would just like to have a conversation on my team, then all I'm going to ask you to do is you can head over to masterstorytelleracademy.com. Once again, that is masterstorytelleracademy.com. Once again, you're going to head over to masterstorytelleracademy.com, and you're going to click the apply now button, right? Costs you nothing to apply. Fill out the application, and then you'll be brought onto a calendar, and you'll be able to talk to one of the coaches on my team. And we're just simply going to learn a little more about you, learn a little more about your business, and see if you'd be a good fit. And then hopefully, I'd be at our Master Storyteller Academy Virtual Intensive, but most importantly, be able to equip you to be able to develop what I like to refer to as a very powerful signature story. And so listen, I'm super excited that you decided to just sort of spend this time with me. I hope you got some value, and I hope that you are thinking about some of those problems that many entrepreneurs face: the lack of clarity, the inability to properly convert their ideal customer and client, the fact that they're speaking one-to-one as opposed to one-to-many, and the fact that they're not really leveraging stories to build connection, right? That's a major, major problem. And that is why it is so important that you develop and start crafting these stories. Remember, you need to develop a signature story, an offer story, a landing story, a value proposition story, an expert story. And if you ask me, in my humble opinion, the one you want to start off with is a signature story. And so For those of you that would love to find out how I could help you with the signature story, of course, you're going to head over to masterstoryacademy.com. Even if you choose not to the signature story with me, I'm going to encourage you to make sure that you do, in fact, develop that story. You will be surprised how it's going to change and transform your level of confidence, your clarity, and the results that you're producing in your business. So let me just say this. I am so excited that you decided to spend this time with me. I hope that you enjoyed our time together. I hope you took some great notes. And hey, listen, if we haven't crossed social media and so forth, drop me a note. Let me know that you caught this session. Let me know that you got some value. Say, hey, look, I was there on the signature story, offer story, value proposition story, expert story. Like, drop me a quick note. Let me know whatever value you got. And I am wishing you the best of luck as an entrepreneur. I'm hoping that you soak up all of these amazing speakers that have been made available to you through this platform, that you're taking note. But remember, just taking notes is not enough. You got to take action. So make sure that you jot down some things that you're going to do to take immediate action on what and what the other speakers share with you. And if you're even a person remotely considering working with me, signature story, take immediate action like right now. Make sure that you go to masterstoryacademy.com and apply so that you can learn more about our virtual intensive. All right, everybody, I appreciate you spending this time with me. My name is Andy Enriquez. I hope you are blessed today. And remember, the shortest distance between you and your next client, the shortest distance between you and your next level, the shortest distance between the person that you're looking to want to influence is a well-told, powerfully crafted story. So get out there and start telling and sharing more stories. I'll soon. God bless.
Thank you so much for attending 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. And maybe you are sitting back saying, you know what? I think I should have a digital summit of my own for my organization, my business, to promote your business and your service. Well, we are here for you, and you can do that by following these simple instructions. Number one, go to www.evergreenspecialist.com. It's right below me, www.evergreenspecialist.com. Number two, what you want to do is schedule an appointment. And number three, meet with me and we'll talk about all of your needs. So continue enjoying 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. There's some great information going along, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Our next champion coming to the stage, a motivational speaker, a real estate developer, real estate expert, CEO of a nonprofit that helps nonprofit veterans. Please help me welcome Charles McClutchin.
What's going on, my good people? This is Charles McCutcheon. I'm your favorite entrepreneur. Today, I'm going to talk about a few different things. I have so much that I want to discuss, but I want y'all to understand, I don't have that much time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you some brief overviews of some different things that I'm into right now. And I know everybody knows we're going through the pandemic, so I don't want to, belabor that point. But I do want to bring up the money. We don't like to talk about the money. And we're going to talk about business, entrepreneurship, and I'm bringing up different industries that I'm a part of because I want everybody to understand, I don't care where you are, you can be an expert, you can be a novice or what have you. So I'm just going to walk through these different industries and give you high level stuff. And then I'm if you want more information, we can go into that as well. And I'm going to go over some more stuff. I truly believe in this. If we aren't helping each other build and grow, we basically just wasting time. And that's just with every industry I'm in, I look to partner, I look to partner, I look to partner, I look to network. And that's what everybody should be doing. I may be talking fast because there's a lot of content I want to bring up. And this is some of the things I'm going to talk about today, from assisted living. I'm going to talk nonprofits, government contracting, speaking, writing books. I got some real estate in there. Y'all going to see that. I just got a lot of stuff that I already do and things that I've already done, you know, my certifications and stuff like that, to let you know that I've been there, done that. So I want to give you stuff that I've already done. And that's what I pride myself on. I like to give stuff that I've done so I can say, okay, this is how I got to this point right here. And so it's more of a, I don't like to talk at people. I'm a content person. I like to give steps, and I like to say, okay, either go to this person or go to that person and follow these steps to get that result. It's about results, family. Nothing else matters after that. It's all about results, okay? And I'm gonna tell you who I am because I think that's just most important. Anytime you get information, you should know who that person is. And this is just a little snapshot about me, best-selling author. You can call me Mr. Real Estate, y'all. I am so into real estate, and I've been doing real estate since before the bubble busted back in 2008. Bought my first house at 22 years old, didn't know what I was doing, and then I went from there. Doing some developing now, and I'm gonna bring some of that stuff up so you can see where I am. I have a nonprofit helping homeless veterans. I speak around the country. I'm partnering with the cannabis company right now. We're working on the dispensary and putting stuff out there like that. Love talking about business credit. Been doing that for about 5 years, helping business owners to get money without using their credit score. Now that is huge, and we really, truly, truly need that. As I said, I speak around the country and used to be in the military. I did the enlisted, I did the officer side. I used to do ballistic missile defense, protecting the world, y'all. So I'm protecting you, and y'all don't even know that. But yeah, I have fun, y'all. Co-wrote this book back in the day, 2016, with those people you see on the left-hand side. And it just doesn't stop there. I have about probably 14 books, some of them published, some of them not, some of them I'm waiting to publish. So it's about go time, y'all. I'm a ball till I fall. You know, I still ball to this day. I just love playing sports. I'm high energy. That's my enlisted side to the officer side. But I'm high energy, but my goal is all about results. My goal is linking people together. If we can't come together like this, we won't win. We won't win. And I'm gonna talk group economics as well. For me, I go get the information from the people who do it. So I go to so many different people. On the left-hand side, you see people in the real estate arena, and I know y'all know the guy I'm standing next to right there. My thing is, I needed the right information from the right people. So I literally travel the country. I'm not name dropping or anything like that. I travel the country and get with people who can give me the right information. And so when I started writing books, I went to the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, Mr. Jack Canfield in the middle, and they sold over 500 million copies. So I was like, I need to go meet this guy. Met him in California, lady on the right, met her. She's on the Forbes list, met her down in Texas. I needed to meet her. The guy on the left, I had to meet him. These are people that have already been there, done that. And all I do is just go get it, y'all. And there's nobody that can stop us from doing this. Like, it's all on you. I know y'all know Mr. Eric Thomas at the top, and at the bottom left, you got Robert Kiyosaki, and you got Anthony Robbins and Darren Hardy. And these people, these are just, to me, truthfully, we can do what they do. The thing is, you can take pictures with Oprah Winfrey and everybody else, but if you don't do what they give you to do, if you don't take action, none of this even matters. So my thing is, I go get the information. If it's on earth, I'm going to go get it. I'm going to figure it out. There's not one person that's going to hold me back from this info. All right? I just want y'all to understand the same thing that I'm looking at right now. And what I go through in my world is that no shortage of money. Say that there's no shortage of money. I'm going to show y'all right quick. So I'm going to go over the money later, and that's the money that you can get with no social security number, no credit score. I'm going to go over that. I'm going to try to hit on some points, do some high level stuff so you can understand where I'm coming from. So these are different industries that I personally feel we need to be a part of. You need to touch it. You need to get out there. Government contracts are out there for all of us. You know, if you're a business owner, you need to get government contract. They have different certs. They have different names. They have different names in different states. So I'm in the state of Virginia, and we have the SWAM certification. We have a micro, a macro. We have the service disabled veteran owned certification. We have all these different certifications. All that means is there's so much money in the government contracts. That's the biggest pot of money, family. The biggest pot of money is in government contracts. And so what they do is they have all this money, and all of us get a percentage, right? It may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. So we have to go get our percentage. And I will put it out there before this slide even comes up. Women of color, if you're a woman of color, black, brown, woman of color, you are leaving over $1 billion with the B, $1 billion on the table. That's the construction industry. You see the average value, $200,000. Janitorial, you know, anybody out there in the sense the maid service and stuff like that to do janitorial type work, $446,000 on average. And this is an old slide. So it could definitely be more. This is the minority owned businesses. We only getting a small piece of the pie. There's other reasons why we're only getting a small piece, but one of the big reasons, a lot of people are not even into government contracting. They know nothing about it, have no certifications, but yet when it's time to have the money or the money's out there, we're not getting a piece of it. There's billions of dollars in this thing. Y'all see right here, 450 billion. I'm sure it's over 600 billion right now. 600 billion, and we get a percentage of that. Let's say you get 3%. What's 3%? You know, I mean, 3% is something that you have access to, but we haven't gotten the free courses that are out there that can get you government contracted. Now, this is for the women. You know, there's a goal of 5%, 4.6% federal dollars went to women-owned businesses, right? And those women-owned businesses only taking 4.6%. So there's 0.4% that's not even being touched, and it's probably more. These are just numbers. So this is something that everybody needs to. I'm a due diligence type of guy. My mentor told me, Charles, go get government contracted. Yes, sir. He didn't tell me how to do it, though. He did not tell me how to do it. I had to go, and I still do it to this day. I go sit in these classes, and these are free courses, family. They're free. We got to go get it, though. It's out there for the taking. So small businesses are not getting their fair share. There's a lot of money being left on the table. There's, for me being, give y'all a quick example, a veteran-owned business, what I can do is I put in for one of the contracts, and some of the contracts specifically state they're only going to give it to veterans. Some of the contracts specifically state they're only going to give it to women. Some of the contracts specifically state they're only going to give it to a minority woman that's an 8A, that has an 8A certification. So what it's doing is you have that many people out there, all you're doing is limiting the amount of people who can get that contract. And if you get to the 8A, you're looking at $1 million contracts that's out there for your industry. So as I told you, I'm going to be flipping y'all. And all this information that I'm putting out, we're going to slow down for a second because I can give it to you. I already have it, you know, in different places so you can actually go get it so you can get more content on it. So government contract, that's a whole nother. People say, well, tell me about it. And everything I give y'all today, I can't just, here, let me write up something and show you how to get government contracting. Or let me write up this thing right here and give you about assisted living. This is like a book. You know, truthfully, it's so much content, it's a book. So assisted living facility, I'm gonna keep this one slide up. Now, this for residents, and assisted living is huge, family. You have to look at the baby boomers. Baby boomers, they was born from 1946 to 1964. I think they're the second largest group next to the millennials, and I don't know how to do millennials and all that stuff, but they're the second largest group now. They used to be the biggest. So if we go back in time and we follow the baby boomers from the Gerber baby food to buying cars, to buying houses, to now, you know, they're transitioning from their homes. A lot of them call me up and, hey, they don't want to cut grass no more. Shoot, I don't want to cut grass. I'm just saying. So they have these homes. A lot of them have paid their homes off. And most of them are trying to go to a community of the 55 and older. Even from the city, I go speak to the city. One of the cities say, hey, we will pay you if you build out an assisted living, not assisted living. They want me to build out a multifamily 55 and older. So what assisted living is, or residential assisted living, what what that is you have people that may need a little help. You have an older generation that may need a little bit of assistance. So we call it assisted living. And it's different for different areas. On average, across the country, you can just use $3,000 a month per person. Now, I tell people, don't try to come into this industry just for the money. Don't do it. It won't work for you. This is not an industry you just say, I'm about to go get this money, because $6,000 a person times 4 people, that's 24, and then you looking at the numbers, and it's not going to work out well for your family. This is something you have to have passion about, and my passion is helping people. So I'm not certified yet, but I'm going through the certification. I've helped people to get their homes. I help people with the real estate side of finding the assets, whether it's multifamily, whether it's residential. Then I've helped people with the funding part of finding money for their facilities and things of that nature. So this is a whole nother baby. But this right here, I think we have about 17 years on this right here on assisted living. So if you're in real estate, you don't have to be working in the facility. But if you're in real estate, you have all these people that want these facilities. Why don't you help them out to get facilities? So my core is real estate, y'all. I'm going to talk about real estate as well. So nonprofits, I have a nonprofit helping homeless veterans. I also sit on the board for a nonprofit. And I see a lot of people out there that talk about nonprofits and say, yeah, I have a nonprofit. And then I start talking to them, and I find out that they don't have the determination letter from the IRS that says that they're tax exempt. So in a sense, you really don't have a nonprofit, and you have different companies that want to fund these nonprofits. And it starts around August time frame. These companies are looking to, I'm being politically correct, they're looking to put money into nonprofits. So what you have to do is make sure that your nonprofit is up to speed, it's active. You have to make sure your community knows locally. So it's different levels. You start out on the local level, and everybody think that they're going to get a nonprofit and all this money is going to come. That's not how it works. You're going to start on the local level, and then you start plussing up. You've got to go through the state, and you can get funding on different levels. And you can even partner with, one nonprofit can partner with another. So there's so many different things that constitutes nonprofits and how you can do it. You can have assisted living. You can have the elderly in your assisted living. You can have for me, military, helping out military and those transitioning from the prison system into one of your homes. And that's just a build out. It's going to be, that was down in Texas. That was back when. This one is down in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that's about 103 doors right there. That's going to help with the veterans. And I was going to put another one up there. Oh, it's in another place. It's going to actually help with the veterans as well. So speaking and writing, this is what I want everybody to do. This is one, I look at this as, you can look at it as a money maker in a sense, a stream of income. So these are at least two streams of income. And truthfully, this is what I would like. We all have a story. I don't know what your story is, but your story should speak to be able to help people. And so with that story, you can actually make money from it. And I think right now what's going on today, a lot of people looking to make different type of moves, make different type of money from everything that's going on in the world today. I'm just going to keep it simple. So with speaking, you don't have to make it all. I mean, I know a lot of people want to get all these certifications and become this person and that person and this coach and that coach. And I'm going to tell y'all the easiest way to do it is to start. That's it. And let me tell y'all how I would start. If like today I wasn't speaking in different places, I would go down to the local university with nothing and then start right there. You talk to the people who are, let's say you go to the one of the centers that they have. Some of them have the organization, some of them have the student center. You go down there and say, hey, I know y'all doing speaking engagements. When are y'all doing those? Go sit in and watch your speaking engagement. Just sit there and watch them. And then after that, you speak to the lady or the guy who actually is signing people up to go speak. Then you go in there and you talk to them, take a business card or what have you. Hey, I have a message that I want to speak to the students on. Is it possible that I can speak? And if not, when can I? What can I do to get to that level so that I can speak to these students, because I have something that I can help them out with. Let's keep it simple. You don't have to have all these certifications and stuff like that. I'm not knocking any certs or anything like that. But people thinking you have to go through all this stuff. But if you have a message, just put the message out. You know, you speaking anyway. And I went to go, y'all saw Les Brown in there. I went to go talk to Les Brown, Dr. Eric Thomas, and Anthony Robbins, just to get their content to see what I needed to do to get better. And I still work to get better. That's what we do. So I took their content. I went to so many doggone places just to get their speaking content, to see how to do that, to see how to write and stuff like that. So with the speaking, I mean, would you speak if somebody was gonna give you $500? What about $2,000? What about $5,000? What about $7,000? There's so many speaking engagements across the country. It is pathetic. Think of how many schools you have in the area. I mean, we can go elementary, high school, what have you. You have to find out what you're good at and then put it out there and be, you know, there's other things out with speaking now. That's just like the tip of the iceberg. Like you can go deep. Like there is so much stuff that I learned along my journey to understand the speaking, from what color you're supposed to wear, how you're supposed to hold your hands and speak and turn and everything like that. So there's so much to speaking. What I learned is I was losing out on $75,000 to $100,000 because I didn't have any content when I was speaking. And I'm gonna give you an example. So I'm speaking at this university. I'm done speaking. People coming up to me, stuff like that, and they want to buy stuff from me, but I didn't have anything to give. I'm just like, yeah, sure. So I ain't have anything to give. And now, you know, I got books, I got CDs and stuff like that. And so you can actually sell those. But let me tell y'all, just because you wrote a book, the book, I'm gonna go into the writing piece of this. So the book is not like the end all be all. And at first, when I wrote my book, I was like, man, I really wanna be write this book and get all these book sales and stuff like that. And I'm like, And I only looked at it differently because I started speaking to those people who do it. And it's not really about the book sales, family. I sold thousands of books out there, but it's not really about the books. The books get you to the speaking engagements. The speaking engagements can get you to 5,000 to 10,000 or what have you. And I'm literally getting paid they pay for me to fly. They pay for me my hotel, my food, my everything. And I'm just like, wow, this is beautiful. And imagine getting paid to speak. I mean, come on now. You can't beat that. That's something that we all can do. Just putting yourself out there. So writing books, I see a lot of people writing books, and I saw this one lady. She had a book out there sitting on the shelf, not making any money, but she had 13 books. But my thing for people, when they come to me and say, hey, Charles, how do I write a book? And my first is like, well, what do you want the book to do for you? Anybody can write a book. You can sit down, write a book, and you can do it for free. Like I can show you how to do it for free. 5 minutes a day, your book is out there, boom. After you've written it for 5 minutes a day, and then you put your book out there, but you can do it for free. But what do you want your book to do? Do you want it you just say, oh, you wrote a book, you want it to make you money, get speaking engagements? These are two of the same, speaking and writing, two of the same. Do not just write a book and not speak, because somebody's gonna grab that. Hey, would you mind coming to speak to us? And that's what happened to me. That's what happened to me, and I wasn't ready. I did it the other way around. I started speaking first, putting my stuff out there, not really telling people, hey, can I come speak for you or what have you. But a lady from Indiana got in touch with me, and she said, wow, Charles, I just saw you on social media. You have a dynamic profile. And I'm like, well, thank you. She said, hey, how about, she said, they was on iHeartRadio. And she said, hey, we really want you to come up here to the studio, and we're on iHeartRadio, and we want to help you promote your book and everything like that. And she said, can you send me your book? Send what? My who? I ain't have a book, y'all. She said, you don't have a book? I said, no, I don't have a book. And I was like, she said, Charles, you're going to have to get a book. And I was like, okay. And I didn't really think, I was like, whatever. And I started going down that path, and then Les Brown put it to me. And I was like, oh my goodness. And I said, I'm gonna have to get a book. I have to get a book. So I started down the path, and she said, this is what you have to do. You're going to have to tell people that you are writing a book. You need to tell people. So that's what's going to happen to you if you don't, have a book. And this is what I look at as well. You look at all these different people out there that we look up to. We look up to a lot of different people, and ask yourself, do they have a book? And if they do, now you got to think of, well, wow, am I following successful people? That's what I look at. So I'm gonna let that one go. So it's coming down to the money, family. I look at it like, if I gave you 10 million, we could do some fantabulous things. We can create so much, and we truly have a lack of capital. We have a lack of organization as well, but a lack of capital is huge, all right? So we have a lack of capital, and this is nothing new to anybody out there. 1 in 5 businesses fail within the first 5 years. And I have to put the Small Business Administration up there, and I have to talk about this. There is a lot of money. Was it $2 trillion that was out there? And I know a lot of people who are business owners who are their own business owner, but they don't have a group of people working with them, their army of one or what have you, maybe of two. And what's happening right now is a lot of the money is not getting to the people that need it. And what I see is a lot of businesses are not going to come out of this great. They're not going to come out great, family. We already utilize so much of our own capital, put ourselves at risk. That's just how we do. And I don't see, with everything that's going on, I don't see it getting any better. But what we have to do, we have to go back to the credit piece. We have to go back to business credit. And I'm going to talk about business credit. What a great lead in. Now, this is how you get the money without having a social security number or a credit score. You don't need a credit score or social security number to get business credit. Now, let me explain something to y'all right quick. So I've been working on this for over 5 years, probably 6 now. And this is what I found out. You have different loan officers out there that may or may not know that they're telling the truth and they're telling not the whole truth all together. And I'm going to break it down for y'all so I have a better understanding. So what I mean by that is business credit can be with your credit score or without your credit score. A lot of people who do loans, because I speak to loan officers, I speak to all those folks, a lot of people who do loans, they only talk about getting the credit side. And it may be lack of education or not, I don't know. It's just there's different sides to it. So I'm going to tell you a part about the getting credit for your EIN that's not linked to your social. And when I put this out there across the country, people lose it, and I get people that come after me, you can't do that. And I'm like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. If you know how to do it, it can be done. And I'm gonna just give y'all a scenario so y'all can see where I'm taking this. So the scenario is you have a company like Sunoco. Y'all know about them. You get gas, right? Well, they have a gas card, right? Now let's say it's the 25th of the month, and we know the 25th of the month, a lot of people struggling with money. Let's say something happens to your car, your tire goes flat or something. So now what you have to do is you got to figure out where that money is coming from. Now you get the money, and what you got to do, you get the money, and what you have to do is now you can use your business credit card. You can use your business credit card to actually pay for your tires, right? And so that goes towards your business because we do business in our cars all the time. Yes, that's what we do. We do business in our cars all the time. So you basically have, Sunoco is a vendor. That's what it is. Sunoco is a vendor. And we have hundreds of vendors out there, right? So this is another one. It's called a fleet credit card, right? A fleet card. And so this one right here gives you a $3,000 credit limit. Use it the same way. Use it the same way as you use the Sunoco card. Something happens, you can actually get gas with this. You can fix your tires. You can get maintenance done in your car because we're using our cards to go get all this stuff done anyway. So that's what we have to use our business credit for. Y'all heard of a small company called Sam's Club, right? So Sam's Club the same way. So you use the Sam's Club, and I'm gonna go to the next one to show you what they do. So Sam's Club, they give you see $2,500. If it's towards your business, you use the Sam's Club and you're not using your own money, but it's like a hit against your business to say your business is actually in business. Y'all heard of a company called Staples. So these different companies help us to help build our business credit. They give us a thing called a Paydex score. A Paydex score is like our credit score for our businesses. Paydex scores go from 0 to 100. And to give you a quick example, y'all have computers just like I do. Y'all have paper. I print at home and stuff like that. So I'm printing my stuff at home. And then what Staples would do is say, they'll send me a bill. It's based on my business though. And then what I do is I pay the bill, and Staples will say, okay, we're going to give you a 90 score, 80, 90, 100 score. And that's telling everybody that our lenders that I'm paying my bills on time, and Staples look at me. And so this is why we can get money without using our credit scores or our social security numbers, family. This is the reason why they give you money with no personal guarantee, because you have companies like Staples. You have companies like Sam's Club, like Walmart, like Sunoco, that will, in a sense, tell lenders that they entrust in us to pay our bills. So lenders are going to say, okay, now we're going to entrust in you to give you this funding of $150,000, $85,000, $100,000. So they're giving you money with no personal guarantee. This is not, I'm not going to say it's easy. I won't even try to play people like that. It's not easy. It has to be done a specific way. Everybody, I speak to so many people. I've only met a few people that have it in order. It has to be done in a certain order. You get these companies in a certain order, and a lot of people don't get it. A lot of people say, no, you can't do that. It's a scam. I say, well, then Staples, Walmart, all those companies are scams too, because they are part of it. This is what they do. So we have separating personal from business. If you're a business owner, you must separate personal from business. To give y'all another example, you can't use the Gmails, the Yahoos, and AOLs. You have to use a professional email. A professional email, a professional phone number, can't use a cell phone number, can't use a P.O. box. There's a whole, I could write a book on it. I can write a book and break it down. I am an expert in finding money. I'm an expert, only because I had to do it, y'all. So most people fail. Everybody always go to the bank. And a lot of people, when I tell them this, they say, banks won't give you the money. And I'm like, I know banks won't give you the money like that. Banks have a different criteria than a lender. So most don't know that EIN credit can be built, and it doesn't matter what your personal credit score is. And people say, why did they do that? And I have to go through so much. So a lot of people don't fill out the applications the right way. And it's all about your business, family. I don't care, you can work the 9 to 5, but as we see what's going on in today, I would pray that you're going to start to think in the back of your mind, like, okay, I may need to start something different. It just may, and that's on you if you do or you don't. So I don't know how much people are going to get approved and everything like that. And there's so many different lenders out there. Some lenders are specific to specific industries. Some lenders say, I want to fund truckers. I want to fund insurance. And very few of them want to fund real estate. Ask me how I know. So you can be denied just based on how your business is set up. If your business has the wrong name, you can be denied. They can deny you on so many different ways. And the sad part is it's a computer denying you, and you can't do anything about it. So these are some people that I got funded, helped to get funded. They got funded for $140,000. These people got conditional approval to get funded. This is the highest person I've gotten. This was a trucker. He got funded for $235,000. They got approved for business credit, approved for business credit. So the proof is in the pudding, family. It's all about results to me. Nothing else matters. So I'm about to dive into real estate. I'm Mr. Real Estate. I love real estate. I do real estate. I got some stuff going on in California, down in Georgia, Florida, Michigan, Virginia, North Carolina, about to be Jersey. So it just comes from me because I believe I put real estate up against any industry. And I show people deals that I've done for $10. I got documentation that I've done a deal for $100. And I say, okay, there's the house right there. Here's the contract. And people, you can't do that for $100. And I'm like, no, you can't do that for $100. Real estate to me is so dynamic, and it's more than just flipping and wholesaling, family. I'm Mr. Real Estate because there's flipping, wholesaling, subject to wraparound mortgages, there's creative financing, there's owner financing, there's so many different types, y'all. I'm just going to briefly just run through these real quick. These are just deals that are out there that I get access to. Like my email every day I'm getting deals. I get deals every day from single family, multifamily, apartment complexes, casinos. It doesn't stop. These are, 9.2 million. These are just a lot of deals that are out there. There's no shortage of deals. This is one that's going to be part of the homeless veterans are going to be in here. This is a five bedroom, 3 full bathroom house that's in Portsmouth, Virginia. That's going to be used through my nonprofit to help veterans. So this is a build out that's going to be in Virginia Beach, Virginia. This is a $200 million build out. Let me go to this one. This is a $200 million build out. And it right there is going to be, you got the 100 multifamily luxury homes. It's going to be there. I'm going to keep flipping back and forth. 90 brownstone townhomes. We're doing assisted living added on to another assisted living that's already out there. 4-plex buildings. We're going to do the high-rise hotels, condos. We got the parking garage. Right now, where this particular project is in the phases of, is it's in the phase of getting funded. So I reached out to all these different, I got private money folks that's looking at it. I got some folks for the NBA looking at it. I have some folks that are hedge funds. I have pension funds. I have all these different entities looking at this to fund this particular project. What's good about this one right here, this area, this land was allowed back then in the late 1880s where slaves were allowed to buy land, and slaves bought this land and they kept it up to date. They passed it on from generation to generation. And now the people who own the land, it's about 14 business owners, and I met all of them, and I'm actually going to be helping them write a book as well and tell their story about the transition from this area, from the land and everything like that. So this is going to be, I have so much passion about putting all this together because back in the day they weren't allowed to build, and now they're going to get their just due and make the money that they should have made way back when. I think it's delayed gratification from the money that could have been made, because this is right by the airport. This is something that this is going to be truly amazing. The goal is to actually looking to do a museum as well. We're going to see if we can get that in there. Speaking to the city spoke to them already. The city's on board, so we're just going to keep moving on that. This one right here is going to be in Virginia Beach as well. This is going to be high rises, and there's going to be stores in there. We're looking to have one of the systems, those like trolley systems, to go inside this particular thing and drop people off, because it's going to be part of 3 different places that people can go via it's a trolley-like system. It's like a train that goes inside this establishment and drop people off with stores and retail and everything like that. So that's coming down the pipeline as well. I'm actually working with some guys out of Texas, and this is the theme park that's going to be built down there. Still pushing on that one. It's just, everything takes time when you're doing these type of things. But as you can see, these guys have done some crazy movies, and I want to see how this snow dome, they really took it from Dubai, in a sense, the snow dome, and want to put it down there. It's going to be something different, because if you look at the state of Texas, they have to travel far to go to any type of theme park. So that's coming down the pipeline as well. My biggest thing I want to talk to y'all about is group economics, family. So as we transition right now, and I'm going to tell y'all, this is just me speaking. This is not affiliated with anybody else. This is just my thought process, is my opinion. We all have opinions, so this is my opinion. So my opinion is, as far as group economics is concerned, it's harder for us, old African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I'm built on going together. I'm built on coming together, doing group economics to make this bigger than just me. And I put myself in a position to not have to work again. Like, I'm truly done. And I'm not sugarcoating it for anybody. I can't do that. I'm going to give y'all the real story. I started from the projects, family. You can't tell me about broke. I mean, from the powdered eggs, powdered milk, to the food stamps you had to tear out in the book type stuff and go to the store and buy that stuff. And we had peanut butter that just had a silver can with black lettering, peanut butter. We had cereal with the white box that had cereal with black letters. So you can't tell me about broke. Please, I tell people, go ahead with that. We have two things. We can keep going or we can stop. We can keep going or we can stop. I choose to keep going. I choose to bring people with me and show people my world and what I do. I haven't even posted a lot of stuff that I'm showing y'all. I don't put that over social media because people are not ready for it. And it's okay, but y'all gonna see it now. Y'all gonna see it now. But if I put some stuff out there, people gonna be like, I get people to say, you can't do that, and then I start dropping receipts. It's all about receipts and results, right? And then when you drop them, people they just stop talking. I'm like, no, keep bringing that energy, because I'm gonna educate you as we go along this journey. This is a journey, and I don't take this thing lightly. I don't take it lightly. I don't, I'm a humble guy. I want everybody to win. I run with winners. And as you see, when we put all this together, we're running with winners, people that want you to win, but you got to go get it. You have to go get it. Nobody is stopping you, and nobody is like in your way but you. Look in the mirror. That's the only competition you have. So when I say group economics, I'm looking to people to come together, family. That's the only way we're going to win. We have to come together. There's no shortage of money. We have the money we need to do what we need to do. But a lot of people, some people, I remember I put that out one day on social media, group economics thing. And I said, y'all, we can do this. We got 60,000 people in this group. What if everybody just put down $10? Oh, wait a minute now. Who's going to hold the $10? And those are not the people I'm looking for. I'm looking for a select few people that want to run. That's all. And everybody is. We're looking for a select few that's going to run with us, like run with our hair on fire. I already did that. Y'all see? Y'all late. Y'all better come on. Run with your hair on fire. So I'm big on group economics. I'm big on this year. A little slowdown, no big deal, but we're looking at the different regulations that are out there from the Securities Exchange Commission. There's a couple of regulations called the Regulation D 506B, and that allows people to invest with you from an investment standpoint. Then there's the Regulation A, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is you can accumulate 20 million in a year. Tier 2, you can do 50 million in a year. So those are the different things that you can invest in, bigger projects and stuff like that. So that's what I'm looking to do, because you can only do so much by yourself, family. You can only do so much by yourself. I'm big on the helping part. Some people are going to be all for it, and some people not. And it's okay either way. My thing is for you to get with your 5. If you don't have 5, you need to figure out where your 5 is. And when I say 5, people that have like minds like you. It may not be your family, and that's okay. People that think like you, people that want it like you, because I'm hungry. Like, I'm hungry. I show receipts. I got the certifications. I got all that stuff lined out. And some people will, do you even have a nonprofit? Then I show the certification signed by the IRS. I said, this is not what you want. I try to explain to people as I go along this journey, I'm not here for gains. I don't really need it. I got enough friends. You only have a few, but I have enough friends. I'm here to make moves with great people that want to make moves. That's why I'm here. And so I show people the same thing. And so it's like, as we go along this journey, it's like, how bad do you want it? And I know what we're going to do. Hold on. Let me pray on it. And I'm not testing anybody's faith. I truly believe faith without works is dead. If you already prayed on it once, why are you going to pray on it twice? That's just me. And you do what you got to do, because a lot of us, I see people, I'm waiting on God. No. And I hate to be preaching, but I'm just going to say, God did everything, 6 days? It took 6, right? And he rested on the 7th? He only rested because he was done, right? So if he's done, how can you wait on him? That's all I'm saying. So it's either you want it or you don't. Either you want it or you don't. And my goal for everybody is to say, okay, I want it. I'm willing to run through a brick wall with you, because I can't carry people on my back. I can't do it. I won't do it, because my goal is to leave a legacy. We are 4 generations right now. If you're listening to me right now, you are responsible for 4 generations, family. You are personally responsible for 4 generations. Whether you do something or not, it's going to affect those 4 generations. What are you going to do? What are you leaving as a legacy? So much of us are, and I'll tell you how I used to be. I used to be the type, I go to these doggone events, you go see the Dr. Eric Thomases and the Les Browns and the Anthony Robbins, and all these people have all this content, and I never picked up a doggone thing. I didn't buy anything. I said, I'll figure it out. I wasted 3+ years trying to figure it out because of me, because of who I am. Educated brother, I got the MBA, making money, I got 6 figures, all that. Come on. 6 figures is no money. I'm going to humbly say that, family. 6 figures is no money. I'm going to be honest with you. It's just, we just haven't leveled up, because for every level, there's another devil. You better believe that. For every level, there's another devil. The thing is, you have to get around those people, because your network is going to show you who you can become. If you don't have somebody smarter than you, ooh, you in trouble. I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't have somebody that's smarter than you, you are in trouble with what you think you're going to do, because it's called stinking thinking. Y'all heard that before. Everything that, if you could be where you thought you could be, you'd already be there. If you thought you knew what you thought you knew, because you don't know what you don't know, that's what's stopping us. Some of us are too educated. Some of us have the initials in the front and the back, and you can't tell me nothing. And that's just how we are. And that's okay. Let them stay there. You run with people who say, let's throw the egos out the window. Let's throw the egos out the window. I get people that want to challenge me on, well, I'll show you $100,000 if you show me 100. Those are not the people we need to be around. We need to be around like-minded people that want to run. And like my heart of heart, I pour out so much that people say, Charles, why you give away all this free information? And I tell people this, and I told it to this lady I was helping in real estate, right? I'm at her house, and I was trying to do a lease option and everything like that. And she was like, I don't want to do that. And I said, okay, you want full asking price? I'm just not the full asking price guy. I can get some realtors and people that I know to see if they have some clients that'll buy your house. She said, Charles, why do you want to do that? You're not going to make any money from that. And I say, you don't get it. That's where I get my blessings. I get my blessings from helping people, family. People say, you give up so much. I say, y'all don't get it. It's not about you. Stop hoarding the information. Now, there's bits and pieces you can and give out, and you don't want to waste your time with people, because people will waste your time, but you have to be strategic in how you do business. So with group economics, we're looking for the right people to take the right action, because I'm running and nobody gonna stop me. And I'm gonna tell y'all, when I go back to posting on my social media, before you look at what I post, please sit down, because I'm gonna go ahead and let it out, okay? And when they say let the cat out the bag, I'm talking about the casino out in California, the theme park, $4.7 billion. I'm letting the cat out the bag, because I want people to see, like, I'm gonna show people, like, this is what I do. So there's no sugarcoating it. There's no trying to be, this type of person. No, I connect with those people. That's it. That's what I do. So my name is Charles McCutcheon. And this is how you can get in touch with me, Charles and Speaks at Yahoo. A lot of the stuff And if you email me, I'll email you back. Just give me some time. I'm human. I make mistakes, family. HiddenGemConsulting.com. I have so much content on there. A lot of downloads, free information on real estate, how to do assisted living, government contracting, the book writing, how to write a book, how to get paid speaking gigs. I've done it. So I put it on there for everybody. I'm your favorite entrepreneur, y'all. I'm hungry and nobody, and I'm talking about nobody, is gonna stop. Y'all take it easy.
Passion,
I like sunshine and
profit,
sing it now, God's children. Joy and
passion,
I like sunshine.
and profit.
Give it to a raw bass.
Our next champion to the stage is a coach, author, and speaker. He's going to give you the secrets on why it's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. Please help me welcome to the stage, Mr. Michael Taylor.
Joy, pump it up. Pain. Come on, here we go. Sunshine. What else?
Profit.
Oh yeah, here we go. Joy.
And passion. Sunshine and profit. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to Joy, Passion, and Profit, where my intention is to empower entrepreneurs to build companies that change the world. I'm Coach Michael Taylor, the author of The New Face of Entrepreneurship, an entrepreneur's guide to joy, passion, and profits in business. If you pay attention to mainstream media, you may have concluded that now is not a good time to start a business. We're seeing lots of stories of businesses closing, people losing their jobs, people losing their lives, and it looks like the world is in total chaos. But what if I told you that there's never been a better time to become an entrepreneur than right now? Would you believe me? You see, it is my belief that there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. As a matter of fact, I believe there's never been a better time to be alive on the planet than right now. Now, unfortunately, most people buy into the cynicism, pessimism of the media. I, on the other hand, have a different perspective. And so the intention of this presentation is to hopefully inspire you to recognize that if you choose to become an entrepreneur, there's never been a better time to be one. Now, I've got lots of reasons for my optimism, but I want to share just one of the reasons. And one of the reasons is, if you think about it, history always repeats itself. So if we think back to the Great Depression, during the Great Depression, obviously people were losing jobs, the economy was in shambles, we were just getting out of a war, and America seemed to be on the brink of disaster. But did you know that during the Great Depression, there were more millionaires created than ever before in the history of the country? And so while some people saw obstacles, other people saw opportunities. And so my goal is to help you focus on the opportunities, because the opportunities are there if you're willing to look for them. So I want to share my journey of an entrepreneur. You see, I've known since I was 10 years old that I want to be an entrepreneur. I remember a conversation I had with my grandfather in which I walked up to him and I said, "Grandpa, you know, when I grow up, I'm going to be rich. And he said, how are you going to do that? And I told him that I was going to start my own company. And he said, that's a really great goal to have. And he says, if you want to do that, he says, I'm going to share the 2 lessons you have to learn if you want to get rich and if you want to own your own company. He said, lesson number 1, if you're going to be rich, you have to learn to think like rich people. Because the only difference between rich people and poor people is how they think. He said, the second lesson you have to learn is that if you're going to be rich, you have to learn to listen. He said, because rich people will teach you how they got rich. And it is up to you to figure out and learn from them so that you can become rich also. He said, if you'll learn those 2 lessons, I can assure you, you can become rich. And so those 2 lessons really stuck with me from a very, very early age. And at the age of 14, I actually launched my very first company. I didn't know it at the time, but I started a janitorial service in which I was cleaning motorcycle shops. I convinced the guy at a motorcycle shop to let me clean his garage. I did such a great job. He had several other friends that had garages. And at the age of 14, I had 3 clients in which I'd go and I'd clean their garages. Now, at the time, minimum wage was $1.60 an hour. Now that tells you how long ago that's been. But at the time, I was making $5 an hour as a 14-year-old entrepreneur. And so that entrepreneurial bug has always been within me. And so when I got to high school, I was still doing my janitorial service, but I actually launched another business. I loved music and I became a DJ. So I bought all my own equipment and I'd go around and I'd do parties and proms and dances. And I made a lot of money being a DJ. Another passion I had in high school that I turned into a business was I loved car stereos and installing car stereos. And so I would install car stereos for my friends and they would tell their friends, and pretty soon I had a steady flow of clients coming in where I was installing car stereos. So these are just 3 of the first experiences I've had as an entrepreneur. But the point I want to make is I've known since I was 10 years old that I was destined to become an entrepreneur. And so if you're thinking about becoming an entrepreneur, then it's important for you to understand that there's a dream inside of you that's waiting to be awakened. And you've just got to be willing to wake it up. And so after that, after starting my company, I decided that, one of the things I want to do is I want to create a company that changes the world, because I've always had this positive mental attitude. And so after going on my own spiritual journey, I decided that, I want to share the lessons that I learned with others. And so here's what I did. Let me back up a little bit. All right, so I shared a little bit about my personal journey of being an entrepreneur. So now I want to give you a little backstory about myself. So my name is Coach Michael Taylor. As mentioned, I'm the author of The New Face of Entrepreneurship, an entrepreneur's guide to joy, passion, and profits. And I am the president and CEO of Creation Publishing Group. And I'm the author of 8 books, a motivational speaker, a radio and TV show host. And so that's kind of my backstory. But let me share my personal story with you to share how I became involved in being an entrepreneur. You see, I was born in the inner city projects of Corpus Christi, Texas, to a single mom with 6 kids. And we were basically the poster children for poverty back in the 60s. And when I was in the 11th grade, I decided to drop out of high school because I convinced myself that I was going to get rich selling vacuum cleaners. Now, obviously, that was a very poor choice, but I learned some very valuable lessons in being willing to take a risk. And that was the lesson I learned, is that I've always been willing to take risk. And so by dropping out of high school, I learned to take risk. Although I never sold a single vacuum cleaner, what happened though, I was fortunate enough to secure a job with a building supply center at the age of 19. And I worked extremely hard and climbed the corporate ladder. And at the age of 22, I was living the American dream. I had the house, the wife, the 2.5 kids and all of that. And by society standards, I was successful. And then within approximately a 6-year time frame, my American dream turned into the American nightmare as I went through a divorce, a bankruptcy, a foreclosure, a deep, deep state of depression. I was homeless for 2 years living out of a car. And during the darkest period of my life, I received a miracle. I was sitting up late one night because I was too depressed to sleep. And I was sitting at the edge of my bed, looking across the room at my bookshelf, when I happened to notice that every book on my bookshelf had something to do with getting rich or making money. And as I looked at those books, this question just popped in my head. Michael, what if you took all the energy and effort you've used in trying to get rich and simply figure out how to be happy? And it was that one simple question that literally changed and saved my life in an instant. As a result of asking myself that question, I stopped reading books on getting rich and making money. And I started reading books on psychology and philosophy and spirituality and metaphysics. And I went on this deep, deep journey of transformation. And so fortunately for me, I was able to rebuild my life. And now what I do is I take the lessons that I learned and I share with others to support them in creating what I'll call an extraordinary life. And so I share that story because I know that there are lots of challenges out there. And no matter what you may be going through, if you have a dream, if you're willing to look deep within yourself, you have everything you need already inside of you to fulfill that dream. And so if being an entrepreneur is part of your dream, then the insights I'm about to share, I'm sure can support and empower you to be the best entrepreneur you can possibly be. And so when most people start businesses, they think about the mechanics. They think about things like writing a business plan, doing a marketing plan, learning about accounts payables, accounts receivables. These are all the mechanics of running a business. But this presentation isn't about the mechanics. This presentation is about the heart and soul of the business, which is the entrepreneur. So if you're going to be an entrepreneur, I believe the very first thing you must do is to listen to what the great motivational speaker Anthony Robbins says. He says, if you're going to be successful, you have to commit to CANI, which is C-A-N-I, which is an acronym for constant and never-ending improvement. You see, too many times we hide behind these fake superficial masks of success. And maybe we're posting stories on Instagram showing our Mercedes and our cars and stuff. But a lot of us as entrepreneurs really aren't happy. And we're hiding behind these masks because we haven't taken the time to really understand and discover who we really are. And so as an entrepreneur, I believe that's the first place you have to start. You have to be willing to ask yourself some deeper questions about who you are. You know, in business, we do what's called a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And from a business perspective, those things are important. But on a personal perspective, they're even more important. Because as an entrepreneur, you have to be willing to look at what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, what are the opportunities for you to grow, and what are the threats that may keep you from growing. And so one of the greatest lessons I've learned through this 25-year growth process for myself is that I had always been successful in my life from a very early age. But when I went through my divorce and my bankruptcy and all of that, I had to start looking within myself to figure out what was it that was actually driving my behavior. And what I found out was a lot of the reasons I was successful is because I was driven by a deep sense of shame as a result of a traumatic childhood that I went through. And I know that may not be something that's popular to talk about as an entrepreneur, but I think it's important that we are willing to look at any past childhood traumas that we may have, because I can assure you it can and will sabotage your life if you aren't willing to unpack the emotional baggage that comes from trauma. And so for me, as I mentioned, when I went through my divorce and everything, I gained the courage to go to therapy because, I didn't have a choice. It was either get help or die. And so I got help. And in our society, in our culture, you know, especially for men, you know, we're taught that it's a sign of weakness to say, I need help. Well, I want to remove that stigma right now. And as an entrepreneur, I want you to know that if you're dealing with any emotional baggage right now, it's absolutely okay to say, I need help. And stop pretending and hiding behind your business and your companies when in reality, in your heart and soul, there's a lot of pain. And so as an entrepreneur, we must commit to constant and never-ending improvement, which means we're willing to look at any emotional challenges that we may be dealing with. And sometimes it's unconscious. I didn't realize at the time that I was dealing with a lot of emotional issues when I was successful. It wasn't until I lost everything that I was challenged to take a deep look within my own heart and soul. And so as an entrepreneur, my suggestion is if you haven't taken the time to get to know who you really are, that's the first place you want to start. You want to know who you are as a human being. You need to recognize that as a human being, you have an infinite capacity for learning and growing and creativity, but you have to be willing to do the inner work to access that. So that's the first place you want to start as an entrepreneur, investing in your own potential. Or as Socrates said, know thyself. That's the key to your success. So we're talking about entrepreneurship. So the question becomes, what is an entrepreneur? Well, here's my definition of an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is simply someone who receives compensation in exchange for a product or a service. Now, again, that's just my definition. And what happens, I believe, is as an entrepreneur, a lot of times we don't recognize that there are actually 3 types of compensation an entrepreneur should receive. Do you know what they are? All right, here we go. First type of compensation is financial. Second type of compensation is emotional. And the third type of compensation is spiritual. Now, financial compensation arises when currency or something of value is exchanged for goods or services. Emotional compensation happens when we do something because it feels good to do it. And spiritual compensation arises from a belief that we are fulfilling a divine purpose. So I believe what happens, though, is as entrepreneurs, we only focus on the financial compensation. We want to get paid. We want to make money. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with making money and making tons of it. But if you truly want to be successful as an entrepreneur, I believe you should reprioritize your compensations. Now, this is how I prioritize compensations for myself as an entrepreneur. First of all, spiritual. And when I talk about spiritual, I personally believe that there is a divine intelligence that created and is still creating this amazing universe that we live in. And this intelligence goes by many different names, and you can call it whatever you want to call it. But it's important to create an intimacy and a connection with this presence, this intelligence. And when we do, life becomes more rewarding, more fulfilling. We have more meaning in our lives. And so if you are an entrepreneur and you are making billions of dollars and you're absolutely miserable, the reason probably is because you haven't connected to the spiritual and emotional compensations of your business. And so for me, once again, is I have a deep sense of purpose and passion, which is driven by something that's inside of me. It's spiritual. And so that's my first priority, is making sure that I'm fulfilling my divine purpose. And I am doing what I can to make the world a better place. Next is emotional compensation. And as a writer, I absolutely love when someone sends me an email or writes me or meets me at a book signing event and say, you know what, man, your book really helped me change my life. There's very few things that are more rewarding and fulfilling, and it makes me feel good to know that I'm positively impacting the lives of others. And so it's a feeling, it's an inner knowing that I'm contributing and being in service to humanity, and I'm changing people's lives with my gifts and talents. So therefore, I receive this emotional this compensation where I just feel good as I express my gifts and talents and provide my products and services. And last but not least is financial compensation. Now, if you're going to start a business, you obviously want to be profitable. You obviously want to make money. Absolutely nothing wrong with making money and making tons of it. And yes, we must understand the importance of keeping track of our money and our finances and all of that. But for me, financial compensation comes last. As a matter of fact, as a writer, if I never sold a single book,
I would still write books. Why? Because I love writing books. I'm absolutely passionate about writing books. Therefore, that emotional compensation actually overrides the financial piece. But here's the beauty of it. When you do what you love, the money will follow. If you know how to market, actually. But my point here is that, yes, it's important to make money. But if we don't have a spiritual and emotional foundation and we receive those types of compensation, something will always be missing in our lives. So you want to make sure that you incorporate these three types of compensation into your business. So if you will choose to prioritize your compensations, spiritual, emotional, then financial, then you become what I call a new face entrepreneur. And as mentioned, I'm an optimist. And despite what you may be seeing in the media, I see a shift in thinking from entrepreneurs. There's a lot of talk in the media from politicians that are demonizing capitalism as though capitalism is a bad thing. But it is capitalism that has made this country what it is. And it is entrepreneurs that are actually going to resolve the majority of challenges facing our world. And so becoming a new face entrepreneur gives you the position to make a difference and then make a profit. And when you do that, I can assure you, you will be more fulfilled. So that's the whole intention of this presentation, to challenge you to become a new face entrepreneur. So with that being said, I want to talk about the three biggest barriers that used to keep people from starting a business. Once again, this is another reason for my optimism, because these three barriers, as you'll see in this presentation, no longer apply. So, are you ready to learn? What are the three biggest barriers to starting a business? Well, it used to be that education was a barrier. A lot of people didn't have access to education. The people that were starting businesses were, going to business schools and had access to, maybe their dad was an entrepreneur and they had the resources, the educational resources to start companies. And some people didn't have access to the education, if you will, didn't have access to understanding how to start and run a business. Well, guess what? That's no longer a barrier, because now you have things like YouTube and Apple University and online courses and books and webinars that provides anyone, and I mean anyone, literally, with the access to education to start and run a business. So if you've been thinking that your education is keeping you from running a business, I'll say that's incorrect, because if you want something badly enough, you now can access that education through a wide variety of sources. Now, I love what Albert Einstein said. He said that education is not the learning of facts, it's rather the training of the mind to think. So as an entrepreneur, that should be your goal, to train your mind to think. See, there's a lot of people out there that's going after degrees, more and more degrees, thinking that that's going to really move them forward in being an entrepreneur. Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having degrees. But the question becomes, have you trained your mind to think in pursuit of these degrees? Because degrees are simply memorizing information. But education is taking the things that you learn and applying them, which is wisdom. So you can't learn wisdom in college, in school, in educational settings. Wisdom comes from recognizing that you are, as a human being, you have access to divine information and wisdom that can support you in learning as much as you want. So the question becomes, are you willing to invest in your education so that you can become a successful entrepreneur? So the educational barrier no longer applies. Next. There was a time in this country's history when there were three things that pretty much assure success for business: location, location, location. And so therefore, if you were fortunate enough to have a business that was in a great location, that had, lots of customers and had lots of visibility, your chances of success were greatly improved. Now, if you happen to live in an impoverished area where the people around you didn't have access to a lot of money, then the chances of you truly succeeding was diminished. But it used to be that we were dependent upon location. But now that's no longer a barrier. As a matter of fact, have you noticed the amount of brick and mortar stores that are now going out of business? Why? Because location is no longer a barrier. Right now, any entrepreneur can do business anywhere around the globe. Simple. Any entrepreneur can do business anywhere around the globe. And not only can you do business around the globe, you have access to customers around the globe. So as an entrepreneur, it's up to you to figure out how to market your products and find the customers. You don't have to wait for them to find you. You can go out and find them. So the whole idea of location being a barrier no longer applies, because we're no longer limited to just brick and mortar stores. We're no longer limited to just having a physical location. Everything's digitized now. You can do everything online, and there's an infinite amount of customers you can find and an infinite amount of products you can create and sell anywhere in the world. And last but not least, the greatest barrier to starting a business is funding. Now, as an entrepreneur, sometimes we have to get creative. You know, we usually will start with our friends and family. Excuse me. Hey, I've got this great idea. And if you had wealthy parents, then that was probably a good thing because your parents could fund your dream. That's not the case for most people. But the problem has been that finding capital has always been a challenge and continues to be a challenge today. But here's the good news. It is simpler now to find funding than ever in the history of this country. There are more opportunities for funding than ever. Once again, we used to rely on friends and family or maybe putting it on credit cards, but now we have these amazing platforms called crowdfunding. And crowdfunding is opening the doors for entrepreneurs to start companies with little or no backing, with just an idea, and you're able to raise money through some of these crowdfunding campaigns. A really amazing story of crowdfunding is there's a company called Pebble Time, and they actually raised $20 million in 37 days through a crowdfunding campaign. That's amazing. Now, does that mean that finding funding is easy? No, finding funding is difficult. But I can assure you that it's simpler now than it's ever been to locate funding. The question becomes, what are you willing to do to put yourself out there so that you can find the funding? And that's up to you as an entrepreneur. Now, there's another thing that's happening, which I am just now learning about. I'm not an expert at, but the cryptocurrency and digital currency, I think in the future is going to play a major role in being able to fund companies. There's something called an ICO, which is initial coin offering, in which digital currency is being raised online. And once again, I'm not an expert at this, but I do know and believe that it's going to be another source of funding for entrepreneurs, which is something I think entrepreneurs should be excited about. So my point here is that lack of funding is no longer a barrier to starting a business. Because if you look at what's happening in the world today, it used to be that you'd have to put together large pools of money because you had to pay for like equipment and things like that. Well, because of the evolution of technology, everything's cheaper now. I mean, think about it. I'm right now sitting in front of my home computer and I'm broadcasting this, and literally millions of people would have access to seeing me with a little camera that I think I paid $10 for on my computer. So the technology is out there for us if we're willing to get out there and find the funding. So it's out there, and you can no longer use lack of funding as an excuse for not funding your business. So those are the three barriers that used to keep people from starting businesses that no longer apply. So once again, if you're an entrepreneur and you've been thinking about starting a business, recognize that those 3 barriers shouldn't stop you. So now I want to share 5 reasons why you should really, really be excited about becoming an entrepreneur. As mentioned, I'm an optimist. That's the lens through which I see the world. And I'm so excited I can barely contain myself because I see infinite possibilities for any of us who are willing to put forth the effort. So I want you to really think about what I'm about to share, because these are the reasons why you should be excited about becoming an entrepreneur right now. First of all is technology. And I've touched upon that briefly. But technology is changing the game. And technology doesn't care if you're black or white, rich or poor, young or old, degrees or no degrees. It doesn't matter. Technology is the equal opportunity employer. If you're willing to learn technology, then you have an advantage over people who aren't willing to learn. Because again, technology has leveled the playing field for entrepreneurs. Now, fortunately for me, I love technology. I love learning new things. And when I think about computers and cell phones and 3D printing and artificial intelligence, it fills me with excitement and optimism, because what I see moving forward is an infinite amount of opportunities. And here's a good example of technology and how powerful it can be. And as mentioned, I love computers, and I was working for this company and I bought my first Mac computer. I paid $1,500 for the computer. I just purchased it and I really hadn't learned how to use it. And I happened to overhear a conversation between the owner of the company I worked for and this group that he had brought in, because they were wanting to create an introductory video for the employees. And so this company gave them an estimate of $8,000 to create this video. And so I actually pulled the guy aside, because he's the owner of the company, but he and I are pretty close. And I said, man, are you really going to pay $8,000? He said, no, we're not. He says, we're not going to do it. I said, I'll tell you what, I think I can create that video for you. He said, really? I said, yeah. He says, how much would you charge? I said, well, I'm not sure. I said, tell you what, let me build it and create it, and then you tell me what it's worth. So I have some experience as a writer. So I wrote the script, I filmed the video, the introductory video with some employees. And so it took me probably 4 weeks total, working part-time doing it. I presented it to the owner and he absolutely loved it. And so I was thinking, if I got $500, I would have been happy, $500, because I actually use it as an opportunity to learn how to use my computer. So when he saw it, he said, man, what do you charge? I said, well, I'll tell you what, how about $1,500? He says, is that all? I should have said more. But the point is, I was able to take the technology, learn how to use the technology, and the technology paid for itself. So the reason I said $1,500 is because I want to use the, to pay back what I charged for my computer. So my point is, technology now has opened the door for anyone. So you must be excited about the potential, because technology is amazing. Second reason you should be really excited about becoming an entrepreneur. Knowledge is power, and applied knowledge can make you wealthy. Now, I love what Toffler said. He said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So herein lies the key to your success as an entrepreneur. Because as an entrepreneur, you're going to be learning new things, and you're going to have to unlearn things, and you're going to have to relearn new things. And so if you truly want to be successful, you've got to understand that the information is now available for you to learn anything. And as I mentioned earlier, you can go to YouTube and learn pretty much anything. Here's a quick story. I was wanting to learn how to do green screen video, so that, how when they make the movies, they put the green screen behind you, and then after the movie is shot, they can change the green background to anything that you want. So I signed up for a course, and the course was $150, which I thought was a steal. $150. So I can learn how to do green screen. Well, I went on YouTube, and these two 8th graders on YouTube taught me how to do green screen video for free. I mean, but I was willing to learn. The information is available. It's all a matter of your willingness to access the information. So information is the second reason you should be extremely excited about becoming an entrepreneur, because you have access to an infinite amount of information. The question becomes, are you willing to learn? Next is software and apps. Now, I have to admit, I have an addiction. And that addiction is to software and apps. I love apps because apps are amazing. And there's an infinite amount of things you can do with apps. There's bookkeeping apps, social media apps, video creation apps, webinar. I mean, it's an infinite amount of things you can do with an app. And so this is how powerful technology, information, and apps are. So I currently have 3 TV channels on the Roku network. And the Roku network is a digital platform that allows you to put content on it. And so I do 3 podcasts, and these are video podcasts. And I do a video podcast called The New Conversation with Men. I do a video podcast called Joy, Passion, and Profit, which is targeted to entrepreneurs, which is what you're listening to right now. And I do a video podcast called Shatter the Stereotypes, which is dedicated to empowering men of color to live extraordinary lives. And so these 3 podcasts, video podcasts, I am able to put on the Roku network, and I have access to literally millions of viewers, shall I say, potential viewers, okay, online. People in more than 40 countries, I believe, can access my channels on the Roku network for free. And so I do all of these podcasts, video podcasts on this network. And what do you think the app cost me to be able to do this? Think about it. 3 channels full of content, as much content as I want to put out there. It's viewed in over 30 or 40 countries around the globe, puts my message out there to literally millions of potential customers. And the entire app cost me $60. I want you to think about that. $60 for some software, for an app that all I have to do is upload my content, put it on the Roku network, and now I'm spreading my message around the globe. That to me is absolutely amazing. If you went back only 20 years ago, something like that would have cost you literally millions of dollars to be able to broadcast around the globe with 3 different channels of content. And that software cost me $60. Software and apps should get you really, really excited, because you now can, as an entrepreneur, now I happen to be a solopreneur. And so everything that I'm sharing with you, I do from my own home computer. Okay. I do all my own marketing because of apps. You know, I do all my promotions because of apps. I do all this as a solopreneur because of the power of apps. So if you're wanting to be an entrepreneur, you should fall in love with apps. And go back to my first point when I said constant and never-ending improvement. As an entrepreneur, you're going to have to learn new things. So you have to learn how to use the apps. But know that the apps are godsend for entrepreneurs. For example, bookkeeping. I hate bookkeeping, not good at it, but I have an app for that. And I can take care of my finances and keep up with my financials through an app. So the point is, apps should really make you excited about becoming an entrepreneur. Reason number 4, why you should really be excited about becoming an entrepreneur, and that's coaching. There are all types of coaches. There's financial coaches, business coaches, life coaches, health coaches. The unique thing about coaching is that you can get individual support and knowledge from a coach that can support you in running your business. Now, obviously, you have to be careful because there are a lot of people that are proposing that they are great coaches, but they really aren't. So you got to do your own homework before you choose to hire a coach. But I am a firm believer in coaching because coaching is a tool that entrepreneurs can use to hold themselves accountable to accomplish their goals. So there's a distinction to be made between coaching and therapy. Coaching isn't therapy, okay? Although it can be therapeutic, that's not the job of a coach. A therapist basically deals with help you healing your past. A coach empowers you to embrace your present and move towards your future. So having a coach is a vital part of being an entrepreneur. And as mentioned, you can have coaches for different levels of your life. Having trouble with relationships? Get a coach. Having trouble with your business? Get a coach. Need some help with marketing? Get a coach. And the good news is most coaches are affordable, especially from an entrepreneurial perspective. What you're going to get, the benefits you're going to gain for the minimal cost it's huge. So you must be willing to invest in yourself, as I mentioned at the beginning, by hiring a coach. And coaching comes in different forms too. You can do a personal coaching with someone, or you can take a course. A course is coaching if you want to learn new things. But coaching is a industry that is really exploding right now. And I think as an entrepreneur, that's something to be excited about because you now have access to support in helping you deal with any challenge you may be dealing with in your business or in your life. So make sure that you commit to coaching. And last, but definitely not least, networks. You should really be excited about becoming an entrepreneur because of networks. Someone once said that no man is an island. And I really believe that because we are all interconnected and we must have networks to support us in what we want to do. And I love this African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so networks is about going together and having a system in which you have a support system that challenges you and holds you accountable and teaches you how to become the best version of yourself. And as mentioned, there is an infinite amount of online groups and masterminds and associations and meetups that you can join. But the challenge is for us as entrepreneurs to create a tribe. That's the new buzzword, is creating a tribe. How do you create a tribe? Well, a tribe is just a network of like-minded people that come together with the same intention. And so when you find a group that has the same values and qualities that you're looking for in yourself and in your organization, then your network should support you in that. So rest assured that the key as an entrepreneur is not to try to do everything on your own. As an entrepreneur, you must surround yourself with like-minded people that can not only support you, but also give you feedback on aspects of yourself that you may not be able to see. And that's one of the reasons why I love networks, because I love getting different people's opinions when I have maybe a challenge that I'm dealing with. And so by listening to different opinions, I can come up with the right solution to whatever challenge I might have. So networks are an important part of being an entrepreneur. And it's another reason why you should be excited about becoming one, because there's an infinite amount of networks that you can join. You simply have to choose to find one that works for you. So once again, here are the 5 reasons why you should be excited about becoming an entrepreneur: technology, information, software and apps, coaching, and networks. So let's summarize. The first thing you want to do as an entrepreneur is you want to commit to CONI, constant and never-ending improvement. You want to commit to your own personal growth and development. The next thing you want to do is you want to become a new face entrepreneur. by prioritizing your compensation in this order: spiritual compensation, emotional compensation, and financial compensation. Next, you have to understand that the 3 primary barriers to starting a business no longer apply. Those barriers used to be education, location, and funding. And last but not least, the 5 reasons it's exciting to become an entrepreneur is technology, information, software and apps, coaching, and networks. So don't believe the hype of the negative media. There's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur than right now. And you have to understand that you have everything you need right now already within you to build your dream and build a company that changes the world. The only thing is left is for you to just do it. So if you've gained some insights out of this presentation, I'd like to offer you a free gift. And this gift is a 45-minute live presentation, and it's an ebook titled 5 Keys to Turn Adversities into Allies. And in this presentation, I basically share how I was able to overcome being a high school dropout, divorce, bankruptcy, foreclosure, depression, and being homeless for 2 years living out of a car. So if you're struggling with any challenge and you're looking for some inspiration and motivation and some tools that can support you in dealing with any adversity that you may be dealing with, simply log on to joypassionandprofit.com and I'll give you instant access to these free gifts. And so if you're really committed to becoming an entrepreneur and you want to learn more about and go much deeper than what I've shared in this presentation, I've put together a powerful course. It's called The New Face of Entrepreneurship. And as a member of this particular group, I'd like to offer you a $100 discount off of the program. It's a $197 course, take $100 off. You're only paying $97 for this. It's an 8-hour course and it's all online. And so if you're interested in that, you want to go to joypassionandprofit.com. And when you register, just type in the code PASSION at checkout and it'll take off that $100. And so you'll get the entire course for only $97. Amazing course. So again, if you're looking to connect with me on social media, you can find me at coachmichaeltaylor.com or joypassionandprofit.com. And you can find me at most social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And so I want to leave you with a thought. Humanity always experiences breakdowns before breakthroughs. Humanity is currently experiencing a breakdown. But rest assured, the breakthrough is coming. Are you ready for a breakthrough? Take care.
Our next champion to the stage, he's going to introduce you to your better self, a master of mentor leadership, Miss Sakoni Prince.
I shouldn't have left you without a strong rhyme and step 2. Think of how many weeks shows you slept through. Time's up, I'm sorry I kept you thinking of this. You keep repeating your miss the rhymes from the microphone solo with. So you sit by the radio, hand on the dial soon.
Entrepreneurs,
pump up the volume, 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 the volume.
Hello everybody, how you doing today? This is Sakoni Prince of SakoniPrince.com, where we make motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be a part of the 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship Secrets of the Champions. And I tell you, I'm excited about the information I have to share with you today, so let's get started. What I want to share with you today is about coming out head first. That's right, coming out head first. Anybody that's a champion knows that in order for you to get out of a situation, you have to come out head first. That means your mind has to see your way out even before you start taking action. So you have to be able to come out head first. Now, one of the first things you can do to come out head first, one of the first things you need to do is don't trust your emotions. That's right, don't trust your emotions. I tell people all the time, never let your emotions drive. They're not covered on your insurance. That's right. Never let your emotions drive because they're not covered on your insurance. I'm sure all of us can attest to the fact that we've done stuff when we were emotional that we regretted later. And we wound up having to eat crow, having to apologize and say that we're sorry for something we did while we were emotional. Well, if you're going to be a champion, one of the things that you have to do is you can't let your emotions, you can't trust your emotions. Because if you let your emotions lead, they're going to lead you in the wrong direction. You know, one of the things I really loved about Muhammad Ali in his boxing style, not just his technique, not just how he punched and how he jabbed and how he floated like a butterfly and stung like a bee, but how he would get in the head of his opponent. He would get them emotional and get them off their game, and that way he won almost every time. So if you're going to be a champion, one of the secrets that you need to make sure that you master is not to trust your emotions. I mean, don't let them lead. And I'm not saying don't be emotional at all, but don't let your emotions drive your decisions. I know for myself, there have been times when I've actually made decisions that have cost me dearly because I didn't listen to my head, I listened to my heart. But I was emotional. I was angry, I was upset, I was in puppy love, I was awestruck, whatever it was, I found myself leading or being led by my emotions. And emotions are really like the weather. They can change from day to day. So if you're going to be a champion, if you want to know the secrets of how people win over and over again, they don't trust their emotions. Now, I'm not saying we're not supposed to listen to them, but just don't trust them. Because when you trust your emotions, sometimes you make the wrong decisions. So in order for you to be a champion, you need to make sure that you have a level head. And that brings me to my second point. The second point is getting your mind right. If you want to come out of a situation head first, you have to get your mind right. Once you've got your emotions in check, then let's look at the facts. Let's look at the numbers. In order for you to get your mind in a place where you need to be in order to come out. You know, during this current situation that we're facing globally, my question to people, and I know there are a lot of people that are emotional about what's going on right now. A lot of people are fearful. They're scared. They don't know where to go or what to do. But for those of us who know the importance of leadership and being able to lead or come out of something, what we have to do is we have to get our emotions in check. But then we also have to have the mindset to look beyond the current situation. And that's what getting our mind right does. When we can look to the future, we can see what happens after this. We can start planning right now for what's coming next, for what's on the horizon, for how we can benefit even from where we are right now. And the things that we're facing, the things that we're going through. There are so many people that are coming up with new and innovative ways to address the situation. I remember seeing somebody that took a CPAP machine and turned it into a ventilator. I mean, to me, that's innovation. Even in the midst of a pandemic, even in the midst of a bad time, they were looking at ways, how can we make something different? How can we look beyond where we are right now? What is it that we have at our disposal that we can change and make and fix? So are you being innovative right now? Are you thinking out of the box? Are you realizing that there is no box other than your mind? And realizing that you have so much to offer and getting your mind right so you can come out of this situation even better than it was when you went in. That's what's important, that we don't just stay the same, but we develop and we grow. You know, most movies that you watch, I don't care what character it is, somewhere during the course of that movie, that character develops. If they were a weak and timid character, by the end of the movie, they have changed. They have found the courage and the strength to stand up against injustice. If they were someone that was self-centered and not really caring about anybody else, by the end of the movie, they found something to fight for, something they were willing to die for, something that they wanted to care for even through the course of that movie. It's called character development. So are you developing as a character, or are you staying the same? In order for you to come out head first, you have to change from where you are to where you want to be. You cannot let the current situation let you stay the same. If anything, this should cause you to dig deeper and to go harder and to learn more and to try something new and different, because you can't stay the same person. What a waste of time if you came out of this situation exactly the same as you went in. One thing I know is that you have to take the time to pour into yourself so that you can then pour into others. And that's what getting your mind right does. It helps you to be in the mind frame to help other people. Because there are people around you. They're scared. They're frightened. They're confused. They don't know where to go or what to do. And yet, as someone who's in a position of leadership, as someone who's seeking to be a champion, one of the things you have to do is make sure that your mind is right. You have to get it right, not only for yourself, but for those you care about, for those you were called to serve, for those that are around you. You have to muster up the strength and the courage to have the right mindset to be able to address the situation. Now, I'm not saying that we aren't supposed to actually look at the facts, because we are. But you also have to have a hope and a vision for the future. Because sometimes things look hard. They look hopeless. But people are looking for those in leadership that have hope, that could be able to help them to get to where they need to be. So don't allow the current situation to cause you to not have your mind right.
Our next champion to the stage. It's a powerful queen where she must also make decisions with partnerships. Let's do it. She would say, let's work. She's going to raise the bar for you. She's going to get you to focus on your decisions when they're good, bad, and focus on tomorrow. Come on, let's all help me welcome Miss Jewel Taker.
Hey everybody, welcome to the 24-hour Entrepreneurship Virtual Conference. Woo! I'm too excited about this. When I was asked to participate, I was like, yes, I'm all in. Like I'm all for this. I think right now, with everything that's going on in our world, actually, it's global, right? This is really an amazing time to really experience an economic boom in your business and your investments. And you know what? You just have to put yourself in a position where you're like, you know what? I'm about to become a master's student. And obviously you feel that way because you're tuned in listening to me right now. So I'm CEO and founder of the Millionaires Club. I founded that company several years ago because I had a heart and a passion, because I really wanted to make sure that women in particularly, I love the guys too, but women in particularly knew that wealth was for them. Like a lot of times I found over the years that women are a little like gun shy, like, oh, I'll let my husband do that. I'll let my boyfriend decide that. Like, girl, no, you need to trust your own financial instinct, right? You need to develop your own independent wealth for so many different reasons. There may be a private school that you want to send your child to, that maybe your husband's like, child, they can go to public school. You say, no, I want to go to private. I'll write the check, right? Or maybe, you know, you're thinking about sending them to the Boys and Girls Club for the summer. No shade there. I'm grateful for the Boys and Girls Club of America. They do some amazing things. But maybe you had an idea to send your child to the University of Scotland, but it's going to cost $80 a month versus possibly for the summer, $10,000 or $15,000. So there's so many different areas that money impacts our lives, even as your parents are getting older, right? There may be some things that you want to provide for them that you just want to do it. You don't want to have to think about it. You don't want to have to overthink. You don't have to add the 5, subtract the 10. You want to just say, hey, this is what I want to do. and you're able to go out and do it. So for so many different reasons, wealth is extremely important. And, my focus is in the club. It's not just entrepreneurship, but even more than that, I want everybody to become an investor. That means that at the end of the day, the bottom line is I want to know, is this going to cash flow for you, right? Is this going to make you money? Because sometimes we make decisions about things that we like, which is great, right? Sometimes we need to just grab it because we like it. But I want you to create an asset for every bill, right? Ideally, so that you're not actually ever spending income that's coming in to pay your lifestyle, but you're actually spending cash flow that you've created through a particular investment vehicle. And today I'm going to talk to you about a couple different assets, but the main one I'm going to be talking to you about is real estate. One of my favorite, and I've been blessed to grow a very strong real estate portfolio, specifically by investing in the city of Detroit through the right relationships. One right partnership, one right relationship is going to cause you to make right decisions. It's going to cause you to have right results. And so definitely you made a great decision by making sure that you partner with us on today. So I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint just as a point of reference, just so you'll have some things to see visually. And I'm going to give you some things in here. But not only that, I'm also going to talk to you about some things in between here. So make sure that you're taking good notes, okay? Because I really think this is going to help to kind of propel you or launch you. First of all, understand when you start talking about building real estate or even building any kind of, investment portfolio at all, everything may not necessarily happen in your city, right? So you really want to take on a global mindset or a bi-coastal mindset. At the end of the day, I love to go where the deals are. If there's a good deal there where that particular asset can cash flow, well, then that's where I want to spend my time. I don't necessarily want to, just be thinking that I have to stay local within my city. Remember that money moves from nation to nation, right? Money moves from Africa to Australia, to the Netherlands, to Ireland, right? To Dubai, to America, to China, to Japan, right? So we live in a global world. So you need to be thinking in terms of becoming a global investor, especially in today's time. As a matter of fact, I tell people that the next empire that people are going to build is a virtual empire, right? So you really want to make sure that you set yourself up to build a virtual empire. So first of all, one of the number one things that you're doing, and of course, I'm going to be talking about real estate today, but I'm also going to talk about some other entities as well. But for whatever industry that you want to dominate in, you're going to have to develop a team. Here's the reality. I don't care how smart you are, how talented you are, how gifted you are. You're never going to be able to do everything, right? You're going to have a team of people that you can exchange ideas. You can ask questions. You can brainstorm, right? You can call in the middle of the night and say, guess what I thought about? Or guess what I learned? Or somebody may call you and say, guess what I learned? So really in every entity across the board, you need to be looking at building a team. That is paramount. So many times, especially, there's cash flow quadrant where we kind of talk about the person that is a self-employed person. That means that person had the ability to take their gifts, take their talents, and they maybe opened up a clothing store, a restaurant. Maybe it's an accountant. Maybe it's an insurance agent, a doctor, an attorney, right? There's so many different types of people out there that are self-employed. And I think self-employment is great, but you don't want to stop there, right? Because if most people that are self-employed, they kind of have the, you know what, I'll do it myself mentality. I'll do it myself mentality. But I want you to adopt I'm going to build a team mentality. I'm going to build a team mentality, right? Because when you build a team, it's not just your brilliance, but it's everyone's brilliance coming together, thinking, working together as a team. Now, all of a sudden, what are you able to do? You're able to build a tremendous, what I like to call digital empire. Now, in the area of real estate, and particularly, there are a couple people that you have to make sure that you have, right? And number one, you've got to make sure that you have contractors. I recommend getting a couple contractors, right? Getting contractors that are good, because you may have one contractor that's really good at, laying down baseboards. Another contractor might be really good at baseboards and crown molding. Somebody else may be an amazing painter. Somebody else may say, listen, anytime I want hardwood floors done or a carpet laid, that person is great. Or You may have a contractor that really specializes in bathroom and kitchens. The key is to find the best of the best in whatever it is that you're trying to achieve, right? So sometimes you have to go through a couple contractors, and of course, it's always great to build your contractor base through word of mouth, through relationships, through other, real estate investors that you've come to possibly trust. And if you're looking to build in another city that you don't live in, then I recommend that you really cultivate relationships with other investors, because they can tell you the contractors that are crooked, the contractors that are fast, and the contractors are slow. By the way, most contractors do have a reputation for being kind of slow, right? But you can weed through those things and find a genius team that can get any rehab done for you. Then you want to make sure that you have a good property management, right? Property manager. Now you might start out managing the property yourself, but again, I want you to think bi-coastal. If you're moving in a bi-coastal space, you're not going to be able to be there. Just last week, I got a phone call that one of our properties were broken into and they sold some stuff out of there. Well, my property manager went over there, checked it out, got the contractors over there to secure the property, boarded up the windows while the contractors did work. And so that property manager really came in place. They help you keep up, making sure that your property taxes are paid, your homeowner's insurance are paid, that your contractors are paid, and that your contractors are not ripping you off when they go to Home Depot to buy supplies. So it's really important to have that property manager so that you can keep good records, every supply, everything that's purchased, having your receipt for it, right? So that at the end of the month, you can reconcile your books to see, what money came in from tenants, but what expenses were spent out possibly to pay for property taxes, homeowners insurance, or just regular maintenance, because maintenance does, that's a part of it. You have to always figure that there's so much that you're going to have to spend on maintaining that property in excellence. Now, let me say this. You want to make sure that every single month that you have an accountant or a bookkeeper. I like, there's a company called Bench, B-E-N-C-H, and all they do is bookkeeping, but at a very high professional level. You give them access to your bank accounts, you give them the user ID and the password, they can go on there, and the first month they'll do like a test run for you for free most of the time, and you'll give them, categories. So you'll say, this is for that property, this is for property A, this is for property B, this is for property C, right? So basically what happens is you'll be able to reconcile every single month what came into that particular property and then what went out of that particular property, right? Because you want to make sure that you're netting, that you're actually netting, right? That there's cash flow that's being netted. Also, let me say that sometimes in the first year or two of owning a property, it may just be you investing back in the property, getting everything up to speed, but ultimately that property should cash flow for you, right? Getting a good homeowner's insurance agent, check into umbrella properties, umbrella policies. I mean, especially once you start getting into multiple units, they can usually discount your homeowner's insurance. Make sure you've got a good, trusted, bonded, and licensed electrician, right? Because if anything ever happens with that property, you want to make sure that that electrician understood the code of that city, right? And then the same thing with a plumber, bonded and licensed. So let me say this. Now, this is for the real estate team, but you need to be thinking about this in everything. You need to be thinking, hey, what team do I want? Maybe, you need to have a team like we talked about for accounting. You may say, hey, I want to get, a good accounting firm, a good accounting attorney, right? Be thinking team with whatever you're doing with your business. If you're going to scale up, you have to be looking at building a team. And sometimes it's time to swap out, especially in this virtual space that we're in right now. You're going to have to make sure that you're with a team of people that are staying ahead, that they're at the cutting edge of everything, that they're relevant, because the laws and the policies for one particular industry, even 2 years ago, may not necessarily be the laws and policies for the next. So make sure that you get brilliant minds and the people that are hungry for information and always wanting to learn. Communication is so important. You got to make sure that you're staying in contact with your team. I suggest that you set up either a weekly meeting with your team, or maybe, calling your team. You may set up like a Telegram app or there are other team apps that you can use like Trello, which is a project management app that allows you to see, okay, which team member is doing what. And then that way you can set deadlines, right? Because you have to set deadlines. If you don't set deadlines with your team, then, you know, people can get assignments but never actually end up fulfilling them. I mean, how many times has that happened to any of us at any given time where, you know, you were told that, you know, maybe that Sharon was going to do ABC, and then next week you find out that Sharon didn't do it. Well, you have to ask yourself, you know, did you follow up with Sharon? Was she clear on her instructions? Did she need help from another team member? You know, all those things are really, really, really important. So again, come up with, use an app, like I said, like Trello, or maybe Google Docs. There are lots of different project management apps out there where the entire team can see what's going on. You can also categorize. So you may have, you know, an accounting team, but then you may have an IT team. You may have a marketing team. Staying in contact with your team is important. Doing regular scheduled meetings weekly is very, very important so that you guys don't lose track of the task at hand. And you know what? I love it. Even being the leader and the CEO, sometimes I forget what I said. You know, I look at the app and I said, oh my goodness, this is a great idea. And so it reminds me, get back on track with this assignment. Who are the players? What needs to be done? And let's get it done, okay? You need to have consistent and effective communication with your team. You also want to foster that between one another. You know, sometimes, let's just say Sharon calls me and says, you know, I really think Bob should do ABC. And I'll say, Sharon, did you call Bob and tell him? Well, I didn't think he was going to receive it. Well, just try it, Sharon, right? Because you want to stay out of the middle as much as possible. I want to lead. I want to delegate. I want to get their opinions, but I don't want to sit, you know, babysitting people because they don't feel confident in communicating with one another. So the only way to build confidence between your team members communicating with one another is to tell them, I agree, but I need you to share this with Bob, Sharon. And a lot of times they'll do that, and that will increase communication, which increases productivity. Okay. Now, remember, as the CEO, you have to set the standard. You have to set the standard. In other words, you have to set a standard of excellence. If people feel like, and guys, let me be honest, moment of transparency. I low-key would be showing up late, okay, sometimes on my Zoom meetings. And so I couldn't set a standard for my team members showing up on time if I was late. So I had to make sure that I, you know, started showing up on time, dressed and ready, especially in this virtual age. People know, do not get on this Zoom looking crazy. Your hair needs to be combed, lip gloss needs to be on. Come on, somebody, show up to this virtual meeting so that when somebody looks at you, they are inspired. So you have to set a standard of excellence, right? You get a chance to choose. Now this part kind of talks about choosing systematically for all your properties. So you have to kind of choose, and we talked about this a little bit, but I want to mention this. You might want to choose and say, okay, for all my properties, we're going to use something called Cozy. I use something called cozy.com. Okay. And again, this is applicable for other industries, not necessarily Cozy, because Cozy is a real estate website that allows you to put all of the property's information in there, how much it's rented for, the pictures with all of the stats on it, if it's being rented, how much, where the lease is at, if the lease is coming up, property taxes owed, homeowners insurance owed. Also, your tenants can actually put in a work orders through Cozy. So let's just say you have something, you know, the sinks plugs up or something. They don't have to call you. They don't have to call your property manager. They simply put in a work order, and the property management company or property manager will get an email. You can also have it set up, if you want to monitor that, you can have it set up so that you get the email as well every time there's a work order put in. You may not want to micromanage it, but maybe in the beginning, the first year, as things are getting going, you might want to make sure that you're part of that. Let me say this. I don't care how many properties you own. Property management companies are amazing, but there are going to be times that you need to pick in on them. I was recently looking at I think it was like an 11-unit apartment building. And I went on property, went on site, was walking around, and I was absolutely appalled because the owner looked like he was a slumlord. While I was in Detroit, the owner lived in Arizona. So I called him as I started negotiating the deal, and I said, do you understand that the rails on the balcony of this apartment building are weak? And if a child came or somebody older came or whatever came and hit this rail too hard, they would come tumbling down and they could literally die because the space from the second floor to the ground was pretty expansive. And I was appalled. I was appalled at some of the things that were going on. Now, of course, every property is going to need work. And he was clueless. He was like, I have never seen that property since I bought it. I bought the property. I put it in charge, the property manager. And I've never seen the property. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I said, this is why I have to still make sure that I get my eyes on all my properties at least once a year, because I never ever want to be a slumlord, and I don't want anybody living in conditions that I don't want. Now, within Cozy, you can also put the color scheme. You can also choose these color schemes at Home Depot. So any contractor that does work for you, they know you like this color gray, this color white, this color, tan or whatever. They already know. They know the cabinetry that you like. They know the countertops that you like. They know the hardware, right? What you're going to put in there, the faucets, every detail can be aligned. So that way, the biggest work for the contractor is doing the first property. After the first property, they know, most contractors know, in my properties, I don't like putting carpet in, because every time a tenant moves out, I'm going to have to do a rehab on that property, because most tenants are not the best at taking care of the carpet unless it's a high-end property. My investments happen to be in lower income areas. I love the people, but sometimes our carpet is torn, okay? So I like hardwood in all of mine. So this is something that the contractor working, they already know, listen, if you do work for Jewel Tanker, this is what she likes. So you can put all those things. Again, these are setting standards. You can set a standard by saying, guys, at the end of the day, clean up. Every contractor is not clean, right? Every team is not clean. You have to let them know that this is how we like to keep our properties. I know you have paint, put everything in the corner, or maybe take all of your tools with you so that they don't come up disappearing the next day. So again, this is mainly for real estate, but these are the kinds of things that can be applicable for any property. Also, using project management systems, right? Utilize technology for organizational purposes. We talked a little bit about that. And again, this is really important. Make sure you do upgrades on those apps. And then when you're bringing on new team members, make sure that you're taking time to go through, how the app works, so that you guys are maximizing your experience with that particular tech. Don't be afraid to try new apps. They're always coming out. They're always getting better, upgrading. And so, that's an opportunity for you to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to upgrade this app. we're not going to use Trello anymore. We're going to use Google Docs, or we're not going to use Google Docs anymore. We're going to use Google Calendar. Like, guys, there's all types of apps that are constantly being updated. So you get an opportunity to, determine when you want to make that shift. But I would definitely say use technology. You want to get away from paper as much as possible. It's cumbersome and it's actually quite antiquated. Now, of course, there are going to be some things like receipts that you may need to keep a copy of those things just for the IRS, just in case you use an audit. I also want to say that I recommend that I like American Express, okay? I'm sure other credit cards do this, but I love American Express because if I want, I can say, okay, I'm going to give an American Express card to my property manager, to this contractor. Of course, it wants to be people that you trust. But the good thing about American Express, and again, this may work with other credit cards, I like American Express as my favorite because of all of the bonuses that they offer, points for hotels, rental cars, all kinds of great things that American Express offers. But you can say, I'm putting a credit limit on this American Express card. and this particular contractor only can use $5,000 for the month. Or this particular contractor, this one, because maybe they're working on a larger project, you can put a credit limit of $20,000. You can also have notifications sent to your phone every time they spend, right? So if they're going to a wholesaler and maybe, that particular purchase is going to be $11,212. Well, when that happens, you're going to get an alert on your phone. This prevents anybody from getting any funny ideas about mismanaging their credit limit. Now, the good thing about doing this is only do it with people that you trust ideally, but even people that you trust, I would still have notifications set up. But in addition to this, it allows you to closely monitor spending. Now, when you get ready to reconcile your books at the end of the month or the end of the year, the thing that I like about American Express is that I can go on and see that, for example, one of my contractors' name is Cliff. I can say that Cliff spent $15,000 in the month of April, okay? And I can go through in detail and see where he spent every penny of that money. So if I have $50,000 that came in that month from tenants, Cliff spent $15,000, I'm gonna automatically know my accountant at Bench is going to deduct the $15,000 from the $50,000. Now, what is that? $35,000 profit plus any other expenses. American Express allows you to keep very tight, detailed records, and it keeps you from using things like Cash App. I know Cash App can be used as payroll today. A lot of people do. I still like using American Express when I can. And again, you can give it to your team members so that they can use it as needed for purposes of the business or whatever particular purpose. You can also say, hey, you guys have done a great job, so go ahead, I increased your limit by $300. That's your bonus for this month. You can go right on your app to American Express, increase it by $300, and then put gift in there, right? So when it's time to reconcile or bonus, you can say, oh, they got a $300 bonus. They did a good job. They finished ahead of schedule or whatever, okay? Now, you want to set up and make long-term plans for your real estate or really whatever asset that you have. All your assets should cash flow. All your assets should eventually pay your bills, right? So you could say like this, for every asset that I have, this is going to pay a bill for me, okay? This is going to pay for my, vacation home, or this is going to pay for Johnny's tuition, or this is going to pay for my Bentley truck. Get an asset for every bill, right? Because most of the time we spend time creating bills, but we don't want to just create bills, but we want to make sure that we're putting ourselves in a position to create assets that are going to pay for those bills, okay? Now, what you want to do is you want to create a 1, a 5, and a 10-year portfolio plan. Guys, I can tell you, I'm so grateful that God has blessed my life to be a multiple $1-million mega investor. That this is what I've learned about time going by anyway, right? So the best thing that you can do is set goals for yourself. This year, 2020, I want to save, or I want to accumulate, 2 Bitcoin, or I want to accumulate 10 Bitcoin. I want to accumulate 20 Bitcoin, whatever it is. Bitcoin today is about 8,300. Or no, I think it's over 9,000. It's 9,200. My bad. It's forever changing. So you might say, I want to accumulate. So I'm going to set up an auto save and start saving, every week, $10 worth of Bitcoin, maybe $100, maybe 500, maybe 1,000. You can set up Bitcoin by the week or by the month. The key is to make plans. Sit down and ask yourself, okay, I want to pay off my house. How am I going to do that? Let me make a plan for the next 5 years. Let me make a plan for the next 10 years. Okay, now in real estate, one of the things that I've done is I've created a buy and hold, or I've used, not created, it's not anything new under the sun, but I use a buy and hold strategy, right? And then I have a buy and flip strategy. So my buy and hold strategy is for my continual cash flow that will be used to pay for my lifestyle. Okay, but my buy and flip strategy I've used to pay off my real estate portfolio. So my entire real estate portfolio, I started by getting money that was funded, right? That money was funded. I got money from the bank, right? And I rehabbed, I fixed up, and then I sold. And the properties that I did buy and hold to create cash flow, I used the money from the buy and flip to pay off the buy and hold. Coolness. Isn't that cool? Right? So now I have a debt-free real estate portfolio using these strategies together, and I still have my cash flow coming in from my buy and hold. Okay. Now, these are just some numbers just to kind of give you an idea of what you should kind of be looking at. So if you were to buy a property, let's just say you were to purchase it for $30,000. The rehab ran you $10,000. Your loan fees, because you got funded, for $6,000. So total, you're out $46,000. Okay, and you can see we did different scenarios. 30,000, rehab was 10, loan fee was 6,000, total investment 46,000. Now let's go over to the right of the screen, and it tells you if I spent $30,000, rehab for 10, loan fee was 6, total spent 46,000. But now my rent, I'm bringing in $900 a month on rent. If that building or that house rents for $900 for 12 months, then I made $10,800. Okay. And you can see we broke down on each scenario the houses. Okay. So we kind of did the same thing. Now with house 2, we actually are going to sell it. Okay. And so you can see we purchased it for $30,000, rehabbed it for 10, loan fee 6, total investment $46,000. Okay, sell price is $55,000, total $55,000. Total profit when I sold it, I made $9,000. You guys see this? And so I kept doing this and did it again with house 3, again with house 4. Okay, and my total annual income that year was $22,800. So when you're looking at property, always look first and find out location. Property and making sure it's a good investment is location. Where is it located? Because you got to have vision. All my houses, if you saw them, you'd probably be like, oh my gosh, this is a piece of trash. Well, not really. What you saw as a piece of trash was a huge investment. Right? So I just simply, made sure gentrification was going on in the area, made sure that I knew work was going to be done, but as long as there were no structural or foundational, issues, I'm like, anything can be repaired, right? And so you do the same thing for year 2. You kind of break down, okay, what am I going to buy, right? What am I going to hold? And then what am I going to buy and what am I going to sell, right? Now, in this particular instance, we did it with a few extra homes. And so the monthly income for that year was $45,600. Added it to last year, $22,000, $68,000 so far in the last 2 years that would have been brought in for real estate. So guys, you can see with this, and then we do the same thing for year 3. Now that total income net, I'll let you guys go through this in your time, but that net is $136,000 just in 3 years. 4 years, $228,000. Guys, this is just sitting down and planning. Okay, year 5, $342,000 cumulative. It was made over the years. Guys, that's good in 5 years, right? So now what I'm doing is I take that cash flow from these assets and I move them into other assets, hard assets and digital assets. I may use my money from this asset and buy another property, buy an apartment building, buy a quad, right? Or I could take it and buy Bitcoin, buy Ripple, which is a cryptocurrency. Or I might want to take it and invest in oil well. It's your money. You get to do whatever you want to do with it. But the whole goal is to build wealth. And the way you build wealth is through assets, because assets create cash flow. So You're not thinking about spending money, because most of us think income in, going out. No, think income, invest, assets, cash flow. Because eventually what can happen is I can live off of my cash flow from my assets and not my income. My income is going to keep me humping. Work. And yeah, you're going to have to do that for many years. I do it and I love it. But I'm working to the purpose of that. When this money comes in from this entity, this industry, this investment, I'm taking it and I'm moving it into assets. And that's how you need to be thinking. Don't take money from real estate. I don't recommend that you take money from real estate and invest it, okay, in whatever. I recommend that you take money from real estate and invest it in other assets, okay? Now, guys, I hope that you learned a lot today. And if you want to learn more about real estate, investing in oil wells, you want to learn how to trade foreign currency, cryptocurrency, any of these things, you can join the Millionaires Club today by texting MC Club to 555-888. Again, text MC Club or M Club to 555-888. And literally, we talk twice a month on a Zoom similar to this, and we talk everything money, how to negotiate deals, how to get your property taxes lowered, how to build a team, how to invest in gold and silver, where to invest in gold and silver, where should I invest in oil wells, what's my return, what's a cap rate, how do I find good tenants? I mean, everything where money is concerned. How do I become a millionaire and still have a great marriage, right? Or how do I raise my children to become asset-minded and not consumer-minded, right? We talk about a little bit of everything where money is concerned. I bring on other top master students, I like to call, or financial experts in the money arena, where you can learn from them. You have conversations and we give you the tea on the latest and greatest, because the thing about money is you want to become a forerunner, a trailblazer. That means that you get there before the money shows up. Money's always chasing you and you're not chasing money. So guys, I want you to know that you can absolutely have it all. The wealth education is the key, and obviously you understand that. Thank you so much. This has been great being a part of the 24 Entrepreneurship Virtual Conference. Make sure that you stay plugged in to the next session. You don't want to miss any of them. Take good notes. Thank you so much. Have a great day and God bless.
Thank you so much for attending 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. And maybe you are sitting back saying, you know what? I think I should have a digital summit of my own for my organization, my business, to promote your business and your service. Well, we are here for you, and you can do that by following these simple instructions. Number one, go to www.evergreenspecialist.com. It's right below me, www.evergreenspecialist.com. Number two, what you want to do is schedule an appointment. And number three, meet with me and we'll talk about all of your needs. So continue enjoying 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. There's some great information going along, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side.
That's right. Coming to the stage, our champion, master mentor in business. Help me welcome Tavana Elliott Clark.
Work, 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 work. You see me heavy work, 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 work. You see me do me dirt, 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 dirt.
She's gonna get you to work.
Work, 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 work. When you walk a line, 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 line.
Our next champion is going to give you secrets about taking your power back. She has a high performance company. She's going to give you all the secret weapons for your business to strive. Please help me welcome Dr. Carmela Nathan.
and thank you so much for checking in with us today. Today we will be talking about taking back your power as a secret weapon for resilience, sustainability, and change. I will share why I do what I do, and I will leave you with 3 takeaways to help you build a high-performing, inclusion-driven company, if that is your desire. So leadership is based on power. It is an interactive, influential relationship between the leader and the follower. The follower grants the leader opportunity to exercise power in decision-making while trusting that this leader will make the decisions that best benefits them. So leadership is based on how a leader manages the power that has been granted to them. So what do your power and leadership say about you? I have learned that power magnifies a leader's character flaws unless they take time to work on them. I've learned that the more power you have, the easier it is for others to identify the kind of leader you will be and the kind of enterprise that you will run. So do power and control make you abusive and coercive? Or do you use the power that you have to empower others? I also learned over time that as you move up the ladder to top leadership positions in companies, you get to know how decisions are made and how the structures and systems behind the leadership culture and practices display the company's true values. I've had opportunity to hold leadership positions in a variety of sectors, including business, healthcare, education, and ministry, in for-profit and non-for-profit state and government entities. And that's where I learned that personal power can be a secret weapon. I'm Dr. Carmela Nanton, CEO, Chief Leadership Strategist, and Systems Architect of Carmel Connections Incorporated. And I have led and partnered with leaders and managers for more than 2 decades, nationally and internationally, the only Black woman most of those times. My leadership trajectory was strong, and I was mostly on the fast track in terms of upward mobility everywhere I went. But that was not always welcome, as you might imagine. In my case, I was sometimes disregarded, left out of networks, harassed, and retaliated against, disrespected, passed over, and these are just a few of some of the hurdles I had to overcome. And this is even though in every company that I served as a leader and entrepreneur, I saved companies tens of thousands of dollars, developed and streamlined cost-effective processes that generated millions of dollars for these companies and the departments that I started up or was a part of. And though I won awards along the way as author and educator and community program developer, nothing I have ever done came without cost or needing to break through barriers to get it done. My core value system comes from my background in leadership, quality control, and the zero tolerance for errors in transfusion services, which causes me to focus on methodical systems that sustain quality work environments and cost effectiveness that reduces negative impact on both the company and on the worker. But one of the most difficult moments came the day I looked around the table and realized that none of those who smiled with me were going to back me or sponsor me. And I was all alone. At first, a strong sense of hopelessness came over me, and I had hit my proverbial brick wall, or what is known as the black ceiling. And I felt powerless to make a difference in that moment. And so I left. As I worked through the transition to become the full-time CEO of Carmel Connections Incorporated, an executive coaching, consulting, and leadership development firm, I wrote the woman's book series, Hardwired to Lead. And in the process, I took back my personal power. I was fueled by my passion to become a champion for women leaders and to develop the next generation of leaders by disrupting the systematized status quo mindset that keeps women out of top leadership positions 95 to 99% of the time. Our mission at CCI is to facilitate inclusion-driven leadership cultures to move the needle of women's leadership on boards, as CEOs and executives in the C-suite and in government, from the status quo of 5 to 10% to 30% across all companies and sectors by 2030. And so the coaching and consulting factor in my leadership includes global experience, training, Ivy League education, and acquired unique insight into leadership and inclusion. And you will find that you are in the rare hands of someone who has a keen ability to zero in on issues related to women's leadership, gender bias, and inclusion, even in profitable companies. So why is that my focus, you might ask? Well, leadership is a concept, and practice can be quite difficult on its own. And it has never really been the exclusive purview of men, though it has been set up and structured that way. Women who also have been endowed with the DNA of their creator can be and are hardwired to lead just like their male counterparts. So why is it that only 5% of leaders in top positions are held by women across companies and sectors when they make up more than half the population and the workforce? For the 1% of women of color in particular, the barriers are stronger, the hurdles are higher, the challenges are greater, and as we seek to honor our hardwired to lead. And so because of limited corporate leadership opportunity and treatment of women in business, companies are hemorrhaging their top women talent as they step into their power to become the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs, opening up their own companies at a rate that is twice that of any other group in society. And Black women are leading the way by owning and controlling nearly half of those companies. As CEOs, these experiences bring the added challenge of having difficulty securing capital that is needed to strengthen the viability of their companies. So how do leading women continue to lead, operate, and survive and even thrive in this kind of an environment? Some women leaders operate by a code of silence, just like the organizations in which they work or that they may have left. Women have learned to cover up the challenges, the daily discriminations, the inequities, and the microaggressions that are hidden behind perfectly coiffed hair, St. John outfits, and red bottoms, and impeccably made up faces, which serve as a strong, tough, defensive, protective mechanism and a mask that allows them to operate and walk on eggshells while looking over their backs in leadership cultures that are structured to keep them out of the very positions that they have earned and that the 21st century companies so desperately need. And for some women, this defensive wall is so impenetrable, her image so carefully managed, that they may not even know themselves anymore. So my goal with the series was threefold. It was first to uncover the power secrets that create the toughest, most consequential, but invisible barriers for women who aspire to lead. And I'm talking in terms of image, money, sex, gender, and the church, and to explore what kind of justice is required in response to these power secrets. It was to break the code of silence on the myths and spins and shades of truth around women's leadership effectiveness, and to highlight what women bring to the table as leaders when given the opportunity. But I don't just leave it there. I wanted to also provide a blueprint for how leaders could proactively change leadership practice and transform their companies into conscious, inclusion-focused, high-performing companies for global leadership advantage, where anyone who is hardwired to lead can thrive. But as I did my research, a clear pattern began to appear, and I had this epiphany. And what clicked and hit me like a ton of bricks was the uncanny connection between domestic violence behaviors and abusive leadership practice. I found a compelling but very disturbing account of the hard truths of leadership and workplace experiences that women can have in some leadership cultures. And here's what I mean. What was so disturbing about it, you might ask? Well, some of the parallels include the foundational behavioral philosophy of privilege and entitlement. They are the same, even though it can show up in slightly different ways in the private space versus the public space, but they are still clearly recognizable. The whole power and control behaviors generally sanctioned by societal habitus that allows perpetrators to walk away with impunity, allows perpetrators in many leadership cultures to walk away without responsibility and accountability, protected by NDAs and insurance policies. The isolation and marginalization of women from networks and groups and opportunities and positions that could advance their leadership careers is common practice. And the wage gap, well, I call it economic abuse, because women's access to money, whether it is an equitable salary or venture capital, is deliberately controlled so that her quality of life is negatively impacted over her lifetime. And the incidence of sexual harassment, misconduct, and abuse is a direct parallel to the sexual violence of abusive relationships. The other day, somebody asked a question: if it is just our imagination, or just our perception, or if it is a reality. Well, I'm here to tell you that the data does not lie. The 1% to 5% women represented in top leadership positions is what gender bias and inequity look like. Bringing it closer to home and recent situations, the recent reality of the COVID-19 payroll protection plan, funding that cannot make it to small businesses is neither just a perception, nor is it a lie. It's the stark reality that minority businesses and owners feel who need access to this money for survival, but are blocked from such access. And I have found that these experiences are much more common than we care to commonly and honestly admit. The reality is not pretty, but I believe that if we're going to solve a problem, we have to first face the truth of the matter. But before I get to the 3 takeaways that I wanted to leave with you, I wanted to confirm what women bring to the table as leaders. So based on a lot of research data, placing women in top leadership positions results in decision-making that is faster and better. It results in higher performance and retention and lower worker burnout. Women bring collaboration, increased company loyalty, and ethics in operation. And when women lead, the code of silence can be broken, the wage gap can be closed, and transparency can become the name of the game. There's also indication that harassment complaints, non-disclosure agreements, and miscellaneous insurance costs, or hush money as we call it, all decrease. Women's soft skills and innovation intensity give the company a competitive edge. And companies that have women in top leadership positions show a higher company bottom line. Their net revenue, trust, status, and reputation are higher, and even the GDP increases to benefit all. So one would think that these are all priority goals of successful companies in a global capitalistic society for leadership advantage. So I leave you with these 3 ways that you can begin to proactively disrupt the current leadership status quo where you lead to create an inclusion-driven leadership practice. First, it starts with assessment. You've got to know where your company stands. Data says that 67% of CEOs and executives list inclusion and diversity as important. But listen to this. Only 12% have made it such a priority that their company has taken specific action for change. So I ask you, do you know where your company lands on that continuum? What action can you take in response to where you are? Second, actively create an inclusive leadership practice. How? Include women in the strategic networks that always result in promotion, consideration, sponsorship, and ultimately advancement. In other words, grant them equal opportunity. And in terms of value, what women bring to the table is well worth the same pay as her male counterpart. Based on leadership data, there is evidence that women's leadership is equally effective. And I already listed the things that they bring to the table, so it should be a no-brainer that they be equally compensated. And so I ask, when was the last time you did a thorough comparative assessment of salary across gender in your company? And if you did, what did you find or do about the results? 3, strategically transform your company into an inclusion-driven culture with you as the culture transformer. The best way to do that is to place inclusion and diversity into the strategic succession plan of your company, or it doesn't get done. Did you know that 2/3 of companies have a succession plan? That's the succession plan does not include women and diversity. And in a knowledge society, that's a problem. If women are not in your pipeline, it's not because they're not competent or they don't have the capacity to lead. It is simply that because as a leader, you have decided to put your revenue, your profits, and your competitive edge on the table. Qualified women are in the company, so identify them, recruit them, develop them, and place them. Your organization viability in the 21st century rests on it. And so, I gave you the 3 starting points to get moving on the road to change. Assess where you are, create inclusive leadership cultures, and transform or change what is wrong in your company. But everybody has a role to play. I call for women who are hardwired to lead to take back their power by becoming resilient, persistent communicators in negotiations and in highlighting needed change in leadership cultures where you serve. Strategically expand your skills portfolio, bring your innovation intensity to the table. Your women's leadership has never mattered more. I call on contemporary leaders, and I challenge you to exercise the personal power that is entrusted to you and to lead beyond the status quo. What I mean is that you've got to expand myopic mindsets and become social architects to transform leadership culture. Leaders need to consciously call out limited mindset paradigms, perceptions, and the sanitizing language that we use to clean things up. But it still continues to drive contemporary leadership decision-making to a point that has kept women out of top leadership positions noticeably. I further challenge awards and accreditation regulatory bodies to require that gender representation and pay equity become deciding parts of the evaluation criteria for awarding companies the status and prestige awards, such as Best Places to Work or the Sterling Award. They have not earned the right to hold that status if these 2 factors are missing, no matter what else they might have accomplished. In fact, you are then holding up companies with discriminatory practices as the best examples to emulate. Perhaps that's why there is no change. So a bit hard to wrap our heads around, but that's what it is at the end of the day. And our role as an executive and leadership coaching practice is to work alongside CEOs, women, and leaders to help them become the inclusion-driven culture transformers who are willing to proactively shift the status quo leadership culture to one where everyone can thrive. All of these roles require that you take back, understand, and operate in your personal power. It is personal power that makes your leadership more effective. It's personal power that gives you capacity to reinvent and to scale and to expand your business and leadership influence and even your life. One administrator I worked with said, "Thank you, Dr. Nanton, for being a powerful leader and competent practitioner. You have made such a lasting impression in my life, and I appreciate you. I'm so grateful that God placed you in my life. You're more than just a mentor to me. You are someone that I truly love and adore for helping me to be the best leader that I can be. So at the end of the day, it is personal power that allows you to level up to the next level you that you need to become in this new normal as a culture transformer. Our Power 20 program is the perfect place for you to begin. And today you have the opportunity for a free gift if you text Power 20 to 66866. POWER20 to 66866. You will get access to a personal power quiz, which we use to tailor the program experience to your unique needs. Taking back my personal power was the secret that fueled my resilience and persistence in the face of all the obstacles that were presented to me, and it's what allowed me to honor my heart wired to lead throughout my career. And when you take back your personal power, that's what will help you face the challenges, whether big or small, that call for your resilience and your persistence as you quantum leap your leadership influence to your global leadership advantage. Thank you for listening.
These champions coming to the stage are a couple relationship experts, marriage that can win, communication, I want you to get this, money management, especially enhancing your level of intimacy. You'll find it all with this couple, this power couple right here. Please help me welcome, start clapping now, virtual applauses right now, Eric and Dr. Sakisha Heilig.
Hi, I'm Eric, and this is my wife, Dr. Sakisha Heilig of Marriage Can Win.
Here at Marriage Can Win, we educate, empower, and encourage couples to embrace that marriage can win, especially when you focus on 3 key areas: improving your communication skills, number 2, developing sound money management skills so you're not living paycheck to paycheck, and 3, enhancing your intimacy skills so your marriage can win.
Now, as a couple in business together, we want to ensure that our business are what?
Profitable.
Yes, profitable. Now, have you ever met an entrepreneur that says, I want to be broke?
I don't think so.
Now, after all, the goal is for each and every one of us to add extra zeros to our bottom line, correct?
Absolutely. Now, logically, this makes sense. However, can we share with you what we've discovered? After working with hundreds of couples, we found out that they had one thing in common. They had excuse after excuse after excuse as to why they weren't making any money in their business. And the truth is, there's no revenue in excuses. Now, let's review the 5 most common excuses that these couples had. Now, the first one is what?
There is not enough time.
Now, I think Zig Ziglar said it best when he said it's a lack of direction, not a lack of time. That's the problem, because we all have 24 hours in a day. I mean, sometimes we say, there's not enough time. That's something you say because it makes you feel better. It's better than being honest and saying, look, that sounds hard and I just don't want to put in the effort. Now, while it may sound legitimate to say there's not enough time, it's just simply not true.
Now, here's a fun fact. There are 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week, 365 days in a year, unless it's a leap year.
And we all have the exact same amount of time in a day. Now, let me give you a quick assignment. The next time that you are tempted to say there's just not enough time, replace it with the honest fact that says, that's just not important enough to me to do right now. Now, wouldn't that jog your memory if you said, or wouldn't that cause you to rethink your things if you're saying there's just not enough time? If you're truly honest with yourself, which that leads us to our second point, which is now's just not a good time.
Have you ever had an idea that you felt like, whoa, when I release this plan, it's gonna be like fire, and we're gonna get paid. But you keep on putting it off and putting it off. And when you see someone else doing it, they're not killing it, and they just getting paid. Don't you feel like kicking yourself?
I mean, during this pandemic, there's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be coming out executing $1 million ideas. I mean, you got the time, right? You've got access to your audience. You got your target audience's attention. The I'm busy reason doesn't fly anymore because everyone is pretty much at home. The only thing holding you back is you. This is the most opportune moment to start. A year from now, you'll wish you had started today.
So our next excuse is, I don't have enough money.
Oh my God. You have companies such as Dell, Facebook, Apple, Coca-Cola,
Clorox, Hewlett-Packard, Microsoft, Oracle, eBay, SAP, and Cisco.
Now the list goes on and on and on. Now all of these companies were originally bootstrapping companies. They didn't have enough money to get these companies the way they wanted them to. But I don't know about you, but I don't want to leave my future in the hands of a company where they determine how valuable I am or how valuable I'm not. I mean, if you think about it, does that amount of investment outweigh the risk of you staying where you are now? I mean, what have you got to lose? If you look at your 401ks, the values have dropped tremendously. The 6-figure job security thing is gone. We are more extendable now as employees than we have ever been. So that I don't have enough money, to me, it doesn't outweigh the risk of staying where you are.
Nope, it doesn't.
Now, the next excuse is someone else is already doing it.
Well, let me ask you this. Everyone has a smartphone.
Yes.
Everyone can take a quick look at your phone. Some of you have Apple, some of you have Android. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if Apple ceased on the product, if they cease to do their product because Android is out there, what would that do? They wouldn't be here today as one of the most prominent smartphone producers in the world.
You know what? There's a need for both Apple and Android. If you think about it this way, for those of you that are avid runners or joggers, does Nike stop producing because of Under Armour? I mean, you get the picture, right?
Yes.
The same principle applies to your business. Just, think what you can do with your product or service that can help you stand out and connect more with your target market. You stand to benefit. You stand to add more zeros on your bottom line. And I think it's worth it. What about you?
It is exactly worth it. Now, our next excuse is, I'm not good enough.
Oh my gosh. How are you going to find out unless you try? Before co-founding companies like LinkedIn and investing in companies like PayPal and Airbnb, Mr. Hoffman had an idea. It was a group or a business called SocialNet, where it was like an online dating service and social networking service. But guess what? It ultimately failed. However, he took those same principles and repurposed it into what is now known as LinkedIn. It's still social networking, but now geared towards business-minded individuals. So for you to say, I'm not good enough, that excuse is no longer valid. Now, the truth is, you can do this a hard way,
or you can do it the easy way.
Now, we have a word of advice for entrepreneurs. If you keep fighting for your excuses, you get to keep them. But you also get to keep the results that come along with them.
The hard way.
Let me give you a hint. The hard way brings about increased stress, increased pressure, frustration, and I'm sure you business owners might be, I have that anyway in my business. But just think about it. When you're just basically reinventing the wheel, you're adding additional stress and pressure on yourself.
And I don't want to do that. I'd rather do the easy way.
All right. So what's the easy way? I'm sure you're wondering. It's a mindset. There are mindset principles that you can adopt right now to help shift the trajectory of your business. So you want to talk about those mindset principles?
So what time is it?
It's time for a new mindset so you can get new results. Let me say that again. It's time for you to adopt a new mindset so you can start generating new results. So one of the first things that you can do, one of these mindset principles, do what?
Personal development a priority for yourself, AKA
invest in like a coach, connect with a mentor. You got to do something different if you want a different result. Make sense?
Makes sense. So it is now time to take action.
Now, in addition to doing that or connecting, hiring a coach, connecting with a mentor, you need to start taking action by listening to trusted outside perspectives, meaning research what someone else is doing in your field that's killing the game and how are they doing it. Look at your circle of influence. You need to look at the people that are pouring into you and the people that you're connected to. If there are people with the information, with the resources to help propel your business to the next level, it's time to take advantage of it. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Now,
Makes sense.
and honestly, they say that you should never be the smartest person in the room. If you are the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
That's why I'm always in the room with you.
I have a response.
He's the smartest one.
No, we balance each other out. And you know what? You made a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, because if you think about it, we all have our own different strengths and our areas of improvement.
Right.
So when it comes to the technology, nobody can do it like you, babe. I couldn't do it all. I couldn't do this business on my own without you.
But that's why the team works. Makes the dream work.
And it's so important we connect with other mentors, other businesses that are doing what we aspire to do. They're helping us in terms of the technology, connecting with your customers.
Right.
There's no need to have pride and an ego. You need to cast that aside, especially if you want to add some additional zeros to your banking account.
Right. So what we got to do is we got to focus on our vision.
Yeah.
Because whatever we feed will grow. So it's time to take some serious action. Be mindful that you can have results, not excuses.
You can have results or you can have excuses, but you can't have both and add extra zeros to your bank account. It just will not work. So another one of these mindset principles, in addition to what we were talking about before, is one, recognizing that time is money. Let me say that again.
Yes.
Time is what?
Money.
All right.
So what are you doing with your time? Are you getting connected on webinars, Zoom calls, or are you listening to podcasts of other people that are just killing it in your desired areas?
What you do with your time is an indication of how badly you want to add those extra zeros to your bank account. For example, you will find that sometimes here in our household, it might be 11 o'clock at night, but what are we doing? We're getting on webinars, Zoom calls. We have a business show called the Happy Entrepreneur Show that we like to watch, and it comes on a lot of times 11 o'clock at night.
Exactly.
But it is absolutely worth it to be able to connect with Shay and the team, and just to be able to see they're connecting you with other people across the globe, other entrepreneurs that are killing it in the game, helping you come up with six-figure sales strategies, helping you create different things on how to generate sales, how to market. That's a wise way of spending your time. Now, I'm sure a lot of people may be thinking, well, I've got this extra time. I'm going to Netflix. I'm going to chill. You are wasting your time. That's an indicator that you're not really serious about putting extra zeros in your bank account.
Exactly, because if you look at the stock market, Netflix is killing it.
Yeah.
So why are we watching someone else killing it and we're not?
You're adding extra zeros.
Changes.
Now, like we said before, if you keep fighting for your excuses, then you simply get to keep them. But you do have to deal with the results that will come along with it. Now let me ask you this. What is your why?
You know you my why.
Anyway, your why, it's going to be your core source of motivation. So what is motivating you to tap into this space? What's motivating us to work with married couples? And for us, okay, we can step aside for a moment and be honest.
Yes.
We're, based on our upbringing, we wanted to be the change that we want to see in relationships. We didn't want to wind up like our parents, having 2, 3, 4 divorces, not having to rely on the state or being a government employee to be able to pay your bills every month.
Right.
COVID-19 just came and told everybody, you have to have an additional stream of income. You got to be an entrepreneur. And guess what? This is not the only time. This might be the first time that something like this has transpired where the entire country was shut down for months, but that doesn't mean that this will be the only time.
Right.
So this is where you need to start executing those plans. It's no time like the present, because your why for doing that is going to come from within.
Right. So you know what we got to do? We have to be stronger than our excuses. Wayne Gretzky said it something like this: you miss 100% of the shots that you never take.
Now let's think about that for a moment. You miss 100% of the shots you never take.
Right.
So just think about those shots that you do take. They may not land you all the way to where you want to be, but you're not going to remain where you are. You're going to keep getting closer and closer and closer to your goal. You're going to keep adding zero after zero after zero to your bank account. So no one has ever said that being an entrepreneur would be easy. But you do get to decide on how you want to show up in this world for yourself. And I believe Andy Henriquez said it best. He says you have to show up for your life, because if you don't, no one else will. And that's a powerful statement.
Yes. Also, you know what you got to do? Go full out.
That's true. Now we're making a joke, but going full out is serious. Think about it. Powerful entrepreneurs ask powerful questions.
Right.
We heard that from Trevor Otts. And when you start connecting yourself with people that are power and influence or are able to take your business to the next level, that's the type of mindset shift that you start to experience. So you need to start doing things like creating an accountability group and creating an accountability partner.
Right.
Let me give you a word of advice. Get rid of the yes people. Well, I hate to say get rid of the yes people, but you want to have people in your corner that are going to hold you accountable so you can take your business to the next level. You need someone that when you say you're going to set a deadline, they're going to make you stick to it. No excuse. There should be a no excuse zone within your business. And it might also be helpful to our entrepreneurs. I mean, it was extremely helpful for me to turn one big goal into several smaller goals.
Yes, exactly.
Because one big goal can seem insurmountable, but if you take it and break it down to smaller goals and you start to see progress.
Yes, and a lot of times we get into our comfort zone. We don't want to take those steps.
Right.
But guess what? Revenue is at the end of your comfort zone. So you have to step outside of your comfort zone.
And you know what? That's true. That's powerful. Revenue begins at the end of your comfort zone, because that comfort zone will keep you in a box and it will keep you from producing. It's going to keep you from connecting. It's going to keep you from taking your business to the next level and adding extra zeros to your bottom line. So you can get rid of the fact that there's no revenue in excuses. But when you step outside that comfort zone.
But you know, something that you said too is because when you're in a box, you're only thinking about this box right here, what you can think inside here sometimes. That's why, you know, like you said, when you're investing into webinars, like other people who are just killing it in the areas, you start to think outside of just what you commonly know or what you commonly see or how you grew up, because your perspective may be limited. And so when you start to expand your mind and get out of your comfort zone, because your comfort zone may be where you know your strengths. And so that's why sometimes you have to make alliances with others that have some strengths, and you go outside of your comfort zone. And then that's where trust comes into place, right?
Yes. Now, one of the things that you said that was so key, it made me think about our entire business structure, how we started out as I'm a pharmacist in the healthcare industry and you're an engineer, but we knew that that was not the end of our story. That wasn't going to be the end of our calling. I could not stay within the confines of that little box that, that they call a pharmacy. I would always go outside of that comfort zone, interact with my customers, and they start sharing with me what they needed. And when we stepped out our comfort zone and started working with married couples, and we started finding out about that great divide in marriages and relationships, dealing with communication and finance and intimacy. We started hosting conferences and connecting with couples. And we had a conference in which we had financial advisors come in and talk to the couples. And a light bulb went off. They said, wait a minute. You have experience dealing with people. I have experience from the healthcare industry and planning. And my husband has, he's great with numbers. So instead of hiring another company to come in to talk to our couples, we decided to get ourselves certified so we could provide that for our couples. So now we're licensed in multiple states, and we're able to help others as far as estate planning and retirement planning, some investments, and generating additional streams of incomes. Because the truth is, we all want to add those extra zeros to our bottom line. But wouldn't it be amazing to be able to offer products and services that can put your target market in that one-stop shop?
And so that caused us to step out of our comfort zone, because we had been working with couples, coaching and counseling and premarital for like years. And so that's why when we, like you said, we brought in another financial institute. But so now we went ahead and added that, because what we did was we wanted to help couples in their communication, in finance, and greater intimacy. And so now, instead of doing outside, now we have additional value to offer to couples to help them to build, protect, and save wealth for not only for them and their current generations, but their future generations, which is their legacy.
Now, I have a question for you entrepreneurs that are out there that are watching it. Take a moment and think, what can I do to generate additional streams of income where I don't necessarily have to develop a new skill set? It's something that I can do, and it's going to generate an additional stream of income. It's something that's on the inside of me, something that's already tied to my business, something that's tied to my ideal client. In the healthcare industry, I would have access to 200, 300 clients per day, working 5-6 days a week sometimes. That's access to 1,800 clientele a week. I already have access to their healthcare aspect because I manage their medications. I manage what's going on with their health. But then, as a pharmacist, we're trusted. They tell us a lot of their information. So they start sharing with me about their finances, what's going on. So now I'm able to tap into that market and provide an additional benefit or service for them. And that generates an additional stream of income for me.
Yes. So now we must do what? Act.
Yeah, because action changes things. So that means when we tell you to step outside of your comfort zone, there's a reason. If you're staying within the confines of your comfort zone, you're not going any further than where you are. Remember what we talked about earlier. If you hold on to those excuses, you can have them, but you have the results that come along with them.
No revenue.
But when you act, you start to change things. When we acted and became financial services advisors, in addition to working with our clients, things started to change. We began to help and perform another service for our clientele that was beneficial, and it adds an extra zero to our bottom line.
Exactly. Now, one thing is that we can't do is we just can't say and be speaking and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, but we never take action, because guess what? Actions speak louder than words.
That's true. I heard this one time. This was really, really powerful. We're sitting in a conference, and I want to say it was one of the Justins that said this. He said, we've done enough learning. Now it's time to start doing. Exactly. And that really resonated with me, because there's sometimes where we sit in conference after conference after conference. We take in all of this information, and then we do what? We go home and put it on the shelf and wonder why there's not enough revenue in our businesses, because there's no revenue in the excuse. You got the information, but you've done nothing with it. So as an entrepreneur, your actions have to speak louder than your words. Your clients should see you doing your Zoom calls. They should see you on the webinars. They should see you, being out and being active and offering products and services that are going to help increase your bottom line, but help your customers. Now, how can we do that?
Well, we got to take steps toward that, right?
Actually, that's perfect right there, because there are 3 things that you as an entrepreneur can do right now. There's a way that you can pivot so you can start generating extra revenue in your business and not generating any excuses.
Right, no more excuses.
All right, so step one, let's start looking at your pricing strategy. A lot of times as entrepreneurs, we're worrying that our prices are too high. You want to give your friends the friend discount. You want to do
the hookup.
Yeah, you want the hookup. I mean, come on, you want to charge what they feel is fair. When you go into an Apple store, the price is the price. Every now and then, these phones can cost up to $1,000 or more.
Yes.
But someone that really wants this phone, and it's your target clientele, they're going to find out a way to take advantage of it. Correct? The same thing in regards to your business. Sometimes you price yourself right out of a profit. I'm going to say that again. You price yourself right out of a profit because you're too busy giving out the discounts. You need to charge what's fair. The people will pay you when you bring value. So when you're solving their problems, your client is going to be able to pay for, or they will figure out the way.
Now, this does not mean that you can just come in and out of the blue with no training, no value yourself, and try to charge like you have so much value. You must invest in yourself to increase your value.
Yes.
So if you increase your value, now you have value to give to others. And then now that price is also coming along with that value.
Now, you know what this makes me think about? Step number 2, which is your product. Think about it. Everyone's familiar with Jeff Bezos. Before he became the Amazon guru, he had a business, and it was like an online auction site that was not really doing well. It wound up turning into this, like what they call a Z shop, and the business ultimately failed. But what did he do? He repurposed it into what eventually became Amazon.
Right.
So just think about it. Sometimes if you're looking at your brand and it's like, I've got a good product, but let's see it. Sometimes you may have to tweak it a little bit more so that it strategically aligns with your target market. If you think about our financial services business, we have multiple product lines, but you have someone that's looking, hey, if this is in their budget, this is going to be the product that we present to them. We're not going to hit you with our $50,000, $100,000 product if you're saying, hey, I can only afford to invest $50 to $100 a month. It doesn't make sense.
Right, and that's why what we do is we work with you, find out your needs, find out what your goals are. If you want to plan for your education for your kids, or if you want to plan for vacations, or if you want to plan for retirement, then that's when we work for you at your budget and what you can afford. Because we're not going to put something that you have to invest $100,000 or $10,000, but maybe all you can invest is $100 a month. But in the time that you need it, say 10 years, when you're ready for your kids to go to college, now you have $80,000 to $100,000 of tax-free income to now take care of your kids' education. And then again, when it's time for you to retire, that would be another path that you'd have to take.
Yeah, so we've talked about your pricing, we've talked about your product. So the third step is your pitch. Make sure that you're targeting your ideal client. I can't say this enough. Everyone is not your ideal client. Right. And as much as we love working with marriages, we love working with finances, everyone is not going to be your client. And you have to be mindful of that. We have people that we have different investment products. When we're talking to a potential client and we perform what's called the needs analysis, and they fill out that form and they tell us, and it shows us what they need. I'm not going to pitch them on something like this that you don't need. Now, of course, a business person, you can upsell them on certain products, but you have to be mindful. You don't pitch the $100,000 or the $20,000 product to someone that has a $500 a month budget.
Right.
It may not work.
Exactly.
So you need to just be mindful. So let's just make sure that we're using your pitching to your ideal client. So we want to recap. Remember, we talked about the 5 most common excuses that entrepreneurs use for not generating revenue. Because remember, there's no revenue in excuses. And we talked about 5 different mindset principles that you can implement now to shift your mindset, get the new mindset, new results. And then we talked about the 3 areas in which you need to pivot right now, which would be your pricing, your product, and your pitch in order to generate more revenue and less excuses. But what we do want to do is take this time to just thank each and every one of you for your time and attention. And
also, because we have your attention and you took the time out to let us invest into you, we're going to give you a gift to show our appreciation for you just supporting us. What you can do now, get your cell phone out, right? Now, text WIN, W-I-N, to the phone number 407-258-1246. Again, that's 407-258-1246.
There should actually also be a link on the very bottom, because we're going to give you a free download of our workbook, which contains assessments to help you discern where the two of you are in your relationship in regards to your communication levels, in regards to your finance levels, and in regards to your intimacy. And what is through completing these assessments, you can see where you are and start to determine where you want to be. And specifically for those of you who want to focus on the financial aspect, you can see where, if you're using those 5 excuses, if not, you need to start incorporating those 5 mindset principles and start to consider those 3 areas in which you need to pivot. So we just want to say thank you again so much for your time and attention, and you guys have an amazing day.
Bye now.
Hello, I'm Dee Bowden. I'm the founder and CEO of BCS Solutions. What do? I work with companies in the IT, telecom, and software industries to recover their outstanding invoices in the over 60, over 90, and over 120 days past due. What are my achievements? I have recovered $7.5 million for the United States Coast Guard headquarters. I have also recovered $6 million working for a small IT company that had $8 million worth of sales on the books, not in the bank, recovered $6 million in 60 days. What I'd like you to know is this. If you're a small or medium-sized company that's in the IT, telecom, and software industries, and you've got outstanding invoices, you have provided services, and you have not received payment for that. What I can come in and do absolutely is come in and figure out what are your disconnects, number 1. Number 2, why haven't you been paid? Number 3, work with your teams to recover the money and put you from being in the red to being in the black, and know that you will no longer be concerned about your cash flow, because number 1, you'll understand why haven't you been paid. If you've made sales, if you've sold your product or service, and you haven't gotten paid, that's a problem, because you're in business to do one thing only, which is make money. Number 2, if you have a team of collectors that don't know how to collect, talk to BCS Solutions. That's what we do. We come in and work alongside your company and help you figure out what the disconnects, number 1. Number 2, we work to make sure that you understand that collections is an extension of customer service, number 1. Number 2 is problem solving. Number 3, we do it with ease and grace to make sure you are successful in your business. Do me a favor, click the button somewhere on this video and learn more about us. Click the button. Let me say it this way. Click the button. Check out the button. All right. Thanks. Cheers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3.
Our next champion to the stage is a master mentor. Personal branding and marketing is her specialty. So bold, so bright. You should know where we're going. We're going to level up. We're going to level you up. So help me welcome to the stage, Miss Tashana Chisholm.
Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy. All this so yummy. No, you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy, 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 all in your tummy.
Hello, beautiful bosses. My name is Tashana, and I'm the owner of Pumps and Profit, where we help busy, influential women be able to take their business to the next level with style through their personal brand and online strategies. Because let's really be serious here. We're trying to save time, money, and resources. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to monetize your personal brand. So let's first think about it. Personal brand. Okay, personal, you. Brand is what represents your business. So you are your business. Now, let that sit in your mindset as I drive you along this journey, okay? But first, I want to give you my story. Now, I'm the type, if you know me, I am bold, I'm bright, I'm in your face. But sometimes I get timid. Why? Because I get to a certain point when I'm ready for that next level. And I feel like, okay, what I'm doing now is not quite what I really want to do. That's because on the inside, you are ready to level up. Your greatness is ready to level up. And it seems like everything around you is evolving. But you feel like you're still where you are. And that's because you got to understand the power of having a personal brand. Everything around you is always going to change. The next level that you're going to is always going to change. So you got to consider everything around you is going to change except for you, your values, your vision, and your mission. That's all you. That, my friend, is your personal brand. So my goal is to help you establish a personal brand that's going to help you stay in tune to your true value, but also allow for you to have more flexibility so that you can be able to scale and grow. So I'm about to show you 3 ways that you can level up without compromising. So those 3 ways, first, we got to understand that your brand starts with you. You're the moneymaker. And I'm going to show you how you can be able to do that. I'm also going to show you how you can be seen without doing the most. We already had that episode, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. And also I'm going to show you how you can simplify how you do business, because we do not have time to be worrying about the little things when we are focused on our vision. So knowing and establishing your personal brand is going to allow for you to attract the affluence that you need. And that, my friend, is a better way of living. You know your value. You understand what you have to offer. And that, my friend, is, I promise you, is going to allow for you to attract those individuals that you may have never thought that you had the opportunity to partner with or work for. Now, also the benefit of establishing your personal brand is having that confidence, the confidence in yourself, which is very important, a confidence in your message, because you got to deliver a good message, right? But also the confidence in your value, that what you bring to the table is well worth listening to. But more importantly, establishing your personal brand is going to allow for you to take your time back. Yes, just a simple monetizing your personal brand. I promise you, it's going to take your time back. And I'm going to show you how you can be able to do that. So let's get started, right? Your brand starts with you, right? So it pays to have on-brand looks. You are your brand ambassador. When everybody goes to your business or your company, we want to know who's the CEO, who's the vision behind, who's the visionary behind this vision. They want to know who you are. So you want to have your perceived value together, and that is in your polished look. Now you may say, hey, I am a t-shirt and jean type of person. You can still be able to have a polished look, because what's important is the perceived value that is allowing you to build the trust and confidence you need in your investors, in your partnerships, and most importantly, in your customers.
So when you think in terms of your brand and how you're going to attract, you may say, okay, well, what I have is what I have in my closet. I don't have much. Well, it's the little things that matter. It's the conversation starters that matter. Because when you have a conversation on, whether that's your shoes, whether that's your full look, whether that's a smile on your face, I promise you, this is going to attract attention. Very case in point, I had a case today. You know, during this pandemic, I had to wear a mask. So I'm in the store and I get a compliment. You know what? You look great. Even though I cannot see your whole face, you look stylish. What's your name? It's just that simple. Whenever you have a conversation piece, whether that's the clothes that you have on, your shoes, your jewelry, it allows for them to say, hey, I like what you have on. What is it that you do? How are you? It starts the conversation for you. And that, my friend, is the way to go, because it allows for you to be on brand regardless of where you're going. So you may be wondering, okay, how can I really stay on brand? It's all about having a theme look. And this is based on your brand personality and your colors. So for instance, like Pumps and Profit, I am bold and exciting. Just like my personality, my business is the same. So what ways do I represent my business when I go out? Well, for one, I wear red. I love wearing pinks. All of this ties into my brand. Why? Because I represent business women. Business women, we're feminine. We are bold. We are vivacious. All of that is in my look. I dress according to the personality of my brand. Okay? So take that, create you a theme look, and base it on your personality and the colors of your brand. So now you're saying, okay, fine, I have my look together. I'm confident in how I'm looking. I know that I can provide the value. Why? Because I have my look together. But what happens when I'm looking to be seen, but it seems like nobody's paying me any attention? Well, you want to be seen without doing the most. We all do. We don't want to be out here feeling like I have to do 50 things in order for one person to see me. No, my friend, that is not what we're looking to do. First, you want to start with being visually appealing. Now, you have your look together. You have that together. But what about your social media? What about your website? How are you representing your brand and you across your digital platforms? You want to be visually aesthetic. Now, if you think about this, let's think about Nike. Okay, if you see that check mark, you automatically know that's Nike, right? Because they have built their brand awareness around that check mark. So it's the same thing for you. What is your pieces? Mine, for instance, is flowers, is red, is gold. You know, those are my visually appealing assets that I have online. Why? Because that, my friend, if you were to copy that without my knowledge, I would know, because that is my signature. So by creating your signature, it's going to allow for you to be seen without necessarily doing the most. Because first thing you have to always consider and do is attracting your ideal audience or your ideal client or even your ideal investors' attention first. They want to be able to be captivated. In order to do that, it's about doing those little things that's going to make a big impact. So one of the ways that you can be able to do that now, being seen without doing the most, is go live. Yes, I know it's so simple, but yet it can be very impactful. You can go live and just start having a conversation with your ideal audience. Start having a conversation with them. And I promise you, you're going to learn things that you never knew or that you never thought that your client was going through or your ideal audience. So by going live, you're being seen without doing the most. At the end of the day, all you need is a phone and a good camera. I promise you. it'll work. Now, once you got your look together, you've been seen without doing the most. Now, okay, I'm talking to them. I have my value, but now how can I back that up? Well, you want to do that with your systems. Your systems is what's going to create that simplicity. And that's what's going to give you your time back. So really think, do you have the time? Do you have the system in place that can give you back your time? And if not, what can you be able to do? Don't worry, I'm going to tell you. So first, you got to understand, once you attract their attention, it is time for you to add that value. Your value is where you're going to shine. This is your knowledge. This is where your greatness lies. Nobody can tell you any different. Why? Because this is you, okay? So you want to own up to your greatness and be clear on what your greatness is and the results that you can offer to that person. Do not try and do, things that's outside of your realm that you are not quite sure about, because that's where the worry and the doubt lies. Your greatness is where the value lies. And that is what you want to begin to share. It's about being clear on the transformation that you want to give her. And so I want you to think about those steps that is going to be needed in order to transform her life from point A to point B. That can be as many as 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. It's up to you. But what is that transformation? What is that result? You have to be able to define that. And that's what you speak on. And that's where your value lies. So when you're thinking about establishing your personal brand and tying everything together and understanding that where you are now is not where you're going to be 5 or 10 years from now, because I know you. You are destined for greatness. You are ready for the next level. You want the next level. So in order for you to be able to do that, you first got to understand that you are the value. Everything that you have lies within you. Now, knowing this is going to allow for you to begin to cultivate and design your offers around yourself. And as you grow and scale, yes, your business is going to get bigger than you, but people don't buy into the offer. They buy into the results and they buy into you. So allow your personal brand to grow with you. And you don't have to compromise your values and your mission and your vision, because you are who you are. And the important thing about having your personal brand is that it's going to allow for you to have the consistency and the perceived value for long-term gain. Okay? So understand that your personal brand is you. And those 3 steps, I want to make sure that you knock these out the park, because I promise you, this is going to allow for you to monetize your brand fairly quickly. Okay? So first, begin to create your looks based on your brand. This is the personality, your colors. What type of feel do you get? That is what the clothing that you want to begin to choose, because it all ties into you. Next, go live. Talk to that woman. Talk to your ideal audience. Talk to your investors, your partnerships. Talk to them. They want to hear from you. They want to hear what you have to say. I promise you, it's going to be well worth it. And number 3, what you want to do, map out the transformation. What is it that I can be able to do that's going to take them from point A to point B and really maximize this thing for everybody? Because at the end of the day, it's a win-win. It's a win for you because you're holding true to who you are, but it's also a win for your clients and for everybody that's listening in to you, because they're getting great insight. They're getting knowledge. So don't ever doubt your greatness, and don't ever doubt where you are, because I promise you, the things that you do now, it's okay. It's not going to get you to the next level. But I promise you, who you are is always true. In every level that you go to, people are going to know you for who you are. So if you want to be able to know where you are in the next level that you're going, I'm allowing you to be able to book a brand audit for free. No risk, no reward. So come on, book your book your brand audit so that you can be able to see what is the next level that I'm looking to go to and what are the next steps that I can take. And that's for free, 60-minute brand audit just for you. And that's at pumpsandprofit.com. All right, so if you are ready to take your business to the next level, make sure you book a call for your brand audit. This is risk-free and all reward, I promise you. Now, you can go to pumpsandprofit.com to be able to book that brand audit, or you can reach me at info@pumpsandprofit.com. So either go to pumpsandprofit.com to book your brand audit, or reach directly to me at info@pumpsandprofit.com.
If you're ready for your next champion, let me hear you say yeah. I should hear you through my television. Let me hear you say yeah. Our next champion is a former recording artist. She's a master in cosmetology. She says there's always room for growth. So in entertainment, beauty, and business, she's going to help you level up in leadership. She's going to help you level up in everything you do. So help me welcome Miss Bianca, Miss B. Brownlee.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bianca, Miss B. Brownlee. I am here with you, excited to join you here and to showcase my ability, my conversation, my teaching for you for this wonderful 24 hours of entrepreneurship. Listen, I don't know if you've ever seen anything like this, but this is phenomenal. If you are an entrepreneurship, you are an entrepreneur, you're pursuing entrepreneurship, and you're a hopeful, or you've been in the industry for many, many years, there's always room for growth. There's always room for knowledge. And I'm telling you, you have made the right decision, because this right here is going to catapult you to the next level. Listen, if you don't get something out of this 24 hours, then I don't know, your wood might be a little wet, okay? Because you should be on fire at this point, okay? And I'm not going to waste no time. I'm just going to quickly introduce myself and jump right on in, okay? Again, my name is Bianca Miss B. Brownlee. I am owner and proprietor of Beauty by Miss B Salon Studios in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm also the founder of BTS Awards, an awards platform where we're showcasing and shining a light on those who are behind the scenes, those who are in thankless roles, underappreciated, often underpaid. We already know what that means. You and I have both been in those positions. But see, we always celebrate the finished product of their work, but we never celebrate them for doing the work, okay? So that's what BTS Awards is for. We had our very successful first annual last year, 2019, and I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to every year having a phenomenal red carpet event, okay? Outside of that, I am also the proprietor and the president of One Vision Entertainment. It's a record label. I myself used to be a former recording artist, and listen, I know all things within the entertainment arena. I've been assigned since the age of 5. I mean, come on, that is a very long time, because the girl is not 5 anymore. None of your business. Don't ask me my questions, okay? Now, needless to say, I do entertainment, I do beauty, but the one thing that I know better than both of those is business, okay? I know business. I'm telling you, I know business like I know my name, and I know my name, okay? So you, again, have made your right decision for yourself. You have taken the next level, and I'm excited to be a part of that journey, okay? Today's segment that I'm going to talk about is your leadership. Leadership possible. And I'm going to say that again. It is impossible for you to be successful in entrepreneurship and you are not a leader. Hello, somebody. I need you to turn to your neighbor to the right or the left and say, neighbor, it is impossible for you to be a successful entrepreneur if you are not a leader. Okay, let's jump right on in it. Are you a leader? That is the question I want to ask you today, and that's the question I want you to ask yourself today. Are you capable of leading? Okay, this segment is a self-assessment for you. This is not a session of condemnation or guilt or to beat you down. No, this is for you to self-analyze and say, listen, self said, huh? Okay, ask yourself, am I a leader? Am I a leader? There's a difference between a boss and a leader, okay? There's a difference. We're going to jump into it. There are 5 levels of leadership, and you want to determine which level you are on. Now, I'm going to tell you something. This is a disclaimer. You need to be 1,000% transparent with yourself. In order for you to know where you are, to determine where you're trying to go, and to figure out how to get there, you need to be transparent with yourself. You need to be real with you. Okay, that is first and foremost. All right, you can never, ever, ever achieve true success unless you have what it takes to lead. That is just what it is. Okay, there's a difference between a follower and a leader. Okay, followers cannot be entrepreneurs. Now. I know, don't listen. Keep your hate mail. Don't send nothing to my address. Okay, I'm not saying that you cannot follow someone. I'm just saying a follower cannot be an entrepreneur. There's a difference between being a mentee and being a follower, okay? Mentees have accountability. Mentees have mentors, okay? Doesn't mean that you are not a leader, okay? In fact, it takes a leader to identify the fact that they need a mentor, okay? Someone to be accountable to. All right. Followers drift. They are tossed to and fro. They go where the wind blows. Okay. Sally say, jump over that third pedal. You're going to jump over the third pedal. Okay. Jim say, skeet down this back alley. You're going to skip. That's a follower. Okay. That is a follower. Leaders, before they follow any instructions, they're going to understand why they're doing what they're about to do. And they need to know that when they finish this act, it's going to get them higher and closer to where they need to go, okay? Followers desire and admire from afar, all right? From afar. But it takes a leader to actually step out there and take the risk. In entrepreneurship, it is all risk. I'm just going to tell you now, there's nothing safe about entrepreneurship. In fact, to go out there and to become an entrepreneur, it takes guts, it takes thick skin, because you will not get all yeses across the board your first time out. And when you're just out there, I'm just gonna tell you now, be prepared to get your feelings hurt. Okay, but here's the thing: you'll learn in entrepreneurship that feelings and business don't go together. Okay, so now. Step out there in entrepreneurship and you will learn how to remove your feelings, okay? And how to be able to get a denial, right? But then continue to move forward. No means next, okay? Entrepreneurs understand that, all right? Taking risk means that sometimes you will hear a no. You're not going to get everything you want. Not the first time going out, but that's perfectly fine. Followers take the bait, okay? They go along with the crowd. They have no opinion or view. They're going to go with whatever the majority is, that's where they're going to go, okay? Chameleons, huh? We know some. We ourselves probably have been some, okay? They have no opinion on any topic, any view, any situation, okay? Easily persuaded, easily manipulated. I hope that ain't you. I hope that ain't you. I'm going to tell you something. Just to be 100% transparent. That was me once upon a time. Man, listen, but I'm so grateful and thankful for the people that's been around me, that has mentored me, that has shown me how to become a leader, okay? They developed the leader in me, and I'm grateful for that, okay? A leader has integrity. Come on here. Now, listen, we're dealing with some people in our leadership that whether we want them to be there or not, okay, that lack integrity. I'm talking about the leadership in the house that is white, okay? Unfortunately, there's no integrity there, but that's what's going to set you apart in your leadership, okay? And that is to have integrity. That is a rarity nowadays. It's so sad. It's so sad that that is a rarity nowadays, to be a leader and to have integrity, okay? You don't go with the crowd, all right? You pave your own way, all right? You rise above the pressures and the corruptions and things like that. I'm gonna tell you something. You're gonna be met with some opportunities to do wrong as an entrepreneur. You're gonna be met with some opportunities to go the easy route, to take the to have some scapegoats, to skip over, in the game of Monopoly. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just go straight to whatever. Okay, you're gonna have those opportunities to rob and to embezzle and to whatever. Listen, the thing that separates you from that person is your integrity. Always, always, always keep your integrity intact. I don't care how tempting this situation opportunity is. Be a leader of integrity, okay? There's a total difference between a leader and a follower. Let me break it down. In fact, you can actually be an employee of somebody, okay, and possess the qualities of a leader. You know how I know? Because I was that. You ever been in a position and the person that is over you ain't got no business being over you, okay? Or been in a position where you were overlooked, when that position front, back, side to side, okay? And this person's come in and you got to show them how to do the job. You ever been there? Boy, listen, that's the most frustrating thing in the world. But bless God, that's why I'm an entrepreneur. I ain't got time, okay? But here's the thing. In that position, okay, as you're in those subordinate positions, okay, and you have somebody in authority over you, but you're a leader in your position. That is what I call character building levels right there. That is where you learn the details of being a subordinate. You learn the details of who you are, what the role requires, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're in a position where you desire to obtain a higher position within that business or take over the business, whatever the case. It is imperative to get all of the nuggets that you need to get, especially for instance, my business here. I own a salon. In order for me to be successful in my salon owning business, I had to be privy to customer service, right? I had to learn how to service customers, right? So I had to have positions. I had to work in jobs where I interacted with the public. I can't have a salon and not like people. That ain't gonna work, okay? Because it takes the people to fund your salon. Hello. It takes the people to get you the money to do it. You see how that works? Okay. So you can absolutely be a leader in a position and employed by somebody in another company and stuff like that. But just know that there's an exit. Have an exit plan. Don't get stuck there. I've seen some people get stuck there 30, 20 years, and they know good well they should be somewhere doing something greater and bigger. Don't be that person, okay? The position that you're in is probably a bridge. If you're working for somebody, you're a leader, working for somebody else, that position is probably a bridge to get you from where you are to where you need to be and where you're destined to be, okay? Again, get those nuggets, because those nuggets are going to be needed on your next level, okay? A leader knows when they're in their learning season, okay? A leader knows when they're in their learning season, and they will also know when it's time to move ahead. They'll know, okay? They know when to step out and lead, and they also know when to be under instructions, all right? That's a big thing right there. It takes humility in order to know the difference, in order to know how to be under authority, okay? It takes humility to know that there's always room for improvement. There's always something for me to learn here, okay? And that is what we need to always have, okay? There are 5 levels of leadership. Today, you're going to identify where you are, where you want to go, and we're going to determine how to get there, okay? Before we begin, again, I just want you to know this is not a Miss B browbeating me. This is not a Miss B throwing guilt on me and I'm shamed and I don't want to show my face. This is not what that's about. This here is for you to tighten up Tighten up, because we need you out there. We need you in your role. We need you being an entrepreneur. We need you leading the way you need to lead. We need you. The people of the world is waiting on you. So let's get you ready for the world, okay? Let's jump right in. Level 1 of leadership. There's 5 levels. Like I said, level 1 is position. Position. Position gives you the rights. It gives you the rights. People follow you because they have to, okay? That is what position does. They follow you because they have to, because you have the right. You got the rights. Use boss. You know what I mean? You can do whatever you want to do. All right. Level 2, permission. People follow you because they want to. That's a good thing right there. To want to follow, or if people follow you because they want to, they want to follow you. Okay. Level 3, production. Now, that's a good one. People follow you because of what you've done and what you've done for your organization and your company, your brand, and all of the things. That's why they follow you, because they know that whatever you touch will turn to gold. Hello. They said that's a results-driven person right there. Level 4, people development. Okay, that's a good one. People follow you because of what you will do for them. What you can do for them. And level 5, the pinnacle. Level 5 is the most marveled level. That's the respect level right there. People follow you because of who you are and what you represent. That is the level. That's the ultimate level that you want to be. Ultimate level that you want to be, okay? Now that we've identified each level, let's break them down. Let's dissect them. We got to get in there, okay? We got to get in there. Level 1, let's go back to that one. That is the positional leadership. Okay, people follow you because they have to. Level 1 is the lowest level of leadership. That is the bottom of the totem pole. You a leader, sure enough. But you at the entry level. Okay, you're at the lowest level right there. The only influence that level 1 leadership has is the fact that they got the position. That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay, without this position, you wouldn't have any authority, none whatsoever. All right? If you did not have this title, nobody would listen to you. That's a poor excuse for a leader, right? This leadership is based solely on the rights granted, okay? That's it. Because if you didn't have the title, the position, none of that, then when I tell you nobody would pay attention to you. Nobody. Nothing is wrong with having a leadership position of this level right here. Nothing wrong with it. But everything is wrong with using this position to force people to follow you. Everything is wrong with that, all right? Position leadership is a poor substitute for influence. Okay? There's a difference between, you ever seen I think it's a picture that rotates on across media, internet, or whatever, where it's a half and half. So one picture, it shows, I think the top picture shows a boss and how the boss is sitting at the desk and he's pointing forward. But then all of the subordinates, they're pulling the desk and they're toiling and they're pulling. Meanwhile, the boss sitting on top of the desk and sitting at the desk and he just pointing, meaning he's dictating the orders. He's just giving orders and watching everybody else pull and work and sweat. Then you have the bottom tier picture. That picture is the leader with the subordinates pulling together. In fact, he is on the front line. The leader is. Okay? A leader is going to be down there with you. All right? Again, there's a difference. Okay? There's a difference between a positional leader, and someone who has influence, okay? Just because you're the boss or the supervisor does not mean that you are influential. And that is terrible, to have that big of a platform and you can't influence nothing or nobody. That is not good. It simply means that you make more on your check than they do. That's all it means, okay, in this level of position here, all right? This level of leadership. People who only make it to that level may be a boss, but you are not a leader. There is a difference, okay? You have subordinates, but you don't have team members. That's the difference, okay? You want team members, all right? You rely on rules, regulations, and organizational charts and all of that to control people. Okay? Because you shouldn't have to control people. All right? You shouldn't have to. Again, they should want to follow you. People only follow you within the requirements of your authority. If they didn't have to do this to keep their job, then they would. Okay? That is not okay. That is not what you want. Okay? They will only do what they're required to do. Nothing more, nothing less. These people will not go beyond the call of duty. They will not take an initiative. They say, what does my job description say? Because that is what I'm going to do. Don't ask me to do nothing else. I am not working overtime. Nope. I am not helping Susie over here. I am not. The clock says 3. It is 2:59. Arriva Dirty. Okay? That is what happens when you only have a level 1 leadership. That's not okay. Okay? Positional leaders tend to have a difficult time working with young people, volunteers, and people of stature and educational status. Okay? Because those people tend to be independent. Okay? You can't really tell them what. All right? But a good leader, someone of influence, they will be willing to follow them. Okay? Position is the only level that does not require ability or effort to achieve. Anybody can get the job. What's the term? A trained monkey can do this. Okay, that's for real. Anybody can get the job. But what are you doing with that job? That's the position that we're talking about, okay? Now that's level 1, entry level. That is a level of positional leadership, okay? Level 2, permissional leadership. Permission leadership. This is based on relationships, okay? People follow you because they want you. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, okay? Once you get the position, now it's time to build the relationship. You gotta know them who you labor among. Y'all, that's Bible. Don't ask me where, because I can't tell you, but I know it's in there somewhere, all right? Hey, read your Bible, don't read me, okay? All right. But be very careful, because you never want to sacrifice the position for the relationship, nor do you want to sacrifice the relationship for the position. They go hand in hand. They do. In your position, you build relationships. Okay? Let's talk about it. When you like people and treat them as equals who have value, then you gain influence. Okay? These people are people. All right? They're not machines. They're not your slaves. Any of that. None of that. And guess what else? You remember once upon a time, you yourself were in this position. Okay? Sometimes people get in this position and they get that leadership, or they get those hierarchy, those higher positions there, and they forget that they were once there. They forget that this was them once upon a time, okay? I learned the saying a while back, and it was, we're accustomed to, it's not personal, it's business. Au contraire, mon frere. It is actually not business, but personal. And I'm gonna tell you why. If the people don't like you, they're not going to want to follow you. If they don't like you, they're not going to work for your company. If they don't like you, they're not going to consume your product. If they don't not like you, they are not going to approach your business. Your business is a byproduct of who you are. Your company is a byproduct of who you are. The fact that people follow you is a result of the person that you are. Okay? So yes, it is not business. It is very much so personal. You develop trust in this level. The environment is a much more pleasant place because of this level of leadership. The focus on this level is not only to preserve the position, but to get to know the people and figure out how to get along with them. Learn their strengths and their weaknesses. When you learn your people's strengths and weaknesses, when you learn your customer strengths and weaknesses, then you know, this is what is called learning your demographic. Then you know where to place them. Okay, so let's focus on the company standpoint, and then we're going to go into the customer-based standpoint. The company standpoint, when you have employees, learning their strengths and weaknesses and knowing where to put them learning how to put them in positions where they will strive, where they will be productive, where they will gain you results. That is what you want. You know why? Because in the end, it's going to gain you a higher, a greater reputation. Is going to gain more revenue for your company, for sure. Absolutely. Okay. When you put people where you know they will produce, how do you know what their strengths are if you do not take the time to get to know who they are? All right. Now let's go to the customer-based piece of that. When you know your customer, then you know what item and what product to give them. You know what product to sell them. You know what product to suggest to them. You know them based on who you know them, because you've taken the time to get to know your demographic. Okay, you've taken the time to know that over in California, they may not, you're not gonna sell any goose down coats over there. Okay, because you know that they will not likely need that. All right, so know the demographic and cater to the demographic. All right, there you go. Okay, your caring goes beyond your role. It goes beyond the role. Okay, you can like people without leading them, but you cannot lead people well without liking them. It's just impossible. Okay, in this position, you have to lead to serve. You lead to serve. Again, you lead to serve. These people are not your slaves. They are people that you serve, okay? That's why you were elevated to your position, to serve the people better under you, okay? And collectively, they will give you the results that you are looking for as well, okay? Everybody, it's a win-win. Level 3, production. Now, on this level, this is where the nitty meets the gritty, okay? This is where the gold happens, right? Where results live. People follow you because you get stuff done. I'm talking about you making it happen, Captain. You out here rowing the boat, you getting the things, you clocking the dollars, you getting it done, okay? Your people know that you are going to make it happen. One of the dangers, though, of achieving this level is to get here and stop growing. Oh, you got the position. You got the people. You liking them, they liking you. Y'all making it happen. And then you put your feet up. You put your feet up. You're comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm good. I don't need to, you know what I'm saying? Have you seen my numbers? Have you seen my numbers? Okay, that's where you at right there. Okay, no, don't get cocky. Don't get cocky, okay? Because just as fast as you got there is as fast as you can leave, okay? As you can get out of there. And just as quickly as you got them numbers is as quick as they can leave you. You can deplete, okay? By remaining where you are. Always, 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 always be in a posture to grow. Always, 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 okay? Be in a posture to grow, be in a posture to learn, and be in a posture to increase, okay? You level up, your subordinates level up, your customers level up. It's the law of the lid. When you go higher, everybody under you goes higher. Hello? Don't you want it? Don't you? Listen, I want it. If you don't want it, then you get past your portion now. If you want to eat your cornbread, I eat it. Don't worry about it, okay? Good leaders don't just create a pleasant working environment either, okay? They get things done, yes. On this level, leaders gain influence and credibility. Okay, so they put their money where their mouth is on this level here. Many positive things happen on this level. Momentum is high, environment is fun, turnover is low. Okay, you go in expecting results. You pull up and to the company, to the business, to the storefront in your car, and you just, you listen. We about to crush it today. You rocking it out up in there, okay? On this level, you become an agent of change. Come on here. On this level, you become an agent of change. You can tackle tough problems, solve issues on this level. No matter the negativity, you are results driven. No matter what, it don't matter. Come hell or high water, storm after storm after storm, Katrina, Hurricane Mike, Nicole, whatever. You here with it. You can get it done. You gonna rock it out, okay? They make difficult decisions on this level that make a difference, though. not just regular decisions. You're making decisions that make a difference, okay? Hard decisions that create effectiveness, okay? That's the difference. They command their day, and then they make those commandments happen. Okay, that is that level of leadership. Leadership level number 3. Okay, the productivity level. Level number 4. Okay, now this is when you're going way above the call of duty. Okay, level number 4, people development. You're reproducing yourself on this level. Come on here. Listen, everybody need another somebody like you, huh? Especially if you out here doing the thing. People follow you because of what you can do and what you have done for them. You are duplicating yourself. That is the goal, you guys, to duplicate yourself. I understand you work hard and you like your limelight and you like your spotlight and you like people calling your name. But guess what? You gonna get tired sometime. And you want somebody to, if you on vacation, you out with your family, or you got an off day and you just need some me time. You need the woosah, okay? When you position somebody to this level 4 leadership, or when you are this level 4 leader and you duplicate yourself, then you can entrust that the decisions that the person that you have developed in this level, you can entrust your business to them, and you can know without a shadow of a doubt, I'm talking about like you know your name, you can know without a shadow of a doubt that this person is going to make the decisions the very same way that you are. You are sure about this because you are duplicating yourself. You have duplicated the very essence of you. And if you know that you make things happen, then you have developed somebody that make it happen too. Okay? You can't be so scared that somebody gonna run off with your position. Because again, it's the law of the lid. You increase, they increase, the other people increase, and boom, boom, boom. Everybody keeps elevating. What the work that they do below you is what's elevating you. Hello. So everybody elevates. That is the thing. You want to duplicate yourself. Leaders become great for sure. Not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower. Okay, I'm gonna say that again. Leaders become great, not because of their power. No. But because of their ability to empower, okay? Because of your ability to empower, they use this position they use their position, they use their relationships, they take their productivity, and they invest it in the people that is below them, their followers, and they develop them until their followers become leaders in their own right. I say this all the time. I don't lead followers, I lead leaders. I am the boss of bosses, period. Okay? Become that type of leader. Production may win the games, but people development is what wins championships. You better believe that one. Okay? 2 things always happen on this level. First, teamwork is at its all-time high, okay? Which deepens the relationships and strengthens the loyalty. It does. Performance increases because there are more leaders on the team, and they all will assist one another because they understand the dynamic of relationships and productivity and people development. They've all been trained by you, okay? So they definitely are going to get it for sure. They're going to do it the same way that you would do it. They change the lives of people on the team, okay? Level number 5, this is the highest level. This is the pinnacle. This is the marble. This is the Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is the Wiz. This is this is the highest level of leadership here. The level of respect. Level of respect. People follow you because of who you are and what you represent. Come on now. This is the highest, most difficult level to achieve. You can be productive. You can make a lot of money. You could be doing so many things, but I'm going to tell you something. If you don't have the respect of your team, if you don't have the respect of your customers, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to obtain this level here. Very difficult, okay? This level not only requires the attributes of all the other levels, but this level is also intentional, okay? Requires talent. Okay? Only naturally gifted leaders tend to get to this level of leadership. Naturally gifted. Level 5 leaders can create level 4 leaders, but level 4s become level 5 on their own. They have to earn the respect. Just because you have the position don't mean you are respected. Just because you got productivity does not mean that you are respected. Just because you are developing people and reproducing yourself does not mean that they respect you. Okay? Does not mean that. Customers, that just because you got a great product does not mean that you're respected. Okay? That is the level that you want to be. Developing leaders so that they are willing and able to develop other leaders as well. That is what you do on this level. Okay? The payoffs are level 5 businesses. When you're a level 5 leader, you definitely gonna have level 5 businesses, respected businesses, honorable businesses. Businesses, when people mention your name or your business name, they say it with a smile on their face. It's like honey on the tongue, okay? That's what you want. They create opportunities that others cannot, okay? On this level, their leadership, it gains level 5 reputations. Man, product is great, but the person behind the product is outstanding. Business is great, but the person behind the business is outstanding. Oh, that's a good dude right there. That's a good woman right there. Man, I want to be like that woman right there. I mean, the business is awesome, but the person behind that business, that's what you want, okay? They create legacy in what they do. Absolutely. They often transcend their position and their company, meaning the respect goes beyond your brand, goes beyond your name, goes beyond your name, all right? Which level are you? Which level are you? Identify your current level, okay? Identify. Take a hard look at yourself and say, okay. Let's see. Based on what I've just learned from Miss B, what level am I right now? Let's be real. Let's keep it what they say. Keep it 100, and be real with yourself. What level are you right now? Okay. Now, what level are you trying to go to? I can almost guess which one you want to be. Okay, but identify which level you want to be. Okay, and then you can always, even if you're level 1, you can shoot for level 3 for now, and then when you get to level 3, shoot for level 5 for sure, absolutely. But the ultimate goal should be to go to level 5 for sure. All right. So now that you've identified where you are, and you've identified where you want to go, now it's time to create a game plan on how to get there. What do you have to do to obtain that position that you desire? So what do you have to cut back on? Who do you have to cut back on? What do you have to stop watching? What do you have to stop seeing? What do you have to stop hearing? What do you have to stop opening yourself up and opening your spirit up, your mind, your will, emotions, intellect, imagination? What do you have to gain control of? Discipline. Procrastination. Listen, procrastination is the thief of all destiny right there in itself. That right there can suck the life out of every single thing you got. What are the things that you have to discipline and tighten up in order to get to where you want to go? Okay? Those are the things that you have to ask yourself. All right? All right? Shoot for level 5. That's for sure. Okay. Now, again, I want to thank you for allowing me the time to speak to you today. It was amazing. It was amazing. I hope and pray that you got something out of this opportunity. I hope that you are continuing to learn and grow. I know I'm watching. Okay. I'm watching. I'm getting all of the nuggets. You don't want yours, again, like I said before, pass it over to me, honey. Listen, I'm thick, child. I take it. Okay. I will take it because there's always something out here for all of us. Okay. Also, I released my first publication. It's called Make Up With Yourself. Now I am, again, I'm an influencer in the beauty arena, and in the beauty arena comes makeup, okay? And so we have a process that we use for makeup application and all of those things to get a flawless finish. That's all fine and good. But I've taken those steps and those processes and procedures, and I've applied it to life, where you can have a flawless life and you can end up with the life that you desire, where you don't just look beautiful, but you are beautiful. Okay. Again, creating the leader in you so that it's an inside job. Okay. And then your outside is a manifestation of what's going on the inside. Okay. I thank you again. My name is Bianca Miss B. Brown Lee. I am your leadership guru here. and definitely you can follow me at on Facebook at Bianca Miss B. Brown. Also on Facebook, I have several different platforms there. YouTube, Beauty by Miss B. Twitter at Beauty by Miss B, Instagram, Beauty by Miss B _ATL. I am here. I am there. You can also visit my website, www.biancamzlee.com. I love you. I mean it. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Go ahead and win and be an entrepreneur of gold. Be a level 5 leader and take what is yours. Bye.
All right, this next champion coming to the stage, master speaker, author, coach.
Hi, I'm Kern Cherry, speaker, author, coach, entrepreneur, collaborator, and event producer. I'm the co-founder of Success Women's Conference and director. And after 15 years of planning events, I have seen the highs and lows. And definitely with Success having over 1,000 women every year, over 1,000 plus women every year, I have definitely seen my shares of the highs and lows. But one thing's for sure, during that process, you want to make sure that you're profitable. So today I'm going to talk to you about how to create a profitable live or virtual event. And so I'm going to go over some of the key things that you need to make sure that you are doing to make sure that your event is profitable, no matter how big or small you want to do each time when you're planning an event. And I've been teaching and coaching people over many years to do this. And so in the future, soon, I'll be doing groups as well, because I want to make sure that everybody knows how to create a profitable live or virtual event. So here are some of the 5 things that I go over. I won't be able to go over in detail everything, but I'll give you some tips in each area and focus mainly on the first one. So one is creating a plan. You want to create a plan when you're doing events. Number 2, you want to make sure that you build a team, a successful team, that is. 3, you want to create multiple streams of event income. Number 4, you want to make sure to select the right speakers. Speakers do matter. And number 5, promote your event. Critical. And one of the things that I do in my how to create profitable event in my coaching training, I always add in branding, because branding is definitely essential to everything you do. You people got to know your brand. And when you do an event, it does have its own brand. So that is a bonus I normally throw in there. Just little tips to make sure that people individuals have successful events. So let's go back to number 1. I will focus here because it's really important that you have a plan when you're creating a profitable event then it's the first thing you need to do. So you want to make sure that when you're going into the event, that you're just not going in and just throwing out things. You want to make sure that you have a plan. Over the years, I have learned you don't just go in, as I have in the past. Feet first, create a plan as you go. You want to make sure that you're profitable, then you need to make sure you have a plan. And part of that plan is, why are you doing the event? Start there. What's your why? Why do you want to do this? What does this event mean to you? What are you passionate about? You know, especially if you're charging a fee, and you should be trying to always make money, but if you're charging a fee, especially live, you want to make sure that you know what's your why. You know, when I started years ago, and it's been I think 6 years now, but anyway, Planning Success Women's Conference, we knew our why. We sat down, we talked about it, and there were many times where women across this area would talk about wanting and needing a women's event. And we were also a part of those conversations as well. And therefore, we knew our why. We figured it out pretty quick because women were looking for, it's not that we don't have many events where we have success, but we hadn't in the past had a woman's event that inspires and empowers the people when they come to it to do something more than what they're already doing. And that is really important when you're doing it, and when you're creating a conference in particular. You want to make sure that the people, as I say, are getting fed, that they feel like they came and they saw, they connected, they got empowered, inspired, and they went home and did something with it. So we decided that's what success is about. So that was really critical to the plan, knowing our why, because that helps you to lay your vision out, to lay your mission out, so that you're able to fulfill and be successful and profitable, and make sure you're putting those butts in the seats, because that is one reason why they call me the butts in seat queen anyway. I'm always looking for, why would that person want to attend this event in the first place? So anyway, so have your create a plan. Part of that plan is going over what's your vision, what's your mission. You also want to go over some of the most important things. Number one, when do you want to have this event? What's your dates? What dates are you looking at? So many may think, why is that important? Well, it is critical. The dates always matter. And you'll find more and more it becomes crucial, because you don't want to be having your event at the same time there are 10 other events going on, because what is that? That's going to pull from your ability to make money. It's also going to pull from your ability to get people to attend, for people to volunteer. There are so many things that date will affect. And if it's a holiday, you want to make sure that it's a holiday that people are willing to spend at an event versus at home with their family, on the road with their family, whatever it is. You want to make sure that you check those dates. And I'm going to tell you later, what are some of the places you can look for that? The other thing is, who is your target audience? Who are you trying to get to this event? Are they women or men? You know, there's only two genders. Are you trying to do both? You know, who is going to spend the money to attend your event? So this does matter. And inside that target audience, what's their income? You know, what's their age group? What age are you looking at? Looking at millennials? Are you looking at the baby boomers? Who are you looking at? So why does that matter? Let's face it. People who have more money typically are a little older. So the 50 plus may have disposable income. Most of them do. So they have something that they can spend on a higher ticket, and they can buy your ticket more without thought. Where a millennial may not have as much. They may not be able to take off from work. They may not have the disposable income. They're going to be more pickier on whether they buy that ticket or not. So who's your target audience? What age group are you looking at? Is it a man or woman? Who's spending that money on disposable things? And let's face it, conferences and events, those are optional. You don't need them to live, but it's definitely optional. And you want to make sure that they want to attend yours. If they're going to attend anything, your event is one of those events they're going to attend. So look at that. Other things that you want to consider when you're planning is location. And location, I would start with city and state. Is it going to be in your city, or is it going to be in another city? All of that does matter. Location, location, location is what they say in real estate. And trust me, when it comes to planning an event, location does matter. So make sure you're looking at that when you're planning your event. Are you going to do it in your backyard? Are you going to do it in another city? If you're doing it in another city, do you know the city? Are you going to have to reach out and contact somebody in the city to be a part of it? And that may be through the convention center or the hotel or somebody that can help you with the location that's out of state, particularly out of state. So location really does matter. If you're looking at location as far as locally and you're planning a local event, you want to look at whether it's on a main thorough traffic. Is it easy to get to? Can people take off from work, come by, enjoy part of the event, go back to work, or take off a half a day and get there in 15 to 20 minutes? Can they drive in? Do they have to fly in? All those things really do matter when you're planning an event. Where can you look when you're thinking about this event? Things that you want to think about as far as where to look. I would highly suggest look at what's going on. Are there other women events? Are there other events? I live in a casino town. Is there a headliner coming in? Can we collaborate? I always think about collaborate. In addition to that, you look at the tourism, look at the chambers, look at places that host other events that might affect you. Think about festivals and things that people attend in large numbers, because that's going to pull from your ability to sell a ticket. That's going to pull, again, as I said before, to get volunteers. So in addition to that, the next thing you want to look at is venue. Venue does matter. Is this venue creating the environment that you're looking for? You're trying to create an environment for your attendees. So venue will matter. And it's going to matter on your bottom line. As far as profit, it's going to truly matter. Because sometimes when you're looking at a venue, AV can cost more than the building itself. So you need to look at your venue, the cost inside it. Are there flower arrangements that are part of it? Venues do matter. How it looks does matter. So make sure that you look at your venue, your location, the traffic. All those things are gonna matter when you're planning and creating a plan for your event. So I'm gonna move on quickly because we don't have much time. So I wanna hit the highs of the other 4 things that I talked about. Number 2, building the right team. Who should be on your team? Number 1, always look at who are the people that don't mind sitting at the table and helping me bring in funds, sponsorship dollars. So the people that don't mind hearing no, no, no until they get to a yes. So they're important. So in addition to that, I like to bring creatives to the team, graphics, website people, all those people who tend to be able to help you with your colors, your themes, your vision, your mission. Creatives, very important to your team. In addition to that, you want to look at people who are, of course, you're going to have your supporters, people that are behind you no matter what. They should be at the table, but, keep that to a minimum. In addition to that, you want an admin person, somebody that helps keep you organized, event coordinator, somebody that plans events, literally plans events like weddings and things like that. If you can get one of those to the table, a volunteer coordinator, really important as well. These are just some of the people to look at, making them a part of your team. So going on quickly to number 3. Number 3 is creating multiple streams of income. You want to make sure that you look at creating multiple streams of event income. So what are the top 3 or 4? And I'm going to go over real quick here. And one is sponsorship dollars. Yes, that's number 1 to me. Corporate sponsorship of all levels. People that support you of all levels of sponsorship dollars are essential. So it's very important that you have sponsorship dollars. And that's why I put tickets as number 2, because tickets should not drive your income. It's essential, but it is not what should drive your income, because you don't know how many people are going to attend your event. So you want to make sure that you're bringing in sponsorship dollars. Tickets, you can create different levels, VIP, elite, butts in the seats. You should always have that budget ticket, butts in the seat ticket. You should always have that. And so other streams of income, vendors, really important that you have vendors and create a stream of income from vendors. And there are other ones that I could go over, but I don't have time, but also back of the room sales. Keep those in mind. And so during my training, I always go over and create plans for people in order to create multiple streams of income. Now, number 4, selecting your speakers. Keynotes really do matter. They just do. And it's really important that you think about a keynote who has a tribe, who has butts in the seats behind them, because that's important. It's going to help you sell tickets. You can't pick a keynote who doesn't have followings on social media, people that aren't willing to travel and see them, because that's not a true keynote. Many of them are people who just have a tribe. And so that's important. That being said, it's essential to look at your regular speakers. Don't just pick friends and family. Pick people that have following on social media. And speakers are ambassadors. So if there are people that share and post and tag events, now they're not going to do it all the time, because if they're really good, they're on the road. But if they're doing it some of the time, those are the type of speakers you want to recruit. So that's just a tip or 2 as far as selecting speakers, but that is a process that I take seriously and is really important to the process of you having a profitable event. Number 5, promoting your event. Don't just post a flyer on your page and think that's going to be enough posting to social media. There is so much more to promoting your event. This is where your database becomes important, because you want to be doing those e-blasts. You want to be tagging and connecting with other people. You also can bring in ambassadors. Those are just some of the things that you can do. Trust me, when you're doing promoting an event, you actually need to have a plan, a promotion plan, a schedule that helps you, because there are key times that you want to make sure that you're getting those butts in the seats, people that are going to attend your event, because sponsors, more than anything, want to make sure that you have a good attendance. So branding was number 6. That's a bonus. And I go over that often in all of my training. It is going to help your event and people to know your brand. So my name is Kern Cherry. You can find me on any platform. LinkedIn is my favorite. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, as many as I can do. Platforms, Kern Cherry, Kern Crockett Cherry, PR and Home Care. Thank you. I hope you were able to learn something from how to create a profitable event.
Myron Golden is a dynamic business trainer and success coach, author, and speaker. He has over 30 years of experience in the marketing and sales arena. Despite the fact that he contracted polio as an infant, Myron is a black belt in the martial arts and has had to overcome many obstacles to succeed in his life and career. He is in high demand as a speaker and trainer in the areas of sales, marketing, and business development and financial literacy. Myron has assisted his clients and businesses that do as much as $10 million per year in revenue. And Myron can assist any business owner in growing their business by 2x, 5x, or even 10x what they are currently producing. Myron teaches also everyday people to become wealthy, often using skills they already have. Myron is able to help his clients see the value in skills and resources they already have but have been undervaluing. He is the author of several books on the subjects of business and finance. His book, From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, has sold over 140,000 copies. If you will open your mind and allow him to share with you his principles, he can change your life for the better. Now, put your hands together for Myron Golden.
Hello and welcome to 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. I'm going to share with you some concepts that have helped make me a fortune, have helped make some of my clients a fortune as well. In fact, I just got a message from one of my students on Facebook yesterday. They had their first $900,000 day. That is not to imply that you're going to have a $900,000 day, but it does show that it is possible. In fact, it's highly unlikely that you'll have a $900,000 day, but the fact is, even during 2020 with COVID-19 and protests and riots and all kinds of craziness that's going on in our world, the fact is entrepreneurship is still a vehicle that can take your life and your business to a level that previously you couldn't even have imagined. My name is Dr. Myron Golden, and I'm going to share with you 4 business principles that will absolutely change your business. And I'm blown away by how many people I speak with in business who, when I talk to them, I realize they don't even understand the very first base principles, the very foundational principles about business. And so I'm going to share with you 4 principles that if you will apply them, they will change your life. And then I'm going to give you for free, the equivalent of a $50,000 gift. Now you're saying, how could it be a $50,000 gift? Well, when I do one-on-one coaching with entrepreneurs, I charge $25,000 an hour. And what I teach in that first couple of hours is I teach 3 pillars of building a successful business. And I recorded it recently, and I'm going to give you access to 2 hours of what I would do if we were doing one-on-one coaching to help you take your business to the next level. And when I get to the end, I'll share with you why I'm giving that to you as a gift. So, what are the 4 principles that can help you build a very, very successful business and could help you build a multi-6-figure business, a multi-7-figure business, and beyond? Well, principle number 1 is there is one primary purpose for being a business owner. See, people think that having a business is an alternative to having a job. Having a business is something totally different than having a job. A person gets a job so they can make money so they can pay their bills. But the primary purpose of being in business is to create wealth, producing profits. That is the primary function of business. The reason you start a business is not so you can make money. The reason you should start a business is for wealth producing profits. So if that's the case, the first question you should ask yourself when you're looking at a particular business model is, does this give me the ability to produce profits? And will those profits give me the ability to produce wealth? If the answer to those questions is no, then you are probably not in the right type of business. So your number one objective, people say, well, I just want to start a business to help people. That's great. You can help people, but here's the reality. You can't help anybody else until you help yourself. And that sounds like, a rationalization, but it's a reality. That's why when we get on an airplane, if we're traveling with children or somebody who requires assistance, they tell us if the oxygen mask falls from the ceiling, put on our own oxygen mask first, and then help those around us. Why? Well, money is not the most important thing in the world, but it is right up there with oxygen. You've got to have it every day to live, and when you don't have enough of it, you feel like you can't breathe. And I know you know what I'm talking about. So that's the first principle that you got to understand. Okay, when I'm looking at business, I need to be looking at a business from the standpoint of evaluating, can it create for me and my family wealth producing profits? Because what you're going to do with that wealth that those profits produce is you're going to use that wealth to buy back your time. If you are one of those people who erroneously believes that time is money, allow me to wake you up from the cultural hypnotic trance that you've been programmed into, from that trance that you've been lulled into. The reality is that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. But if you go through life believing that time is money, you're going to have 2 major problems. Number 1, you're not going to have enough time. Number 2, you're not going to have enough money. See, if you go through life thinking that time is money, what you'll do is you'll sell a whole bunch of your time for a little bit of somebody else's money. But when you understand that time is more valuable than money, then you will use all of the money at your disposal to buy back the rest of your life. So the quality of your life is determined not by the number of years of experience you have doing a thing, but by the number of experiences you put in those years. If you take a vacation once a year and you're going to live for 40 more years, then you get to go on vacation 40 more times. But what if you took 3 vacations a year? What if you took 5 vacations a year? If you took 3 vacations a year and you're gonna live for 40 more years, you get to go on vacation not just 40 more times, but 120 more times. So it's literally like you get to live 120 years worth of vacation. That's why it's so important to use the wealth that your profits produce from your business to buy back your time. So that's the first principle. The second principle that I want to share with you that will help you take your life to another level is there are basically 2 categories of business. There are 2 categories of business. There are only 2. Every business in the world falls into one of these 2 categories. Either you are a business that sells, and yes, I did say the word sell, S-E-L-L. You are in a business that sells either a service or you are in a business that sells a product. And my advice to you, my admonishment to you, my challenge to you is if you have a desire to create wealth, you're going to be able to create wealth faster if you build a business that sells a product versus a business that sells a service. The reason I believe that it's best, especially if you're first starting a business, to sell a product, to have a business that's based on products versus a business that's based on service, is because if you have a business that sells a service, after you sell that service, Then you've got to fulfill that service, and the fulfillment of that service takes time. Whether you're painting a house, fixing a car, whether you're a dentist, whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a doctor, if you have a service-oriented business, your income is going to be limited because it is attached to your time. You have a limited amount of time. You only get 24 hours in a day. And if you're really, really nice and you treat people really, really good, we're not going to give you 27. You only get 24 hours in a day. Some of that time has to be spent sleeping. Some of it has to be spent eating. So when you get started in a service-oriented business, you are setting yourself up in a business that is at a disadvantage. By the way, coaching is a service-oriented business. I do some coaching, but I do coaching that makes sense to me. That's one of the reasons why when I do one-on-one coaching, I charge $25,000 an hour. Why? Because it has to be worth my time. Okay? So product. If you sell a product, it disconnects your income generation from time. That's one of the reasons why it's so important to sell a product. For instance, this book right here, From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, I wrote this book in 2006. We've sold over 150,000 copies of this book. I wrote the book once. It took me time to write the book, but guess what? After I wrote it, it takes no longer to sell 10 than it does to sell one. We sell these books online every week. Every day. We sell these books online, but we sold 150,000 copies of this book, but here's what's really cool. I sold 100,000 copies to one client. Now I want you to think about what I just said. I sold 100,000 copies of my book to one client. Yes, I gave them a discount. But the reality is I still sold 100,000 copies to one client. I want you to wrap your mind around that. So, and that sale took me about 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, we generated hundreds of thousands of dollars from one sale. Now, you're thinking, wow, Myron, that's pretty amazing. Oh, and when you learn how to sell, there will be sales that you will make that will be worth 6 figures, 7 figures, multiple 6 figures. Eventually, you could get to the point, if you get good enough at selling and good enough at delivering value, where you can make multiple 7 figures from one sale. That's a reality for a lot of people. Not for a lot of people. That's a reality for some people. Okay? Click and Order for Brick and Mortar, another book. We wrote it one time. We sold thousands of them. I don't know how many thousands, but we sold thousands. Okay. You say, Myron, what's your point? My point is, you want a business that sells products. If you have a service-oriented business, you better make sure, like, you can have a service-oriented business, but if you do, you have to make sure that in order to produce profits that can create wealth, you have to make sure that that service can be delivered to multiple people at one time. That's why restaurants can be profitable. If restaurants could only have one customer at a time, they couldn't be profitable, right? But because they can seat 100 people or 200 people, depending on the size of the restaurant, then that restaurant now can make money, because when they're providing a service, they're providing a service to more than one person at a time. That's why some restaurants do $8,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a day, because they can serve multiple customers at once. So if you have a coaching business, for instance, my recommendation would be, other than premium coaching clients that pay you $10,000 or $15,000 per hour, or $20,000 or $25,000 in my case per hour, I would recommend that all of your coaching, if you're selling a 6-week coaching course or an 8-week coaching course, make those always group coaching services. Okay, so product versus service. There are two categories of business. The category of business, your intention when you start your business, if it's not wealth producing profits, you're at a disadvantage. When you start your business, you start a service-oriented business, landscape service, lawn care service, janitorial service, hair care service, whatever, you start a service-oriented business, you started a business that limits your ability to generate wealth. Okay, number three is there are three functions of business. Those three functions are, number one, innovation. What is innovation? It means I invent, create, develop, source, or somehow other partner, some other way, come up with something that the marketplace is screaming for. I come up with a concept, a software, a book, a product that fills a hole in the marketplace. Innovation. That's innovation. I create something that the marketplace is screaming for, that the marketplace is hungry for, that the marketplace is thirsty for. Innovation. I don't innovate something. I don't make something just because I always wanted to make one. I don't start a business just because I always wanted to start a business. I only want to sell what people want to buy. I only want to create what people are willing to pay for. Innovation is the first function of business. The second function of business is marketing. Marketing is the art and science of discovering and developing in other people a desire for more and more of your product, service, or your opportunity. So what I'm going to do on the other side of marketing, I'm going to put sales. Because sales, marketing is first base, sales is home plate. So innovation, marketing, and sales is the second function of business. The third function of business is money management. And money management means managing your money in such a way that the outgo does not exceed the income, so the upkeep of your business does not become the downfall. I see so many people who get this one wrong. What they do is they start out in their business spending more money than they have because they're so positive that they're going to make money that they end up imploding their business because their expenses are way up here and their revenue is way down here. Like you gotta build your business. You got to build your business like you're broke, like you're hungry, like you don't have any money. When you start making a lot of money, I'm not talking about being cheap. I don't want you to be cheap, but what I do want you to do is I want you to manage your money in such a way so that one little snafu, so that a COVID-19 where businesses are shut down for months doesn't put you out of business. So that when there's a quarantine and people can't go out of their houses it doesn't shut your business down. We could run our business. First of all, our business has been profitable through COVID-19 because we are using all of these principles that I'm talking to you about. In fact, we're off 2020 for a lot of businesses, the worst start to a year they've ever had. For us, 2020 is the best start to a year we've ever had. And it's because of these principles that I'm sharing with you. Now, if I were to ask you, of these three, innovation, marketing, and sales, and money management, which one's the most important? I would get different answers from each of you. Some of you would say money management. Some of you would say marketing and sales. Some of you would say innovation. But I submit to you that of these three functions of business, by far the most important one is the marketing and the sales. You say, how can you say that, man? I thought you just talked about money management. Yeah, but if you don't get good at marketing and sales, you're not going to have any money to manage. Yeah, but what about innovation? Don't you have to innovate? Well, the reality is people don't know whether your innovation works until after they bought it anyway. The most important function of business is marketing and sales. And those are the two things that you've got to get good at if you're going to take your business to a level that previously you only dreamed about. Like, for me, this is my business brain download. This plus the 2-hour coaching session that I'm going to give you for free here in a few minutes. This is how Myron thinks about business. A lot of people look at me like I have some kind of special money whispering, wealth whispering concept that I can just conjure money out of thin air. No, I've got philosophies and principles that I build my businesses on, and those philosophies and principles produce profits year after year after year. And the reason that happens is because they're built on a solid foundation. Okay, number 4. This is the final one. There are four ways to grow your business. Now, some of you already have a business, but your business isn't growing. Well, I can tell you right now, if your business isn't growing, there are only 4 things that are wrong. There's only possibility of 4 things that are wrong. Maybe you're not doing one of these things right. Maybe you're not doing any of these things right. But these 4 components of growing a business will change your life. If you improve one of them, you can increase your business by 10 or 20%. If you improve all 4 of them, you should be able to improve your profits by hundreds of %. And I know that sounds crazy. I remember Dan, my student that I just talked to yesterday, he sent me a message on Facebook and on Voxer, like he did $900,000 in sales. And when I first talked to him about the concept that he was going to use to do $900,000 in sales, he said, I don't think that's really that big of a deal. It's kind of a waste of time. It's a lot of work and it's not that profitable. It's like, dude, that's because you don't know what you're doing. And he came to one of our trainings and he learned these principles, and it took his life to another level. He did $900,000 in sales this past yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. So what are those? What are the four? There are 4 ways to grow a business. What are those 4 ways? The first way is lead generation. In fact, lead generation. So that's the first one. Generate leads. If your business isn't growing, number 1 reason, you don't have enough leads. You don't have enough people to market and sell your products to. So you fix that component, lead generation. The next component is lead conversion. Lead conversion. What is lead conversion? That's when you convert that lead from a lead to a customer, from a lead to a client. And so most businesses don't have a good lead generation process. Very few. 90+% of businesses have a horrible lead conversion process. Like, your process for converting leads is awful. You're struggling to make money. Like, if you fix those 2 things, you should be making multiple 6 figures just by fixing those 2 things. Okay? The next one is customer ascension, which is C. Customer ascension is no longer customer ascension. It's no longer talking about leads, because once you convert it, they're no longer a lead. The word conversion means convert, means to change. So you change your lead from a lead to a customer. So lead conversion, or customer, and then customer ascension. What does customer ascension mean? It means selling your customers higher and higher price programs. Now, one of the things I'm going to challenge all of you to do is raise your prices, especially in the Black CEO realm. Almost every entrepreneur that I talk to, almost everyone, invariably, one of the biggest problems they have is their prices are too low. And the prices are too low because they don't understand how to value their business. I didn't say they don't understand their value. They don't even understand how to value their business. They don't understand how to value a business. So most customers, I've got people that I've shared this concept with. I remember one young guy who was in his 20s, and he was in a mastermind that I was in, and he was selling his coaching program for $4,000. I told him to raise his prices. And he said, well, what should I raise it to? I said, well, you should at least double it to 8,000, and there's no difference between 8 and 10, so you might as well sell it for 10. And he was like, what? Yeah, and it'll be easier to sell. What? He couldn't believe it. Now, that same program that he used to sell for 4,000, he now sells for 40,000. And his business does over $1 million a week in revenue. Raise your prices. Customer ascension. Okay? And then lastly, the last principle to grow your business is customer retention. And that's when you get your customers to come back and buy from you more often. One of the best ways to do that is through continuity. Now, I use like micro continuity, and I use macro continuity. Micro continuity for us is we have a membership site that's like $27.99 a month. So that's my micro continuity. Then I've got macro continuity when I sell my $155,000 program, coaching program, or my $55,000 mastermind, or I sell my $1 million mastermind. Yes, I have a $1 million mastermind. I let those people pay me on payments. Some of them pay the full thing right out of the gate. Some of them pay payments. And the reason I let them pay payments, we do our payments on weekly ACH bank drafts. So every week, every day of every week, we have money coming in. Sometimes it's hundreds, most of the times it's thousands of dollars a day that come in before I get out of bed on my macro continuity. So these are the 4 principles that if you will apply them to your business, it will take your business to another level. Now, I know that you would probably like at some level to work with me. And I know that most of you probably are not there yet financially to be able to pay me $25,000 an hour or buy my $55,000 mastermind or my $155,000 mastermind or my $1 million mastermind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 2 hours of coaching. I really want you to internalize these concepts that I just shared with you. And then I recently did a roundtable discussion. So Russell Brunson is one of my business coaches. I have several business coaches, but he's one of my business coaches. And Russell wanted me to have a roundtable discussion at his Funnel Hacking Live event. There were 5,000 people there, and there were 30 of us in a room who had earned a 2 Comma Club award. This is a 2 Comma Club award for building a funnel that makes over $1 million in sales. This is a 2 Comma Club X for over $10 million, a funnel that has produced over $10 million in sales. And so a bunch of us wanted us to do a roundtable discussion. Well, I recorded my roundtable discussion. Then I brought it home because it was a really loud room, and I used a software program to eliminate all the background noise. And literally for 2 hours and 20 minutes, I distilled my business brain. I downloaded my business brain for those entrepreneurs who were there. It would have literally cost each of them like $25,000 an hour, $50,000. I recorded it so I can give it to you. Why? For two reasons. Number one, if I give you a $50,000 coaching session and you use it, your income will go up. And when your income goes up by as much as it's going to go up, you're going to come back to me and say, Myron, you helped me make so much money already. And I know this is going to happen because it happens all the time. You're going to come back to me and say, Myron, you helped me make so much money. I want to get in one of your masterminds. If you help me make this much money for free, my goodness, what will you do if I actually pay you? That's where your mind's going to be blown. So I'm going to give you this audio where I'm going to discuss three things. I'm going to discuss the right business model. Most business owners have the wrong business model. And there are 4 business models. There are 2 categories of business, service and product, but there are 4 business models, okay? So I'm going to show you the 4 business models. The right business market, there are 3 business markets. If you have the wrong model or you're at the wrong market, it's going to cost you, it potentially could cost you millions of dollars. So I'm going to show you the right business market, and then I'm going to show you how to have the right message to market match, the right business message. And those 3 things are the things I cover in this 2 hours and 20 minutes worth of coaching that I did with all these entrepreneurs that are surrounding me. And you can go take advantage of that program right now by going to blackceonow.com. blackceonow.com. Take advantage of this offer, and it's free. There will be something on there for you to buy. You can buy it or not buy it. On how to build a financial fortress formula. You don't have to do it. You can if you want to. You don't have to. There's free training on there. So go take advantage. Worst case scenario, take advantage of the free training. Apply those principles and these principles to your business. And I'll look forward to connecting with you in the future, and I'll see you over time. Congratulations in advance on your success.
Welcome to 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship, sponsored by Black CEO. And I'm super excited. I'm over the moon. Just couldn't wait to have this very special conversation between you and I that's going to help you not only in your business, but it's going to help you reach more clients. And for those folks that are watching and wondering, who am I? My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. And on this particular conversation, we're going to be talking about discover and develop your signature selling style. Now, if you're watching right now, you might be wondering, who is this conversation for? This conversation is for you right now. And if you're that type of person that's out there that's an entrepreneur, obviously, that's a speaker, that's an author, that's a coach, that's a trainer, that's someone that still has to communicate in order to get your message out. And in fact, as you're watching right now, you're like, Shay, I'm raising my hand. I'm the #1 salesperson in my company. Or Shay, if I don't do it, it doesn't happen. And so I need to understand what I'm doing, or I need to make sure I understand my team's signature selling style. We're going to do a deep dive into that right now. So for those folks that are just tuning in, I always like to start off every single time with, it's a great day. My name, once again, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. And you know, as much as folks think that I love selling, as much as they think that this is what I always want to do, the reality is it isn't. Let me just take a moment and let me be honest with you. If I can I just slow down for a moment and then we'll speed up? Let me tell you something. I hated selling, but I needed it. Let me say that again. I hated selling, but I needed it. And you know, maybe you're like that right now. Where you're like, you know what? I don't like to sell, or I hate to sell. And for me, I hated selling, but I needed it. I needed it to pay my bills. I needed it in order to pay my mortgage. I needed it in order to feed my family. But you know what? Contrary to popular belief, I hated selling, but I needed it. If that's you, go out there, write this down in your notes. I hated selling, but you what? But I needed it. That's right. We understand that we need it. See, we got in business, I believe, for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only. At least for me, this might not be your story, but at least for me, I got in business for 2 reasons. And the #1 reason I got in business was to do what I love. And I love being able to build relationships. I love being able to share this information on how they can grow their business, because when they improve their selling skills, it gives them access to the resources that they need that's necessary to execute the vision that they have for the people they were called to serve. And I believe you have 3 visions, by the way. I believe first, you have a vision for yourself, the way you want to live, the car you want to drive, the organic food that you want to eat. And it takes resources, which means it takes revenue. That's what we're going to talk about, signature selling style. I believe there's a second vision you have. You have a vision for your loved ones, the ones you care the most about. I'm blessed that Mother Dear is still here. So I'm able to go over to her home. I'm not going inside right now, but I can knock at the door, have groceries set outside the door. I can have those delivered. Some of you got a vision for your loved ones. You want to write a check for someone's healthcare insurance. You want to pay for someone's mortgage, or maybe you want to send your kids to a school of your choice, and it takes resources to do that, which means it takes revenue. So this conversation is for you. Or maybe you're out there right now, you know what, you're thinking to yourself, gee whiz, Shay, this is so, you got me. You said there's 3 visions. That's right. The third vision you have is you have a vision for the people you were called to serve. And whether you're a believer or not, there's this Bible, and inside the Bible, I happen to be a believer, so you don't have to be, but there's a gentleman there by the name of Noah. And Noah had a vision. And imagine Noah's getting ready to do what he's going to do. He's so excited. And all of a sudden, just before Noah gets going, he gets this knock. Noah, but we're here to report that there is no hammer in the house. What? No hammer? No big deal. God's giving me my experience. He's giving me my expertise. I'm going to be just fine. I'll be just fine. Wait, what's going on? Noah was sorry to report, but there are no nails in the house either. What? No hammer and no nails? Oh my gosh, I got this vision. Okay, rule number 1, don't panic. That's right, don't panic. Nobody. What is it now? Noah, sorry last time. I promise this is the last time. Noah, there's no wood and there's no team to put the boat together. Good luck on this journey. And maybe that's you as you're listening right now. Maybe that's you. You got in business. You got a big heart. You got in to do what you love. You want to serve more people, but the only thing holding you back is you don't have the resources necessary to execute the vision you have for the people you were called to serve, nor to gain that financial freedom that you always wanted. And I get it. I understand it. And that's why I want you to tune in. That's why I want you to pay very, very careful attention and learn the one skill that will allow you to reach more people, your signature selling style, the one skill that will allow you to serve more people. Yeah. And the one skill that really will give you all of the resources when you have the revenue you need to execute your vision. See, I recall when I got started and I show up at work, and at the time they came to me and said, Shay, today's your last day. They gave me a box. I had to pack my stuff up. And I was being let go from my corporate job. I was working at Citibank at the time, or MCI at the time. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? So I went home and I decided I was gonna start my business. Some of you started your business like that. And then when I started my business, I got going. I was excited. I couldn't wait. And then I ran out of money after 90 days in business. I was tired. I was frustrated. I was struggling. And in short, I was out of money. And maybe that's like you. Maybe you are like that as well. And then I was upstairs, and all of a sudden my sons come right upstairs and say, Dad, guess what? I said, what? They said, someone's still in the car. Let's go check this out. So we run down the steps, run to the door. We look out the door. My door has a window on it. And there's my Lexus truck. It's being put up on a tow truck. And I look over at the driver. He looks at me. We look at each other. We look back and forth. We give each other the secret nod. And you know what I found out? I turned to my sons at that moment, and I looked at them. I said, everything's fine. The car is just going to the garage. I lied. And lying to my sons was one of the lowest points in my life. And, you know, when you do that, you don't feel good about that. You don't feel good about that at all. I had the never again moment. Now, maybe you've had this. Maybe this is not your story. If it isn't, you can just listen for another minute or two. But maybe you had in your business, you had that never again moment. I want you to write this down in your notes. What was your never again moment? That moment for me where I told myself I would never again lie to my sons. I couldn't look at them and just lie. Never again would my cable get turned off. Never again would my car get repossessed. Never again would I find myself in bankruptcy. Never again would one client make the difference whether I pay my mortgage or not. Never again was this going to happen to me. And in that moment, having gone through a divorce because of this, I felt like a failure. I felt like a failure as a husband. I felt like a failure as a son. I felt like a failure as a brother or as a friend. But more importantly, I felt like a failure when I had my never again moment. I felt like a failure just like a father. I'm a father feeling like a failure. And it was in that never again moment. I hope you write down in your notes, hope you're writing down, what was your never again moment? We told yourself never again where I borrow money from a family member. Never again would I run all my credit cards up. Never again would I find myself working late and tearing up my health because I didn't take care of myself. What was your never again moment? And it was in that moment, it was in that time that I decided to reach out, and I got this email, and I reached out to someone that maybe I'm that someone to you, my mentor. And when I reached out to him, I went and spent $5,000, went to this seminar, by the way, and I'm there for him to teach 7 of us how we could do speaking. But it wasn't speaking that I learned. He said, Shay, you need to focus on sales. I said, sales? Now, maybe sometimes you're like me. You do what you hate to do. So I didn't like to sell. I didn't want to sell. I wasn't born this way. I wasn't wired this way. I said, certainly I'm not a salesperson. Can't you see my card? It says Shay Brown, business consultant. But nobody was hiring me to be a business consultant. And so it was in that moment that I decided I'm going to learn this skill. The one skill that gives me access to the resources that I need to get the revenue to execute my visions. The one skill that allows me to have more meaning in the world because I'm making more money. The one skill that allows me to have more impact in the world because I have more income. And as my good friend Della Torre would say, the one skill that allows me to make $1 and a difference at the same time. If that's you, look right below the video and write these words. Make $1 and a difference at the same time. Write that down right now. Make $1 and a difference at the same time. Hashtag you got this. Hashtag you got this. And so here's what I learned. Going through the failure, running out of money, feeling like a failure. Here's what I learned. I want you to jot this down in your notes. It's 3 words, and these 3 words made a difference for me, and I know they'll make a difference for you. Jot these words down in your notes. Selling is power. Selling is power. Selling is power. Everyone right now, on the count of 3, I want you to say after me, selling is power. 1, 2, 3. Selling is power. 1, 2, 3. Say it again. Selling is power. Look, if selling is power, then the question is, what is selling the power to do? You just wrote down selling is the power. Go ahead and write down, what is selling the power to do for you? For me, selling allowed me to pay my health care insurance. Selling allowed me never to go back to a 9-to-5 job. Selling allowed me to send my kids to college. Selling allowed me to be able to hire a team and be a more productive citizen. See, selling is power. Selling is power. Selling is power. Look right below the video. Once again, look right below the video and write these words right now. Selling is what? Power. Selling is what? Power. Selling is what? Power. That's right. It's power. So once you have the power and you know you can plug into it, now you're like, wait a minute. I can do this. I can do this. Now, for a long time, people had a resistance to selling. Although they knew selling was a power, they had a resistance to it. And the reason they had a resistance to it is that they have been working with a trainer or a coach. And many of you, maybe that's where you've been. You've worked with a trainer, you work with a coach, and when you work with them, they say, sell like me. Or if you're a woman, sell like a woman. Sell like a man. Sell like a coach. And you don't want to sound like someone else. You want to be authentic. You want to be yourself. You want to speak from the heart. You want to be that person. And if that's you right now, look right below the video and say, that's me. Yeah, that's me. You want to sell like you. So here's what I discovered. Here's what I discovered in doing that. I said, look, don't worry about trying to copy other people. Don't worry about using those scripts. Yuck. Don't take scripts. Read this script and everything should be just fine. Just keep reading it to more people. You're like, oh my gosh, they tell me that again, I'm going to die. Here's what I learned. Scripts are for actors and you are not an actor. actor. Jot that down in your notes. Scripts are for actors, and you are not an actor. Because if you can't be yourself, it's just not worth it. Let me say it again. If you can't be yourself, it's just not worth it. So you don't want to sound like an actor. You want to be yourself. You want to speak from the heart. You want to be yourself. So here's what I'm going to teach you during the time I have. I wish I had more time. Because I'm going to teach you how to learn how to sell like you in your voice, being authentic, based on your experience, based on your expertise. This is a step-by-step. I'm going to show you how to do that because I'm going to teach you the 7 signature selling styles. And that's going to allow you to have your own voice. Because folks said, Shay, if you're going to teach me how to sell like me, which I want to do, then there are 3 things that I want to do. And maybe this is you as you're watching right now. You're like, okay, Shay, I get it. I get it. No, I get it, Shay. I'm cool. I want you to be authentic. Can I be authentic, Shay? Yes. When you use your signature selling style, you will be authentic. You'll speak in your voice. Shay, I need to be natural. If you're listening right now, you say, Shay, I don't want to sound like someone else. That's me natural. And most importantly, I want to be transparent. I want to speak from a place of being honest. I want to speak from a place of being of high integrity. I don't want to worry about trying to convince someone or persuade anyone. I just want to serve. Here's one of our core beliefs. Jot this down in your notes and write this right below the video. 3 parts. Put this below the video. Serve plus give value, and that's going to equal our solution. After that, we can offer them a solution. But first, we're going to what? Serve plus what? Serve. Write this right below the video. Plus what? Give value. And when we do that, it puts us in a position, if they want to know our solution, we can do that. And we can do that in our own voice. We can do that based on our own experience. We can do that based on our own expertise. We can do that based on our own DNA, because being you is beautiful. Just the way God created you. Just the way that you are. Write this down in your notes. Being me is power. Write that down in your notes. Being me is power. Put that in your notes. Being me is what? Power. Because you can be yourself. You don't have to sound like anyone else. You have to sound like a robot. And that's really what I want to show you how to do in the time I have. I want to introduce you to the signature selling styles, but I want you to be yourself. Just want you to be authentic. I want you to be the person that God created you to. I want you to find your target audience and help them solve a problem, because people will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. Someone put that down in your notes right now. People will pay me today, Shay, if I help them solve a problem today. And I believe that a lot of folks have a phony meter out there, and they can tell when you're being phony. And we don't want you to be phony. No. We want you to be yourself. We want you to be yourself. So how do you do that? I'm going to walk through the 7 signature selling styles. And there's 7 unique signature selling styles. So I'm going to give you the overview. I also, took some time working with scientists, working with psychologists, working with PhD folks. And I took some time and put together our own personality assessment that you can take that will show you what type of personality is yours. And I'm really, really pleased because it didn't exist. I was teaching neuro-linguistic sales, and that's the study of language patterns and how words impact the process. I was studying personalities, and I said, well, where do I go if I just want to learn about my own signature selling style, like who I am? And I searched, and I searched, and it didn't exist. So we said, we're going to create it. We're going to create the assessment. We're going to have it validated, and then we're going to teach the 7 signature selling styles, because most folks have been in business, they've been entrepreneurs, you've been speakers, authors, coaches, trainers, network marketers, and you've never been in this conversation. That all stops right now. Right now, it all stops, because this is your moment. I'm going to teach you how to sell like you, because think about it. Why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? Let me say that again. Why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? Cats don't bark, just like you don't sound like someone else. So isn't this so important? Isn't this who you want to be? You want to be yourself. You want to be authentic. You want to be the person that God created you. If you're listening right now, you're like, Shay, I'm all in. Shay, I'm all in. I don't want to sound like someone else. I'm ready to be who I am and who God intended me to be. If that's you right now, I'm going to give you my personal cell number. And I'm going to send you the assessment. And the assessment is going to help you not only take the assessment, it's a little less than a few questions. It might take you maybe 3 to 5 minutes to take. But at the end of that, we're going to discover your signature selling style. Now, you can text right now. Text the word signature. Text the word signature. Text the word signature. This is my personal cell to this number. And you'll get the assessment. We'll be able to stay in this conversation. And I'll make sure you have additional resources that are going to support you as well. The number is 202-270-1662. So get your cell phone out right now and text the number 202-270-1662. Text the word signature to 202-270-1662. That's my personal cell. Now include your first name so I know who you are, include your last name so I know who you are, and include your best contact number so I can make sure that we send you the assessment. I'll send you the link. Once you take the assessment, myself or one of my certified revenue coaches will sit down with you, and I want you to understand your signature selling style. But don't worry, I'm not going to leave you right now. Don't worry, I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to walk you, walk you through step by step how to do it. We're going to do this together. We're in this together. So here's the number once again to text. Get your cell number out, 202-270-1662. Text the word signature, that's the bat signal, to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number. Most of you, if not all of you, have never done this before, and I'm really excited that I can introduce you to it, and that you can not only know your signature selling style, and the reason you want to know your signature selling style, because when you're speaking to your marketing team, marketing's job is to go find people who have a problem that's in harmony with your signature selling style. When you're working with your social media team, their whole role is to be able to attract people who are open to the signature selling style that you have. And once they've done that, they've done their job. And isn't that what you really want? Yeah. So go ahead and text in right now so you can learn your signature selling style. Then from there, we'll teach you buyers profiling, which is how your buyers buy. And then we'll teach neuro-linguistic sales, which is the study of language patterns and how it impacts the selling process. See, my definition of selling is that selling is the ability to influence people to action based upon who you are. Put that in your notes. Selling is the ability to influence people to action based on who you are, not based on someone else. So let me go ahead now and teach these signature selling styles. Go and get a paper. We're going to write these things down, and we're going to go ahead and show it to you. The first signature selling style, there's 7. Now, for those folks that text in, then you're going to also get a copy of this presentation. So when you text in, you don't have to worry about taking all these notes. I'm going to send you a copy of the presentation, and I will send you my notes as well, which will help you as well. That's my promise to you. Okay, but you got to take action. All right, let's go to the first one. The first one is the intuitive signature selling style. And I want you to listen. Maybe this is you as you're listening right now. The intuitive signature selling style, they sell based on intuition. They sell based on intuition. So they use instinct to drive action. Is that you? Which means when they go on a presentation, they might not write it down. They might not know what they're going to say, but they use their God-given intuition and their senses to drive the conversation. And in driving the conversation, that's how they move the person to action. Now, that's not a good thing or bad thing. It just is what it is. There are some positives and there's some negatives, like anything in life, And I'll get into later, not on this conversation, but for those that text in, we'll get into the evergreen sales approach and the evergreen closing style. But right now, I just want you to know the intuitive selling style, they sell based on intuition. Is that you right now? If that's you, put your hand and say, that's me, Shay. How'd you know? I sell based on intuition. Now, you might have more than one signature selling style, but there is a primary and there's typically a secondary, just like anything in life, okay? All right, let's go into it. So now you got the intuitive signature selling style. The second one is called the scientist signature selling style. Now, the scientist signature selling style, they sell based on facts and data. So they use facts and data to drive the person to action. And if you ever had these conversations where you're talking to someone, and maybe this is you, where you have to make sure you have all of your facts lined up. And you can support exactly why your product or service will work. You can share and compare and contrast to other things. And if you don't have all the facts together, you'll slow down and you'll take some time just to get those facts together. Maybe that's you. And if that's you right now, no worries. There's nothing wrong. Science's selling style. Now, think for a moment. Is that you? If that's you, let's look right below the video and write down Science's signature selling style. Now, for some of you, you wrote down intuitive selling style. Go ahead and write it down. You're like, wow, Shay. Now, we got 7 of these that we're going to talk about, right? We're going to talk about, but and none of them are bad. They all have their strengths and they all have their weaknesses. But isn't that how life is? It's full of duality. There's high highs and there's low lows. There's summer, spring, fall, winter. There's being on track and being off track. So there's always these dualities in life, and isn't that so cool? The third one that I want to share with you, number 3, is the rock star signature selling style. Now, I want you to listen close. This might be you. The rock star, they use personal charisma to drive action. Now, this might be you. You think of a Tony Robbins. You think of a Eric Thomas, and they're going to be like, look, if I've done it, you can do it as well. Or, see what I did? You just do exactly what I did. And so their charisma, you've seen them. You're like, if they can do it, I can do it. And that's the rock star signature selling style. Is that you right now? Is that you? Do you use charisma? And I want you to go ahead and look right below the video. If that's you, say, that's me. And write these words right below the video. Rock star signature selling style. Show up in the house. Now, this is your natural signature selling style. It doesn't mean you can't cross in. It doesn't mean you can't do others. But this is naturally how you like to sell based on who you are. And then number 4. Number 4 is the drill sergeant signature selling style. The drill sergeant signature selling style, they're going to push you to action. They're going to drive you to action. They're going to use force of will to action. You can do this. I believe in you. Follow me. We're going through the fire, but we're going to get you to the other side. The drill sergeant. And when they're speaking to them, it's not like they're yelling and screaming, but they've got that tenacity behind them, that is a force of will, the accountability. It allows the other person to raise their standard. It allows them to go to the next level. Is that your comfortable signature selling style? If that's you, look right below the video and say, that's me. I'm the drill sergeant signature selling style. Shay, yes. Shay, I'm so glad you're telling me this. I never knew this. No, it's no problem. Let's just do a quick recap. We're going over the 7 signature selling styles. And I'm asking you to select yours. We're at number 4, and we only got about 3 more, but there's 7. The first one is the intuitive. This is very important that you learn how to sell based on your DNA. The intuitive uses instinct to drive action. Is that you? And then there's the scientist selling style. The scientist selling style, they use facts and data to drive action. Is that you? You have to have everything in line, have to have everything in harmony. You've got to make sure you've done all the research. And then there's the rock star signature selling style. They say, look what I've been able to do. Look at the folks I work with. You see what they've done? I'm going to give you the blueprint to do the exact same thing. Or maybe you're the drill sergeant signature selling style. They use force of will to drive action. And then there's the heart-centered selling style. Now, this is my style. The heart-centered selling style, they use an emotional connection to drive action. They've got to feel that the other person's all in. There's got to be this synergy, this energy. Now, that's a good thing, and it's a bad thing, right? Because sometimes we're like pushovers, right? Sometimes we'll do whatever they want. And so, but they all have their duality. But is that you as you're listening right now? Do you use the heart-centered selling style where you use emotional connection to drive action? You've got to understand who they are and what they're saying. Maybe that's you. Put that right below the video. Heart-centered selling style. We've got 2 more to go. I want you to know your signature selling style. I want you to know, based on your DNA, what are your power words. I want you to know what type of closing phrases does your style use. I want you to be very, very clear as you're going through it and kind of really be able to hone in and say, you know what, Shay, as you're saying this, I need to make sure that I understand my evergreen sales approach and the buyer's profile. So text right now signature so you can at least take the assessment. Text the word signature, SIGNATURE, to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Now, once you do that, you're going to get a response. It's my personal cell number. It's not a Google voice. It's not an automated machine. So I will personally respond because I know that statistically speaking, you're all not going to do it. You're just not. Okay? It's just not going to happen. But here's what I know. You know you got the potential inside of you to perform at a higher level. What I know about some of you watching is you're the number one salesperson, and this isn't what you want to do. Like me, I hated sales, but you need it. And the fact that you're here right now says that you have the potential inside of you to perform at a higher level. So I know you at least like to know your signature selling style. If you're training a team, you want them to take the assessment. There's no cost. We're waiving the $497. You want your team to know their signature selling style so they can start using language patterns that work for them based on their buyers' profiles of people they're speaking to. And we're going to teach you that. So text the word signature, SIGNATURE, to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number so I can send you the assessment. You can take it and then let's just have a conversation. Let us explain the assessment. And then after the assessment, let us explain the power words. Let us also share with you your evergreen closing style. This is common for that one. Now, I understand some of you have one that's more dominant than the other, but I want you to do something that you may never know. You may have never known about this. Just like I didn't know. The reason I created it is that it didn't exist. And I knew there were people out there like me who wanted more for their clients. They wanted a better experience. They wanted to feel good, not about making money, but about helping people. And they wanted to be themselves. They wanted to be authentic. They wanted to be real, and they wanted to be transparent and speak from the heart. And I know as you're listening out there, that might be you. So go ahead and text the word signature to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Take the assessment. Get the notes, because I'm going to send you all of the notes, by the way. So make sure you get the notes and get the special bonus gift that I'm only going to give to those folks who take action, because I believe the universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. And that's my promise to you. That's my gift to you. So let's just do a recap, and then we'll go to the last two. As we come down the home stretch, we're talking about learning your 7 signature selling styles. So you can sell like yourself, which is part of the sales visionary approach. You got to know who you are first. And then after you know who you are, then you can understand who your buyers are. Your customers have a buying pattern. Then after that, you can then learn your evergreen closing style. So there was the intuitive signature selling style. They used instinct to drive action. There was the scientist selling style. They used facts and data to drive action. And then there was the rock star selling style, and they used charisma to drive action. And then there was the drill sergeant signature selling style, and they use willpower to drive action. And then we talked about the heart-centered selling style, and they use emotional connection to drive action. Which one are you? Which one are you? Which one are you? Which one are you? Look right below the video. If you already identified one of those, put it down right now. Like look right below the notes and put it in there right now. I'm looking forward to connecting with you. The last two we have is number 6 is we have the visionary selling style. Now the visionary selling style, they're a little different. They use big ideas to drive action. They're going to dream big. So you think about the President of the United States of America, President number 44, President Barack Obama, a 2-time president, just a bad brother, if I can say that right now. And one of the things he said is he had a vision. And he had the yes, we can vision. And maybe that's you. As you're talking to your clients, you paint a vision for where they can get to. You kind of see it. And I love what my man Delator Manil says, you got to see it before you see it, or you'll never see it. I'm just saying. And so visionaries, that's what they do. So if that's you, then let's learn your signature selling style and learn the power words that work best for you, because you use your visionary approach to drive people to action. And then number 7 is the professor signature selling style. Now, the professor signature selling style, I love the professor signature selling style because what they do is they actually drive people to action based on education. So they're going to teach you first everything you need to know about the problem. They're going to share with you all the solutions to the problem. They're going to teach you exactly how to do it. Then they're going to say, guess what? I got the red pill or the blue pill or the solution, the Tylenol to your headache. And so the professor is going to really lay it out there for you. Now, again, not one of these styles is better than the other. You can always adapt styles, but what is your primary signature selling style? Let's learn that. And I'm looking forward to connecting with so many of you and having that breakthrough because I know what it did for me. Once I learned my signature selling style, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a certain approach that's based on my style. Yeah. There's a certain closing style that goes with it. Yes, we all don't close the same way. The way we all don't talk the exact same way. And then, I'm going to get a chance to learn buyers profiling. So that is how buyers buy. Yeah. No, that's my promise. See, what I want to do is I want to enhance you, the gifts that God gave you, the talent that he's given you, the resources that he's given you. You have everything you need to succeed right now, and we're going to just make a better you right now so you can serve more people. I love how I started off, and I want to come back to it because I always said, why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? In business, in conversations, one style doesn't fit all, or we would all marry the same person. And we have not done that. So we're different. We're unique. But yet there's some commonalities. And I know one of the commonalities we all share is that we want to serve. I know you want to have more meaning in the world. I know you want to help more people. I know you want to make more impact. One of the things I love to say, you can jot this in your notes, put this right below the video. Don't chase the money, add value, and the money will chase you. Let me say that again. Don't chase the money, add value, and the money will chase you. So once you know your signature selling style, once you know who you are, you know your own experience, you know your own expertise, you know your own DNA, then now you can step up, and you never knew that. So someone teach you how to bark, and cats don't bark. I know saying you're a cat. So I'm going to teach you how to sell like me. Everyone jot this down below the video. I will sell like me. I will sell like me. I will sell like me. Not like my coach, not like a video, not like some boot camp I went to, not like Shay Brown. I will sell like who? Me. Put that down in the video. I will sell like who? Me. Authentic, truthful, caring, loving, just me. And they can accept you or not accept you. And that's okay. It's not about you. But you're going to be the best version of you that you can be. You got in business for 2 reasons. To do what you love and to gain financial freedom. And I know that with every fiber in my body. So if you're out there right now, like, Shay, I'm already there. I didn't write the number down. I was a little late. No problem. Take your phone out right now. Take the assessment. Learn your signature selling style. Get a copy of this presentation so you can understand all 7 of them. And then make sure you get the notes. That's my promise for everybody who texts. So text the word signature. Text the word signature to 202-270-1662. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number so I know who you are. And then once I have that from you, once I have it, then one of the things we're going to do right away, and I've already talked to, is I'm going to make sure that you get all the notes. And you and I will be able to stay in this conversation over and beyond day. Now you might be wondering, can I share this with someone, Shay? Yes, you can. You can do that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing. Of course I want you to share. Why wouldn't I want you to share this with someone else? So let me give the number one more time. Then we'll close. I want to share with you my final thoughts, but go ahead and text 202-270-1662. Include your first name. I'm requiring that. Include your last name. I'm requiring that. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. And then my team will send you everything that you need right away so that you have it. With that being said, I want you to know that you're amazing. I want you to know that you're incredible. I want you to know that you have greatness inside you and you will be successful. Why? Because of a core value that we have here at the Happy Entrepreneur Show. And our core value is that today is my January 1st. Jot that down. You get a fresh start. Today is my January 1st. I get a do-over. Today is my January 1st. I get to hit that reset button because once upon a time, Shay, I would say I would do something and then I wouldn't do it because I would get sidetracked. And then I would try to do it again, Shay, and try to get going, and then I wouldn't do it. But then I was introduced to signature selling style. This will be your story. And someone told me that I don't have to sell like a used car salesman. I don't have to sell like a coach. I don't have to sell like a woman. And once that was opened up to me, Shay, that became my January 1st. And what is today is my January 1st. Today is my January 1st represents one of those moments. And there's so many moments throughout the day where you make a decision. And that decision forever changes the trajectory of your life. And when you make a decision, so you either go to the gym and work out, or at home right now, or you sit on the couch and watch Netflix. You either eat hamburgers and french fries or you eat fruits and vegetables. It is a fresh start. It is a do-over. It is a clean slate. So I want you to do three things. You decide today is my January 1st. I will always be myself. Write these three things down. Number one, decide. Make a decision. You're going to cut off what you didn't know and embrace now signature selling style. So decide that you're going to know your signature selling style. Your team will know this signature selling style. That's a commitment. Number two, believe that you know what? I got everything I need right now to be successful. This is the missing piece. This is the combination to crack the code. You had this combination. You're trying to open this lock up and you had three parts already tuned in. But the fourth part was sales. And now you've cracked that code that gives you unlimited financial resources that allows you now to help more people because you have the revenue and you can do so much more good. When you have more money, you just do more good. So take action. Take action. Take action. Here's what I want you to do. Decide, believe, and take action. Today is your January 1st. I want to thank 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. Shout out to Black CEO for putting this on. You are amazing. You are incredible. And I believe for you, the best is still yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. With that being said, my name, by the way, for those folks who want to know who's doing all that screaming, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. And I promise you from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, time is long. Life is short. Live in the moment and make it count. God bless, peace, I wish you so much more success. Thanks a lot. 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. Shout out to Black CEO. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you so much for attending 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. And maybe you are sitting back saying, you know what? I think I should have a digital summit of my own for my organization, my business, to promote your business and your service. Well, we are here for you, and you can do that by following these simple instructions. Number one, go to www.evergreenspecialist.com. It's right below me, www.evergreenspecialist.com. Number two, what you want to do is schedule an appointment. And number three, meet with me and we'll talk about all of your needs. So continue enjoying 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship. There's some great information going along, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jackie Hadnot, and today I am your life coach and business success strategist. And my goal is to motivate and facilitate you in being the best you can be in your life, in your finances, and helping you to set those self-defined goals that will move you from the pit to the promise, from financial poverty to financial wealth, from financial lack to financial sustainability and financial success. And my goal, my mission, my assignment is to help you to develop multiple streams of income. Why multiple streams of income? So that you can think beyond your current stream of income and develop it into multiple streams of income that will help you reach not only financial success, but financial sustainability as well. And you would ask, why do you need multiple streams of income? Well, think about this. What about retirement? That's the first thing. We have to think beyond where we are today and think about when we are in that position, in that age bracket, that it's time to retire. So retirement income, to have those luxury items and those trips and things that you enjoy or would enjoy if you had the financial freedom to do so. When one stream of income dries up, another stream of income comes in. So think about this. You're working a job, and that job in itself, it dries up. Let's face it, right now we're at an all-time low economically. The unemployment rate is on the rise, about 40 million people unemployed, trying to get unemployment. And that is in itself lends us to the position of being out of sync with our finances, causing us stress, anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide. Just think about that. When that one stream of income died for millions of people, it left them vulnerable to economic downturn. It left them vulnerable to financial crisis, just the very basics of food in their home. It left them vulnerable to not having the proper needs for their children, rent, lights, water, gas, because that one stream of income died. And when that one stream of income died, it left so many people in a vulnerable position. But what if people had multiple streams of income? And those multiple streams, as one dried up the employment, another one could kick in. Self-employment, having a home-based business, or if you will, having a side hustle. Think about that. Just having another stream of income would have sustained many families and took some of the pressure off of the food pantries and other areas, because everybody's not broke. As I told my husband not too long ago, everybody is not broke. So if we had multiple streams of income, we would have the ability, we would have those extra resources to carry our families through this economic time of trouble. Another reason to have financial stability through multiple streams of income, it gives you the ability to diversify. In your ability to diversify, again, when one stream dries up, another stream kicks in. There's an old proverb that says, many small streams will form a big river. Many small streams will form a big river. And when those small streams come together, they form a large river that continually flows throughout your life. They form a small river that gives you, if you will, tributaries of financial resources so that you can continue to sustain your lifestyle, your family, your home, your business, so that we're not all in the same boat at the same time, trying to paddle in the same direction without any real plan. So I would ask you today, in order to achieve multiple streams of income, what is your plan? What is your plan to succeed? What is your plan to achieve financial stability in this time of trouble? What is your plan? Because see, everyone has to develop their own plan in order to move from place to place, from valley to valley, from mountain to valley, from valley to mountain. Every person has to have the ability to achieve their own financial attain their own financial resources, if you will, so that we're not so empowered or unempowered by the government, because the government, what they offer us, will not empower us to be all that we can be, and achieve all that we can achieve. The government will not give us or lend to us the resources that we need to sustain and maintain. So I ask you again, what is your plan? What is your plan for achieving multiple streams of income? What are your goals and dreams that will help you get to the multiple streams of income that you need? Goals or dreams with deadlines. An idea in your mind is just an idea until you write it down. So when we begin to think about the multiple streams of income that are needed to push us, motivate us, propel us to another level, to another place, financially, emotionally, mentally, and give us the stability that no matter what happens in this economy, we can keep going. So let's talk about the very thing that we have not been taught to think, to move in towards, to move in the direction of. Let's think about going beyond a job. Let's think about, again, multiple streams of income and why it's necessary. When you have multiple streams of income, your entire life, literally, watch this, those multiple streams of income that you need, they will come from different resources and different sources. If one source stops or is eliminated, you can rely on another source. Sometimes it takes a while to establish your individual streams of income, but it is possible to develop streams that flow with great consistency. They flow with a great consistency, and they give you the ability, once again, to maintain and sustain your financial stability. Because without it, we are destined to rely on one source that's going to harm us in a financial way, whether it be emotional, physical, financial, because let's face it, stress is stress, people. And we keep it real. I can remember times when my finances were not where they were supposed to be, and that stress caused me great distress. That distress caused me to be depressed, downtrodden, feeling hopeless. But when you can sustain and maintain that financial stability, oh my goodness, it will keep you from being in a position of vulnerability. So what are some multiple streams of income? Let's just talk about the first one. That's earned income. See that one at the very top? Earned income, that's money earned by doing work for someone else. That's a job. When you work a job, that job pays you a certain amount at a certain time, whether it be daily, weekly, semi-monthly, bi-weekly, or monthly. That is income you earn from working for someone else. So here you are now with that one stream of income, and you have become vulnerable to that one stream of income. So when it dries up, guess what? Now you're going to go look for something. You have to look for something else, whether it be unemployment or develop multiple streams of income. So that earned income that dries up puts you in a vulnerable state. But what if you had over the years developed multiple streams of income, such as profit income? And profit income is money generated by selling something to other people, such as goods and services. This would equate to you having your own business, whether it be a home-based business, whether it be a pop-up boutique, whether it be a retail shop. But this is money that you earn by selling a good or services. In selling those goods and services, it now gives you two streams of income. You have the money you earn from your job, and you have the money that you earn from your profit-based business. So those two streams of income are literally pushing you to another income bracket, and it's keeping you with the ability to sustain your lifestyle, your home, your family, et cetera, et cetera. Next would be interest income. Now, what if, for a moment, your interest income, which is money accrued from your banks, governments, or someone else. Now, what if that interest income was being generated while you're making earned income from your job, profit income from your business, and you're taking earned income from your job, profit income from your business, and moving that to interest income into a bank or into some type of government fund? Think about a CD, certificate of deposit, earns income, money market account, earns income. Now you have a third source of income being generated all by itself. That interest income can continually work for you And you have the ability that if you need to withdraw the interest only from a certificate of deposit, you have the ability to withdraw that interest income, leaving the certificate of deposit in place so that it continually earns income. If you need that interest income, it's there. Doesn't matter how much it is. The fact of the matter is that it is. The next one would be dividend income. See, dividend income? The dividend income is money returned to you, whether it be monthly, quarterly, or annually, for owning shares in company stocks. So here you are now with dividend income coming in monthly, quarterly, or yearly, and that money is helping to sustain your family. It may be $200 or $300. What does it matter? It's still income that's coming from another source that's helping you sustain your family, your lifestyle. So you're getting that money monthly, quarterly, or annually, but here it is still coming in because it's another stream of income. When we think about other streams of income, we have to think with the mindset of a river flowing in many directions. Remember, many small streams will form a big river. So when you think about those streams forming and creating this river of living water flowing in your life, you're thinking about being able to sustain your life, your finances, your lifestyle in more than one direction. Everything in your life does not have to stop because you lose your job. Next, rental income. Now let's think about rental property, whether it be real estate from a house or a commercial property. When you rent out that asset, it becomes income for you. So rental income, you have now taken your job, money from your job, money from your business, money from your interest income, money from your dividends, and you have now invested in a piece of rental property. And that rental property is now creating another avenue for resources for you. There are so many ways. You see the people that say, we buy ugly houses, we buy this house, we buy that house. They're buying those ugly houses because that is a source of income in addition to whatever else they're doing. It's an investment, it's an asset. And literally that asset can keep you going in a financial crisis. And you have the ability to rent that property to a governmental unit such as HUD for Section 8. You have the opportunity to rent it to individuals, to senior citizens, because it's endless what you can do with that rental property. And if it's commercial property, that's even better. But it takes thinking beyond just one stream and moving to streams of income. The next one is capital gains income. Capital gains income is money generated from increased value in an asset that you own. So as that asset increases in value, such as your commercial property, let's say you buy that piece of property for, let's say $20,000. Now you're ready to sell that property, and that property is now worth, let's say $35,000, $45,000. You gained on the sale of that property, even a rental house. So your capital gains on what you invest in works for you. You need to allow your money to work for you and not work against you, because developing multiple streams of income, that means that you have the ability to move forward, to press forward financially and sustain, and not only sustain, maintain, and even the ability to help others. Because once you become financially stable, once you're put in a place where you can begin to help other people and tell them how you did it. And once you can show people that you did it, you can tell them how you did it. Because you can't do something that you haven't lived. And so my husband and I, we've developed multiple streams of income. And in developing those multiple streams of income, when one dries up, another begins to flow. And sometimes they're flowing all at the same time. So that just gives you more of an ability to move forward. But you still, all in all, got to have a plan. When you develop that plan says, I am moving toward financial stability. The next one would be royalty income. And royalty income is income that you make from licensing a product, an idea, or processes that you develop. So that royalty income is still another stream of income that will allow you, let's say, for instance, you develop a widget, and now you want to take that widget to market, and there's a company, let's say Bayer, that wants to buy the rights to that widget. That widget has now generated income for you. Or you write music, and you want to license that music to a music company. That is now generating income for you because your creative processes are as such that you can continually develop your craft, develop your skill, and continually write music. You're not going to just write one song and stop. You're not going to develop one idea and stop. You're going to continually develop those ideas so that you can move forward with the fullness of what you have been called to do. And that's create and to motivate and facilitate growth in not only your life, but in the lives of others. When you can facilitate the growth in lives of others, motivate in the lives of others, you can do great and mighty things in this earth. Because really and truly, it's not about us. It's how we have the ability to empower others. It's how that's why this whole Secrets of the Champion Summit was put in place, so that we could come together and help motivate other people to do and to accomplish the things that they have set out in life to accomplish. Your self-defined goals don't have to stop with you working a job. Your self-defined goals don't have to stop with just one stream of income. Those goals should be able to move and flow. It should be like a revolution in your life. It should be like a motivating, positive revolution in your life, because you were not put here just for your four, right here, your four, and no more. You were put here to help develop kingdoms and strategies to help other people move in the right direction and come out of the pit and walk into the promise, come out of poverty and walk into a wealth, to teach them how to walk in exceeding abundantly above all, because we have so many families that are not able to walk in exceeding, let alone abundantly and above all. But when we begin to empower people, we can empower a nation. We can bring people off the streets with this knowledge that we have. We can bring people off the streets with the abilities that are locked inside of us if we develop a plan and if we walk in passion and purpose. So I would ask you today, when you begin to think about all that you have been called to do in this life, and you develop your plan, what's your plan? And you begin to help other people challenge themselves. It says on my little post here, if it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you. If you just thought about how you could challenge other people with what you're accomplishing, then not only would it change you, but it would change them. I have a coffee cup that says, I want to change the world, and I do. So I developed with my business, I started a bath and body business called Malibu Shea Bath and Body Essentials. That business in itself started with just the idea of me making soaps. So when I decided to make just soaps, I was actually limiting the bath and body business to one stream of income, soaps. So I began to manufacture soap products. But in the manufacturing of those soap products, I began to think about it this way. Now I can develop lotions. Now I can develop body washes. Now I learned how to develop perfumes. And I did it, and I filled a niche that would entail natural, organic, and vegan products. So in developing my business, my Malibu Shea Bath and Body business, I was able to do one thing: develop multiple streams of income within that business. So when that business started 6 years ago, my goal, my mindset was, I don't want to just make bath and body products. I want to develop products that cover the triune man, mind, body, and spirit. I want to develop products that develop the mind, the body, the spirit. I want to develop products that will educate, motivate, and facilitate people to live their best life now. And my thought process was, what goes on the body is just as important as what goes in the body. So if I can teach people to live naturally and organically in what they eat and in what they put on their body, I am now helping them to live a better life, so that no matter how much you make, your body is healthy, your mind is strong. And so I started my business with that mindset of going back and developing multiple streams of income. And in developing those multiple streams, I developed Malibu Shea. I don't know if you can see this well, but I'm going to walk you through it. When I started Malibu Shea Bath and Body Essentials, it was one business with the mindset of multiple streams of income. I developed the Malibu Shea Studio, which manufactures the products. And from there, I developed the online sales. So then I took it from just the physical studio, and I made sure that I had online sales. See that one to the left? And then I developed what I call private label servicing or white label services. So then I began to manufacture products for other businesses, and I applied their name, their label, their logo to those products. So in developing the multiple streams of income, I have now developed 3 streams: the brick and mortar building that my business was housed in, which brought in not only retail business, but I was still wholesaling out of that business, which was another stream of income. So I private labeled or white labeled to other companies, which developed a stream of income. And then there were other companies that I wholesale products to, so that they could sell my products with their name on it. So I was in Hy-Vee stores and stores downtown. I was in different boutiques and luxury shops. So that was generating income in and of itself from those different streams. I also had the grocery stores. I said Hy-Vee. So we had 5 or 6 Hy-Vee grocery stores, which is the ninth largest chain in the nation. So that's a stream of income all by itself. When you develop those streams, they keep flowing. So now I have the private and the white labeling services. I have the online sales, that's 2. I have the wholesale, which is in all of the grocery stores and different chains. And I have my studio that I have as a brick and mortar. So now we have those 4. But I didn't stop there. The next one I developed was called Malibu Shea Boutique. And within that boutique, and I hit that button, I went to hit this button, the Malibu Shea Boutique, I put in purses, jewelry, clothing under our name. So the Malibu Shea Boutique had the ability to have other products, so that when people came in, they said, well, I'm looking for a birthday gift. And that gave me the ability to say, well, go into our boutique. We have purses, we have jewelry, we have men's products, we have shirts and ties and all of these different things that the boutique carried, in addition to my natural, organic, and vegan products. Another stream of income. I had the space. And once you have the physical space, if you can think beyond that space being an empty space or an office, but think beyond where it is now and establish where it can be by developing a plan for it. So I developed the Malibu Shea Boutique, which within the first month of launching that boutique, I increased the revenue of Malibu Shea Bath and Body Essentials by $1,000 the very first month. I sold that much in just purses and jewelry, and that was just the first month. So imagine, if you will, now you've got this boutique, you've got online sales, private label sales, the Malibu Shea Boutique, you got the wholesale orders. Now you have expos and exhibits. Now I've got expos and exhibits, which in and of itself is a whole other level of income, because you're doing expos, you're doing exhibits. Now your product or your service is now being displayed on a larger base. You're going into exhibits. They may have $10, $15, $20,000 or 20,000 people over a weekend. So now you're exhibiting your products to a whole other level of people that you may not have ever thought about reaching. Here's a unique thing that I did when I started going to the expos and the exhibits. I went into gun shows. Think about this. The men are there shopping, and the women are with them aboard. So here I am, a bath and body business, and I took in what was called hand spas, and we did hand spas if they wanted facials. We did hand spas and different items, different processes and demos that people, the women and the men, if they wanted to, could enjoy. So while the men were shopping for guns and ammunition, the women were over here getting hand spas and trying out our perfumes and lotions and different items. And so one lady asked me, she said, "What made you decide to come to the gun show?" I said, "Baby, I'm bringing sexy to the gun show." So I literally took sexy to the gun shows, and you would not believe the response that we received just by being in a space that no one else at that time had gone into. This was years ago. And I developed that multiple stream of income so that even if in the wintertime, everything slowed down in some of the other areas, the stream of income at the gun shows and the exhibits kept going, because gun shows go year round and they travel the nation. So I developed that stream of income, and that in itself kept things rolling. And then the next thing I did was, in developing the gun shows, I said, now there's got to be a way that I can duplicate myself. And in duplicating myself, I found 5 women that wanted to be entrepreneurs. And I brought them into our training center, and I trained them on what it means to be an entrepreneur. I trained them on selling and marketing and presentation, the whole 9 yards. So I literally took these 5 women, trained them on how to be entrepreneurs, duplicated myself 5 times, and then I sent them out, launched them into their own businesses with the Malibu Shea products. In the Malibu Shea products, I didn't want them just to do home parties and the different sales techniques that the multi-level marketing and the other companies do. I literally put them in the Army bases. And I did that because I wanted them to have a stable place to sell their products and to launch and work their businesses. So I signed contracts with different Army bases, and the women went in and they launched their businesses, and they maintained it from there, generating income. Everything else they did on the side, the home parties, the demonstrations, the boutiques, they had all of those opportunities within the space of their business. So that generated another income, not only for myself, but it generated income for them. And I remember one of the representatives, she said, "You know, my whole Christmas was made because of this business," because her job had laid her off right there in the wintertime. But that business was able to sustain her throughout the winter. And she said, "I didn't realize I did as well as I did." So now I've duplicated myself 5 times and helped other women launch their businesses. So I generated income from the Army bases, generated from the stores, duplicated myself 5 times, and was able to generate income for other people to maintain and to sustain themselves. So the next one would have been pop-up boutiques. So then I developed relationships with other organizations, other businesses, and we would have pop-up boutiques in downtown areas. So those pop-up boutiques now generated income in addition to the exhibits and the expos. So the pop-up boutiques, 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, those pop-up boutiques, we would go in, generate income, demonstrate the products, and bring people to another knowledge and awareness of who Malibu Shea is. So now we're before thousands and thousands of people in different venues that made the business more profitable and brought brand awareness. So not only, and don't let me forget, helped other women maintain and sustain. So let me ask you, what are you doing with your multiple streams of income? Are you developing them? Are you looking for the right opportunity at the right moment? Are you ready to develop multiple streams of income for such a time as this? Again, what is your plan? In thinking about your plan is vital to the movement, the streams, the tributaries of your life. What is your plan? You need a plan to maintain. You need a plan to sustain those multiple streams of income that will move your life, revolutionize your life, take it to another level. And I would say to you, it's not in the waiting. Remember this proverb? Many small streams will form a big river. In forming that small stream, another stream can generate. In forming that small stream, another stream. and then another stream, because you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Throwing the baby out with the bathwater means you stop thinking about how to grow and scale that business. In throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you have now limited yourself in what you can achieve. And if you can achieve that very first stream of income outside of a job, you can achieve more. But it takes sitting down with a plan. It takes unlocking the power that's within you to generate the wealth that you need. It takes unlocking the power to create wealth. The Bible tells us in Deuteronomy 8:18 that he should give us power to create wealth. And this power that he wants to give us is what's called a koach power. That power gives you the capacity, the ability to generate income from what you've been giving, what's locked inside of you, from thinking out of the box. When you can think out of the box, you can generate income. When you can think out of the box, you can be motivated to push forward, to push ahead, to go forward, to go higher, to go deeper. But you have to really and literally have a plan. You can't just run off into the sunset and say, I've got this idea and I'm going to run with it. No, 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 no. You need a plan. And that plan says, I am going to sit down and develop a business plan. I am going to sit down and generate the ideas on paper that will move my life from just maintaining and to sustaining, and from sustaining to financial wealth and prosperity and profitability. I am going to generate multiple streams of income. And in generating those multiple streams of income, I'm not going to think about what I did last year. I'm not going to think about my failures. John Maxwell said, fail forward. So if you had failures, take those life lessons that you learned from your failures and move forward. How did I fail? I failed this way. How did I mess up? I messed up this way. But I'm going to take that failure and I'm going to make my life, I'm going to use that to turn my life around. I'm going to use it to put my life in another place and another space. I'm going to use that for such a time as this, that my life, my children, my grandchildren, my grandchildren's children, that I can literally leave a legacy. Because multiple streams of income will set your family up for a legacy, because you're going to leave that here when you go, but it has the ability to carry on, whether they carry it on or whether they sell it. But it still is going to generate streams of income so that you can begin to see that legacy while you're still on this earth. Think about this. Authors write books every day. Even when they leave this earth, those books are still here. Even when they leave this earth, those ideas that they imparted into us are still here to this day. Those books don't die when they die. They leave a legacy and they carry on. I write books, and I've been an author of over 39 books. Those books right now still generate income. So outside of my Malibu Shade, my personal streams of income, I've been able to generate my personal streams of income. And one of the income streams I missed about the Malibu Shade is I took the Malibu Shade income and I went on Amazon and I went on eBay and a couple other sites. Well, when I started the Amazon site, because I needed to back up for this, I did not realize the magnitude of the sales that would be generated just by being on Amazon. The first year, we were only there 3 months, I think October, November, December, and our sales increased astronomically because we went in right before Christmas. Now think about this. You generate that income from Amazon and for eBay and et cetera, et cetera. Now you've got another stream of income so you can continually move forward. And in moving forward, you generate those streams of income. Amazon, eBay, Poshmark, all of these different streams. I didn't want to leave that out because that in itself helped me to launch other streams within that stream, because those streams allowed me to move forward in a whole other direction and take the business to a whole other place that it may not have gone into. So in generating those streams and generating the mindset, see, let's talk about taking the limits off now. When you take the limits off of you, You have the ability, the capacity, the co-op power to move forward and move in realms and spheres that you otherwise may not have moved in because you were blocked by the limits of your mindset. And here's another thing I want you to think about. Take the limits off. And when you take the limits off, you take the mindset off and take money out of the equation. Don't say, oh, Dr. Jackie, I can't start a business because I don't have any money. Yes, you do. You have resources right there in your own home that you don't know you have. You can go on. There's a site called Poshmark. There's another site called eBay. There's a site called Etsy that you can begin to generate income from selling things in your home. You can go on some of those sites and sell used items. You can go Facebook Live, or not Facebook Live, Facebook Marketplace and sell used items that you have laying around your house. Put that money aside for your business and start your business. One of the gentlemen in one of my classes, he is an excellent woodworker. He has a handcrafting business of making beautiful items, and he just buys wood and he buys the paint and supplies. And then as he sells them, he rotates it back into the business, reinvests in the business so that he continually can move forward with creating his craft. It has generated an income for his family. Let's face it, people are laid off. But if other people are buying his products by putting them on Etsy and eBay and Amazon and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it can continually flow. But you have to take the limits off. If you take the limits off, you can flow. If you take the limits off, your mindset will change. Be transformed by renewing your mind. Be transformed by having a new mindset. Don't let the world tell you that you're going to always be broke. Don't let the world tell you that all you need is a job and you're going to make it. Don't let the world tell you that the very thing that you know is locked inside of you is unattainable. Nothing is impossible if you believe in yourself. That's my next subject. You've got to believe that you can achieve multiple streams of income. You've got to believe that you can achieve these multiple streams of income. You've got to know that you know that you know that it is not impossible for you. We can give you the mechanics of the thing, but you've got to have the heart knowledge of that thing. We can give you the strategies and all of the wonderful pieces and parts that will make you become the entrepreneur that you desire to be. But you've got to have the heart knowledge that you can be all you can be. You've got to have the heart knowledge that you're not going to put limits on yourself. You've got to have the heart knowledge that you can take money out of the equation. I don't care if you have 2 nickels to rub together. Put those 2 nickels together and start your business. Lay everything at the altar and say, I am going to prosper. I am going to live my best life now. I am going to do all that I know that I can achieve. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. But you've got to believe it first. You've got to have that thing hidden so deep in your heart that you know without a doubt that you can achieve your dreams. Without you achieving your dreams, all bets are off. Without you believing in yourself, all bets are off. Without you walking in the fullness of God, all bets are off. But your mindset has to be as such where it says, if it doesn't challenge me, it won't change me. If it won't challenge me, it won't change me. Read that, get that into your spirit. If it does not challenge you, it won't change you. We need things to change in this society. We need to move from being in that 99% that doesn't have to the 1% that does have, and to get as close as you possibly can, because you and only you can make the difference. And you would ask yourself, well, where do I get started? Get started now. I mean, right now, right today, not tomorrow, not later today, not in a month, not in the future, not in a while, not someday, not mañana, not shortly, not soon I'll get started, not next week, not one day or another, not at some point, but the time is now. Now is the time. This is the place, and you are the one. Now is the time. This is the place, and you are the one to start moving your life to another level, and not just another level, another dimension. You need to think dimensionally when it comes to your financial growth and prosperity. You need to think financially, financial prosperity. You need to think financially above and beyond all that you could ask or think. You need to think out of the box. You need to take the limits off of yourself and take the limits off of others. Take the limits off your mindset, take the limits off your heart, and put yourself in a position where you can believe for all things, believe for great things, believe for the exceeding abundantly above all that you could ask or think, according to the power that works in you kind of mindset. Because when you think in that mindset, you can do great things. You can achieve great things. You can walk in great prosperity. You can walk in efficiency, and you can walk in peace and calm because you, first of all, have a plan. And in having that plan, you can move in spheres and realms and dimensions like never before. But it is not going to happen until you decide that you want to develop any or all of these streams of income. Any or all of these streams of income. And let me tell you, developing these streams of income will revolutionize your life. It will keep you flowing from valley to valley, from valley to mountain, from mountain to glory. It will keep you flowing in every area of your life. When you begin to think about all of the aspects of developing a plan will give you, when you begin to think about every aspect of how developing a plan will move you to another place and another space, it will give you everything you need, just having a plan. So again, I ask you, what is your plan? What is your plan for moving forward now? Now that you know about these streams of income, earned income, profit income, interest income, dividend income, rental income, capital gains income, royalty income. Now that you know about those types of income, those streams of income, what are you going to do? You got to start small. You can't just jump out there, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen through a process. And I ask you, will you embrace the process? Will you embrace the process that's needed to take you to another financial position? Will you embrace the process that will help move your family to another financial position? Just like I did it with my Mally Boucher Bath and Body business, you have the ability within you to develop your business into multiple streams of income. But you have to make up your mind that you're going to do it now. You have to make up your mind that this is your now moment. Take that word and write it on a big piece of paper and say to myself, this is my now moment. And I'm going to take my now moment and I'm going to develop multiple streams of income. I'm going to not only develop multiple streams of income, I'm going to develop a plan. And in developing my plan, I am going to do all that I can to propel my life to another level. I am going to develop multiple streams of income. It is my prayer that this session has empowered you, inspired you, motivated you to move in an entirely new direction in your life. Bye for now. Remember, multiple streams of income are waiting for you.
Hi, I am Pat Gillum. I am the CEO and founder of the Sisterhood Extravaganza, but most importantly, I help women gain clarity, confidence, courage, and commitment to help them be successful in life and business. I'm so excited that you have me today, because listen, here's what I know. You were created to do something absolutely amazing. And in this time that we're living in, so many people are trying to figure out what is that thing that I was created and purposed to do, right? So here's what I know. You're never going to be able to discover what is it that you're really supposed to be doing in this point at this time in your life until you gain these 4 tools that I have discovered that have helped me really have the level of success that I have amassed. And so I wasn't always, right, the CEO and founder of the Sisterhood Extravaganza, an amazing movement of women who truly are inspired to work together to create something amazing. I was one of those women who became a statistic. I, went to school, got married, had a couple kids, had the house, the car, living the American dream like so many. And then life happened. I found myself in the midst of a divorce. And in this divorce, I had to truly recreate who I was going to be now. Who was I since I was no longer a wife anymore, right? I really had to discover all over again who Pat Gillum was, because at that very moment, I would go to my kids' school and people would say, oh, that's Cortland's mom, that's Michaela's mom. If I went to my husband's job, it was, oh, that's Michael's wife. People didn't even call me Pat anymore. Not only was I losing a sense of who I was, I truly didn't have a clue who I was and what I liked anymore. So I had to truly rediscover what am I purpose to do now that I'm no longer a wife. And so I really had to be able to dig deep through a lot of therapy. So a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about today that have helped me become successful is a result of all of the mentoring that I've received, all of the support that I've received, all of the guidance that I've received. And I'm hoping that that will inspire you today to know that no matter what this circumstance you may find yourself in, there truly is a way for you to have the level of success that you truly desire in your life and your relationships. But it's going to come as a result of you getting really, really clear about these 4 things that I'm going to share with you. So the first thing I learned was I had to really get still and figure out what was it that I wanted. I had to get a level of clarity around 2 things, around who I am, my identity, okay? And then what is it that I'm purposed to do? What was I created to do, which was my purpose. So you're gonna have to gain clarity, write this down, around 2 things first. Clarity about who you are, which is your identity, and then clarity around what you were created to do, which is purpose. And so once you gain clarity around who you are and what you're purposed to do, then you become one step closer to knowing that you can have that level of success, but it's only going to come from you getting clear, right, about who you are and what it is that you really want to be doing right now. And that's across the board. So in order to do that, you got to get real clear about where am I starting right now? Where am I starting right now? So I want you to just seriously take an inventory of your life. Take a serious inventory. And there's like 10 areas that you can really get clear about. And I'll give you those levels of clarity around where you need to start. You can definitely, I'll give you the link to where you can get that information after this presentation, but I just want you to focus on 5 right now. The 5 areas that I think are so critical for us to really be in a position to move forward and really find out who we are as identity, and then be in a position to say, what am I purposed and created to do, is really going to be around saying, let me take a look at these 5 areas of my life. I'm going to take a look at my health and my well-being. I'm going to take a look at my finances. I'm going to take a look at my job, my career, my business, whatever that vocation is for you. I want to take a look at my personal development, my spiritual well-being, right? I want to take a look at those things. And more than anything, I want to take a look at my relationship with myself and my relationship with others. Those areas, if you could take a look and really get clear about where am I starting now in those areas, then you are going to be able to start to see clarity around who you are and who you're going to need to be to really be able to fulfill purpose in those areas. So again, really getting clear about those 5 areas. Where am I right now? Rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being, I'm not really happy with where I am with my health and my well-being right now. My weight could be a little bit less. I could probably not be on the blood pressure medication. So I'm going to say I'm probably at a 3. So 1 being, I'm really, really not happy with where I am right now with these areas, to 10 being, I'm so excited about where I am right now. There's nothing else I can do to improve this area. So taking a look, remember, we got to get clear about where are we now. So take a look at those 5 areas and be willing to evaluate, where am I starting? Because you got to know where you're starting to know where you're going to go, right? I always give the example that if you don't know where you are, you won't know how to get to where you're trying to go. Because you can say, oh, I want to go to California. But if you don't know that you're in Arizona and you're not in New Mexico, you're going to take the wrong freeway. So you got to know where you are now before you can say, this is where I want to go. I mean, always have the vision of, hey, I want to go to Cali because I'm going to Hollywood, right? But you got to be able to say, but where am I now? Where am I starting from? So I'll know to take the right path to get there. So I want you to just sit down and evaluate those 5 areas of your life. And I want on a scale of 1 to 10 for you to get real honest and real clear and say, where am I with my health and my well-being on a scale of 1 to 10? Where am I right now with my finances? Do I have enough money? Do I not have enough money? Do I need more money? Where am I on a scale of 1 to 10? How happy am I in my job right now? Or how happy am I in my career? Or how happy am I in my business right now? How satisfied am I in that thing? On a scale of 1 to 10, am I fulfilled at the work that I'm doing? Or could I be doing something else? I think that would bring me greater joy and greater fulfillment. On a scale of 1 to 10, really sit down and evaluate where you are with that. In your relationships, this is a big one, you guys. How am I feeling about myself? What kind of self-talk am I doing? Am I telling myself encouraging things every day? Or am I waking up saying, you know what, you still haven't been able to do this. You haven't done the things you said you were going to do. You'll never be able to do it. Am I negatively self-talking, or am I really speaking positive words of affirmation to myself to say, you know what, today's another day you get an opportunity to get up and go to the gym. Today's another opportunity that you get up to really be in a position to help a client. Today is another day you get up to be able to really learn some solid money principles, right? So I want to make sure that you get clear about where you are now and do the self-evaluation that you need to do in those 5 areas of your life to help you gain clarity, because that's what's going to really be able to propel you to that next level if you get clear about who you are and what your purpose is created to do and where you're starting now. So that's the first thing you want to do. And then after you have this level of clarity around who am I and what are the skills and talents that I possess, right? And where am I starting now in my life? Where is there lack? Where is there fulfillment? You know, where am I doing well in some areas, you know? So once you get really clear about that, then you're going to have this vision and this purpose around what is it that I now need to be able to do. And here's the thing, once you get real clear about that, don't think that your work is over. It is not. It is just beginning. And yes, my loves, it's going to be challenging, but I know you can do it. So once you sit down and you really get clear about who you are and what you want and what your purpose to do, then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to have to develop the confidence that now you can do what it is that you've already outlined that it is that you want to do. So the next step in your process on your way to success is really about saying, now that I have clarity, my next level is I have to have confidence that I can do all of these things that I've gotten clear about what I want to happen in my life. So because if you're not confident that you can have, do, and be what you just wrote down and said, then guess what? You'll never take the action that's desired of you to do it, because you'll always have that self-talk in your head about the fact that you can't, because you don't believe that you can, because you're not confident in your abilities to do the things that you're created to do. But you have to know that everything that you need to do the things that you were created to do, they are already inside of you. Did you hear me? Everything that you were created to do is already inside of you. Everything you need. Here's the caveat. You now have to find the confidence to unlock all of those things that have been buried deep down inside of you, that are already in you to do what it is that you were created to do. So in doing that, in increasing your confidence, there's some things that you're going to have to do to increase your confidence. And the first thing comes around your belief system. What is it that you believe that you're possible of creating? What is that? So when you wrote down that you wanted to go, just using this as an example, right, to LA, do you believe that you really can get to LA? Can you go to Hollywood? Do you have the tools? Do you have the tools? I mean, are you going to take a plane, a train? How are you going to get there, right? So you have everything that you need in you to get there. So if that's you who is saying, listen, take control of my health and I want to lose 30 pounds and I truly want to get off these blood pressure medications, or I no longer want to be diabetic, or whatever the thing is that you want to increase your health and well-being, know that you already have within you the confidence to do it, but it starts with your belief system. It starts with believing that you can have that. So you have to reprogram your mind so that you know that you're capable, and not accept the lies that society has told us that we can't have. So many people say things like, oh, well, I'm just big boned, so I'll never be a size whatever, right? No, you don't have to believe that. You can be big boned and be whatever size you want to be, because everybody in your family had high blood pressure doesn't mean that you get to have high blood pressure. Because everybody else in your family suffered from some other disease, diabetes, doesn't mean that it's going to get passed down to you. You have to believe that you are more than a conqueror, that you are able to overcome any adversity that comes your way, that you are capable of all good things. And then that's where your confidence starts to build, to say, I can do this. You start using your affirmations. You start affirming who you are every day. You wake up in happiness and joy. Like, no matter what's going around you, all hell could be breaking loose, but you're going to wake up with the confidence of knowing that whatever it is that I was created to do, that I got clear about in my first step of this process, I now have the confidence that I can do it. So after you have the confidence that you can do this thing, the next thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to increase your courage. See, it's not enough just to be clear about who you are and what you want. And it's not enough to say, oh yeah, I can have it, and be confident that I can have it. Now you're going to have to use your courage to do what? To go get it. Yeah, you're going to have to use your courage to ask for what you want. You're going to have to use your courage to now get in the car and say, I have everything I need to get from, Texas to LA. I got everything. I got the chips. I got the snacks, right? I got everything I need. So now I just got to get in there and use my courage and just do this thing, right? So that's what it's going to take. So when bringing it back to, your health, bringing it back to your relationships, bringing it back to, your well-being, your spiritual, your personal development. Some people are thinking, oh my God, I'll never be able to finish school. I'll never be able to go back to college and finish. I'll never be able to just be in my best health and really be a size 6 or 2 or 4 or 10 or whatever that thing is. But you got to use your courage to know that you can have it and go out and get the help that you need. So if that's with you saying, I need to go get a personal trainer, I need to get somebody to help me, then you need to make that call. You need to make that call and go out and get your personal trainer to help you with what you need. Have the courage to ask for what you want. If that's in your business right now, if you're struggling in your business, and you've been trying to make money, you've been trying to get clients, you need to get yourself a business coach. You need to get yourself somebody who's already been where you're trying to go. Ask for the help that you need, because that's another part of you being successful. You'll never be successful if you think you got to do this thing alone and you don't use your courage to ask for what you need. You don't use your courage to go out and start getting what you say you desire. If you want a healthy relationship, you're going to have to start having the courage to have sometimes those courageous conversations with people that maybe, you guys have rubbed each other the wrong way. But if you don't have that courageous conversation to say, I want to fix it, I want to have a better marriage, I want to have a better friendship, I want to have a better relationship with my family, I want to have a better relationship with my children. But if you don't muster up the courage to be able to have those conversations, to do the things you need to do, then your situation will stay the same. It'll stay the same. So whether you're evaluating back in step 1 of this process of 1 to 10, you will never be in a position to truly have success in those areas of your life if you don't use your courage to ask for what you want so that you can have what you say you desire. So I want you to have an amazing relationship. I want you to be in your best health, because you got things to do. You're called to do great work, and you're not going to be able to do great work unless you're operating at 100% in your courage, right? So I want you to be able to, not only after you've gotten clarity, then you've obviously increased your confidence. So now that you are starting to use your courage to get what you want. And the last thing you're going to do, and this is the most important thing that anyone will tell you. So all these things we've talked about up until right now have been absolutely amazing. Like, they are all the pieces that you need to get to LA. They're all the pieces that you need to get to the success that you want to see in your life, your relationship, in your businesses, in your health, in your finances, in your career, in your business. All of those things are critical. But the piece that you must have more than anything is commitment. You have to have the commitment to take action. You must have the commitment to take action on the things that you say you want. So now that you have the clarity, you have the confidence that you need, you have the courage to ask for it, now you just need to go and put it into place. Now you need to go put the action together and go get it, right? Now you got to move your feet and go get it. Now you got to pick up the phone and make the call. Now you got to set your alarm clock at 5 a.m. so you can get up and go to the gym, or just go walk outside right now since gyms are closed, if you're watching this during the pandemic, right? But whatever it is you need to do to put in place, you got to be able to take massive action sometimes. And sometimes it'll be those little steps that you need to take. Every little step helps. Just taking small small action will lead sometimes to big results. And there's some things you can take massive actions on that'll get you 10x results just like that. But the key is you've got to be in action. So now you have a strategy on what you need to do in order to be in the best health of your life, right? You have a strategy on how to have an amazing business, but you got to implement the strategy. You have to put these things into place. You have to commit to take the action, daily action, not stuff you're going to do sometime, okay? You got to commit. Not I'm going to do it sometime or maybe once or twice and think that you're ready to see yourself be off to doing something once or twice. No, it's consistent, repeated, committed action. Consistent, okay? Consistency. Consistent, repeated action. Whether it be small or massive, you're doing something every day. I don't care if it's you're waking up and just sitting in email every day to 1 or 2 people, letting them know who you are and what business that you have so that you can know how to show up to serve the people that you're meant to connect with. You have to do that. You have to take that action, okay? So those are the 4 things that I feel that are going to be critical to you having the success that you say you want in your life, relationships, business, your health. You can apply this to anything that you truly say that you want to have desire in. So now I'm going to ask you, some of you watching right now are meant to do some great things, but I'm going to ask, are you willing to get clear about what it is you're supposed to be doing? Because some of you are built to be teaching people how to repair their credit. Some of you are built to teach people, how to have a successful business. Some of you are built to be teaching people how to lose weight. Some of you are built to teach people how to travel for less. Some of you are built to teach people how to really be able to brand themselves in a way that they're able to attract their ideal client. If that's you, then you need to be in a position to master all of these 4 different things that is going to lead you to the success that you truly say you desire, so that you'll be in a position to help other people. Because I'm of the mindset that it's going to be really challenging for you to help others if you're not in a position to really help yourself. And that's what has led to the success that I've had. I had to really get clear, you guys, about who am I in this season of my life, and what is it that I can help someone else with that has truly been a blessing to me. When I was at my lowest, when I was in deep despair, when I was in anxiety, when I was in overwhelm, what is that thing? What is that thing that brought me out to help me really gain my footing again after that divorce? And it was because I used these 4 tools, these 4 principles around really gaining clarity about what I wanted, not what somebody thought I should be doing, but what did I want, and not care what anybody else thought about what I wanted, because it was really up to me to truly see the success that I wanted in my life for me to be happy. And once I got clear about what I wanted, I increased my confidence to know that I could have it by adjusting my mindset. And then the next thing was I started to use my courage, and I didn't care if people thought I looked crazy or not to go out and ask for what I wanted. I never started a nonprofit organization before. I had no clue on how to do it, but I did a lot of research, and I saw other women who had successful nonprofit organizations, and I reached out to them and I asked for help. Some said no. So I want you to be, because I don't want you to get discouraged and think that I think that it was just easy. Some people said no to me, but I kept going and I kept asking other people. And I eventually got the support and the help that I needed to literally make this organization what it is today, to have the level of success of having multiple chapters in different cities and states that's serving women at a higher level so that they can truly gain the confidence that they need and the clarity that they need to have success in their lives, in their relationships, in their businesses, in their health. They are empowered to do some amazing things. All because of the fact that I was willing to get clear about what I wanted. I was willing to truly increase my confidence to know that I could have it and to ask for it by using my courage. And I took committed, consistent action every day to make it happen. And I know if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. See, I don't tell you all of these great things just to impress upon you. And to impress you, I say it to impress upon you that if I can do it, if I can bounce back, then so can you. Some of you are even in a much better position than I am. So your learning curve is going to be a lot shorter than I am. But use these 4 principles, and I'm telling you, you're going to see success like never before. And if you would like to connect with me, please follow me at Pat Gillum on Facebook and all my social media handles, Instagram. But if you want immediate access into really finding out how you can be empowered to succeed by using these 4 principles, go to patgillum.com and let's connect. I wish you all the success in the world. Thank you.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and I train C-suite executives and entrepreneurs to be bankable leaders. And what I'm most excited about is that the people that I work with and train, they can go anywhere and lead. And they can do that because I show them how to be bankable. Bankable with their business, bankable with their brand, bankable with their product, and bankable with their influence, right? Now, I realize that talking about leadership is not sexy. It's not social media. It's not marketing. It is not building a funnel. Leadership isn't any of those things. But here's the one thing that I do know. If you're an entrepreneur, you are passionate about your big idea, and you turn that big idea into a business. And if you do business long enough, you'll turn that business into a brand. And regardless of who you are, you want to enjoy success with your brand. You want to scale that brand to the level where you're generating 6 figures, 7 figures, or even $1 billion income, right? Now, I want to help you to do that. I want to help you to accomplish your $1 billion dream by teaching you the Bankable Brilliance Blueprint. Let's say that again. The Bankable Brilliance Blueprint. But the first thing I need you to understand is that leadership is the one aspect of your business that always forces you to look at you. And the one thing that I painfully discovered in today's entrepreneur is that they fail to invest in their leadership development. One of the main problems facing today's entrepreneur is that they fail to invest in their leadership development, right? And if you continue to neglect your leadership development, you will continue to struggle in your business. Bottom line. Now think about it. Whenever there is success or failure within a business, the first place that we always look is to leadership or the lack thereof. And I don't want that to be the case with your business or with your brand, right? See, in this time and in this moment that we're living in, it is way too important for you to miss this message. So do me a favor, roll with a brother, hang out with me for the next few moments so that I can share with you why it is crucial, why it is important that you become a bankable leader. So that begs the question right off the top, what is a bankable leader? Well, let me give you an example. In 2008, Barack Hussein Obama came on the scene as a very little known senator that competed against a household name that we all knew in the Clintons, right? Hillary was better financed, she was more well known, and undoubtedly, Hillary had the more experienced team. But guess what? The little known senator from Illinois, he mobilized a grassroots effort that used superior leadership and a transcendent message to build a rock star team. He was masterful at saying we and not me. masterful at saying we and not me. See, Hillary had the $1 million investors, but Barack had the $5 donations. Hillary had the name recognition while Barack was out building trust in non-traditional places like Iowa and Ohio. See, Hillary asked a question where Barack made a statement saying, yes, we can. Y'all remember that? Yes, we can. He didn't have the money, he didn't have the popularity, but what he did have was leadership. He had the kind of transcendent leadership that made him bankable. To put it another way, being a bankable leader is the same as do I trust you? Being a bankable leader is the same as do you have a vision or a guiding principle? Being a bankable leader is the same as saying, do you have systems in place that lead to excellence? And here's the most important thing. Being a bankable leader is the same as, do you have the ability to make the people around you better? Do you have the ability to make the people around you better? Now, this will be a great place for me to tell you one of my favorite quotes that says, you don't build the business, you build people, and then the people build the business. So you may not be a Fortune 500 company right now, and you may not be a C-suite leader yet, but I can tell you this. If you don't improve your leadership, you'll find yourself doing some of the same things twice. You'll find yourself overpaying for talent. You'll find yourself overpaying for people. You'll find yourself overpaying for things 2 times, 3 times, 4 times more than necessary, mostly because you have poor leadership. And if you want to know the truth of the matter, some of you don't have leadership. Your credit card is the extent of your leadership. If you ain't paying for it, it ain't getting done. Whenever you need to get something done in your business, somebody somewhere is swiping your credit card. So you got gadgets, you got programs, you got virtual assistants and software that you don't even use. And you don't have a metric or a system in place to see if what you have is even working. So you got 2 choices today. Continue to overpay for everything or become a better leader. Overpay for everything or become a better leader. It's your choice. See, most entrepreneurs, we spend most of our money on marketing and sales, and we spend most of our time on social media and branding. And the 2 greatest resources that you and I possess is our time and our money. So why do we do that? Why do we expend so much of our resources on marketing, sales, branding, and sales without giving an ounce of our attention to leadership development? I'll tell you why. It's because it's easy. We do it because it's sexy. See, social media is sexy. Branding is sexy. Marketing is even sexier. And we do these things because it makes us feel good on the outside. But we fail to do the things that make us better on the inside. We do it because it makes us feel good on the outside, but we fail to do the things that make us better on the inside. Now think about that. See, my grandmama told me a long time ago, you better choose character over charisma, because charisma is all the superficial, sexy, fluffy stuff on the outside, while character is the stuff on the inside. It is the base for all bankable leadership. And bankable leadership is everything. So today, I want to talk to those of you who want more money coming into your business than you got money going out of your business. Today, I want to talk to you that feel like you are overpaying for everything and you don't see a return on anything. I want to talk to you if your bank account does not reflect how good you really are. If your bank account does not reflect how brilliant you know that you can be, then I'm talking to you. So write this down. Bankable leaders get more done with their leadership than you can with your bank account. Bankable leaders get more done with their leadership than you can with your bank account. Did I lose anybody? Now, I've said this before, but it is worth repeating. Most of us don't want to talk about leadership, but everybody feels the effects of poor leadership, right? See, we've all been in a situation where somebody that we worked with or even had to report to, where they had a position of leadership and they had no business being a leader. Hello, Donald Trump. And the poor leadership affected every aspect of the business, every aspect, including revenue, morale, customer satisfaction, everything. See, we want other people to have great leadership, but sometimes we don't do it ourselves. We don't have it ourselves. But that ends today. And to be totally transparent with y'all, I've been in a leadership role or managing people for at least 20 years. And for somebody trying to do the math right now, I started my journey when I was 19. And for a good portion of those years, I was less than bankable. With all the intellect and education that I had, my arrogance had me actually believing that my title meant something. Hello, Vice President. Hello, Madam Director. My ignorance had me thinking that my tenure and that my length of service was supposed to stand for something, right? But how many of us know that there are people in government and elected officials, they've been there forever. They got the tenure and they haven't done a damn thing. See, I was focused on enforcing rules instead of building relationships. I turned more people off than I turned people on. And I did it all under the guise of being an effective leader, right? I got plaques, I got trophies, I had awards and paid vacations, you name it, because I was really good at managing the numbers. But here's the thing, I also lost a lot of people. I lost friends, I lost opportunities, and I even lost that executive level job that I was so proud to have. So I've taken that costly lesson and turned it into my personal mission to teach, to train, and to impact and build people who build businesses. Now, I don't want you to be fooled by the egotistical pitfalls that will cause you to be bankrupt. See, popularity doesn't make you a leader. Having a lot of money doesn't make you a leader. Status doesn't make you a leader. So let me give you 3 things that all bankable leaders do. 3 things. Write this down. Number 1, all bankable leaders are transcendent. Bankable leaders empower the people around them in such a way that the people feel like they can do more and be more than they have ever imagined. Being transcendent says that you begin a movement and you inspire a culture where everybody understands that the movement is bigger than any individual, including the leader. Being transcendent means that you find a cause or an idea that people can rally around to achieve the greatness. And when you think of transcendent leaders, I want you to think about Martin Luther King. I want you to think about Michael Jordan. I want you to think about Kathy Hughes of Radio One. Those are transcendent leaders, right? The second thing that all bankable leaders do, they're dependable. Bankable leaders understand that their entire business and the entire brand depends on their ability to deliver. And when I say deliver, I don't mean deliver a win. I mean deliver excellence. They show up before time and they stay late after time. If there is a deadline to meet or a goal to achieve, they strategize, they formulate, and then they execute, period. That goes in the field of entrepreneurship, boardrooms, sports, or in real life. Bankable leaders are dependable and they deliver excellence. Now, when you think of somebody who fits that bill, I want you to think of Oprah. I want you to think about Magic Johnson. And I even want you to think about Jay-Z, because those are dependable leaders and they deliver excellence. The third thing that all bankable leaders do, they build a culture that attracts followers, right? Bankable leaders consistently attract followers, and they have an aura of likability. They have that unquantifiable it factor, right? It's not their looks, it's not their possessions, but it is their intellect. it is their character, and it is their ability to create an environment of exclusivity without projecting negativity to the outside world. They create an environment of exclusivity without creating an environment of negativity to the outside world. They are clearly the best, but they don't boast. They will accept the challenge, but they don't have to chase after a challenge. From the outside of their circle, it looks enticing. And if you ever get inside of the circle, it is even more exhilarating than you can even imagine because they build a culture that attracts followers. And when you think about the type of leaders that builds a culture that attracts followers, I want you to think about my good friend Trevor Otts. I want you to think about the incomparable Dr. George Fraser, because those two brothers, they build cultures that attract followers. So you see, bankability, it is your responsibility. It is entirely achievable, but first you've got to embrace the need to invest in your leadership development. And as a result of this time today, I want to connect with you. I want to continue this dialogue and share with you how to become a bankable leader, because bankable leaders get more done with their leadership than you can with your bank account. And the best way for us to do that, for us to connect, I want you to join me on the Bankable Brilliance Blueprint. It's a 1-week challenge where we discover the areas of your business, but more importantly, your leadership. We discover the areas of your leadership that need to be transformed. And the transformation isn't expensive, but failing to take the challenge, failing to address the most important aspect of your business, it could cost you everything. The Bankable Brilliance Blueprint. It is here. And to learn more about it, I want you to go to www.bankablebrillianceblueprints.com or text leadership to 202-706-3999. Go to bankablebrillianceblueprint.com or text leadership to 202-706-3999. I want you to be a part of this movement, and I want you to have your business and your leadership transformed. And I want you to be a bankable leader. Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and I want to help your team, your organization, and your business. I want to teach you to be bankable.
Hey, this is Dr. Willie Jolly, and I want to say greetings to everyone who is watching this, wherever you may be in the world, on this 24 hours of entrepreneur concept. It's getting launched, and I'm so excited about being a part of it with my friends Shay Brown and Trevor Otts and all they're doing. I'm excited about it. So I want to thank you for coming, and thank you for being a part of this broadcast. For those who know me, know I always start the same way. I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but our eternities are wrapped up in it. And so I'm grateful and I'm excited about this minute, this moment, this opportunity, ideas with you that hopefully will help you as you're on your path to wealth building. Even in these challenging times, you can still have a path to wealth building. And I want to share some ideas with you on how to do it. Now, let's talk about the element here, which is the fact that we've been in a time of disruption. We've been in a time of change, of challenge, of crisis. But the word crisis is an interesting word. In 1959, John F. Kennedy gave a speech that is going on to become a historic speech because he talked about the fact that the word crisis from the Chinese version of the word in definition has a distinct and dual implication, that it means two almost different things at the same time. It means, the word crisis in the Chinese language when it's written means great danger, but at the same time, great hidden opportunity. So while we're in the midst of danger, change, challenge, we're also in the midst of great hidden opportunity. The key is, are you willing to look for it, work for it? And I love the story in my book. Let's see, which one of the books is this in? I think it's in my book. It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life. And that was a story about the hidden diamonds. And it's a story about a farmer on a farm in Africa who kept hearing about the diamond trade. And he decided he wanted to get in the wealth that was being generated via the diamond trade. So he put an ad in his local newspaper, farm for sale, first offer, best offer. A guy who was just reading the newspaper that day said, let me go out here and check out this farm. Not that I need to buy a farm, but I got nothing else to do. He went out just to look at the farm and said, oh, what a beautiful farm, lush ground. And the farmer said, well, I wasn't planning about what you got? I'll take it. I got to get out of here. I got to go. I got to go. He said, well, I only have X amount of dollars. He said, I'll take it. And he bought it for pennies on a dollar. And the farmer said, I'm out. And the farmer left to go look for diamonds. He searched and searched and searched and searched and searched for many years for diamonds and never found one diamond. After many years of searching in complete despair, frustration, and disgust, he went to the top of the highest cliff and threw himself over, ended his life. Back at the farm, the guy who had bought it for 10 pennies on a dollar was walking across a little waterbed, and he stumped his toe in the water, and a little glistened water. And he went down, and there was a rock. It was covered with mud, but there was a glisten that came out. He took a handkerchief and he scrubbed, and he took a brush and he brushed the hardened mud and dirt off of it. And it was a beautiful crystal rock. He put it on his mantle. And a couple of days later, one of his friends from the city came to visit and said, oh, where did you get those? Where did you get those? There was a couple of them on there. He said, oh, they're all over the place. That big one is called, is my newest one. That guy learned soon thereafter that was called the Hope Diamond the world has ever seen. And that land became known as acres of diamonds. There were diamonds all over the place. And the moral of the story is that you don't have to go looking for wealth, your diamonds. They're already within you. You've got to be willing to do is to do the work. Wash them off, clean them off, find it, hidden wealth, hidden opportunity in the midst of crisis. There's some hidden opportunities right here, right now in these crisis times if you're going to be on a program and a process of creating wealth. And that's what I want to instill and inspire and encourage you to be doing. That if you're serious about wealth building, then I'm glad you joined us here in this program online, because that's where the world is going. Someone once said years ago that there was a CEO of a company who said, as he looked at his big mainframe computers, well, I guess this is the fullness of what computers will be able to do. Big old mainframes. He thought that was it. Well, he soon got fired from his board of directors because they realized that he didn't know what he was talking about, and the fact that this was a opportunity time. So here's what I want to say to everybody who's watching, that this is an opportunity time, one, and two, that the internet, what we know as the internet, we are only still in the infancy stage. It's still baby. And you say, well, so much has happened. I remember when AOL was launched. See, some of y'all too young to even remember that. I remember a time when there was no internet. I remember a time when there was no email. So when the internet was released, I remember that. And I got online. And I remember when I got my first email account with AOL. Look, and people were struggling to get online. But here's the lesson. Is that I learned about email and I learned about the internet, and I'm continuing to learn. And I want to thank Shay and Trevor because they are two of my best resources for getting new ideas, new insights. So when they invited me to be a part of this, I said it'd be my pleasure because they're always going to next level. And then we'll be continue our next level if you're willing to do the work and search for the opportunities. So the word crisis, we're in a time of crisis, but this is a great time of opportunity. In my books, two of my books, many people know, a setback is a setup for a comeback. In this book, I talk about the fact that wherever there is a setback, there is always an opportunity. And you just got to be willing to watch for it, look for it, and develop it. Develop that opportunity. That book was written because of my story of being a nightclub singer who was singing jingles for Pizza Hut, making it great, and BET, Black Entertainment TV, doing that during the day, but majority of my being made by my nightclub act that I did Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, 2 shows a night, standing room only audiences. It was packed out. I was making money. And one night the club owner said, "We love your band. You're great, but we decided to try something different. We bought a karaoke machine because it's a lot cheaper." I said, "Well, what about my bills?" And I learned that night, nobody really cares about your bills but you and the people you owe. And I was devastated. I didn't know what to do with me. A cassette motivational tape. Some of y'all don't even know what a cassette looks like. Let's see. I got a couple of cassettes right here. This is a cassette. This is one of my early cassettes, The Real Deal About the 3 Little Pigs. This is a cassette in Les Brown on the Les Brown Dream Team tour. I still keep some of the cassettes around to remind me of from whence I've come. And then from the cassettes, we went to the CDs, and then from there to the DVDs. And I mean, I got stuff. Anyway, I'm back to that. I like all of this stuff I got. Anyway, so from that cassette was a motivational tape. And a guy on that tape, Charlie Tremendous Jones, said, "You'll be the same person you are today in 5 years, except for 2 things. The people you meet who inspire you, and the books you read that empower you." Really? Yep. And then that same friend who gave me that motivational tape gave me a book called Think and Grow Rich. I never read a motivational book. In fact, I barely read any books. I was the half of the class in high school that made the top half possible. So I wasn't into reading and working on myself. No, I skated through college. But it was then when I listened to that tape, and I listened to it over and over and over again. And I started reading that book, Think and Grow Rich, that my thinking changed. And I realized that this setback of getting fired was an opportunity. And that wherever, as in Think and Grow Rich, it says, wherever there is an adversity, there's an equal or greater opportunity. That I just had to look. And that's when my thinking shifted. I took a job with the Washington, D.C. public school system as a drug prevention coordinator, talking to little kids about staying away from drugs. And it was during that year I discovered an ability I didn't know I had to use words to communicate. From the little kids, the teachers would say, "Can you teachers group?" And someone from the teachers group would say, "Can you come to my church?" And someone at the church would say, "Can you come to my company?" And continue to grow. And one day I'm speaking to a small group in a small hotel room, but down the hallway that night in the big ballroom was going to be a motivational rally. And while I'm speaking to that small group of about 20 people, the door was open. One of the speakers from that night's rally was walking by that room to go to the ballroom to check it out. His name was Les Brown. He stood outside and heard my message and came in and said, I love your message. I love the way you speak. I love the fact that you speak and sing and you put it all together. I'm putting together a tour called the Music Motivation Dream Team Tour. You'd be the perfect opening act. Are you interested? I said, yes, I am. And a few months later, we kicked off the Les Brown Music Motivation Dream Team, which featured Les Brown, Billy Preston, Gladys Knight, and a little guy from Washington, D.C., me. Because of Les and Gladys, they introduced me to some radio people. And I got a little radio show. And the radio show got popular and then got syndicated. You can now hear me every week on Sirius XM Radio with the #1 self-help show in America on channel 141 with the Willie Jolly Wealthy Way show, which is also now a popular podcast on iHeartRadio and C-Suite and Spotify and TuneIn. And then you can also hear me on my daily radio show on the Get Up Mornings with Erica Campbell morning show on the Praise Network every morning at 8:20 Eastern Time and 7:20 Central Time with the Wake Up and Win with Dr. Willie Jolly show. And if you're better, you get a daily newsletter video from me to empower you and encourage you and inspire you. Well, all the media stuff started happening. And then a book publisher heard me on the radio and called my office and said, have you ever thought about writing a book? I said, no, I never thought about writing a book. I barely was reading books before I started reading Think and Grow Rich and The Power of Positive Thinking and Richest Man in Babylon and all of these other books. He said, well, I love your thinking on the radio. I'd love to know if you'd be interested in writing a book. And he made me an offer. I said, I just thought about it. So my first book came out. It called It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life. Became a national bestseller. Then my second book came out, Setback is a Set of Comeback. And then my third book turned setbacks into greenbacks. Then my fourth book, An Attitude of It. Then my fifth book, Make Love, Make Money, Make It Last. Then my music CDs and DVDs and audios and videos and PBS specials. And all of that started happening because I changed my thinking in the midst of a setback. I hope today that you will look at these challenging time opportunity. There's some incredible opportunity going to come out of this. In my book, Turn Setbacks into Greenbacks, I talk about in the 1930s, during the Great Depression, many people were starving on soup lines, unable to feed their families. Unemployment was at all-time high. But there were some people in that midst of that time who millionaires. And one of those stories I really love out of the book that is Charles Darrow. You might not know Charles Darrow's name, but you certainly know his invention. During the Great Depression, when other people were losing all they had, Mr. Darrow thought about new ideas. And he created a board game called Monopoly that we still play today. He worked on his idea for the board game to help people feel that they were empowered and rich, even in tough times. Within a year of the game being released, it sold more than 20,000 units and went on to sell thousands and thousands more over the next few years, and he became a multi-millionaire. I'm saying to you, this is a time of opportunity. So if you're going to win in this time, you got to look at this setback. To create wealth, you got to turn it into a comeback. What does it start with? Your thinking, mindset. Your thinking determines everything else. And then what are you trying to achieve during these times? Now, in that same book, Turn Setbacks into Greenbacks, I give 7 principles that help you go from financial disaster to financial freedom. And in this are the people, or some of the people I interviewed in my XM show, who went from being broke, busted, and disgusted to multimillionaires and even billionaires. And they tell the same principles, just in different stories. They use different methods to get to their wealth, but they relied on the principles because principles work over and over again. If I throw a rock in the air, the principle of gravity is bring it back down. You have to know that there are principles for wealth building. I love this little quote. Methods are many. Principles are few. Methods may change, but principles never do. Some people will make their money via the internet. Some will make it with methods, different methods. But all the principles will be the same. A couple of the principles that will help you to create wealth in your life. One is that you must always have a vision for where you're going, even in tough times. Now, in the turn setbacks and the greenbacks, I talk about when you're in tough moments, you must keep one eye on the situation you're in and one eye on the bigger vision. Case in point, if you take a look at a great golfer in a golf tournament, let's say Tiger Woods in the Masters, and let's say he's at the tee box and he's the golf ball and he hits a bad shot and it ends up over in the woods, gets all the way over in the woods. Now he's still got to play that shot or lose strokes. So let's say he finds the ball. Now what does he do now? Does he panic and go crazy and start whacking at the ball just crazily? No, no, no. The wise golfers handle this problem while I'm here so I can get back to his first plan must be one eye on the problem. I got to get out of here. Or he might be in a sand trap. I got to get out of here so I can get back on the winning track. So he'll hit it back in the fairway because that's the goal, is get it one eye on the problem. But one eye always on winning the tournament. I got to win the tournament. Now I've got that out of that problem. Let's attack the tournament. So what are your goals? What are your goals? See, get through the crisis moments, the challenging times, the difficult moments. But I want to say that's short-sighted. That is not enough. I'm thinking about one eye on my problems, the challenges, but one eye on the big goals. I got, if you could see my wall over here, goal that I have on the wall. But here's the thing. It's not a one-day goal, not a one-month goal. It's not a one-year goal. I've got a decade goal right here. Why? Because at the beginning of this year, I'd never done before. And Shay was actually there to be a part of it. I had my goal setting seminar that I do every year. And during that seminar every year, I've done it for almost 30 years. I will help people with their goal setting so that they can improve their lot in that year. This year, though, my thinking expanded, my thinking grew, my thinking developed. And I said, you know what, folks? First of all, you got to understand about what the real deal is about wealth and how we've got to think differently and set goals differently if we want to really talk about real deal, generational wealth. See, we often talk about people being wealthy when they're not really wealthy. And I realized there were 5 levels about money. So you better get with me on this one because I'm about to throw it down. You're going to want this. This is my next book. The book will be ready. It's called The Real Deal About Generational Wealth. It's coming out real soon. You got to stay connected to me. In fact, I want to give away to everybody before I do this, tell you about this, so you stay connected to me and I can give you a little gift. I told you that book, Think and Grow Rich, and audios changed my life. It's people you meet who inspire you, the books you read that empower you. I want to give everybody a copy of the book, Think and Grow Rich, a digital copy who's watching right now. My gift to you because someone gave it to me. And someone gave me audios that changed my life. I want to give them to you like somebody blessed me. So if you go to WJSpeaks.com/gift, either williejolly.com/gift or WJSpeaks.com/gift. Either one will get you there. You'll get a digital download of Think and Grow Rich as well as some audios. You'll get access to some of my favorite XM interviews that changed my life. Wally Famous Amos, Bob Johnson, founder of BET, Damon John from Shark Tank. Some of my favorite interviews are going to be my gift to you. the people you meet who inspire you. You don't have to meet them in person. And the books you read that empower you. I'm going to give you the book that changed my life, Think and Grow Rich, my gift to you. And how did I give it away? Because I was one of the 53 thought leaders from the Napoleon Hill Foundation some years ago when we celebrated his impact on the world. And as a result of that, I was able to give that to my friends. You are now my friends. So go to wjspeaks.com/gift or williejolly.com/gift to get that. Now, this whole process is going to be part of my new book, and the new book will be promoted on my newsletter. And then once you sign up for the newsletter, you also get my daily positive messaging to help your thinking grow. Here are the 5 wealth ways of thinking that are going to impact your life. 5 ways of thinking about wealth. Number 1, the first level of thinking about wealth is the indigent. The indigent think day to day. They stand on a corner with a sign saying, can you give me enough money to get some food today? And the next day they do the exact same thing. They're thinking day to day. The poor think month to month. Did I get my welfare check? Did I get my SNAP payment? And every month that is their thinking, 1 month to 1 month to 1 month. Then the middle class think year to year. Did I get a raise this year? Did I get a cost of living increase this year? And every year they're thinking, did I make a little more this year than I made last year? The rich think decade to decade. We see that most presently in athletes who might get a 10-year contract, $100 million. And they play that 10 years and then their career might be over. But they got that $100 million. That's great. But then there's another that I want us to think about. And that's where my thinking changed. It's the wealthy. The wealthy think generation to generation to generation. The wealthy are thinking about their children's 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 grandchildren. I love this quote T.D. Jakes said, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach him the fish, he eats for a lifetime. But if you can teach him to buy the pond, his great children will be able to eat. That's when my thinking has expanded over the last couple of years. And so someone asked me in an interview, Willie Jolly, what's your biggest goal? It didn't take me but a minute to give it to him. My biggest goal is that 100 years from now, some child will walk into a room and see a picture of me and my wife and run up to her and say, thank you, great, 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 great granddaddy and grandmama for what y'all did to allow us to have a business, to allow us to have a college education, a home, to allow us what you established 100 years ago. That's the thinking that real wealth building is going to take. And that real wealth building is going to be necessitated by not by what you do. Come on now. Come on, watch with me now. It's not about what you do. It's what you own. If you're going to be a real wealthy person, not about what you do. It's about what you own. See, let's say you're a great singer. Pavarotti. But if your children, what happens to the wealth? When you die, when the gift ends, when the talent ceases, the money's. But if you owned the record company, then it changes. See, LeBron James, one thing I like about LeBron, he's not settling for just being a great basketball player. He's creating production companies and film companies and creating business units that can be passed on. Because he knew that one day his basketball was going to end. We know so many athletes who sign $100 million contracts, who make millions of dollars over that decade, and sometimes a little more than a decade. But when that playing day is over, the income generation ends. And we know that over 70% of professional athletes are broke 5 years after retirement because they did not have a way to continue that income after it was over. So I'm saying to you, it's time to think next generational wealth. And it's not what you do, it's what you own. The shift in our programming of our goal setting. So this year, I didn't do what I'd done in the past, but teach people to have a better year, because my thinking expanded. I'm now on my roll, have set my goal for this decade. I want to be at by December 31st, 2029. I'll have under that my legacy goal. So I know what I want to do for my children's great-grandchildren. If you want to get access, by the way, to that goal-setting seminar, I want to encourage you to go get that, particularly when you got time, when you're not busy, you and your family, sit down, watch, go through that seminar, you can get it at williejolly.com/win, W-I-N, williejolly.com/win. Go get that seminar. I think it's the most profound seminar I've ever done. So wealth building is about starting with your thinking. If you change your thinking, you'll change your actions. And you change your actions, you'll change your results. Let's go back to where we started. Crisis. Great danger, but great opportunity. You'll also find a great or greater opportunity. The key is how you're looking at the world. I look at the world with an attitude of gratitude. I look at the world with an excitement and expectancy that my best is yet to come. So I'll close with two things. One, if you want to get some of my resources, which I highly recommend you get, go to wjspeaks.com/success. wjspeaks.com/success. You'll have an option there to get a digital package of my book, so you can download it. I mean, really reasonable price. Or you can get a physical of all my books. And if you buy 5, you get one thrown in free, a 6th product. Or you can get what my friend Shane Brown likes, my box. My Willie Jolly wow box. Wealthy ways to help you win. Powerful products that help you grow your faith, your future, and your finances. Woo! Go there and you get it at a discounted price. So go to wjspeaks.com/success or williejolly.com/success. So let's say I've given you 3 things I want you to do. Go get the Think and Grow Rich and the audios from my XM show that changed my life at wjspeaks.com/gift or williejolly.com/gift. Go get the goal setting seminar at williejolly.com/win, because I want you to win. How many want to win this year and this decade and in this lifetime? You got to have goals that help you win. I'm going to help you get there. So williejolly.com/win. And then if you want some of my resources, which I highly recommend you get and you share them with people in your network, make sure that the people you hang around are growing. Then you will grow. And so you go to, williejolly.com/success or wjspeaks.com/success. Close with my favorite story, Shay Brown's favorite story. I was a news speaker. I had no books, no tapes, no radio, no television, no credentials to be a speaker. Struggling to keep the lights on, the phones on, struggling to keep things moving. It was tough. I'd make sales calls. People say, I don't know who you are. I'd hang up in my face. I had to get discouraged, wouldn't make any more calls that day. Usually it'd take me a day or 2 to get my dander back up after being discouraged and getting rejected. Anybody ever been rejected and feel that kick in the gut? I make my first call, and a guy says, I like the way you're talking. I'm meeting. I actually need a speaker. It's going to be in Orlando, Florida. I'll fly you down. I'll pay you. He told me the budget. I said, whoa, yes, I can do that. I flew down to Orlando. I gave the speech. They gave me a standing ovation. I had it. Finished meeting and greeting people and went on back to the airport to fly home, feeling good. Got in my seat, plane took off, feeling good. I took out that check a second time, but when I looked at the check the second time, I got depressed because that money was already allocated. I owed the water company, the electric company, the gas company. It was already allocated. Anybody ever get your check before you get home, you know it's gone? I started having a pity party with myself right there in B22. An older gentleman across the aisle must have sensed I was struggling. He struck up a conversation with me. He told me he was a minister. He lectured every day in a different city about health and wealth. I said, you fly every day? He said, yes. I said, you speak every day? He said, yes. We spoke for a few more minutes. Then he asked me a question that changed the trajectory of my future. He said, young man, how old do you think I am? I looked him up and down. I said, sir, I think you're about 60. He smiled. He took off his glasses. He looked me dead in the eye. He said, young man, I'm 88 years old. I'm 80, and my best is yet to come. Woo-hoo-hoo. In that moment, everything shifted in my head. If an 88-year-old man could have the optimism to believe that his best days were in front of him and not behind him, what did I have to whine and cry and complain about? And I went home with a new attitude, and I got on that phone and started making sales calls. And if people say no, I'd say next. And they say, I'm not interested in what you got. I said, thank you, you're not the right one. Well, 25 years, well, actually, all 30 years have gone by. I've been inducted in the Speaker Hall of Fame. I've been named one of the top 5 speakers in the world. I've been named a speaker of the year by the 175,000 members of Toastmasters International. I've been named a legend of the speaking industry. I've been named one of the top 5 leadership speakers in the world. And all of that is just the tip of the iceberg because I got something to tell you that I say to myself. For sure, your best is still yet to come. Your best is yet to come. Your best is yet to come. Go out of here now and go from this place with a new spirit of entrepreneurism. Go out of this place with a new spirit of activity and excellence. Be outstanding. Stand out from the crowd and be all you can be. Give all that you got on a daily basis. And that your best is still yet to come. You have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon you. You can't refuse it. You didn't seek it. You didn't choose it, but it's up to you to use it. You must suffer if you lose it. Give account if you abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but your eternities are wrapped up in it. Take this crisis moment, deal with the danger, but know that there's great opportunity if you're willing to work and develop it. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Please visit me at my website. Please get some of the free resources, some of the other resources. And please stay connected to me because I want to hear your stories about how you created greatness out of crisis situations. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Have a great day. Stay blessed and highly favored. And remember, your best is yet to come. God bless you.
Life can be filled with many ups and downs, toss and turns, loss and lessons, and even filled with fears and joy. But one thing that remains constant is the fact that the train of life keeps on moving. It stops for no one, no plea, and no reason. It continues along its path with a destination in mind. It doesn't matter how long it takes to get there, which route it must travel to arrive there, or under what conditions it must push through. What really matters is that it remains in motion and arrives at its destination. So, we can fairly conclude that the train of life operates in movement with a mission in hand. And in life, the mission is to live. Now, it's up to you to determine how you will live. So I, Charlisa Harriet, affectionately known as Coach C, the crushing chemo chick, a survivor's voice. Yeah, that's me. Your voice of navigation through life's chaotic times. Over the years, I have endured some chaotic times that have changed my perspective on life. One particular time comes to mind where I question, what gives me strength to endure the journey? What fuels my energy to stay in movement and keep moving forward and not backwards? What prevents me from making the decision to not give up and lose hope? These are the questions that arise within my mind as I begin to face the biggest Goliath of my life. Notice I said the biggest Goliath of my life. This is not the first time that we have had an encounter. You see, this Goliath and I have a history. A history. We went way back. Had some many battles that we fought. We had some tug-of-war matches, near drowning experiences, and some off-the-cliff episodes. This is not the first time that we have met. No, it's not. As a matter of fact, we have known each other for approximately 13 years to date. And our first introduction with one another was through a blind encounter. Now, its main mission was to obscure the potentiality of greatness that lies within me. It desired to conceal it with hopes of destroying my inner purpose for living. But I made a conscious decision and verbally stated over my life, I will have a breakthrough before I have a breakdown that requires a breakout where I learn how to break in. I allowed myself at that very moment to develop my life theory. My life theory is you must have a mission that brings forth a message to ignite your movement. I'll repeat that once again, just in case you may have missed it. My theory of life is you must have a mission that brings forth a message to ignite your movement. And I'm here to teach you just how to build your life with your voice. Now, there are 3 steps to laying the foundation of building your life with your voice. The first is celebrating your voice. The first element under celebrating your voice is knowing who you are. When you know who you are, this builds confidence. You must know who you are in Christ. Know who God says you are. Listening to the voice of God. For God speaks truth. You are chosen. You are part of a royal priesthood. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are precious in God's sight. You are the head and not the tail. You are above and not beneath. You are a lender and not a borrower. You are more than a conqueror. You are the salt of the earth. You are healed, whole, and set free. You are forgiven, made new, and restored. You are protected from an evil, including COVID-19. You are remembered and never forgotten. You are covered by his blood and sheltered under his wings. You are strong and courageous. You are loved and worthy of my love. When you know his word, you begin to believe in it, and you believe in you. This gives credence to your foundational structure and allows the building process to withstand any changes within its environment. Then you will have the assurance of believing in what you say. Living the life and vision where you live what you say and say what you see through the eyes of God and not man. The next element under celebrating your voice is recognizing your voice, which builds clarity. You are then able to march to your own command and not the command of others. You are willing to do what you are led to do because the vision is not given to others, but it was given unto you. It was customized just for you to believe and speak what you see. When you believe in what you see, then you speak what you see and take ownership of your own words. When you take ownership of your words, it gives you power. And as a result, you understand the power of your voice, which is the next element under celebrating your voice. Understanding the power of your voice builds character. It shows value and credibility in what you say. It brings recognition in knowing that your voice matters. It matters not only to you, but to the mission, which will drive the movement. The final element under celebrate your voice is to celebrate the sounds that resonate when you begin to speak. The power of life and death lies within our tongues. You can speak life into a failed marriage. You can speak life over a dream that has been buried for years. You can call that thing out by name, and it shall rise within your heart, to manifest within your spirit, to live the life you so desire. But we must be reminded that when we speak with purpose. Once you are able to celebrate your voice, then you can step in your life with your voice. And this is creating your message. Creating your message sets the tone of your theme that sets you apart from all others. It makes you unique. It gives you life. Therefore, when you speak with authority. Speak in knowing that the power of whatever you say, you are convinced without a shadow of a doubt that it shall come to pass. You are convicted that it shall manifest within your life. Speak with authenticity. Be uniquely you. Be comfortable with the skin you're in. Be comfortable with the skin that you are in. Yes. Be comfortable being you. Be familiar with your strengths and your weaknesses. Be willing to adjust when the climate changes. In the winter, when you don't have others on the sideline cheering for you, encourage yourself. In the fall, when you can't find anyone to call, empower yourself. Stand up for yourself and speak. And speak affirming yourself. Declare and decree that you should find joy in the midst of adversity, peace in the center of chaos, and you can have momentum even in the middle of a worldly pandemic. Don't allow the frails of the world, the fears of your past, or the fragmented spirit of today distract you from your why. Which leads us to the third and final laying of the foundational structure of building your life with your voice. Concentrating on your why is a very important element of the building process. Knowing your why gives you purpose to your living. It's the engine that fuels your movement. It's the concrete that gels your vision with your living. It's the wheel in the middle of the wheel. It's the motivating factor that keeps you going, keeps you in movement, that allows you to push, to press, and to persevere towards the mark to continue the journey after any distractions, disappointments, disturbances, and denials. As you sat in shelter for the past 40 plus days and nights, what have you pondered along the way? What thoughts began to race across your mind? How has life been for you? I can recall Langston Hughes saying, "Well, son, I tell you, life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It had tacks on it and splinters and boards torn up and reaching landings and turning corners and sometimes going in the dark where there ain't been no light. So boy, don't you turn back. Don't you fall now, for eyes are still going, honey. Eyes are still climbing, and life for me ain't been no crystal stair." Now this resonates so within my spirit that it set sparkles of fire within my bones. To be honest, I can't keep it to myself. The time has come. I must share. I must speak. This is how I build my life with my voice. There is another hat that I now wear that was created from pain, but given for purpose. A hat that adorns adversity, that symbolizes discouragement, but now drapes courage. A hat that I once desired to hide, that I now showcase everywhere I go. A hat as a two-time cancer survivor of a rare form of cancer. For the past 13 years, a hat changed colors, but never design. A hat as a fighter, as a survivor, as a thriver, but most boldly as an assassinator. Yes, a hat that was given power to kill the enemy for it to not rise no more. This is my hat that I now wear as a crown. I reign as the former Miss Cancer Warrior Queen 2018. A crown given with honor, received by faith, but worn with grace. A crown well deserved. So, what is your mantra? Yeah, I'm asking you. What is your mantra that you breathe by, that you stand firm by, that you live by, that you move and have your being, that resonates within you, that consumes you, that allows you to Inhale and exhale without challenges or difficulties, without regrets or reproaches, without confusion and turmoil, without persecution or trial for the life you have lived, but with compassion and celebration for the life you are now building. You must remember that building your life with your voice is a process that requires commitment. Therefore, it's not constructed overnight, but over time. Life is a journey to treasure. So don't take the sunrise for granted. Value the time between sunsets, for there will be scary times and dark moments, good times and times of uncertainty. But during these times, be grateful for the moments to breathe, to enjoy the view, and to live the life that you love. Remember, the train of life stops for no one, but continues in motion to its destination, crushing anything contrary to what you believe, see, and or say. So rise with renewed strength, with bold courage, with endless hope, with a common spirit, with love everlasting, and a will to keep moving. Then reign with the authority you have and have been given, being authentically you, unapologetic, unashamed, but yet affirming that you will win by building your voice or building your life with your voice. I, Charlisa Harriet, affectionately known as Coach C, the crushing chemo chick. Yeah, that's me, a survivor's voice. And I approve of this message. Now, so if you desire to learn more of how you can become a champion, to rise, reign, and win, please check out my free complimentary gift for you at the link listed below, www.crushingchemochick.com, for your free ebook. I'll be waiting for you on the champion side. Thank you.
Hey, this is Victor Antonio, and welcome to the 24 Hours of Entrepreneurship Digital Summit. Before I get started, big shout out to Trevor Otzman. Thank you for the invitation. Again, the name is Victor Antonio. If you don't know me, just Google me, just go Victor Antonio, you'll find information on me. Now, today I want to talk about, the business blueprint for selling, because you can have the best product in the world, the best service in the world, but if you can't sell it, it doesn't matter. And so what I want to do is just give you a blueprint, especially if you're an entrepreneur right now, you're thinking of an idea, right? If you're kind of next phase of entrepreneur is that now you have the product or service ready to go and you're ready to launch, but you just don't know where to start. Or maybe you're that entrepreneur who started already, things are getting going, but you don't seem to be able to close enough deals. So that's why you're here. I'm glad you're joining me. I'm going to walk you through a process. My background in sales is as follows. My background is I have an electrical engineering degree and an MBA. So I started out as an engineer first. Then I started selling telecommunications equipment like high-end, big systems, complex sales. And then after that, I realized that being an engineer, you make only so much money. But then I realized if you go into sales, then you'll make a lot of money. So I started out as an account manager, regional manager, director, VP of Sales, and eventually President of Sales and Marketing for a $420 million company. I've taken markets as small as $14 million and grown them to, let's say, $98 million in annual revenue, in one case in less than 3 years. So my job is to really try to help you formulate a strategy so you can sell more effectively. And it all begins with the game plan. So I got some notes here because I don't want to forget. I got great stuff to share with you. And I like to go fast. I like to chop through things. So not a lot of fluff, a lot of content. So you're probably going to get a copy of the video, but if you don't, you might want to take some notes. Let's begin with the what. And I'm going to start out very basic, but I promise you I will accelerate very quickly and you'll enjoy. By the way, I'm also the founder of that right there, the Sales Velocity Academy. The Sales Velocity Academy, I think, is probably one of the most comprehensive sales training platforms online. So check it out, Sales Velocity Academy, and I put a discount code down there, give you a little discount on behalf of Trevor. Anyway, let's get going. Let's begin with the what, right? So let's start with the what. And the what is, what are you selling? What are you selling? Okay, let's just start very basic. And again, I will accelerate and go very quickly. So let's begin with the what. What are you selling? So in this case, I want to talk about this. You are selling a product. Okay, you have a certain product, right? And you're trying to sell it to a certain client, right? But you also have a lot of what? Competition. With me so far? Competition. And you also got to focus on your clients in the market. So this is going to be important for us to discuss down the road. And I want you to get this model in your head because this is an important model. Here's why. If you have a product, you know you're going to have competitors in the market. This is the client you're trying to serve. Now, how we present, how we pitch, how we lay it out to the customer, the value depends on your messaging, which we'll talk about later. But let me set it up right now. If you're right here, this means you're at a disadvantage. Disadvantage, right? What does that mean? The competitor has it, the client wants it, but you don't have it. So that's a disadvantage. Now, right here in the middle, if you think about this intersection of all three, that is known as parity. What does that mean? That you have it, the competitor has it, and the client wants it, so there's no real advantage there. Where we want to be is somewhere right here, and let me just change colors for this one. Where we want to be is right here. Because right here, this little area, right there, that means your product has something your client wants, but your competitor doesn't have. And it is the ability to, let's just pull that triangle out. We're going to create messages, 3 messages around that little triangle, and that's going to be your differentiation. So in other words, if I can figure out how my product offers something that the competitor doesn't have and that my client wants, then that becomes the messaging towards the market. So again, keep that in mind as we move through this. So now we know what the what is. You know what your product is. I don't need to tell you. You need to know your product. You need to know your competitors. You need to know the market your clients are playing in. So when you're talking to a client, you can be effective. Now, this works in B2B or B2C. It doesn't matter. And I'm going to get into that next. So now let's talk about who, right? Here's the what. Know your product, which I'm sure you do. Know who your competitors are, which you should know, and know who your client is, right? But who is that client? So now let's move from the what your product is, because that's your domain. Now let's move over to the who. The who is interesting because who are you selling to? This is an important thing, is who do you sell to? And so let's break this out. I like to kind of keep things simple. I can make it complicated, but let's keep it simple, right? When we look at the market, we typically know we have a B2C market, right? Business to consumer. In other words, you're a business selling to an end consumer. Then we also have B2B, which means you're a business selling to another business. Now, I know some of you know this already, just covering some baseline here, right? Let me just do this right now. So when you're looking at B2C, let's start here. What you're really concerned about is who you're selling to. And the sooner you can define that, the more effective you'll be in closing and selling. Again, I'm just teeing it up right now, so just hang in there with me, okay? B2C, which means you should be concerned with demographics. We'll talk about that just in a little bit. And if you're selling B2B, you should be concerned about firmographics. Sounds complicated, but it really isn't. So let's walk through this. An ideal client has a certain demographic, and our job is to figure out what some of those are. So I listed a couple of things, just so I wouldn't forget. Let's say that you're selling pools. Okay, I'm making stuff up. You're selling a pool, any type of service, whatever you're selling, doesn't matter. The first thing I might want to know is the person or the couple married, right? If I'm a real estate person, that's always interesting to know. Do they have kids? Why does that matter? Well, if you're selling pools, it matters. If you want to put kids in a good school district and you're a real estate agent, that matters, right? And then we talk about, let's just say, type of job they have, occupation, type of job, what type of job do they have, number of years in the house, right? Is it a new house? Because if it's a new house, then maybe that's when they want to put in a pool. If it's a new house, they just moved into the neighborhood, so maybe there's some other services I can sell them. But I'm also trying to understand who they really are. I can look at their income level. What's their income level, right? Sometimes I can kind of guess that. Maybe if I can't guess the income level, if I go on LinkedIn, for example, maybe I can figure out what their titles are. In other words, if they're VPs working for a large company, or maybe not VPs, I get some idea of who they are. So by having some of these data points, you begin to define who your ideal client is. So for example, let's say you're in network marketing and you're selling pills, powders, or potions, right? Something simple B2C. Well, then you have to ask yourself, who's your ideal client? Let's say that these pills, potions, or powders are really for people who maybe want to lose weight. That's a simple one, right? Well, then we kind of know who the demographics is. We actually have two demographics, right? One demographic may be somebody who wants to lose weight. The other demographic could be somebody who wants to maintain their weight. They're in good shape. But maybe a third demographic could be somebody who's looking to get into network marketing because they want to generate some income. So one could be about health, it could be about weight, but it also could be about wealth. In other words, they want to make money. And the more you can define what that profile looks like, because that's all this is, it's a profile. And after a while, you begin to see these common profiles who always buy. So if you're doing network marketing and you realize, every time I do network marketing, it's usually a married couple where only one person is working in the household. And in many cases, the person that's staying home, husband or wife, is typically the person that's mostly interested in doing network marketing. I've also discovered that somebody who stays home, again, married, one stays home, they're taking care of kids, that's another good indication that they're more a good candidate. I also realized that people who care about their health, maybe because, again, they're overweight, they want to maintain their weight, whatever it may be, are also good candidates. So you begin to draw this picture. A friend of mine, Jeff Kozer, calls it a zebra, a horse of particular stripes. Basically, when you identify your zebra, basically who you're selling to, you become more effective, because if you sell to the right people, you'll close easier. And isn't that what we want? Now let's go over to firmographics. This is the B2B. On the B2B side, it could be, we can look at the company that says how many years in business, right? Years in business. We can look at number of employees. We can look at revenues per year. We can look at if they're public or private. Sorry that I'm not writing all these out, but you get it, right? So we can begin to define. We look at what market they're in, what industry are they in, and we can begin to identify which type of companies. They're a certain industry, certain market niche. They're so big, they have so many annual revenues. Maybe they have multiple locations. Maybe we're more successful when we sell to B2B companies that have multiple locations. Again, you begin to define your zebra. You get the idea? Great. Again, I go fast because I like to go, keep it moving, and give you the content. So now, what am I selling? Who am I selling it to? Now, let's move into the how. Oh, it gets interesting now. Because the how piece is, how do we generate the business, right? When I started out in the speaking/consulting business, right? I do a lot of public speaking. If you haven't seen me again online, just go victorantonio.com and just type in Victor Antonio. And I literally have spoken around the world, with the exception of Greenland, probably in Antarctica. But I've traveled around the world, and I started out as a speaker, and that was what I was selling, my services and speaking. And I had to learn how to find the right client. So now, let's talk about how do we find these people, right? So in other words, what I'm really talking to you about is lead generation or prospecting. Now, in the Sales Velocity Academy, I have courses that cover all this stuff in great detail. So for example, I'm gonna give you an overview right now of prospecting, but I have a course on prospecting, a course on cold calling, and so forth and so on, even on presentation pitches, everything. So let's talk about how you're gonna contact them. So let's define terms. I like to define terms. When we talk about lead generations, there's two ways to get customers into your pipeline. Pipeline means, somewhere in a position to want to buy from you. So there's two strategies. There's outbound In other words, there's an outbound strategy for marketing, and then there's an inbound strategy for marketing, right? That's the inbound. And again, other speakers are probably going to cover this in more detail. I just want to give you the framework if you haven't gotten it yet. Outbound means what? It means cold calling, right? Picking up the phone and making call, dialing for dollars, as they say. You can also do email cold calling, right? You can do that. You can connect with people on social media and then reach out to them, right? You can create some type of what we call a cadence. And all these are going to require some type of scripting, right? By scripting, I mean, don't just cold call somebody without knowing what you're going to say. In fact, in one of my programs on prospecting, I talk about how I actually show you how to write out scripts, what to say, how to position your value. So when you get the voicemail, which you most likely will the first time, what message do you leave? And then how long should you wait before you call again? And then when you call the second time, what other message should you leave? And then when should you call again? And what third message should you leave? And when should you stop calling? And then how do you handle that? So keep in mind that cold calling is outbound. The great thing about outbound, this is the highlight here, is that when you outbound, you control who you're calling. So these leads, I'll put this here in red, I'll just say these leads are qualified because you've already identified them in the previous one. Remember this one right here? You already know who you're calling, so now you're just reaching out to them. So they're qualified because you know what you're looking for. You know who your zebra is, right? Now, the other strategy, one that I love to use, is inbound. And inbound is all about how do we get customers to come to us. It's a powerful strategy because if I can create that gravitational force to get them to come to me, then this is good. So on the inbound stuff, again, I use different strategies, and the one I use the most is content creation. Like, I love creating content. On YouTube, I have a channel on YouTube called the Sales Influence Podcast. The YouTube channel, I have over 1,100 videos. That's right, 1,100 videos. And I actually have more than that. That's in addition to my Sales Velocity Academy. And so I create content. I create graphics. I create videos. I create images. And again, all this content is meant to what? Somebody sees the video, sees my content, says, who is this guy? In your case, they see the product, they see the promotion, they go, what is this, right? It's like when you scroll through Instagram, you see all these shop now promos of products that people are selling online. These are content creators, so that's one way of doing it. It could be articles, it could be blogs, it could be whatever it is. You have to determine what is your strong suit. For example, for me, I don't like writing articles. There's nothing wrong with them. I know many people who are super successful writing articles. I have one friend. I know that he does well writing articles, but he hates doing videos. Me, I love doing videos. I hate writing articles. You have to figure out how you like to create content. And again, be genuine, be honest with yourself. Don't lie to yourself, because if you do, you're not going to continue it. What's going to happen is you're going to do a couple of them and then you're going to stop. So figure out what your flow is and how you like to market yourself. The other way to drive content to your website is to do SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, which means you optimize your websites or even your videos. If you tag your videos correctly, if you tag your articles correctly, you use the right keywords, the search engines will basically come out, find it, and again, draws traffic to those articles, those videos, those images, and that traffic leads back to your website, because that's the objective, isn't it? When you're pulling people in on the inbound, where are we sending them to? We typically want them to come back to our website. So keep that in mind. Search engine optimization. Now, this is a slower route because you have to wait for the search engine spiders to find you. But if you want to just hit the ground running, start promoting your product, then you can use, and you're probably familiar with this, a pay-per-click strategy. A pay-per-click strategy means that you're going to put in a little promotion. You've seen them out when you go to Google. Off to the right-hand side, you'll see some advertisement. Or typically they put them at the top, or at the banner, you'll see sponsored ads, right? That's pay-per-click. And every time you click on that, somebody's paying something for that. So what you would do is choose your keywords and pay for them and create a monthly budget for that. Again, other people will talk about that. I just want to highlight right here. The third strategy I think is old school, but I got to mention it, ads, TV, radio, believe it or not, they still exist. I mean, the future is here. And in the future, what we're seeing right now is that you're going to be able to do billboards. I mean, think about this technology that's coming. Most people don't even know this. You're going to be able to pick up your phone, your app, scroll through it, design a graphic, and actually post it on a billboard in your neighborhood. That's what the future brings. But anyway, back to this. So the downside of inbound is your marketing in general. You're not in control of who visits your websites. So in other words, the people that arrive are sometimes unqualified. In other words, they don't meet your criteria. They're not your zebras. So our job is to actually qualify these people. So here, outbound, the advantage is you decide who you want to talk to. The tough part is the connection rate. Typically, it takes about 7 to 15 calls, depending on which study you believe, to actually connect with somebody. So this is a tougher slog. On the inbound side, again, it's easy to draw people. I should say it's easy. It takes some effort, but you can draw people to your website in great amounts, but they're not qualified, which means now you have to qualify them. Now, this is important. You need to have a qualification process that is part of your sales process. Now we're moving into sales. We got the basics out of the way. Let's move into sales. So let's kind of give you a visual, because I want to give you this visual. So when you have people coming to your website, let me just do the inbound. Here's a funnel, the famous sales funnel, right? And what happens is you have people coming in through social media, right? Maybe you ran an ad. You did some pay-per-click, right? You optimize your website, say the search engine. So traffic is coming here. People are coming to visit your site, and maybe they're going to fill out that contact form, right? So up here, we call these suspects, right? Because we don't know who they are yet, so they're suspects. And we have to qualify them. And so let's say that somebody comes to the website, fills out a contact form. Hey, ran across your product, really love your stuff, really love to talk to you about your service, blah, 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 blah. Well, now you're going to reach out and talk to them. And this conversation, here's where you're going to qualify these people. And then if they passed a qualification test, you can call them an official prospect, okay? And that's how it typically works. But most people, and again, I'll highlight this one, give it a nice little yellow here. Most people don't qualify. They're afraid to qualify. See, I love qualifying because I don't want to waste my time with people who don't want to buy my product or can't afford my product. That sounds hard, but you have to become like that, right? You have to be very tough. All right, moving on. Now, let's say that now we're having the conversation. We have them in, they came in through the funnel, right? You qualified them. Well, now you know that they meet the criteria, right? And you sense that they have the budget, they understand what your service or product costs, and they're willing to listen to you. Now it's presentation time. Now it's the pitch. Now, what I want to do is I want to give you the why, because you're going to give them a big, let me change the color here. You're going to give them a big why buy. In other words, that's what you have to sell them on. You have to sell them on the why buy. We talked about the what, the who, the how, now we do the why. Why should they buy your product? And this is where you really have to present. Pull your presentation together so it's tough, tight, right? Now, when we talk about the why people buy, I'm always asked the question, well, Victor, what's the best sales approach? There's many different approaches. I'm going to give you what I call the universal sales formula, something I came up with, and it fits. Whether you're B2B, B2C, doesn't matter. Keep this in mind when you're talking to a client. Typically, you want to go through 3 phases with them. And this is my formula that I came up with. It's a very simple formula, right? And here's how it works. When you meet with somebody, don't try to sell them right away. Listen to me. Don't try to sell them right away. The first phase of any sales process is empathy. And people want to know that you know what they're going through. If you're in a B2B business, again, the client wants to know that you understand their business. They want to know that you understand their business. If you're selling B2C, client wants to know that you understand their situation. Again, if we're doing network marketing, they want you to listen to them, understand what they're struggling with. B2B, VPs, CEOs, CXOs want you to understand what they're struggling with. Let's be more specific. If you're talking to a B2B person, typically, let's say at a management level, decision-making level, these folks are concerned with increased revenue, reduce costs, or expand market share. Victor, if you can help me increase revenue, reduce costs, or expand market share, I want to listen to what you have to offer. Great. If I'm talking B2C, what do they want? They want to know that the product or service that you're selling can help them physically, financially, or psychologically. Physically, financially, or psychologically. And you can all tie that. If you can tie your product to either one of those 3 on the B2C side or the B2B side, then people will listen because you understand their pain. And this is where you move into what I call the second phase. This is the education phase. because sometimes people don't understand the value of what you're offering. So if you're selling a B2B product, show them how it's going to increase revenue. Be specific, walk them through it. Show them how it's going to reduce costs. Show them how it's going to expand their market share. Talk about return on investment, total cost of ownership, break-even points. This is what they want to hear. B2C. Again, what do we talk about? Physically, financially, pocket, right? Psychologically. How is this product going to help them? Weight loss. Let's start there. Well, the obvious one is going to help them what? Physically. Will it help them financially? Yes or no? Yeah, because when you're more fit, that's less visits to the hospital or the doctor. That's going to help you financially. But also keep in mind that when you're not physically fit and you're worried, that causes you psychological stress and you can't do your job well. So you can see how not being physically, financially, or psychologically fit can actually impact your business. And again, if you can sell that, you can position that on the B2C side, then you get it. Are you starting to understand? It's not that hard if you understand what I call those levers. So to make it clear, when I talk about these three things, I call these the value trinities. You got two value trinities. I want to highlight these. In the B2B scenario, you got increased revenue, reduce costs, or expand market share. If you're selling B2C, right, how can you help them physically? How can you help them financially? And how can you help them psychologically? That's what they want to know. And if you can tie it to any one of these three or all three, all the better. That's an effective presentation. Now the last part, there was empathy, there was education, and then the third part was empower. Now the empower piece means, how do you present the offer? How do you present them the offer? Well, this is interesting, right? Because how do you present an offer? Well, again, there's several ways of doing this. One is, my favorite is you can provide two options. If you give somebody two options, and I always joke about this, if I offered you a burger, a single burger, or a burger with 2 slices of meat in it, which one will most people choose? If they don't know you, which one are they more likely to choose? If you said the small burger, you're absolutely correct. The majority of people will always choose the smallest one. Why does this matter to you? When you put two offers in front of a client, one's at 1,000, one's at 800, they're going to go for the 800 if they don't know you. Now, how do you get people to buy the 1,000? How do you push them up so they can buy that $1,000 product, right? Here's what you do. You add a what? You're with me. You add a third burger. Now, which one do you think they choose? That's right. If you said the one in the middle, ding, 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 you are correct. Because that's the way the brain works. See, the brain's always trying to reduce risk. So it's going to say, ooh, too big. That's not big enough. Let me go with the one in the middle. When you put an offer in front of your client and you put 3 options, watch their brain how it works. It's going to go to either side and it's always going to land in the middle. So if you know what you want to sell, always put one higher and one below it, one above it, one below it, and watch them go for the one in the middle. Does it work? Like a dream, like a champ. So again, this is a way of empowering them to make a buying decision without you forcing them. Now, I want to touch on this because let's talk about the where, okay? I want to talk about where do you find your clients? This is where we have to be a little smart. When we talk about marketing, and maybe I should have talked about this sooner, but when we talk about marketing, where do you find these people? Well, let's think about where do you find them? So when I'm looking for clients, you got to ask yourself, what market am I in? So the big one is social media. So let's talk social media. And again, this is not a social media conversation. This is just a social thought conversation. In social media, what I've discovered, and I'm only sharing this with you, is that for my business, I sell sales training. That's all I do. I'm that guy, right? I noticed that LinkedIn and YouTube are big for me. I mean, I'm talking huge. This is where the majority of my business comes from. And what happens is when somebody sees me on LinkedIn, somebody sees me on YouTube, they immediately jump over to my website, right? The Victor Antonio website. And from the website, they either call me or they fill out the contact form. And here's what's interesting. If they find me through social media and they've seen my content online, all my videos, all my graphics, all my whatever I put up online, audios, and my podcast, then they'll go to my website. Why are they going to my website? They're going there for confirmation and clarification. Confirmation, who is this guy? Let me read about him. And then again, that's confirmation, but also clarification. What does he do? What does he offer? And then if this piques their interest, which is why our website's important, so again, make sure your website's up to speed, then they're going to call me or reach out to me. Here's what's interesting, that on average, when people call me, especially when they call me, the call has, I say, about a 90% close rate. That's right. I close about 90%, if not better, of all deals when people call me. Just the way it works. And when they sell a contact form, this is more like an 80% close rate. Maybe if I go down a little, 70%, but it's always high. The average close rate across different industries is 40%. I'm way above it. Now, is it because I'm a great salesperson? Kind of. But here's what's really going on, and this is what's important to you, because you don't have to be a great salesperson. You just have to have great content online. Because what's actually happening is the following. Listen carefully, this is important. Because some of you are going to say, well, I'm not a good salesperson. You don't have to be. You just have to be a nice person and be honest and be very knowledgeable about your product. That's all you have to be a good salesperson. Because what's happening today in the market, has been happening, is that when people go online, they go, who is that person? And they see you on LinkedIn or YouTube, they begin to study you. And if you have a product, they begin to look at your product. Then they want to know more about your product, so they go to your website. On your website, they notice you have a couple of videos. Click, click, they watch the videos. Oh, I kind of like that product. Oh, I kind of like that service they're offering. And they get to know you more and more. And typically, people will look at 10 sources of information before deciding to reach out. So think about it. If people look at 10 sources of information before they reach out to you, call, or actually just contact form, that means that they've pretty much made up their mind that they like you or they like what you're offering. All you have to do is be able to get on the phone with them and not screw it up, so to speak. So this is important because this is called preference formation. Preference formation means that people go online to look for content, something they want, something they want to buy. You've done this, right? And what happens? You go and you look online, and then you start finding more information on the person, more information on the product, and you keep looking at the information. You look at reviews, you go to Amazon, you compare that if it's a product. If it's if it's a person selling a coaching services, you look for testimonials, you look for other people, you go look at their videos, you listen to their podcast, and then you find, you know what, I think this is the right person for me. Then they reach out. This is why content creation should be part of your marketing strategy, because it drives your sales close rate. And again, I'm sure other people are going to be talking about that. Now, I'm going to close out with the last thing, okay? By the way, that was the where you find your clients. The last part is, let's get into, and I have about 10 minutes with you. And I want to talk about what I consider, you've done all this stuff right. You know your product. You know who you're selling to, right? You know where to find these people. You know what your messaging is, right? Increase revenue, reduce costs, expand market share if you're B2B. If it's B2C, psychologically, financially, and physically, right? Tie our products and services to those benefits. And then make sure you have some offers ready. 2 options or 3 options. You'll be amazed that you don't need to know a lot of closing techniques. You don't. This is the most amazing thing I tell people. You don't need to know a lot of closing techniques. You just have to be able to have one closing technique. And if you sequence your presentation right, your pitch, you'll see how easy it is. Even if you're a technophobe, even if you're an introvert, you hate technology, you hate selling, I'm telling you, you can do this. So here's what typically happens. When a client contacts us, let's say that the resistance is somewhere there, right? And let's say you're doing a presentation. Let's set up a scenario here. You're doing a B2B presentation. And you're having this presentation, and all of a sudden, you have to go, let's say it's a 45-minute presentation, right? It's a 45-minute presentation. And let's say this is one of those situations where you want to close the deal, right? You've already gone through multiple steps. It's time to close the deal. Now, the resistance is always going to be up here. What is our job? Our job is to what? Reduce that resistance within that 45-minute time frame. And if you do it, somewhere here, I call this the byline. The byline means that once you can reduce that resistance, which is easy to do, people are more likely to buy. Now, how do you do that? Here's an exercise I want you to do right now. I want you to list out for your product or service, no matter what you sell, take a moment real quick to list out 3 to 5 objections. List out 3 to 5 objections right now. Just give it some thought. First one's going to be price, right? Could be service, could be delivery. You're a new company. We don't know who you are. We're happy with our current supplier, right? Let me think about it. That's another pushback. I need to talk to my committee, or I need to talk to my spouse. What are the common objections that you get? Now, if you've written them down, here's what I've found. you typically have 3 to 5, no more than 7 common objections. That's it. 3, 5 to 7 common objections. The average is about 5, but 3, 5, or 7 common objections. If you can, listen to the phrase, block those objections. In other words, if you can introduce them and knock them down, guess what? You begin to reduce that resistance. I have a program called Blocking Objections, also known as Response Block Selling. Blocking objection or response block selling is all about taking the customer's objections, and before they mention them, you're going to block them. And I walk you through a process with scripts and everything. And all you have to do is, if this is your 45-minute presentation, then this is the symbol I use for blocking objections. What I do is I block the first objection. Let's say the first objection is about price. Well, let's handle that one right away. The second objection might be, you're a new company. We don't know who you are. That might be an objection too. It might be that, as I mentioned already, we're happy with our current supplier. That might be an objection. And I'm telling you right now that if you can create a presentation and block these objections throughout the presentation, you will cross that line. How do I know? Because I've done it. I do it all the time. If you can reduce that resistance, that is true selling. So keep this in mind. Being able to look at the presentation, understand what the objections are going to be, you're going to sell more effectively. But let's go one level deeper on objections. Let's go one level deeper, because this is where I think everybody who, I shouldn't say everybody, 95% of all the sales training out there is wrong. Because what I'm about to show you is why you're not able to close some deals. And sometimes you walk away like, why not? Does that ever happen to you? You present the argument logically, right? You even have the emotional attachment assigned to it, right? Like, here's why you need this. But then the customer says, you know what, let me think about it. Let me get back to you. And you walk away confused because you're like, I laid that out pretty good for you. I showed you the return on investment. I showed you why it's going to help you physically, financially, psychologically, increase revenue, reduce costs, expand market share, but you still have to think about it. Not sure. That means you really didn't handle all the objections. That is where you missed it. So here's the analogy I like to give you. And this is going to change how you look at your own personal selling style. Now, again, I want to emphasize, you don't have to be a fast-talking, slick salesperson to sell in today's market. In fact, it was Adam Grant who did a study, and it was highlighted in Daniel Pink's book, Drive. And he said they looked at salespeople that were on the introvert scale over here, introvert here, extrovert here, right? And they then analyzed their monthly and quarterly sales. Who do you think sold the most? Introvert or extrovert? Introvert or extrovert? Here's what they found. They found a curve that looked like this. And what they found is, on a personality scale, the people who were right here in the middle, they weren't introverts, they weren't extroverts, they called them ambiverts. Ambivert, these people sold the most. And it kind of makes sense. If you're an introvert, you're not asking enough questions, you're not engaging, which is never a good thing. But if you're an extrovert, you're talking too much and you're not listening to the client. So the balance is to be able to listen, right? But also be able to express yourself. That is an ambivert. So you don't have to be an extrovert. You just, look, if you're an introvert, all you got to do is move here. That's it. Just learn how to talk a little more. If you're an extrovert, you need to learn how to shut up and listen more and move here, okay? So again, I'm trying to remove that objection in your head that you can't sell. You can sell. You can sell. Now, let me give you this visual, and I'm going to end on this. This is a great visual for looking at objections. Now, we've all seen the iceberg, right? That's it. That's the beginning of the iceberg. It's 10% above the water. The other what? 90% is below the water. The 90% is here. Why do a lot of people fail in sales? Here's why. I'm about to reveal it. I'm pulling back the curtain. Here's about to see it, okay? Here's the problem. You've been taught, if you've gone to sales training, you've been taught, look, you got to learn how to sell the features. You got to know how to sell the benefits. Got to know how to sell the advantage of your product over the other product and what the customer is going to gain out of that, right? So sell the feature, sell the benefits, sell the advantage, sell the gain. And when you finish doing that, you explain the feature, you explain the benefits, you explain the advantage, you explain the gain that they're going to get, and the customer still says, you know what, I just need to think about it. So what's happening? What's happening is you're selling above the waterline. You're selling up here. And this is where most people sell. They just sell above the waterline, which is up here. That's what they sell. That's what you've been trained on. But the real resistance is not above the waterline. The real resistance is below. In other words, there's other things holding them back. And the example I like to use all the time is this simple example. Let's say that you got internet service provider right now, right? And let's say that you're paying, I don't know, I'm gonna say you're paying $90 for your internet service right now, and I'll say your speeds are 300 megabytes on the download, right? So this is the price, this is the feature, right? Now, what if I come knocking on your door? Knock, knock. Hey, my name is Victor Antonio. I'm with the Victor Antonio Cable Company, and we're offering internet service just for you, and we can beat the price. So all of a sudden he comes over here, he says, you know what? Instead of paying $90, what you can do is you can just pay us like $81, right? And then, as far as the megabytes, instead of 300, we can do 330 megabytes. Would you take the deal? Would you take the deal? Think about it. Think about it. Would you change an internet service provider for $9 a month? Would you change it just for 300 megabytes more? Yes or no? The answer is probably what? No. Here's why. Because I just gave you a 10% discount. I just gave you 10% more speed. Why did you take it? If it's all about price, why didn't you take it? Because in your mind, you're thinking about, 1, do I believe them? 2, if I cancel my existing contract, are there fees associated with that? Do I have to turn in the modem? Take some time to actually go turn in the modem. And if I'm switching service providers, that means I have to schedule a time. And because I have to schedule a time, I probably have to take some time off work because nobody else is going to be home. And how do I know it's really going to work? When they say, this right here is the real reason you don't switch. It's not the price, it's not the more capacity, it's the fact that who has to return the modem? Do I have to pay fees? How do I cancel this thing? And, how long is it going to take you to install the new one? And will there be a delay? And is there going to be an interruption of service? In other words, if I got to check emails because I'm a real busy person, how is this going to impact me? So forth and so on. And so what I'm saying to you is when we're blocking objections, again, check out the Sales Velocity Academy. It's a great course. When we're blocking objections, this is guaranteed. You need to talk about features, benefits, advantage, gains. But you really need to address what's below the waterline, what they're not saying. Because if you can direct your presentation to address the things that they're not saying, in other words, you remove these standard objections and then you put the new ones up there, which are the ones below the waterline. As you begin to raise these objections that are there subconsciously, who's going to stay at home? Do I have to switch over? What's it going to cost? What are the fees? What are the contract issues? What are the terms and conditions? If you can address these during the conversation, then all of a sudden you're going to feel that resistance going down. So on that note, I'm almost at 40 minutes, so I'll respect time. Again, my name is Victor Antonio. Check out the Sales Velocity Academy. It's an extensive database of learning sales tools just for you. And so whether you're B2B or B2C, doesn't matter. And again, thank you for your time. Trevor Ott, thank you again for inviting me on the show, and good luck to you all. Go make your money. See ya.
Extraordinaire, extraordinaire, we the best, extraordinaire, extraordinaire, we blessed, extraordinaire. Extraordinary, ain't nobody around here that's ordinary.
Nobody.
Baby, I'm extraordinary.
This next champion coming to the stage is your favorite trainer's trainer. Is your favorite speaker. True leaders are never satisfied. Therefore, there's so much work to be done. And I want you to help me bring to the stage Mr. Dr. George Frazier.
Clouds up in the air. We are rare. Mama told
One word to describe him is extraordinaire.
we were born extraordinary. Extraordinary, we the best, extraordinary. Extraordinary, we blessed, extraordinary. Extraordinary, ain't nobody around here that's ordinary. Baby, I'm extraordinary.
Hi, this is Dr. George Fraser, and I'm coming to you from my office in Cleveland, Ohio. For those of you who have not seen my office, I've been in business for 34 years, and I've occupied this office space for about a decade. It's good to be with you, and I want to talk some stuff to my brothers and sisters out here. These are serious times. There's a huge gap between black wealth and white wealth. I want to show you this little chart here. Can you see that? This is a chart that shows household wealth in America at about $120 trillion. The blue line going up is white wealth. They control about $110 trillion. The red line down here and going down is African Americans. We control about $2 trillion. So there's a 10 times gap between what they control and what we control. It has been 500 years, and people of African descent has given the Western world everything that it has, and we are still at the bottom of every single economic statistic globally in the entire world. 500 years later. That over the next 100 years has to change. And no one is going to change that for us but us. As I've said on many occasions, white people will not be saving black people. White people are not even thinking about black people. Who are white people thinking about? They're thinking about white people. They're thinking about their husbands, their wives, their schools, their neighborhoods, their businesses. They're not thinking about you. So it's been 400 years since our time in this country, and we're not saved. And we cannot wait on them. They are saving. They are doing everything they can to survive and to save their people, their race. There are 3 races in the world. The black race, 1.6 billion of us around the diaspora. Asians at 4.4 billion when you include China and India. And whites, Europeans, about 1 billion. And we are at the bottom of every single statistic. This has to change. Business development, entrepreneurship is a core piece of what we must do in the 21st century, that we must create work and jobs for our people, because that's the only way to raise up the poor. And every immigrant group that has ever come to this country has understood that, but black people. Jews are the #1 employer of Jews. Asians are the #1 employer of Asians. East Indians are the #1 employer of East Indians. Arabs are the #1 employer of East Indians. By the end of the 21st century, we must become the #1 employer of our own people. That will require an aggressive path into the development of businesses that create work jobs for our people. The statistics as they stand now, the last 5-year reporting period from the U.S. Census Bureau, says that there is unlimited opportunity and there is unlimited capacity within the context of entrepreneurship, nationally and globally. But nationally, black people can have developed about 2.6 million businesses. It's about a 35% increase over the last 5-year reporting period. Most of that new business development have been by black women. 2.6 million businesses, a 35% growth. So we're headed in the right direction. That's the good news. The bad news, only about 111,000 of those businesses have employees. Let me say that again. Only 111,000 of those businesses have employees. And those businesses with employees have experienced growth about 17% year over year. The average annual revenue of businesses, Black businesses with employees, is about $1.3 million a year, and that's grown 82% again over the last 5-year reporting period. That means that about 2.5 million, 2.9 million of our businesses are sole proprietorships. Sole proprietorships have grown about 125% over the last 5-year reporting period. The average annual revenue of a sole proprietorship is about $18,700 a year. That is below the poverty line, and that growth is down 11%. So we are starting more businesses. In other words, we're headed in the right direction, but we are not growing those businesses. And as a result of that, in other words, we're not bringing on other people in our circle, people that we know, love, and trust, to help us to build our businesses out of a sole proprietorship. And as a result of that, our annual revenue year over year is down about 11%. So we have a lot of work to do. I answered a question not long ago in a speech that I gave before COVID-19. And the sister asked me, Dr. Fraser, what is the number one reason you believe that Black businesses fail? Well, the answer is simple. Simply will not do the work. Entrepreneurship is no joke, and it requires working harder for you than you will work for anybody else. But it's not really work. It is really doing something that you love. It's a purpose. It's a passion. So I don't consider me working 14 hours a day during the week and 12 hours on the weekend. I don't consider it work. I'm energized and I'm excited about the work that I do. So it doesn't seem like work to me. There's almost nothing I would rather be doing other than with my family, right, than the work that God has assigned me to do. But it is still no joke. Now, my point is, if we look at all of the statistics, brothers and sisters, Black America is in an existential crisis. And until Black America puts Black America first, Black America will always be last. Cannot be Black and beautiful, because that means nothing unless you're Black and powerful. You can't be Black and proud and niggers too. White folks are planning for 3 generations and we're planning for Saturday night. The goal is to win, brothers and sisters, not to look like we're winning. I would rather carry a plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag with $100 in it. Let me say that another way. The rich stay rich pretending to be poor, and the poor stay poor by pretending to be rich. If nothing changes, we are headed into a second slavery, and all the studies and all the statistics show this. The Institute of Policy Studies, the April study for 2018, said very succinctly, with statistics to back up its closing statement. It said by 2053, 10 years after the majority becomes the minority, if nothing changes among African Americans, African American median household wealth will be zero. So try to operate in a market-based economy and a democratic capitalist society without money. Also understand that we will never manifest our dreams, brothers and sisters, by complaining our way out of our current reality. It's not going to happen. Our future depends on us coming to this realization that everything you want in life is on the other side of hard. That's just life. Welcome to life. You are the future. I'm 75 years old. I'm the oldest of the baby boomers. I'm an elder. I am, in a sense, metaphorically the past. the work that baby boomers did and the 4 generations before us, pretty much that work is done. We will provide guidance, hopefully infrastructure and systems for you, our future generation X, Y, Z, and Generation Alpha, the children of the millennials. So you could take it to the next level. We will pass the baton to you. And you must understand, brothers and sisters, we're all drinking from wells that we did not dig. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. Giants. Think about it. For 254 years, it took 12 generations who fought and died for our freedom. And that is their legacy. Are we worthy of that legacy? That question that we have to ask ourselves. Are we worthy of the legacy for our fight for freedom, which took 254 years? Are we worthy of the legacy of the 100-year fight from 1864 to 1964 for civil rights, voting rights, and public access? That took 5 generations, and the baby boomers were the last to participate in that struggle. 1964, the Civil Rights Act was enacted, voting rights, fair housing. Are we worthy of that legacy? And if, in fact, you can answer that question with a positive, then the next question is, what then will be your legacy? What will our children's children be saying about you, Generation X, Y, Z, and Generation Alpha, 150 years from now? What will be your legacy? Will it be Black Lives Matter? Will it be rap music? What will be your legacy? I hope that's not the entire legacy. There are very powerful and positive elements of those two things. There's a third element, personally, I see in our younger generations that we did not see in the earlier generations. And that is, you are unapologetically Black. God bless you for that. We were not unapologetically Black. Too many of us were trying to be white. We were trying to go along and get along. And we were still highly infected by the psychological holocaust that Black people went through for 250 years, called slavery. So, what will be your legacy? This is a question that I want you to contemplate and to think about. I believe that your legacy ultimately must be economic development and wealth creation. I believe that you're going to be the succeeding generations that will close that gap in some significant way. That's what I believe. Because the future for us must be enveloped into a new mantra, and that is, economics is the new Black power. Economics is the new Black power. Have we moved the needle slightly? Yes, we have. Is it where it needs to be, relatively speaking? No. One of the things that disturbs me as I travel the globe speaking, and I want to say this and still be loved. I've been to 89 countries. I've been to the Pan-African diaspora 31 times. And no matter where I go, wherever Black people are, whether it's Seattle or Miami, whether it's San Diego or Maine, whether it is New York or Los Angeles, whether it is Jamaica or the Bahamas, whether it is Cape Town, South Africa, or Egypt, whether it is Ghana or Kenya, whether it is Rio or Bahia, wherever I go where Black people have been dispersed, we are at the bottom of every single economic statistic in the entire world. That disturbs me. There is something fundamentally wrong. Others have done what they needed to do to fight for their survival and ultimately to thrive. We simply have not done what we needed to do to fight for our survival as a people, as a culture, as a race. It is now time for all hands on deck to circle the wagons and to focus on making Black people great first, especially in the areas of economics. Economics, yes, must become the new Black power for at least the next 200 years, if in fact we have any hope of closing the wealth gap between Blacks and whites in the world. It is amazing to me that we are God's first people, that we built the first great civilizations in the world. That no, it is not what white folks said, that they came to Africa, pulled us out of trees eating bananas. That is not the truth. All you have to do is go to Cairo, Egypt, and you will see that 7,000 years before Christ, we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems while Europeans were still in caves eating each other. We are an awesome and powerful people, but we have forgotten that we have forgotten who we really are. We are an awesome people. We are God's first people. And we need to be in a better place. Building businesses is a key part of the economic strategy that we must engage in for the next 200 years. I call them the 4 pillars for the intergenerational transfer of wealth. What are those pillars? The first pillar is the proper management of accumulated wealth, so that we could stop reading about athletes or entertainers who earn $100 million in their career, and then within 3 or 5 years of retirement, they are either broke or in bankruptcy. That is the improper management of accumulated wealth. There's 35,000 Black millionaires in America. Don't get excited. There are 1.4 million white millionaires in America. 2.2 million Black households are worth $400,000 or more. Are we properly managing that wealth? The answer is hell to the no. We are not. If we were, we would not be having this conversation. Only we are going to fix that. What is the second pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth? Real estate. What's the first thing God gave Isaac? Real estate. What's the first thing God gave Adam? Real estate, real estate, real estate. The purchasing and the development of real estate and land, which can be a profound entrepreneurial opportunity, or certainly at the very minimum as a self-employed professional, somewhat of a sole proprietor. But you will see as you develop your business that it's going to have to move beyond just you. This is fundamental. This is biblical. There's a passage in the Bible, a direct quote from Jesus Christ. Now, there are not that many direct quotes from Jesus Christ in the Bible. There are 800,000 words in the Bible. Only about 1,100 of those words are direct quotes from Jesus Christ. John 5:30, and Jesus said, I of my own self can do nothing. I of my own self can do nothing. Now, this was Jesus, the Son of God, and he couldn't get it done on his own by himself in a vacuum. So he had what? 12 disciples. One of those disciples turned on him. That left him with 11 disciples. There's symbolic or symbolism related with the number 11, where 1 plus 1 doesn't and shouldn't make 2 in your life. 1 plus 1 should make what? 11. 11. So if you're going to grow and thrive and develop your business, whether it's in real estate, whether it's in data analytics, whether it's owning a chain of restaurants, or whether it's owning a chain of franchises, you're going to have to count on other people in order to grow and to develop your business. So real estate, that's the second pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth. The largest wealth in the world has been accumulated around real estate being the base. What is the third pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth? Business ownership. We came over here on the Mayflower, and we own the fewest number of businesses per capita of any cultural group in this country. That civil rights, in a sense, public access, in a sense, was a double-edged sword. Because when America wouldn't bank us, when America wouldn't bury us, when America wouldn't let us shop in their stores or eat in their restaurants, we had to build these Wall Streets ourselves. And we built extraordinary black Wall Streets, of which so much so that there was envy in the white community, and many of them were destroyed and burned down. And then when we got public access and civil rights, and we were able to move out of our own neighborhoods and begin buying any place that we want, we abandoned our neighborhoods and we abandoned our businesses. And we abandoned our schools and put our children in white schools, thinking that the little genes and DNA was going to jump out of the white head and into the black head and make our children smarter. None of that proved to be true. So the third pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth is business ownership, with at least a 100-year goal of becoming the #1 employer for our own people. Why? Because that's the only way to raise up the poor. So that's the third pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth. The fourth pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth, so that we will have something to leave to you, and we can fulfill Proverbs 13:22, that a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. That has been our spiritual teaching. That is biblical for 250 years. We're outside of our own spiritual teaching because we're not leaving intergenerational wealth to our children. There was an interesting article on the front page of USA Today about 2 years ago about black baby boomers. And here's what it said, and I'm quoting, that African-American baby boomers will be the first generation of Africans in America that will leave another generation of Africans in America not better than them. So we will be the first generation to leave another generation worse off. That has never happened in the history of black people, certainly in America. We need our behinds kicked. I want to count you out of that. You can count me out of that. I will not contribute to the violation of our biblical teachings. We must leave wealth for our children and at least their children. The fourth pillar for the intergenerational transfer of wealth, you've heard me talk about this many times, and that is proper insurance. That 60% of all wealth is transferred tactically and strategically tax-free through proper insurance. There's an interesting article in the New York Times not long ago about black people and their cell phones. Very interesting statistic came out of that article. It said that more black people had insurance on their cell phones than on their lives and the lives of their children. So we value our cell phones more than we value our lives. And that's because we have not been taught insurance. Insurance and proper insurance has not been modeled for us. And for decades, the only insurance that black people could buy would be debit insurance, which was designed to pay your burial bills. And they barely buried us. I remember my mom paying $5 a month to a brother from Atlanta Life every month. It was for burial insurance, and it barely buried her. Well, we no longer have those handcuffs, brothers and sisters. There's all kinds of opportunities, strategically and tactically, once you understand the power and importance of proper insurance. So those are the four pillars for the intergenerational transfer of wealth. Business ownership is part of the 7 streams of income that you should be engaging in your lifetime. There should not be a black person in America with a single stream of income. I'm sorry. You should be doing multiple streams of income. This is one of the core things that we talk about and we teach at the Power Networking Conference now, October the 15th through the 17th of this year in Houston, Texas. I want you to join us. I'll make a special offer to you at the end of this presentation. So this is critical. Business development. What is the basis, as far as I'm concerned, for developing your business out of sole proprietorship? Remember, businesses, Black businesses that employ people, their businesses are growing 11% year over year. Sole proprietorship over the last 5-year reporting period, because they have not grown, they have not found ways to scale and expand their business and bring on even one more person, their business is going down. What does that mean? It means that you either grow or you die. This is just sort of the story of life. You either grow or you die. In fact, if you observe everything in life that God has created, it is either growing or dying. There is no in between. That means you either change and grow or you will not exist. So, as far as I'm concerned, the core skill set, other than being an inch wide and a mile deep in your subject matter expertise, and then a mile wide and an inch deep in matters of the world, so that you can have a 360-degree personality and you can talk about something other than the sports and the Real Housewives of Atlanta, because people engage with interesting people, but certainly they engage with people who are, in terms of their subject matter, in terms of their business, they are excellent in what they do. Why is that important? Well, my mom taught me many years ago that if you're Black and mediocre in America, you better leave, that we're going to have to be twice as good to get half as much. That we cannot be mediocre, brothers and sisters. Again, if you're Black and mediocre in America, you better leave, because you're going to be marginalized and you're ultimately going to be destroyed. Mediocrity is not for Black people. It is for white people only. Only white people can be mediocre and get over. Now, how do we know that to be profoundly true? Look at what we have in the White House as compared to what was in the White House. We have a mediocre white man who is now leader of the free world. If Barack Hussein Obama had done 1/100th of what Donald Trump had done or said, he would not have been elected dog catcher in this country. So we cannot be mediocre. We must be excellent. Excellent is and we must move from excellence to exceptionalism. That is what Fraser Nation is all about. It is a nation in the cloud of Black excellence globally. And what we do in our nation, what we do with the Power Networking Conference, is move them from excellent to exceptional. That's what it's about. We provide the training, the inspiration, the motivation, the models, the insight, the mentorship to move you from excellent to exceptional. And that's what you're going to have to be a successful business person. I've been in business for 34 years. Other than funeral homes and some legacy Black businesses in our culture and in our community, it is highly unusual for a small Black-owned business to be around for 34 years. Why have I been able to survive? A, I can be trusted. B, and I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, I perform at every opportunity, every chance that I get with excellence. And I demand excellence from my circle of friends. So your network, and as you know, I've written 6 best-selling books on the power and importance of the relationships